interested in liberating you. I understand that your government is terrible to its own people. To be fair, in some constructs, you guys were kind of silent when we had our civil rights disputes, so you didn't say shit then. And really, I think if you really want to replace your government, you could have done it at any point in time in the last 50 years. However, you sat idly by, and you're going to point to a protest that occurred when tens of thousands of you were killed. I understand it. I get that. However, you could have took it over even when they were young and newly formed. You didn't. So, I mean, you've got multiple generations of this. A lot of you have fled Iran and talking about we need to fight on the ground. However, you're talking about that through protected lands. So I'm kind of mixed on that whole liberation thing. What I want is Iran to capitulate and allow the Straits to open up. And I want people to not have to worry about proxy groups. That'll actually happen. And I think dismantling Iran, destroying that government, is probably a key thing. And maybe these proxy groups will die on the vine because they will no longer have the funding that Iran was helping to provide them, nor the safe harbor that Iran provided them. But let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Some people, they're chat warriors right now. They hate our forward operating position, our base, which we call Israel, but it's actually our military base. But they just don't like those people, so they're gonna hate it regardless.
They get a random attack that causes some minor damage, and you say, oh, that's catastrophic hit. It's irrelevant to us, so we have enough. We're still flying planes over them that were built and flown 60 years ago.
Like the KDR, people aren't understand the KDRs. Like on our end, the KDRs fucking astronomically more versus our individual casualties.
Does anyone think this would have happened without Israel asking us to help?
I don't think it.
Yes, I don't think it's an Israel thing. It's exceedingly self-serving. We spend at a baseline of the defense budget about $30 to $35 billion. With the ancillary spending, it goes into the 70s or 80 billions. If you deplete Iran's capability to have finances, the capability to have medium-range and intercontinental ballistic missiles, if you stop their navy, then you are able to degrade their capabilities such that their proxies are unmanageable, and then the line interest of the country that has killed 2,000 plus servicemen and double that in number of civilians over the last 50 years.
If you already spoke, let other people.
Why do you do this every time? Like, why do you do this? It's a great
Shut your face.
What are you talking about? Shut my face. You interrupt always good conversations.
Why we had problems in political compass, like literally.
Really, the problems are all me, right?
Fuck yeah, they are.
Oh, really? What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna?
How about that? There you go. Sit down, little boy. Sit the fuck down.
Wow.
Talking all that damn money. And guess what? Guess what? You can cook your own damn dinner tonight. Okay? How about that? It's like every time I turn around, I gotta deal with your shit. I invited you back up. Don't be a pansy ass now. Jesus. Oh.
I'm here.
Minded.
I'm here. Like, you know what? This is why I go into the guest
You know
house.
what? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're sleeping in the guest house tonight. You're sleeping in the guest house tonight. Okay, I'll just say it now. Everyone's been saying Brad and I are in a relationship. Yes, we're in a fucking relationship. We've been lying to you this entire time. And fucking Brad, I have to send him up to the guest house because he's going, and the phone's so fucking loud. I have to sit in another room when we want to be on Clubhouse together. Like, Jesus. So everyone is now like, oh, you guys are in a relationship. You're right. You were fucking right.
So then the
Brad.
out of the way.
Yep.
You know what? I am so fucking sick of this that you have really warped the world, and to everybody in this house.
You work the world? What type of clap
got caught earlier in April Fools. It pissed me off about 45 seconds. All right, cool.
Man, I missed that right there. I missed that right there. That well worth the wait. Thank you, Brady KK. Well worth the wait right there. That was hilarious.
Do we have anyone fooled?
I was definitely no. I know you guys well enough. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
We tried.
We tried. I knew I was doing bad when Thunder just started laughing at me. I'm like, oh God, I'm doing terrible. I'm a terrible liar. Anyhow, let's get back to the conversation. We have 10 minutes left. I'll let you guys keep going, and then as soon as I unmic to play the live feed, please mic up, and then we'll discuss afterwards. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Brad doesn't have enough melanin for us to believe that.
So I have a bunch of people that say we're losing. I want to understand where that comes from. Like how people can say we're not winning this, this war, military engagement, whatever you want to call it. How are we losing though? Like seriously.
We need to define win and loss. Don't we have to do that first?
Well, wait, Mr. Redmond, I've got a whole set. So I can say this. Some people on stage can say this. It's because they were bitchereens. But I'm just kidding. None of you can say that to my friend down there.
Really? Do you know how many Marines are on stage right now? Hello?
And they're all eating Crayola crowds.
I got backup.
Oh, I miss you guys so much. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to buy a dog so I could go sleep with the dog. Yeah, I know where it comes from. A lot of people, there's a lot of like AI, Mr. Reminded, there's a lot of, I guess, non-belief in America's capabilities and powers, even though some of us were literally the guys implementing that power. In fact, there are people that are really concerned in our government that we're using too much power and showing our hand a little too much of our capabilities. So, I mean, I like from there, I don't understand where people are getting the stats like Iran is winning or pounding us, because we're at 13 losses, which is really hugely unfortunate. I agree for all of you. And I think 130 wounded, 160 wounded, which again is terrible, but these are acts of war, and military combatants will put themselves in harm's way, and we do. I mean, even I hope for the absolute return of every single one of them home, safe and sound and whole. But the realities are on the ground that Iran is not winning. They have no naval assets. They have no forces that can match us. And I don't know where they're getting their data from, because they can't be reading the same information I am. And I'm not just reading Americans. Well, maybe, but I mean, it'd be interesting to hear, some other perspectives that don't align with mine.
We have to remember the same media that's been trying to convince everybody that Ukraine's been winning the war over there against Russia. Remember they were trying to tell people that, Russia ran out of fucking ammo and that they were fighting with shovels, remember? That was literally a meme going around. So I don't trust anything these assholes say, and it's gotten kind of political at this point, where they're kind of rooting against Israel, America, and Trump, because they're hate for Trump or hate for Israel, but there's no metric where the Iranians are winning. I mean, them being able to maybe close off the Strait of Hormuz temporarily might be, I guess, looking in their favor. And then, of course, they have the media on their side. But at the end of the day, I think we're still going to prevail here. And, we've annihilated their Navy, their Air Force. The IRGC is pretty much, I've been watching videos on X, there's IRGC, saying that pretty much everyone's abandoned their post and shit. A bunch of people have just, have left. They don't want to be killed, you know, and they don't really know what the direction is, you know. And so I'm hoping that that's gonna start gaining steam, you know, where people are abandoning their posts and saying fuck. I mean, they're literally afraid to you know, to be killed, you know, by some fucking bomb. So I think we're gonna prevail in this thing, you know. But it's gonna put us in a stronger position in China. It's gonna put us in a stronger position with this whole thing with Venezuela and Iran. You know, no more cheap sanctioned oil going to China, you know, and I think the petrodollar is going to remain strong. And yeah, I think we'll prevail with this whole thing. So.
The one thing I look at is only seeing how is that going to put us in a stronger position? Yeah, I wish there was an opposing person on stage. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not saying that Iran is winning anything, and I'm sure the United States has a lot, much stronger military power than Iran has, and they're obviously like pulling down on Iran. However, economically and politically, don't you think that America is losing a little bit because of the rising cost of things like the gas, and which is eventually going to affect groceries and every other thing that we buy? Don't you think in that way, the Iran knows it's winning a lot of things?
The reason why I don't like that argument is because Obama, literally not 2008, but 2012, he had national gas prices almost a third of those espresso national
flavors. This is your very first flavor we're going to test. It's a espresso.
That's because you're in District Pad 3, but
you see $2.82 in Lubbock, Texas. Look on LUBBOCK, Texas.
I'm in Texas now, and I'm not
in Dallas or Houston or Austin.
I'm around it.
You're not shopping around either. You should use gas money. And you should also, I'll try to help you here, man, if you want to save money on gas. Okay, go ahead, talk. Let's go try to help you how to save gas. Download Gas Buddy app. Download the Gas Buddy app. And you'll be able to find it for under $3. And then if you use the Walmart Plus app, you get an additional 10 cents. So the thing that is really baffling.
Hold on, wait a minute, man. So this gas is coming. Hold on, man. Man, hold on. Wait a minute. I need gas. Hold on, wait a minute, man. Just wait a minute. Hold on now. I need gas determine if we are winning a war. Gas prices. When did that become the benchmark for if we are winning or losing a war? Seriously. Like, give me the historical reference point to that.
This guy, because you said it was going to be a little war,
So you're avoiding the question now. That's a great answer to the question no one asked you. My question here, easy to contemplate. Now you know what I'll do, man, if you don't answer the question. I'm asking very simply. I'm asking very simply. Give me one historical reference. Wait a minute. Give me one historical reference of when gas prices determine if a country wins a war or not.
COVID.
I'm waiting to answer.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
I mean, and I thought it was moronic when you said gas prices. You implied that that's probably even losing the war.
I clearly said
Gas was at $5 a
each other. Why you guys talking over each other?
that's Mr. Right-minded style. I've known him for a minute now, so he always talks to me, but that's okay.
Simple.
I clearly said Iran is not winning this war. A military power? No, they're not. America is clearly dominating this war for military power. But when it comes to the economics involved in it and the politics involved in it on the American side,
The microphone or something like that.
it's campaign. It's not rallies.
All right, hold on. Real quick.
He campaigned on zero new wars. Zero new wars. That's one of the reasons he got in there.
Hold on, JJ, it's beginning.
What did KK say?
Yeah, Ben, shut
One of the
Don't tell me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
On mute.
AJ, you there?
Also, don't let any more West Africans on stage.
Let's start on this point Mr. reminded me. Since when did gas prices are pushing?
And we start with this Fox's alert the president on the conflict with Iran, which appears in its final stage. In fact, according to the president, Iran's president is now asking for a 60 seconds from now.
Yes, so I'll be really quick. No ceasefire, Sean, until the Strait of Hormuz is open. And the challenge for President Trump is going to be reassuring Americans that Epic Fury is winding down in the next 2 or 3 weeks, at which point gas prices will come down, he says, while also not really giving away too much to the Iranians about what remaining American assets in the region are doing. There's still the issue of uranium that could be collected. There are, but he is going to tell us about how white the Iranian army and navy and missile facilities at the moment after a month plus of this operation. So expect to see him walk out right on time, Sean.
You know, I'd expect to the NATO threat, how close were they potentially to having nuclear capability? I'm sure that will come up tonight. The issue of 60% enriched uranium, I would expect might be discussed, and also the issue of NATO. All right, let's take you inside the White House. We expect the president is going to walk straight to the podium.
Thank you very much. On the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. I want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela, are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well. An update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran, and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel. something that most people never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear perhaps far better, stronger position. Green cash took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. Flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. They would have had them years ago, and they would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East, no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program in a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Kitover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they returned to American soil. And I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job. Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. The short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are
They've got so much gas!
Gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world. We're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly.
The spice must flow!
They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought. We had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The group is less radical, much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there's no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of surviving or rebuilding. We could hit it and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust. And we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move forward, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards they have none. It's very important that we keep them in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated, and essentially he's really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't believe the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Patricia, Marshall, Sig, occasionally KP when he's sober. All of these guys are what I consider my family, and I met all of them through Clubhouse. And so you guys can have at it. I only intercede on occasionally, but Mr. Right-Minded or KK or Marshall, you want to lead it off with what you didn't like, what you liked, and I say we let Sig and Ice kick it off. I'm ready for round one. Let me get that popcorn going.
I just gotta say, I'm in shock and awe. Ice is over here advocating killing 12-year-old innocent civilian girls, man. Insane and fucking.
All right, here's the shock and awe. The guy's talking stupid shit, talking about how we targeted 12-year-old girls. We didn't target them. It was a bad misunderstanding. It was a bad intelligence situation. And you want to come in there and act like the U.S. is targeting them. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. You literally said in there, too, there's no imminent threat, but if we're going to die, we're going to die at the death of 1,000 paper cuts. A death of 1,000, a death of 5 paper cuts, 500,000 paper cuts. It's still a death. They've been chanting death to America for 47 years. You just said they've been preparing for 20 years, Sig. So what you're telling me is we should wait for them to prepare for 40 years so you can't come in. Because when you wait at that point, you cannot go in and stop them from getting a nuclear weapon because
No, we just shouldn't be fighting foreign wars and letting our young American men and women die. And fighting wars for Israel from the internet.
More people die. People die more. But there's only one side that will kill, literally target men.
You thought that was you?
Women, children. They literally put 12-year-olds in their fucking military. My point is you want to talk about children. They're putting children, a gun in children's hands and saying, go to war. And you think that's not a problem. You think that it's not, okay, we don't know that they don't have ICBMs. They just came out and said they did. So what do we wait till I'm going to ask you this thing.
No, we just shouldn't be fighting for these dirty kikes over in Israel, you know?
So here's the deal, Sig. How long does it take for an ICBM to land when it takes off from Iran? How long does it take to get to the U.S.?
That's for Sig, not Leo.
Oh, I was just saying what Sig was thinking.
No. You are not Sigaroni. Sigaroni has his own voice. Write it now, Leo.
He's Googling now.
Come on, Sigaroni.
No, I'm actually waiting for the mod to stop talking because I don't interrupt mods. I don't disrespect mods in their own room. So, again, what was your question? I just like to make sure I answer it thoroughly.
How long does it take an ICBM to get from Iran to the USA?
Someone drop a link in the chat. Someone drop a link in the chat.
30 to 40 minutes.
You gonna let me answer the fucking question?
I
Or you want to answer the question? I'll shut up. I'll let you go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't ask for a link.
Yeah, I got 5 words in. You asked me a question. I got 5 words in, and you can't shut your fucking pile.
I don't want to.
That's what I'm talking about. You emotional fucking bitches.
I could ask anybody else.
So if you're gonna go ahead and finish, and I'll answer your question when you're done. Go ahead.
You can take anybody on here. And the answer is 30, 40 minutes. That's it. That's
45 minutes.
Or you say, I don't fucking know.
45.
Yeah, you can't talk about men being emotional when you have screenshots of BB. If I ask you a question, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let you answer, not cut you off. Well, then shut the fuck up and let me answer. Let me get at least 5 words in. Fucking Christ, man. So again, here we go. Here we fucking go. Yo, Miles, let me know when he's finished. I'll answer. Just go, Sig.
I'm sorry, I slipped away. I was getting dinner and literally pouring a beer. What's going on here?
Sig asks me a question. I get 5 words in, and he wants to answer it for me.
Leo.
All right, just let him go.
Leo, we don't need your help.
I asked him a question, and he went, well, here, let me go get a link.
And then you cut me off. I was gonna answer your question. So
How long does it take for an ICBM to get to the U.S. from Iran?
Okay, so then you asked him, and there's wait, Ice. You asked him. It's done. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. It's about 45 fucking minutes. And so again, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so again, there's been no confirmation of them having ICBMs. Everything that's been reported is them wanting to create ICBMs. So that's what I was going to tell you. So it doesn't matter how long it takes because there's no intelligence firm, including the U.S., including Israel, has not confirmed, bro. And this has been reported. I can drop the links in the chat to support my fucking claim. So that was mine. And he said, how long should we wait until they get them? Another 20 minutes?
Leo, hold on. I think what you mean is that they have intermediate range ballistic missiles. They just don't have any ballistic missiles that can reach the continent of the United States, any of our islands, or like large.
Not yet.
I
By default, it's not an imminent threat. Thank you.
Jeez. Actually, they've claimed it. I will put some links in there. They claim to have an ICBM just recently. So the fact that they claim it, are you going to say that our intelligence knows absolutely everything? Because right now they admit we don't know where all their missiles are.
It was taken out of the rocket and filling up with gas and claiming
Intelligence is always off. Steve, first of all, were you done, brother?
Nah, I wasn't, man. I wasn't.
Go ahead, Steve. You got the mic. Go ahead, floor.
Copy. Good to see you. Good to see you, Mr.
Absolutely, brother.
Mr. Wright. Good to see you, bro. So again, to have something and it being confirmed are two different things. I mean, we're grown ass adults. We should know the difference between this, okay? So again, people can claim shit all fucking day, but has it been confirmed? The answer is no. There is zero intelligence reports that confirm that they actually have them.
So, Sig, I'm going to disagree with this and slide in on, I don't know who, I'm sliding in with myself. Diego Garcia, two ICBM ballistic missiles were launched at Diego Garcia. We'll say it was more of a missed BCM because they never reached their targets. And we were tracking their guidance. You are aware that those launches did occur. We shot one down, the other one went, did a couple loops and a couple like tumbles, and then it went into the ocean because it didn't reach it. So I would say they're missed BMs. That's a pun intended. Maybe they launched them out of camels. I don't know. Maybe they hit the camels in the balls and launched them out of the throat of the camel. I don't know.
Too much.
Put them in the go. She will. Shut up. It's about the idea that event did occur. I mean, so we are aware that they do have ICBMs. We are aware that they have verified it by international agencies and Iran themselves saying they were at 60% uranium enrichment, so that does make it weapons grade. They have 400 kilograms of that still hanging out somewhere hidden in their territory. So I guess that's possible. They can at least make 30 bombs with those, which I would argue would be probably more problematic for the area or the region of the Middle East. So does that clear up some things? Yep, radioactive foam. Yeah, here's what I would ask, Brad. I would ask to see the link, because I just looked at the link ISIS, and again, Iran claims. So here's the thing. We want to believe Iran when they claim certain things, but then when they claim that they hit one of our ships, we don't want to believe. We're only believing stuff that works in our favor, and then throwing baby out with the bathwater when it doesn't favor us. That's what I'm saying. It's the flip-flopping, bro. So which one is it? Do you want to believe Iran in one case and not believe in the other, or what? And again, I would like to see in the link that it's been confirmed, because the link that ICE just put in, it's the Iran claims. There's nothing that's been confirmed. That's my point.
Okay, so I'll ask Brad, because it could be a quick yes, back and forth, yes or no. Brad, they told us we knew they could hit about 1,200 kilometers, right? And they said they didn't have ones that could go further than that, but then they hit a base that was 2,500 roughly. We got in the area, they shot at it and got there, right?
No, 1,200 miles is 2,500 miles. 1,200 miles is 2,500 miles. It was like 4,000 whatever kilometers or some shit. Actually turned out to be like, 6 or something?
All right, so then what we can say is they actually fired an ICBM, and one of those links, they actually have one that verifies that they did it. That's
To reach Paris.
10,000. But then they can go 10,000 now. They claim they didn't have a 2,500. So are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater? Because we gotta believe that they don't have them, because intelligence.
Well, they showed the distance from Diego.
Right. Control the altitude.
10,000 kilometers on it, okay? So now we can sit here and we can throw the baby out with the bathwater, because they only had the 1,200, but they did have 2,500. So 2,500 must have been somebody else's, because they didn't claim they had it, and there was no verifiable. Was there any intelligence that said they could go 2,500? Nobody had that. We didn't have it. It was a surprise to us. So we can sit here and throw the baby out with the bathwater, like you say, because you think intelligence. Where was the imminent threat on 9/11? We didn't know until the planes hit. So what you do is you go with what you got, and go a little further and go look at our promises to our allies. Hell, Hillary Clinton said it. We will defend our allies. We will go in. We will put boots on the ground. We will bomb the shit out of Iran. She had no quarrels about about what she said she would do to Iran. She said she would make sure. Back then, she said, I will make sure that they will never, in my term or any future president's term, get a nuclear weapon. Now, that goes back to 2016. She was the Secretary of State before that, and she was that concerned that she was that vocal about it. But we want to pretend that our intelligence knows absolutely everything. But then you come on here and say our intelligence is making up stuff. Our intelligence lied. Our intelligence said they had weapons of mass destruction. Tell me, so do we believe the intelligence or don't we? Do we sit at home and wait till we get attacked or don't we? Do we die by 1,000 cuts or do we go try to prevent the 1,000 cuts? Which way would you like it?
Okay, so you gotta give me the time to answer.
All right, so again, I just looked at the link Brad dropped. Ballistic missiles are different than intercontinental ballistic missiles. Secondly, that is within UK is within the range of the Middle East. Okay, so again, what Tulsi Gabbard testified in front of Congress, she said out of her own mouth they were not an imminent threat. This is the head of intelligence. Okay, and then Trump starts giving her shit. All of a sudden, magically, she starts changing her mind. Again, I'm going off of this administration telling multiple lies, switching their story to flip-flopping. Trump made fun of for several years, and even in 4K, he was on video saying it. Even his tweets, you can look at my PTR, he was talking about Obama being a clown pretty much, and what he's going to do is try to bomb Iran in order to get reelected. So Trump is chastising a president for claiming or wanting to bomb Iran, yet he turns around and does the same exact thing. Benjamin Netanyahu, for the past 30 years, has been claiming, Iran's they're 6 months away, they're only a few months away. Since 1995, 1996, and nothing's come to fruition. And like I said, you guys have yet to post a link showing that it's been confirmed, and all I see is claims, and not intercontinental ballistic missiles, just normal ballistic missiles that have no respect. No.
Yo, so
again,
I actually asked you.
Hey, no.
Oh, I thought he was on.
No, he's not. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. So again, it's about an imminent threat to the United States. They are an imminent threat to surrounding regions in the Middle East, not the United States. And when I talk about death by 1,000 paper cuts, again, look at the low-tech technology that they've been using. They have literally been launching little $50,000, $20,000 bullshit drones and missiles, and we've been using $1 million fucking missiles to shoot them down. They're doing this shit on purpose. They're having us waste our resources and waste our money shooting our expensive stuff while they launch off presence in the Middle East in the past 20 years. So this is going to be a death trap. They are setting this up. Clark Island is literally a fucking fishbowl, really shooting American troops and a lot of bloodshed. And those little girls, I'm sorry, brother, I don't advocate. I will never advocate for innocent 12-year-old little schoolgirls getting fucking killed. Nobody said that they were targeting. So you keep switching words and adding shit. I never said they were targeting. The fact is the United States killed innocent school-aged girls, bro. That's the problem.
Alright, so you dodged his question when he asked you. You don't believe when they claimed that they had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So even if the intelligence agencies come out and say that they have ICBMs, you're still not going to believe it. So that's kind of.
And that's based on a lie, because we were told that they had weapons of mass destruction by George Bush and the intelligence, and come to find out years later, and thousands of troops dead, U.S. troops dead later, that it was all a fucking lie, bro. So again, Trump has lied several times, and I can post links of Trump going back for no more regime wars, no more stupid wars, no more Middle East, America first. We're going to take our focus, and Trump went back for some reason and totally flip-flopped on what he said. So I have clear evidence and proof that this administration has lied, previous administrations have lied. Okay, I have proof that Israel has fucking lied. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that clear on my conscience and clear in the front of my damn brain housing group. And I'm not going to be so quick to believe the United States, the administrations and the intelligence this time. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to look at things a little more skeptically because we have been lied to. And that is 100%.
Do you think there could be that we don't know everything and they haven't revealed everything?
Who was a KK?
The intel.
Now, is that a possibility? Yes, but things that I look at, okay, I look at certain patterns. The fact that 2 of our most powerful naval ships went out there and fucking retreated. One of them has damage. And coincidentally,
it's a kitchen fire or laundry fire or whatever the case is. Coincidentally, it just happens to be, right? But again, that's what the U.S. side is saying. That's what Trump's saying is that, our boat, the Ford didn't get attacked. It was a kitchen fire. But again, I'm going based off Trump has lied, and he has lied in 4K in front of all of us, okay? So I'm not going to believe everything Trump says now because he's lied over and over and over again. He said he was going to give them 48 hours. Well, guess what? That 48 hours turned into 5 days. Look at the last few press conferences. Minute by minute, Trump has been flip-flopping. Just watch it objectively and watch it skeptically, and you will see he's been flip-flopping every fucking 2 fucking seconds, man. So I'm not believing every word that comes out of Trump's mouth, and I have evidence to support my read.
Respectfully say, can you impart what you think the agenda is that is what speaks to that in public?
I'll say that one more time. You cut it out, Albert. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So respectfully, of course, if and I don't want to side either way here. Respectfully, if what we're being told in public is not what the true agenda is, can you impart what you believe is, if you're willing?
Yeah, what I believe is, based on my research and what I've been looking at, and looking at previous wars, and looking at how this is going to turn out, looking at Vietnam War, supposed to be 3,000 troops turning to 500,000, and how many years have we spent over there? How many fucking U.S. troops died because of this shit? I think what it is I think that we are losing market share as far as the petrodollar. We need to keep the U.S. dollar circulating globally to keep up this fucking Ponzi scheme that we have for this $40 trillion in debt, because once we stop making payments on that debt, we are fucked economically. And I think that as we've been done before, as has been done before, the American people are told a lie, just like World War I. Look at how we got involved with that, with the Zimmerman telegram.
It was real. So was the sinking of Lusitania.
But look at how it was used. They intercepted and they held on to it until an opportunity to use it to convince Congress, because Congress didn't want to go. The American people didn't want to go into war. They brought it out at the end.
He was making 6 months in between Zimmerman.
No, he's a mod. You can interrupt me. I'm going to be quiet. Go ahead.
No. All I was saying was I think it was 6 months or so. But it's like the traditional teaching goes that the sinking of Lusitania brought us in. The Zimmerman telegram played quite a large role. I will grant you, it seems like they held on to it for longer than they should have, and I don't have a good answer for that. It's a good piece of research to do. Sorry, go ahead. I heard that, and it made me think about that.
My point, Marshall, is that, again, I can show time after time after time after time again where our government has lied to us. I can show time after time after time after time again when our government has gone over their metal. And I just brought up that they were screaming death to America for da-da-da-da. Yeah, they weren't screaming death to America until we went over there and started fucking with them when they decided, hey, you know what? Why are we fucking with this global shit? This is our oil. We can go ahead and set up our own enterprise and make our own fucking money off of it. And lo and fucking behold, we go over there and overthrow their government to prevent them from doing that. So I guess if you came over to my house when I was trying to get some shit going for me and be financially stable and financially independent, and you came over and fucked with me, I'd be screaming death to ICE too, brother.
Dave, to your point, look at what happened to gold and silver prices with all this debt. Here's a question I have. See,
As far as silver prices are concerned, I'm sorry, Mr.
I have one question here. And I understand, see, where you're coming from. But my question is it a bit premature to indict this administration as being like previous administrations when it comes to military operations like this? In fact, I would say this is the first real military engagement in either his first or second term, right? So we are basically a month in, and we're saying we're going to be out in a couple of weeks. How do you compare that to previous war operations from previous administrations? It's too quick, is all I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing, though, Gerard, is that we were supposed to be out a couple weeks ago, a month ago. When we did Operation whatever the fucking has, Trump came out and said himself that because we went over there and struck them because they were the uranium enrichment was a threat, and Trump came out in front of that podium and said, "Yeah, Mary Lou, your mic's on mute." Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so Mr. Right-Minded, Trump came off from that podium and said, hey, it's been obliterated. And you just heard him say in his speech a few minutes ago that their back is being a threat again. So which one is it, man? Again, you're flip-flopping. If you went over there and did Operation Hammer or whatever the fuck that was, and you completely obliterated their shit, how are they still a nuclear thing? And then it changed from, oh, well, now pressing, the IRGC's oppressing the people. We got to go over there and help those people. So again, minute by minute, the narrative has been changing. And Trump has been lying. So
We just started this literally this second, the actual, I guess, second engagement outside of bombing their military, their nuclear facilities last year. But we just started this 30 days ago, and we're already talking about ending operation in the next couple of weeks. And at least from my perspective, and what we've been able to accomplish in taking out, again, the majority of their Navy, Air Force, their missile capacities, and some other key aspects of their military capabilities, we've taken that out in less than basically a quarter, 3 months, right? I'm still not convinced that they're doing all this flip-flopping. What I think is happening is they are basically adjusting to what the situation is. And I'm not a military guy like you. I was not a military like you guys were. But from what I'm looking at it is, why are we judging this operation compared to previous historical military operations when it doesn't seem to have the same pretenses? That's all I'm saying.
It absolutely does. So again, weapons of mass destruction, found out that was a lie. And again, I pointed out, I've shown it in the chat. Nope.
Trump has never said weapons of mass destruction. They were trying to build nuclear capability. I mean, we destroyed their nuclear sites that were underground that they lied about that said they didn't have. They already lied about that, so they got caught with that. And they were still trying. They already, in fact, from what I understand, they had already told in the diplomatic aspects that they had, I think, 11 missiles, I think, that were ready to be nuclearized, something to that effect.
Correct.
Well, now, again, what are we supposed to believe in? Do we wait until they have these capabilities, or do we take them out now?
Well,
That's a hard question to answer.
Right, but again, Mr. Right-minded, it's all been claims. There's been zero confirmations, and I've yet to see a link in the chat where it's been confirmed, and that an intercontinental ballistic missile has been confirmed, and it has actually been fired at the U.S. I'm talking about the imminent threat, because this is what it all started with. If you look at the beginning of this, it was all about an imminent threat to the United States. There has been zero evidence showing that there's been an imminent threat. So again, that's why I'm here to the weapons of mass.
Wait a minute. Stop cutting.
Are you taking the Vila position?
Stop cutting. Who are they talking, first of all? Who is this talking, man? Okay, yeah, you need to shut the fuck up section. Do not cut people off when we're having a back and forth discussion. That's what I'm asking you out to be respectful of, because we have an audience. And what I'm asking Sig, he's answering, but I want to hear his answers again. And I'm answering what he's saying back. Sig, you got the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Right-minded. So yeah, so that's why I'm comparing it to the weapons of mass destruction. And like I said, there's been a bunch of flip-flopping. It was, they're an imminent threat. Okay, how are they an imminent threat? Oh, well, they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Everything that I've read, and I've had this conversation with people before, nobody has shown any proof that it's been confirmed. All sources I've read and been shared with me, just like Ice did in the chat, it's all claims. It's all claims. So I'm not saying we need to wait and be sitting ducks, but what I'm saying is, as far as the U.S., Mr. Right-minded, there's no imminent threat to the United States. And again, it shows the incompetence on the Trump administration side. When you have Tulsi Gabbard testifying in front of Congress, she's the head of intel, man. She should know everything. She should have everything. 1 week, there's no threat, and then Trump starts giving her shit, and then instantly she changes her story. Right? So again, what is it as the intelligence agency that they have more shit? So that should be an indicator that maybe what Iran has, maybe we're not seeing all of it. And maybe that should be an indicator that they got more. And so maybe we should take that into consideration. So like I said, I'm not claiming I'm 100% factual on everything about this. But what I'm saying, there's enough red flags in this, Mr. Right-minded, that I'm getting off the Trump train. I'm not drinking that fucking Kool-Aid, because something is fishy with all the lies and all the flip-flopping. Again, Trump said...
That's all good, but what I guess where you and I, we don't see eye to eye is, I'm not one for waiting around until some, I guess, agreed upon threshold that says now they're an imminent threat when they can be firing a missile at us or one of our bases to take out our troops like that right there. I'm not sure what the
benchmark is for imminent threat being confirmed, that part right there is what really is, I guess, where we differ in opinion at. Now, again, I'm not a military guy. I'm not a military guy like that. But what I'm saying is, I'd rather be the aggressor than just be the person that's waiting on something to happen than be a reactor.
And I hear you, Mr. Right-Minded, but it's easy to say from the sidelines. Again, none of these guys are sending their fucking kids in. Okay, they just raised the re-enlistment age to 42. Everybody I see championing for this shit, nobody's fucking enlisting, man. So I see a lot of people who are rooting this on from the sidelines. They're not putting boots on the ground themselves. They're not jumping to fucking say, you know what, let me do my part about this. And that's mighty suspicious to me. And then again, Mr. Right-Minded, Trump said in the beginning, this was supposed to be a quick in and out. We've been there for over a month, and now we're ramping up to send a shit ton of troops over there. So something's going on to where it's supposed to be a quick and easy out, to now it's been extended, and now we're ramping up forces. So something's going on where and to look at the hits that they've been making. Okay, look at the low-tech drone technology they've been using. They've been hitting civilian sites. They've been hitting U.S. Military bases. We weren't counting on it, and all of a sudden we struck them, and then now they put a whammy on us. And this is why Trump has been flip-flopping on, talking shit to them, and then retracting on, 48 hours. You got 48 hours, and we're gonna. Oh shit! Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, I'm extended to 5 days. When have you ever seen Trump back off like that? It's never happened, bro. He's been backing off more now than we've ever seen him. So that should be an indicator. Something is up. Something's up.
Yeah, I hear you.
How quick do you want it to be? I get it here, right? Mr.
How quick do you want it to be there? I mean, again, we're not even 2 months into this thing, and you're saying it needs to be quick. How quick then?
I didn't say that. I'm saying they said it was going to be quick and in and out, Mr. Right-Minded, and clearly it hasn't.
Compared to previous operations, is this not quick?
Okay, when they said it was supposed to be quick, we were supposed to be starting off with airstrikes. Then it turned from airstrikes into sending our Navy out there. Then it turned from our Navy backing the fuck off for some. Why is our Navy backing off? If we're this fucking dominant, we're this wrong. How the hell is this little, how the hell is this so-called puny little fucking force backing our fucking Navy off? Okay, secondly, they closed the Straits of Hormuz. Why don't we just go in and fucking obliterate the fuck out of them and just reopen that shit up? I'm telling you, man, Mr. Right-Minded, these motherfuckers got some shit up their sleeve, and they're baiting the United States, and they've been studying us for the past 20 years, and they've been taking notes from Russia, whooping Ukraine's fucking ass. These people aren't stupid, man. They're not fucking.
Got it.
Some minds are the reason they don't open it up, Sig.
Excuse me, we're gonna move on. Thank you, Sig. I hope Ice and Sig kind of got that out. By the way, Sig, I would sign up, but I would be the world's worst Marine. Okay? It would not be.
I'm not completely on the other side of Sid. I share his skepticism as it relates to what's coming out of the administration. But I think what he's not fully giving credence to is that there's value in having, dare I say, strategic ambiguity. So when they say 2 days and 5 days and 2 weeks and 3 weeks, and all of the flip-flopping as you see it, to you, that's a red flag for disaster ahead. That's not necessarily the case because there are a lot of moving parts, and like in the words of Outkast, you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. So they might have predicted it's going to be 2 weeks, and then what happens, brother? The reality hits. The rubber meets the road. And yeah, maybe there are things that they probably didn't fully consider that propped up. They're not going to put that on display for you to be consumed for other. There are tough decisions being made behind closed doors. Do I trust everything that comes out of Trump's mouth? Absolutely not. But to say that it doesn't meet your benchmark of an imminent threat, that's for Donald Trump to decide. He's the one who was voted in by a majority of American voters and got put in there through the Electoral College. He gets to look at all the facts and circumstances. Excuse me. I don't think I was done talking. I guess you have my privilege, so you can just talk right over me.
Give me a second. See that?
Just throw my own shit off.
Infinity, he has a bond.
That's what I said, but he threw my own shit off.
It's defined in the 1973 War Powers Act.
Say what?
It's defined in the 1973 War Powers Resolution.
Okay, go ahead and define it. What is it?
Look it up real quick.
Look it up on the fly.
On the fly.
Looking it up on the fly. Okay, let's see what you come up with. 1973. There's an actual definition for imminent threat. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. And just real quick, you said, well, Tulsi Gabbard didn't, she brother, the IAEA, who is the arm of the United Nations, is supposed to confirm their dissolution of their nuclear capabilities. They were playing fast and loose with them, not giving them access to certain parts of the country. Trump said in June, we attacked these 3 sites. He said those 3 sites were obliterated. He didn't say they were forever never going to be able to resume their efforts. And they did. The efforts were resumed, according to the Trump administration. It could be a lie. And like you said, a lot of these are claims, brother. But we're never going to, you want them to put the proof on a silver platter? It's not going to happen.
Okay, so War Powers Resolution, preventing surprise conflicts, clearly indicated by circumstances, statute links imminent to a general standard situation where circumstances clearly indicate conflict is highly probable, and broadening the scope determines intended to trigger the resolutions protections earlier than simply waiting for the declaration of this to be things.
All right, so everything you just said can fit into this circumstance. So Donald Trump can look at the facts and circumstances. He's in the decision room. He sees all of these details, facts, circumstances. He's got this general saying this. He's the one who gets to make that call, not me, Anthony, sitting in a comfortable chair, not Sig, not my man, Mr. Rightmind, who I haven't heard in a long time. Nobody gets to make that call but him. And he's not a can kicker. He's a problem solver. The past presidents, going back from Reagan to now, kick the can. Donald Trump is a problem solver. So, you're not gonna get, if he was so gung-ho,
Oh my
he would have
God.
done something in the first time. He was very reticent to make this call because it was so resistant to diplomatic efforts. According to Witkoff, the first time they sat down with them after the attack in June, you'll never achieve with us diplomatically what you will achieve with us militarily. That's what they said off if you take Witkoff at his word. So I understand your concern. I understand your skepticism, but I think you're being bamboozled by the strategic ambiguity, which is going to accrue to America's benefit. The art of surprise attack is important. So they couldn't go out there and get all this allied support because we needed to get them. 49 of them were caught in a brunch, bro. All of their leadership.
Can you share with us? Can you impart with us what the agenda is then? Because you've been talking for a while, and
I know.
What do you think? What do you think's going on?
The strategic. I think the strategy is to denuclearize their ability to, have nuclear weapons and to be a bully and a threat to the Middle East. They're the number one, according to the administration. They're the number one financer of terroristic activities, and we have all of our bases over there. So even if they can't attack America on our soil, all of those military bases, those are American people who can suffer casualties. So I think he made the tough decision. It was going to be controversial no matter which way he went. And I think we got to give this time to make it work.
I give one update real quick because I did cut him off. Let Anthony chime in here because I cut him off earlier and Sig and I was back and forth. Anthony, if you're still in the room, go ahead. I appreciate you. I just seen you. I'm so happy you're good, bro. I can't talk right now. I'll be right back, but thank you for. You got Leo, so is Joe, Leo.
Hey, Marshall. You love when you hear these talk about how the United States lost the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, even though we destabilized Afghanistan, trained their entire military, left in billions of dollars of munitions, and now they're fighting the Russians and Chinese after they come back in. We destabilized Iraq, toppled Saddam, switched back over to petrodollar, killed over 1 million. 1.5 million Iraqi combatants, 1 million Afghani combatants, 3 to 5 million civilians in each country. Like, 6 to 10 million civilians died. We destabilized the country so much in Iraq that they actually have free and fair elections right now. You look at the intermediate ballistic missiles that can reach like London and Paris and stuff like that. Which, I mean, if they were to attach, to that, they could reach there. But realistically, they're probably just going to shoot it at Israel, and then they'll probably shoot it like Riyadh or something like that, or maybe even hit like one of the European countries. And then the second that they hit one of these NATO allies or just like Israel and stuff, then we launch all the fucking nukes. There's a lady that was on Sean Ryan's show, and they were talking about North Korea, and Sean Ryan said, well, what happens if North Korea shoots a nuke? And she says, well, the president has an automatic response that's already pre-planned. And if North Korea were to launch one intercontinental ballistic missile at the United States and target one of our locations, our automatic response is to shoot 82 intercontinental ballistic missiles at North Korea. He said, how many would it take to destroy the entire country? She said 82, which they already have that already planned out to like wipe out the entire country of Iran if they launch one ICBM. So it's like waiting around and just hoping that, they're just bluffing, and that's not going to fucking happen. We're going to knock the shit out of this. We might not win the war, but we're at least going to knock them back 30 to 50 years. They've launched 1,500 to 2,500 ballistic missiles and drones in the last month. 90% have been intercepted. So we're looking at like 150 to 250 that have actually struck. But we've hit 14,000 confirmed targets. I mean, we were absolutely ass raping the fuck out of Iran right now.
And that's the whole point, bro. That's what I was telling you. That's the whole point. We're wasting millions of dollars in munitions while they're only wasting hundreds of thousands. That's the whole point, brother. They're exhausting our fucking
like 96% of our
we're shooting $1 million missiles to knock out $50,000 or $50,000.
Well, it's not even knocking out their ballistic missiles, though, Sig. Like we knocked out their facilities to create ballistic missiles. It's not like they're going to rebuild that in a month. And the ideal over like we're refining uranium and stuff, they have other locations which we thought they did, and we've confirmed that they did, and we fucking targeted those locations, like 3 different locations since the war started. So we're knocking the shit out of their uranium refinement, which I thought was stupid, giving them like a fucking 3-day heads up when satellite images, from Space Force showed that there was fucking thousands of trucks going in and out of there. So they probably moved their fucking uranium, which I thought was really fucking stupid to send the B-2 Spirits in like 3 days after we announced we were probably going to hit it. But I mean, we're knocking out their ballistic missiles, their refinement. We're knocking out all their drone facilities and stuff where they can manufacture. I mean, we're at least knocking them back 10 years.
Same thing Russia did. Russia went by the same playbook with Ukraine, bro. The weapons and shit we were sending to fucking Ukraine.
Shit.
Russia did the same fucking thing, using cheap ass fucking munitions as a front, while we exhaust and Ukraine exhausts the expensive equipment, military equipment that we're utilizing against. Like I said, the Iranians they're using the same fucking playbook, bro. No, Ukraine's getting fucking slapped, bro. They can get slapped forever. That's why
we were $26,000 or $37,000. What are you talking about? The GDU 26, which is made by Lockheed Martin, is $37,000. I got
projection.
Like freaking manufacturing rockets right now costs $20,000-$30,000. What's his name? Lucky Palmer. I mean, he's selling munitions and stuff to the United States. We're not sending just $1 million and $10 million missiles and stuff like that. We're sending ones that they just hit the nuclear facility. Those $7,000 each. Yeah, we use like 80.
We're actually using the same drones they are. They literally took their drones, came back, and made them better. Right, and so the other thing again, we're gonna go back to the whole imminent threat thing. There's 128 bases throughout that area, within reach of them. 128 bases. Now we didn't have intel to tell us that they could reach those bases until the war started. So prior to that, we had no idea that 128 of our bases were within an imminent threat happening by just deciding today I want to shoot a missile. Not being prepared for that, not getting forewarning for that. Guy just wakes up one day and says, it's the day. Because in Afghanistan, they talked about why they were having such a problem, because they went low tech. What did they do? They used a freaking donkey and a courier to send the messages around. Can't intercept those, can we? No. Low tech? We've been working on low tech too. We're just not as good at low tech because we want to rely on high tech, right? But what we did do is start different drone warfare programs. We've got all sorts of stuff that we don't even know about, right? But the bottom line is when we want to wait for an imminent threat to show up, I have to ask, where was the warning on 9/11? Where was the warning on Pearl Harbor? There wasn't, okay? We had two massive, catastrophic things that happened with no knowledge of an imminent threat. And so the imminent threat, again, I will go back and say what Hillary and what everybody else has talked about. We defend our allies. We've already told Taiwan, if China comes in, we've got you. It would devastate our entire Navy. We might win, but it's going to cost our Navy because we're fighting on their shores.
Yes, we're engaging in this warfare with Iran right now. If we can actually topple the IRGC, which I don't think is actually possible unless our test turns on the IRGC, that there are 490,000 IRGC, unless they switch it up, unless the Kurds come in, which the Kurdish president said he would send in soldiers if our test turns on the IRGC and the Iranian people show that they're actually going to get out in the street and send fight. But I think there are a lot of feckless cunts in Iran, and I don't know if they're actually going to they're actually willing to go out and die for this cause, like a revolution. But the reality is, if you don't want us to be like a fucking proxy of Israel, then you should want the IRGC to be overthrown. Because the second that they can get their hands on a dirty bomb, and they do send 10 of them to Tel Aviv, and one makes it through, and it fucking nukes fucking Tel Aviv, that's automatic response. Automatic response if it takes 200 or 300 nukes to wipe Iran off the face of the earth, every square inch of that country, that's what we're going to do. That's going to be the automatic response when one, nuke goes off in fucking Tel Aviv. And you want to talk about involvement of the entire world. I mean, it's going to get nasty. So our better, thing to do right now is to knock the shit out of the IRGC and at least knock them back.
Exactly. The whole thing is we can talk about what we think we know because it's been released. Yeah. But we can talk about what's going on and what we think we know in intelligence, but I can guarantee you half the shit that's going on, they don't want anybody to know about why. Maybe we know exactly where something is.
Your fire alarm, asshole.
Yeah, like I said, I just find it funny that we struck them, and then when Iran threatened, hey, motherfucker, we'll take out the fucking desalination plants. They started making threats to take out heavy infrastructure that will impact millions and millions of people in that fucking region, leave them starving, leave them without clean water. Right? It's funny how we backed off. If Iran's so not so credible and the threats that they're making, why do we back off so
Because he's trying to negotiate.
Okay,
He's
what I'm
telling them
saying,
they're going to obliterate their entire country, knock out desalination, knock out their power plants. They're going to be without water and without power. And the IRGC is going to fucking starve to death, and all the Iranians will too. So yeah, we paused in trying to see if we can work with these guys. Like 96% of the brass is gone. You're having to work with these low-level guys that are saying, "Hey, I'll fucking wave the white flag and we'll surrender, and I'll get all my guys to fucking surrender if you give me $100 million or whatever, $1 billion, move me to Los Angeles." Like, we're trying to work that shit out.
and you're claiming 96% of their brass is gone, just like we claim that they
Reports are that 96% of brass has been killed.
Let me finish. Right, but again, we also got reports that the uranium enrichment, which was the first threat that they claimed, was obliterated, and clearly it wasn't. Things came back and said, "Oh shit, maybe we got it wrong." So is there a possibility that this could be wrong as well? That they could have more than what they claim, just like
seeing how they sent ballistic, So answer the question. So seeing how they are sending missiles into Turkey, how they're sending missiles into Uzbekistan and stuff like that, seeing how they're doing that to their allies and stuff like that, probably gives pretty good indication that there's not a lot of brass, and that dudes are taking it upon themselves to go, you know what, I don't like the fucking Uzbeks, or I don't like the Turks, and just shoot fucking ballistic missiles. And the Turks are fucking carrying water and saying, "Oh, well, those rockets they went the wrong direction. It was accidental," because they don't want to get involved.
But we can go to what he's talking about there too. Is again, we can just go with the reports. Let's just go with it. We only go by what we have verified. That's all we can go by. Well, fuck, we got nothing to worry outside 1,200 miles. Park the damn ship's 1,200 miles away, right? That's what we can go by. 2,500 miles. We thought it was. No, I know. But the report was they could only go 1,200. We didn't know they could do it until they did it. So we didn't know it wasn't verified. There were no reports. There's nothing on Google.
All right, so what do you bring over there tomorrow going out?
It's a whole damn building.
Okay. Just so you know, that is not me cooking.
Because you already blew up your oven and your stove.
Actually going away.
I have a new one.
Yeah. Sig, the only way this war is actually going to end is if the Iranian people, if they get Pahlavi and Trump, if Bibi says get out there and fucking take down the IRGC, and that 98 million Iranians or whatever it is, 80% of them supposedly hate the IRGC, which seems realistic the way they've treated them. If those 80%, if just 10%, 8 million people get out, there's 190,000 IRGC. They get weapons and stuff like that, just basic fucking, weapons, and go out and start murking these motherfuckers. Then the Kurds will start pushing in there, and then maybe we push the soldiers in. But we need the Iranians and we need the Artesh to go in and get into those barracks and get all the fucking weapons to stockpiles.
That's a good point, Leo. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but Trump did not mention anything to the Iranian people or in that topic at all. Like, he didn't call to them and say,
he told them
we're going to do this. And, well, yeah, but I'm talking about this speech that we just heard, this address. He did not say anything. And other addresses and speeches and talking points he's had, he's always said that, but now he hasn't. Did he say something or no?
No, he didn't say anything, which I found alarming. He didn't even, to me, it was a very unusual. He read from a script. I always kind of take hesitation with his script reading because I don't really, I like him more unfiltered. He's a little bit more honest on that front. His script reading is just atrocious. The other thing is, he didn't really say anything significant outside of the fact that, we obviously, what we already know. I disagree with saying that the carriers are pulling back. We're moving them, we're shifting them. I believe we're moving a third one in. So it seems to be that strike operations are going to go.
Let's be swapping out the Gerald.
They might be swapping out the Ford. Yeah, but I mean, the Ford, from what I know, even inside some of my veteran communities, for those of you that don't know, ships catch fire at sea. They rage. Like, it's not anything pretty. When fires burn through the berthing rays, and it kind of gets out of control really fast, which is scary to a lot of people. But firefighting on a ship is vastly different than firefighting on land. And things can catch a little bit faster. This is why, maybe some protocols weren't followed. I really don't know what the full report is off of the Ford right now. I do know that it does not look like it's been struck in that capacity from anything I've ever seen. It just looks like a typical fire. But I mean, those things happen. It's interesting how it happened in the laundry room. I wonder if somebody, opened up a flame and it caught, or an electrical component. That happens too. So, I mean, a lot of weird things can happen at sea with the ship. And these things run 24/7. So shit breaks, man. They do preventive maintenance. But again, I don't see anything that indicates that it was Iran claiming a victory. It's kind of weird. Now, if it comes out that, they were hit, well, then, Iran managed to get a drone. But how hard it is to get anything to fly through a carrier strike group with all that technology, I mean, it's kind of almost impossible. They're like more secure than
They have lasers now to take out the drones that are attached to the ship.
Well,
Well, that's part of the low tech that they're using. So what they're doing is they're using balsa wood drones, balsa wood and fiberglass with electric motors, and they purposely go low flying drones. And with the detection radars and the detection technology, it filters them out as flocks of birds, because you have to install filters because you have flocks of birds, you have things that the radar picks up that you don't want to pick up and give you false signals. Same thing with the electronic warfare community. We had that shit on our planes that I used to work on. So that's the reason why they're using that technology. So it gets filtered out with flocks of birds, and that's how they're able to get in and strike. That's how they've been hitting a lot of these strikes in Dubai too. The strikes that they did in Dubai in the civilian territory, that's the technology that they were using. That's why they weren't detected.
You know what does need to happen? Excuse me, Leah, just a second, I'll let you go. You know what does need to happen is Iranians that live in the United States, they're saying that their relatives and friends that are living in Tehran, they're not getting any information as far as how much damage has been done to the actual IRGC and all of their military depots and such. So I wonder if, their next step is to be able to give them internet, so that way it can then become more of a propaganda campaign to activate those that are on the ground in Tehran or in Iran, because they have to be activated in some capacity.
Brad, when Iran claimed that they shot down 3 F-15 strikees, and then we found out that it was a Kuwaiti F-18 that I guess became an asshole and shot him actually down. Like they claimed the shit on.
But I'm just going to tell you on the carrier, like a low-tech drone, I'm not saying it's impossible to do, but you would have to do it in a swarm and a missile defense system. And carriers don't really operate as close to shore as people think. Like they're not parked in a harbor somewhere launching operations. They're generally pretty far out. And with the layered defense systems, even the fact that they do GPS jamming in terms of that, and radio frequency jamming multiple times, that alone is there. Impacts too, they can detect signals, and they often turn around and make drones do weird things because they'll jam in and take over those signals. The carriers have their electronic warfare system is like off the charts. But I mean, it's like, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's more of a theoretical. And the Ford itself is like designed in its origination to defend against these kind of low ball attacks. The USS Cole taught us like how to interfere. Like the Navy does not sit still when one of their boats is hit. They immediately start pulling things in and start adding components. Like there's a massive rush to go buy whatever it is out there that can protect it from a threat that may happen. I'm not saying it's there, just that to hit the Ford, you're looking at so many ships.
Yeah, but Brad as well.
I'm sorry. Oh, I was just going to say, I've never been on Nimitz, but, I've been on the LAJ or WASP. But, so, I really don't know too much like Nimitz, but I can really agree with Brad when it comes to, like, fire. I mean, every Marine that's ever partaken in a MEU, you have to go through, I think it's like 3 weeks of seamanship course, and the last week is dominantly on firefighting. Like everybody has to go through a firefighter course. So fires are not common, but they're laundry rooms, like Brad said, even the washrooms, and just minute things. So I agree with Brad when I say there's no evidence truly pointing out that not even the veterans community, like say if you're a veteran, Brad's veteran, I'm veteran, others, we all have our veteran community that we talk to, some that are still active or inactive but still do DOD or civilian contracting, and I have heard nothing on my channels of anything regarding like an actual strike. So I agree with Brad on that.
has never been that it got struck. What my claim is that I find it suspicious, and that's been my stance. I find it suspicious that all of a sudden there happens to be a kitchen fire, and there's an immense amount of damage according to the pictures on that. Okay, so again, my claim is that I'm suspicious. Secondly, again, you guys just stated a bunch of claims Iran made, and you're willing to dismiss those, but then when it comes to ICBMs and nuke threats, what Iran claims, you don't want to dismiss those. That's what I'm saying. There's no consistency. It seems like we want to dismiss it when it's not convenient for us, but then we want to accept it when it is convenient for us. That's the second thing I'm calling out. Third thing is, again, I have electronic warfare experience. I was 6283 electronic warfare EA6B Prowler, tip of the spear when it comes to airstrikes. That bird goes in, jams, shuts everything the fuck down, and then everybody comes in and does the strikes. So again, you have to, especially on these ships, you have flocks of birds, all that type of shit. You have to filter those out because you're going to get a bunch of false positives from flocks of birds and stuff, and that's where the drone technology comes in. That's why they've been successful with all these strikes they've done on all these U.S. bases and these civilian sites, is because they've been using a little technology, knowing that there's a filter to filter out flocks of birds and things like that, where you don't want false positives constantly bugging the shit out of you and exhausting your resources. So those have been my.
Well, one thing I was going to read right here from the article, it says major plumbing headache taunts $13 billion U.S. carrier off the coast of Venezuela. This is January 17, 2026. It says it's the U.S. Gerald R. Ford. So, like, they were already having problems with it, with just the plumbing. So, I mean, it's not that unrealistic to think that they had, like, a fucking fire.
Well,
And I'll accept that. Like I said, I'm not saying 100% I know. I'm just saying it's a coincidence, and it's based on all the lies that flip-flop. And so I'll accept that. I'll take that.
Yeah, it's been out since June.
They were extended too. Before it was extended and their deployment before all this, they were supposed to turn around and go back, but they didn't.
Yeah, and say you both know. I mean, usually shit goes downhill once you actually get in theater, or when you actually start ramping up. Like, you both know that for at least with our branch, it seems like shit goes south. When you're in action, and so like I say, it could have just been like a out of the blue moment.
I had to look this up too because I was pretty sure. I think the Ford was operating 900 miles off of the coast of Iran. I had to look this up. Max range on a high-end low-tech drone, it's about 25 miles. So what always gave me pause was the fact, Sig, of just the limited range of the radio frequencies and the ability of these like low-tech drones to go. Now, I don't have a lot of experience with drone warfare. I don't operate drones. I don't fly them around. But I mean, even on the high-end low-tech ones, I mean, you only got so many miles that you could do. And just carriers are constantly on the move.
C-Rams should grab it though. C-Rams should grab it.
I would think so. Even the old Seawiz systems on their first iterations of that's right. Like I've seen them our Seawiz systems locked on. You guys would be surprised. Our weapon systems would lock on your personal planes you're flying over, and we just immediately will ping them and get them locked on. But I mean, I've seen them lock on to birds like a pelican and just kind of like follow that trajectory, waiting for the command to go hot. So, I mean, I don't know. We could put the Ford as saying it's probably some seaman that was probably lighting a cigarette in the laundry room, or there was like some of the chemicals used in those laundry rooms probably combusted at some point, or electrical spark created some kind of fire, which that fucking happens if you ever watch our electricians in the Navy. I don't think there's a single one that doesn't get zapped on a routine basis. So.
Chief, that's why we use the guns. The Navy transports Marines, but we have to shoot the guns for you guys.
You know that our guns are a lot bigger.
By taxis.
Yeah, our guns are a lot bigger, with more damage, and we have better toys than you guys.
See, you gonna take that seat?
That's because you're a kid. Mr. Right-Minded, since we haven't been able to
talk politics in a while. I want to hear, what is your thought on what would be considered a W in this Iran conflict for you?
To be quite honest, I think we've already won. To take out their Navy, their Air Force, like I said in the beginning when I first joined the room, a super majority of their missile capabilities, and also their leadership within the IRGC, their leadership. Ayatollah is dead. I think the second line of successors is dead also. And from what I have been reading, is his son, is his son able to...
he's missing his leg and his balls.
Okay, so then...
And his penis doesn't work.
But to me, that, we've already won. I think that we have some unfinished business, but we pretty much fought this thing. For me, on the outside looking in, I try not to get too deep into the woods militarily because I'm not a military guy like that. I didn't serve. But if I'm looking at it from a perspective of America first, and seeing how they took out again all of their naval capabilities, pretty much, and their Air Force capabilities, and we control their skies, I don't know how you can't say that we've already not won.
Well, some have been saying, and I've asked different, variety of people. I've asked people that are that have family there, they left the country at a young age, or military as well, and then civilians, Democrats, everything. And a lot of them have said that if there's no distinct regime change, then that's not a true W. Yes, that we've tampered them. Yes, we've tampered and knocked them out as far as their capabilities. But what the problem is
I don't know.
it just kind of grew. Marshall, can I just finish, please, first? Thanks. It was like a game of whack-a-mole. That whole radical Islamic ideology, it's encompassing them so much, and then just goes from Iraq then to Afghanistan, or it was Iraq, sometimes Syria, sometimes, and then Afghanistan, and now we're in Iran. I am worried that if they're not able to get rid of that social culture police part of it, that it will just fester and come back up again. That's what I worry about.
Okay, you make a good point because
Marshall,
let me say this 100%. Though, I'm not for doing the work that the Iranian people have to do to basically cause the regime change. That's not the American military's responsibility right there. And I'm never going to get behind that because I feel like if you want to get rid of people that's oppressing you, then you go out and handle your business. And I think that's where, we've weakened them to the point where I don't think Iran has not been this weakened in the last almost 50 years. So I think the people of Iran, if they really want to see that regime change, they've got to bring it forth themselves. So that's not our responsibility right there. Not at all.
Marshall, I was just going to ask you, I know you said you weren't drunk earlier, but are you drunk now? Because I can tell you were drinking.
Oh my God, Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, I can always tell when Marshall's drinking. He's drinking some liquor.
Are you the clubhouse police?
You just started drinking when you started.
Sid, I put something in the chat. I just want to hear your opinion on it.
Okay, is there anyone else on stage that would like to share their thoughts about Trump's address or exit strategy or how we're doing? Anything that you want to go to, Leo?
One more point about this speech tonight, too, though. And I know a lot of people will disagree with this. But what I do believe that he was doing was basically damage control message-wise. Because a lot of people, you see a lot of the different mainstream media news outlets saying, well, we don't know his plan. You're not supposed to know his fucking plan, number one. And they're saying all these different types of stories. And to me, it's a confusion operation that obviously Democrats, other lefticals were trying to put forth. And I think with this tonight, because he's not saying anything that we didn't already know. Okay? And when you look at the fact of, I think what a lot of us here in this room are intelligent about is we're keeping up daily with what's going on. So I think he did it for those people that are not quite as
educated about what's going on with Iran and, particularly what we're there for and what we want to do to get out. So I think it was for them and not per se for people like us who are, well informed, who is about, agree with it. I think that's what this was tonight about because it was a nationwide cast. That's just my personal opinion on that. Who cares? But I think that's what he was doing tonight because he really didn't say anything that we didn't already know as well-informed people.
I just want to say something real quick. She posted a link saying it's 3 weeks to a nuke and imminent threat. That link you posted, all it says is Iran could and Iran can't. Nothing there says Iran is. And 3 weeks, I just posted a video if you want to check it out of Netanyahu since 1995 saying the same thing. They're only 3 weeks away, only a couple months away. Since 1995, brother, he's been saying the same thing. So again, please post something that is confirmed, not what could have, would have, should have been, but confirmed. You have yet to do that.
All right, fair enough, Sig. I would agree that it maybe hasn't been posted yet. But with that said, we know for a fact that they definitely had ballistic missiles. There's no question about that. We also know for a fact that they had enriched uranium. These are two facts. It was enriched up to 60%, 60-something percent. And I'm under the impression that typically, they want it enriched up to like 90+% to make a quote-unquote dirty bomb. Well, not a dirty bomb, but a nuclear bomb. But they could make a dirty bomb with that 60-something percent. They absolutely could. And so when you combine that, you combine the fact of our forces in the region, I think there's a clear and present danger. It's hard to argue with that logic, bro. I don't. All the ingredients are there. It's right there, staring us in the face. So, clear and present danger, bro.
Right, but Anthony, that's what I'm saying. Ballistic missiles are different from intercontinental ballistic missiles. And the claim was that Iran had ICBMs, and I posted a link in the chat showing no intelligence agency has confirmed. So again, we're talking about the imminent threat, and I'm basing this off of all of Trump's rhetoric during his campaign rallies. No more regime change wars. No more new wars. No more endless wars. No more sending our sons and daughters over there to lose their lives for these bullshit wars. This is quote what Trump has said several times in 4K. I mean, you're talking tens and tens and tens of videos of him saying this. So again, it went from them being a nuclear threat, and then Trump came out and said that nuclear threat has been obliterated. Then we go back on that. Now they're back to being a nuclear threat again, and then they turn into a regime change war, right? We got to help the Iranian people that are being persecuted by the IRGC. So now that it's switched to a regime change war, what happened to all your campaigning saying America's not interfering with regime change wars in the Middle East? That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of inconsistencies.
I think he said the site was obliterated, not their entire capabilities to be obliterated.
He said, okay.
So the IAEA came out, I believe, there's a lot of different reports, but early in the early 2000s, warned about different things, but I can't remember if it was 2004, 2007, somewhere in there, the IAEA came out and issued a report that they had two separate areas that were not disclosed. Okay, so now we just take the two areas that were not disclosed that the IAEA warned about and said these need to be inspected. Do you think, since let's just call, I don't care, go to 2015, do you think honestly that within the last 10 years that they maybe couldn't have went deeper than we thought, that they maybe didn't start another facility somewhere when the IAEA found out about the other two? So the fact that they had two that they never disclosed tells us they're completely willing. No intelligence knew about it right away until somehow the IAEA found out. But these are the things that we talk about when we want to talk about what we know, what we can verify. Again, that's the problem. If you wait till something's verified, it could be too late. Now, we also know that they warned back in the mid-2000s, I can look up the year, I think I actually put it in the chat, from an IAEA report. I put the whole report in, as a matter of fact, in the chat, that they were warning a decade or 15 years ago that, hey, they can make it. Within 3 weeks, they can be there if they're ambitious. Now, that's the stuff that we don't know whether they did or not. But what we can do is say we know there's potential, and with potential comes risk, and you give them that opportunity to do it. They talk to you listen to the military strategists talk about what would happen if they were to have that in the Middle East, what they could do to their neighbors, and that's the thing that we have to look at. Now, I'm going to tell you, somebody else brought this up earlier. Trump didn't go in the first time, right? He didn't. Now he came in this time, and he's literally following Hillary's playbook. And I doubt that he just decided, I want to get, he talked about it. And everybody, there's Democrats that have known him for years who say, no, the dude's been against Iraq. He was against going in, didn't care about it, didn't talk about it, weapons and that. He was absolutely against it. But all of a sudden he did this time, which tells me that there's something that was there. And again, I will say this. Hillary said this. We will defend our allies, and we will use military force to do so. We have to protect all allies.
She didn't even defend her own workers. Benghazi.
Right.
One thing that I find interesting is everyone's like, it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks, right? When it's 5 weeks, people are going to complain it's 5 weeks and then whatnot. So I looked up some facts about the 2011 Libya intervention. Like, why did it occur? Aspects of the operation, time zone, who were the players in this. And it literally says, Moz, can you bring up someone from the audience, please? It says it was to prevent a massacre. Gaddafi's forces were threatening to unleash no mercy on civilians, specifically targeting cities like Benghazi and Misrata. Sounds familiar. We can mirror that going in Iran. Humanitarian mandate by the UN Security Council. To take all measures to protect population. All right, there's definitely a humanitarian concern there. And then the other reason was supporting Arab Spring protests. Obama sought to prevent the collapse of democratic movements in neighboring Egypt and Tanzania, and to support Libyans seeking democratic reform. Iranians are seeking democratic reform. And it says team regional instability. The administration believed a humanitarian crisis in Libya would trigger a mass refugee issue and threaten regional stability. Okay, well, regional stability is an issue as well, and look at the oil market for that. So from his first, I think it was like March 9th, I read somewhere, until his first speech was about, I think, 2 weeks later, and then a week after that, he spoke to UN, he had to do the UN mandate speech. But from the beginning, first bomb to near the end of it, it was 9 months. So if you compare the two, they're very similar, unless I'm reading this wrong. I'm not, the history buff here, but I don't understand the lack of patience when it comes to this operation. Understanding what the operation now was in Libya, they're very similar. And where is it located again? The Arab Gulf nations. So here we go again, another whole, concern of regional stability. So I don't understand why there's such a lack of patience with it. It just doesn't make any sense.
It took 11 weeks. It took 11 weeks for us to get Kosovo to back down. Kosovo's a fraction. I mean, it's tiny compared to it. 11 weeks. And here we are, literally dismantling an entire military in a few weeks. And we're doing it, we're not just going in and just hammering them either. These are very, very accurate strikes. And we had a strike on a school. It freaking stopped. Right? But what did they say? Yeah, it was a former military, facility they're claiming or whatever. And that's why they had it marked. Okay, so bad shit does happen. It sucks. Everybody here, I don't know a single soul who was like, yeah, let's bomb kids. Let's bomb. All of us are happy as hell. We're not taking down buildings.
Well,
love it. Why? Because the Iranian people are happy as hell we're there. So we don't want to kill them. They're okay with some of them dying. They've said that. If some of them said, if we die trying to get free, it's worth it, right? But the problem is 11 weeks for Kosovo. I'll tell you what, say it takes the whole 90 days or whatever he can do. Hey, if he knocks them out, they get a regime change, or he fractures the regime of itself and some come up, maybe he legitimately is having negotiations with somebody in the regime to bring them up and help them come up. Great. Awesome. I'm not going to panic about it if it goes a little longer. I also don't believe that he said, I'm going to be sending in ground forces. They're sending them to the Middle East. You do that because what if Israel's going in? Well, now they need support. They need support at home. They need support around. So there's a lot of reasons. Go ahead.
Yeah. Options and threat. So I'm reading Mr. Ben. He's my clubhouse friend. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't take ownership of me yet, but he is my clubhouse friend because I said so. I can basically take his sentence that he said. Basically, Trump decided to cause chaos. I literally could drop in Obama and say the exact same thing. Basically, Obama decided to cause chaos, mayhem, death, destruction, disruption, dissension, depletion of resources, and decades of hatred and mistrust from friends of foe in the Middle East and beyond.
Continuing to Iraq and Afghanistan.
I literally could say the exact same thing about Obama in regards to Libya. The issue is because Iran is on the forefront. We have Middle Gulf War, OIF, and Afghanistan PTSD as a nation. We had too many flag-draped coffins coming home. So our tolerance from that, we are very stigmatized and activated when we even think of a single boot on the ground, which I personally completely understand that. But it's not fair, in my opinion, to be able to say, oh, we demand more we demand to know all the intel information now, and you need to validate it now before you do anything else. That's just it's not reasonable in my mind. Are there some facts that could be shady or not put together? Yeah. Should we ask questions? Absolutely. But to even think with what happened in Libya, it's kind of parallel correlation now I'm looking into the details, and it's 9 months, right? And we're in 3 weeks. Go ahead, Mr. Right-minded.
I'm going to say that, Ben is always, and I'm taking a little jab at him now because I haven't done this in a long time, but he always acts like Trump fucked this girl or something. He hates Trump to the utmost. And what I want to ask him is, you have a right to your opinion, no matter how moronic it is. But when you look at previous engagements from previous administrations, you've never seen anything this spectacular tactically to take out an entire country's military capabilities, pretty much their naval, air force, and missile capabilities in less than a month. And you're saying this is chaotic? I find you guys to be comical because your hatred for Trump, and again, you're a functioning human being, but when it comes to Trump, you guys are imbeciles. And you think that just because you can type mean things about it means that it's correct, and it's not. You have zero evidence of this thing being chaotic. From a military perspective, a lot of military people, super smarter than you and I will ever be military, have said this is one of the most strategic operations they've seen, period. But you go ahead and say it's chaotic. You guys are morons.
Mr. Redmine, can I just make a statement to you? I would like to say that if Donald Trump came out today and said he found an immediate cure to cancer, CNN and all the haters in the chat would say, how dare Trump take away the right of someone to die from cancer? That's what would happen. It doesn't matter what Trump does positively for the country. It's the fact that they're upset about it came from an individual that has been labeled in a community of Democrats, community of socialists, and just individuals that have internal hatred for America, that no matter what the outcome is, they just gotta hate on someone. And that's just my dumb opinion, sir.
So
So just going back on what you were talking about, KK, we can go back and look. Before the election, Obama said we shouldn't preemptively go anywhere. But then, yeah, we did Libya in 2011. We went into Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, went into Syria. And as a matter of fact, he was prepared. He had military action ready to go, but was relying on negotiations and diplomacy, right? So he was literally preparing to go strike them. Now, for whatever reason, he decided not to. He was happy with whatever they had agreed upon, supposedly. But the fact is presidents can tell you one thing when you're running for office. When you're in office and you're getting daily updates, it's a little different story. So it's hard to say, oh, he said that he would no new wars. Well, if intelligence comes in, would you want a president who said, I campaign no new wars, I don't care if they fire missiles at us. I don't care if they fire nuke at us. We're not going to war. Let's be logical. Okay, we have no idea. But the bottom line is we can't use the whole, we shouldn't be starting these things, Trump this and Trump that when other people did it. I mean, we literally went in and took out a guy. We took out a guy because he was trying to get away from the the central banks. That's why we killed Gaddafi. We were in on it. Everybody knows it. Then we allowed him to sodomize him with the freaking butt of a gun. These are the types of things that we just ignore happening to other people. And if it happened here, they would be pissed because one of our soldiers did it to whoever the new leader is, right? So they would be out in the streets protesting for him. The bottom line is you, me, nobody here knows what an imminent threat is. What do we say? Go listen to Mark Rubio. Mark Rubio said it perfectly. He outlined the exact reason for going in, and he said, you listen to me. This is why we're there, and this is our objective. That's all you need to know, right? Listen to him. Trump's going to say everything. I love it because Trump literally goes out there, raises a hellstorm, so everybody targets him. The rest of his team can go do what they need to do.
No, you
That's what a leader does. Heck, I'll take the heat. Come on. Yell at me, scream at me. Claim that I raped girls for full 4 years. You had your DOJ trying to put me in jail for 57 different other reasons. But you knew I raped a little girl, supposedly, and you didn't arrest me? Tells me a little something suspicious.
Yeah, so again, what's Tulsi Gabbard's position, current administrative position?
Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, so you would think as a director, as the top dog of national intelligence, she would be privy to what's going on as far as intelligence goes, right? That'd be the top dog.
Yeah, she would have to know, but is she required to just declare that to you and I and the media?
Okay, so then I just put a link in the chat of her testifying in Congress. Under oath.
Again, she can be, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're under oath now. We're under oath. So just put a link in there where she clearly says Iran is not a threat. Okay, so again, the director, now this ain't just some Joe Schmo intelligence agent or whatever the case is. If that was the case, I'd be like, okay, whatever it is. But you're talking about the top dog, the tip of the spear as far as intelligence. We would assume that she's privy to everything, and she goes in front of Congress and testifies that Iran is not a threat. So again, I find it weird that after Trump gives her shit, the person who's supposed to know everything about U.S. intelligence, everything comes across her desk, that she changes her mind a week later after Trump gives her shit. It's just something's off. And again, when we talk about the comparing the length of a war compared to Libya or whatever, again, that's not my argument. My argument is going based off what Trump said, is that this should only last a few weeks, and we're going to hit them hard and hit them back to the Stone Ages. Apparently, we did hit them hard. We've hit them very, very hard. Okay, we killed several of their leaders several times, and yet they are still a threat. That should send out a clear bat signal that, hey, something is wrong. There's some level of incompetence here. Something's not right as far as the reporting of intelligence. I'm only going off of what these people say. So again, funny how for years we've gotten on Biden, we've gotten on Obama, we've gotten on Hillary, we've gotten on Bill, we've gotten on all these Democrats for lying to the American people. And clearly I had posted a bunch of evidence in the chat showing that they're lying, and now everybody wants to turn a blind eye and act like lies are no big deal now. This is weird.
What is it?
MC, because you said on the same
legal treaty and obligations.
policy shit, they weren't a threat. Then we bombed the shit out, and you're saying now that they are still a threat. Like you literally just said that.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That is not
You
what I
said
said.
that. You said when we bombed them, you said we bombed them, and they're still a threat, though. You literally just said that.
You did just say that.
Yeah, listen again. I'll repeat myself. Tulsi Gabbard is the one who testified under oath in front of Congress, and I put the link in the chat that Iran was not a nuclear threat. Then she changes her mind and she says a week later, after Trump gives her shit, that now all of a sudden they're a threat. So which one is it? And again, this is the director of national intelligence. So again,
I believe that the questions were kind of like, if you actually read the transcript of those questions, and I've looked them up from earlier because I remember you saying that earlier, and I had to look these up because I was like, I understand that. She's like, whether or not you agree with her, she said she doesn't determine the imminent threat part. That's up for the president to decide. She only gives them the intelligence, and that's her role. She doesn't make. She says, "I do not make policy or determination on that. My role is just to provide the intelligence reports or the data, so to speak." But she did state, and if I remember reading it correctly, with the transcripts, was that as a politician, she was definitely anti-war, anti-interventionist. But as the NI, she's basically, she says she doesn't state that they're an imminent threat. She explains what the intelligence reports show, mostly in terms of how it goes from an unlikely threat to a potential or evolving threat. She states in the classified reports that they still were working on missile programs and military capabilities as well as regional actions to ensure the development. But she did cite that she's not trying to take an ideological stance, and she's basically stated that she doesn't necessarily see that they're launching missiles. The capabilities are that they are still working to develop them and would have the potential to have them before or at 2035. So that's kind of her role. I mean, maybe we're more used to more active DNI people saying, and I mean, in the politics, like we had, what was it, Clapper and others that would go on CNN and talk all that shit, and maybe we just don't have, those people anymore. She's just taking a different approach, and I think that's how she answers the questions being asked is, I think we have to take apart. She's really trying to remain a neutral voice and saying this is
people are just
actions regarding threats. The IC maintains a duty to warn the administration about potential dangers. So it's about potential dangers, not the imminency of regarding threats within her capabilities.
But it's also, you look at the NATO agreement in Article 5 of the NATO agreement, it literally says an attack on one is an attack on all and requires legally obligated to engage, right? And then you go further, if you go into the bilateral defense strategies and talk about that, go a little further, goes into the strategic policy and commitments. It is literally showing enemies the reason that we would go into military forces to deterrence, showing enemies that attacks on allies will be met with U.S. force. That's in the NATO agreement, right? Forward and presence, military bases abroad, Germany, Japan, South Korea, Middle East, reinforce this commitment. Extended nuclear deterrence, the U.S. guarantees protection under the nuclear umbrella, especially for NATO, Japan, and South Korea, right? Then it says presidential discretion and limitations. The U.S. president is commander-in-chief, so how the U.S. responds can vary by administration. So these are the things when you look at this, we're legally obligated to go in and defend our allies. We can go in preemptively to prevent an attack. And we do it, why? To show that an attack on an ally will be met with U.S. force. This is NATO. This is fine.
Who do you consider an ally in this case?
You think it's Iran? Israel's our ally.
I'm asking, who, when you say
Israel is our ally.
No,
Israel is our ally.
Important piece of information. They're non-NATO members.
Yeah.
Okay? They're
Israel's not NATO, Saudi Arabia's not. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
that's just really quick.
But they're now.
Yeah, but that's NATO articles do not apply to Israel.
Yeah.
I know, but my point was with NATO, with an agreement in place, we would go do that. We have an allied relationship with Israel, so doing the exact same is zero surprise.
Well, yeah, I don't think that would fly. Like if we would involve this. But here's another thing I just want to say. When we're talking about Gabard, and we just said there are two different instances, right? The first instance, I think, what Zig was referencing to was during her confirmation hearing. I think it was like 2025 when she got confirmed. And then the second one, when she altogether avoided answering that question, she kind of relied on the president's power to determine who's the imminent threat. That was later. I think it was like it was fairly recent. I think it was like in March of this year that did this during either hearings or it was reported that came out of her. So I think what Brad outlined is a fair assessment. That she is non-interventionalist just by nature, so she would not ever, support any kind of intervention. But on the other hand, she also did not, go against the position of the White House.
But again, if you watch the video, she said she testified under oath to Congress that Iran was not building nuclear weapons.
Not in the position yet at all. Like she had not information. That's her opinion.
So she wasn't DNI chief at the time when she said they made the statement?
I don't think so. I mean, I can check it, but I think that there are two distinct instances where she said it's not an imminent threat, and then she referenced to the president to determine who is the imminent threat.
Well, that changes the entire context then. Yeah, that changes the entire context. If she wasn't even in the position of being DNI chief, then she didn't have access to the intel.
She also was speaking probably from an ideological, like she's always been non-interventionalist. Like the Democrats are like, how dare you speak against Obama when she wanted to say, hey, she spoke out against Hillary in terms of like the Benghazi stuff and the Libya approach. And she said, this is just wrong. The same thing with Syria with Obama. So she's had a policy of non-interventionist and she really does go against it, saying like we can do a better approach in the Middle East. However, when she gets into a role, which I find is really funny with Tulsi and saying maybe you get it, she changes her entire persona. She's all about, hey, this is my job, this is what I do, this is what I do. My personal opinions don't go ahead and conflate it. And yeah, she's okay for a Democrat, I guess. I'm sure she'll get out of the administration. They'll ask her and she'll say, I may or may not have agreed with Iran. But she has confirmed that they do and are working for technologies and would have possibly the capability by 2030 or 2035. So, I mean, I don't know if she's flip-flopping. I think she's walking a tightrope because she cannot inject herself into foreign policy.
I'm reading here, Brad, when it says that she refused to say that there was an imminent nuclear threat. That's what she was saying, is that she would not say that there was an imminent nuclear threat, but that they were worried about that stuff.
So that, go ahead, Sig.
Yeah, I was going to say, so she was appointed in February 2025, so she was in the position already, so that's the point. And again, this all started as Iran being a nuclear threat. So again, let's not try to walk this back and flip-flop again. She was in a position indicated that there were no nuclear weapons. The clip is right there in the chat. You can listen to it for yourself.
So, guys, if you don't, a good friend of mine is in the room. He's on stage right now. His name is Kevin. And he's wanted to kind of chime in on this. It's his first time to the Political Compass. So, and I was telling him how, we have some of the best conversations on Clubhouse from a conservative perspective. So, Kevin, welcome to the room. Welcome to the Political Compass. And the floor is yours, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm listening to the commentary, and I'm just sitting here thinking that I'll be 47 in a couple of months. And in my opinion, Iran has been a threat for 47 years, all my life, whether it's indirectly, directly, via proxy. They've been a problem that eventually somebody was going to have to deal with. We've been kicking the can down the road. And if you go back to the early 80s, there are interviews of Donald Trump talking about his plan for Iran and giving advice, even down to mentioning Kharg Island should be a primary target. So this is something that this has been his mind for decades on how he would deal with Iran. And every administration has recognized that Iran is a problem. It doesn't matter. I could care less what Joe Kent says. It doesn't matter to me if Tulsi Gabbard says that there's no nuclear threat. They're a threat, period. And I want smoke with any country that chants death to America every day. And so the fact that Donald Trump finally decided to go in after watching 45,000 innocent protesters get stomped out, I'm glad we're doing this, finally. So that's how I feel about it. I keep hearing this guy saying they're not an imminent threat. They are a threat. They've been a threat all my life. And so now it's time to deal with them. Is it deal with them now or deal with them later? Continue to pay them. Now, the bank is closed for Iran. So that's my opinion. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we're being effective. And most of all, I'm glad we're showing the rest of the world the military might of America. So China can back off. Russia can forget about being froggy and thinking about leaving. They're watching us dismantle this regime strategically. It's not about regime change as much as it is about regime collapse. They want to collapse the leadership so that the Iranian government can come in and take over. So that's my position on all of this. I think the president did a great job tonight in his speech. He didn't say anything that I didn't think he was going to say. The only thing I was hoping he would not do is give a timeline. And I didn't hear him do that because I know once he does that, then the media is going to hold him to that. And so, if you ask me, I think it's going great.
Yeah, that's really high IQ there. I don't care what the National Director of Intelligence says, but you're willing to dismiss that.
I am willing to dismiss that. You're right.
I didn't cut you off, bro. Yeah, I didn't cut you off, bro. I sat there and quietly listened to you and disrespect you and cut you off, man. So again, let's totally dismiss what the National Director of Intelligence says and what she sworn testified to, all because they've been a threat since I was a kid. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Or it could be Kamala, whose message is just simply don't. Who's going to listen to that?
Actually, Kamala said that she would use force in Iran. Actually, I posted that in the link earlier, direct with her saying that she would use military force against Iran as well. So we got everybody willing to, everybody saying it, but nobody had the balls to do it. Now we can actually talk about this. There was no imminent threat at the time of Benghazi. There was no imminent threat at the time of 9/11. There's no imminent threat all these other times. We had how many different attacks was there? So we did nothing about it. So there was no imminent threat. How do we know? Because we sure as hell weren't prepared for it.
When you say imminent threat, in other words, they're just gonna bomb a random fucking city. They're going to end up just hurting everyday regular Americans, like in some Sunni style terrorist attack. No, they have not shown that. Have not done that to us, and so.
There's assassination attempts. Well, not attempts, but
No, I've heard of that.
I mean, that's not even a threat to the country.
I mean, okay, but to be fair, I mean, we've been kind of taking out their leaders too. Obviously we have to. Whoever tries to kill our president, we have to take them out.
I mean, if they hit Paris, what happens?
Well, they get turned to a glass parking lot, obviously.
There you go.
But I mean, this war was so fucking unnecessary. And here's the thing. This is what's really disappointing about so many of the fucking bootlickers that are going to sit here and suck Trump dick and Israeli dick. And as a result of after all of this, is Trump ran on something completely different. He said he was criticizing. Okay, for the last several years. I know a lot of you are going to say, like, we should shut the fuck up. In the 80s, he was saying that, like, we should
so years, he was highly critical of us doing anything in the Middle East. But here he goes. When Charlie Kirk was still alive, he was very open about this. And a lot of people were fearful of this. It's like, dude, if you do this, I mean, it's a huge can of worms that it could cost a lot of Americans their lives. It could fuck up the economy. It could, any allies we have that aren't Israel, of course, it could really fuck up those relationships. And it's like, why are we doing this? What do we even get out of this? Of course, all of the money that we're fucking spending doing this. And what has happened so far? Like he said, it's such a great fucking success. But here he is. He's bitching and creeping in a weird way. It's so he looks like a fucking coward. He's just like, you guys, if you want to enjoy the goods that come from the Strait of the Hormuz, you guys should do something about it. Okay, like you obviously didn't really take care of the fucking problem because they're still causing a problem on the Strait. I mean, this is fucking bullshit. We did not need to get involved in this fucking shit. Fucking American life is worth the fucking protecting Israel. Like, fuck this shit. But we're gonna sit here and pretend like this is not what's been going on. But I don't know. It's and a lot of you maggots are fucking retarded. Like, you diehard maggot people. I don't understand you people. Like, I'm somebody who's voted Republican my whole life. Okay, but to give your undying loyalty to some bloviating orange fat fuck that calls people pet names and shit, it's fucking weird.
One more name.
Hearing Republicans who had nothing but torches and pitchforks for Hillary Clinton, claiming she needed to be held responsible for the bloodshed in Benghazi because she ignored the cries for help. Okay, imminent danger. They were crying for help, crying for fucking backup, and she fucking ignored it. These same conservatives who were calling for Hillary to get locked up and be held accountable for that bloodshed that could have been prevented, very well prevented, are now taking for Hillary's side. It was crazy, bro.
It's all right. Don't take anybody. Wait a minute. Hold on. Nobody's taking Hillary's side on anything. I still want her ass locked up because, again, you and I both don't leave men there when they're calling for help, and you literally have men and women there too, fighting and trying to keep alive. And they're American soldiers, and they're saying, "Hey, we need help." And you have men on the ground, both in Italy and other areas, saying, "Deploy us, send us," and they get stand-down orders, which apparently really did happen, because multiple units and multiple people years later came out and confirmed that shit. They were saying, "Hey, we were told to find our own way to figure it out. No assistance was coming, not even air support." So yes, Hillary, I don't compare this in the same way. I'm not taking up with Hillary. I think a lot of people are using the comparison of her stance on Iran and the Middle East at large was basically they were following Newland's approach of basically destruction of the East. Bolton wanted to invade Iran. Trump's not taking the Bolton approach. If Bolton was really what kept Iran in check when Trump's first term, because Trump was like, "I'll unleash him on you," and Bolton literally wanted to kill every Iranian. All the Iranians that are saying "I love USA" in Israel today would literally have been crying and begging, "Please stop, please stop. We need help," because Bolton would have went in and demolished them. So I mean, there's differences in policies. Trump is actually being a little bit more creative in regards to Iran. Again, I'll say for 50 years, they have attacked Americans and killed them, and even innocent civilians. They have basically paid for proxy groups. We've tried to bribe them. We've lifted sanctions. We put more sanctions on. We blockaded them. We destroyed their navy once. We have done a lot of things with Iran and tried multiple avenues. all in all, saying, like, what option was really left at this point? Either the next administration was going to have something go on, we'd have another terror attack, it would be all traumatic, we'd all watch the news and say our thoughts and prayers again, or we're now sending thoughts and prayers with the IRGC. And I get it, we have soldiers that are in harm's way, but you and I both, every veteran on this stage knows that we put boots on. We don't wish to go to war every day. We hope we come back, and we hope everybody else comes back. But we're also realists. We know that there's a chance we may not be coming home that day, and many do pay that price. And their calls and their answers don't go unheeded. It's the fact that what we do when we sign up. Like, you know that as soon as you put that uniform on.
Not for suicide mission.
This isn't a suicide mission.
Yeah, for Israel it is, bro. Come on.
Israel sacrificing the blood of Americans, for their goals. So, like, what did they're not sacrificing shit.
Yeah, they're not even putting boots on the ground themselves, bro. They're not even putting boots on the ground themselves for this. This is crazy.
They're actually in Lebanon fighting Hezbollah, but I mean,
Lebanon is not fucking. That's not Iran.
It's not Israel. There's proxies there, dude.
Yes, Hezbollah. There's Hezbollah proxies there for sure, but that's not the same. First of all, if Israel obviously has the most to gain from this war, if you expect our people to put boots on the ground, I don't care what the fuck you have to do. You end up drawing up the fucking call to service. You bring every fucking Israeli citizen, no matter where the fuck they are in the world, you drag their fucking ass into Israel, you get them booted up, and you tell them we're going to war. And you have them go with America at a minimum. With their max, one to one.
Than it would Israel. Mostly starting with Saudi Arabia. It would start with, UAE, Dubai. These nations would actually be the ones that actually benefit the most off of Iran. They would be able to, because they would be able to have the contracting agreements. They would walk in there. They would also be helping to stabilize the oil industries. They'd be working with the American companies that were investing in the infrastructure. They're the ones that are going to get first bite at the apple alongside the American companies. And these entities will have it. And Iran, if they do it right, will fall into the fold of OPEC within 5 to 10 years if they actually replace the IRGC and decided to play the economic game with the Middle East. Thus, and because their religion, their ideology more closely aligns with Saudi Arabia, they'll have tighter pacts economically with them. But they don't need.
But I completely disagree, because if we look at Israel, there's one persistent threat that actually stresses their military. Obviously, they can take on much bigger foes than Hamas. They're a bunch of third world retards, but they end up having to, of course, call on people from all over the world that are Israeli citizens to go into service. It was a hell of a disruption for Israel. I think that, just imagine October 7th, you have, of course, the constant attacks from Hezbollah, Hamas, the people that are funded by Iran towards them. Like, yes, you get Houthis that would go against the fucking Saudis, but they cannot inflict even close to the same kind of fucking damage or carnage, or even financially affect the Saudis in the same way that they affect Israel. And when I say they affect the Israel financially, I mean, in other words, they have to basically, large parts of their economy end up having to shut down. They have to have a huge enlistment of people, to fight, Iran's proxies. I mean, and come on, dude. Nobody's ever fucking told me that this war obviously benefits Israel the most. I mean, there's nothing controversial about that.
We actually benefit more than Israel because, quite frankly,
Oh my God.
What do you mean?
we get first investment opportunities within terms of Iran. Israel is not going to have the economic development sectors to have that. We're going to sit there and go, hey, you know what, Chevron, go in there and take half of that. We're taking that part of the apple. That's why the Iranian people are really retarded that come up here and go, I love fucking America. We're taking half of that shit. Like, that's coming back. We are going to do that. The U.S. will do it regardless of whatever administration's in there. We're taking half. And then the world wants that channel open. Russia, even though they're saber rattling, is like, oh shit, yeah, we can have that because we have good ties with Iranians. We're gonna help out. We're rooting for Iran. We've been long-time supporters of the Iranian people. In reality, they kind of messed around just with the IRGC and forgot the Iranian people, but they're hoping to get a crack at it. China's the only one that's not going to benefit. Israel won't really benefit the way you did. They'll just get rid of an enemy that they've had a conflict for fucking, I don't know, 400 years. And they can really check that off. But really, the U.S. economically will win that. They'll have the seas. They'll be able to take that on.
We have the fucking seas. We
73% of all Chinese oil and gas comes out of the Gulf state countries in Iran. 55% of the Gulf states, 18% out of Iran. 73%. We will hold on, Stippy, hold on, just 2 seconds. We will literally control the fucking water spigot to China.
Leo, when you think about that, buddy. Leo, when you think about that, buddy.
Yeah, I'm 40, so I got 2 years left as long as we do this stuff.
I have a question for Sig.
Sig can answer it. He's a grown-ass man. He'll answer it.
So KK mentioned that we have boots on the ground, or Israel has boots on the ground in Lebanon. And your response to that was, well, Lebanon is not as big a threat as Iran. So by that statement, we can assume that you do see Iran as a threat.
No, sir. To Israel. So to Israel, again, this whole night, it's just been...
He just hates Israel.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, this whole night has just been misquote what I'm saying, put words...
No. I repeated what you said verbatim. You said Lebanon is not as big as a threat as Iran. And so my question is simple. No, that's not. You didn't say Israel. You said they're not as big as a threat.
No, it's Israel. Lebanon's not a threat to us. They're a threat to fucking Israel. And Israel.
Common sense and shade. Context of what I was talking about was Israel not putting boots on the ground.
Hold on, hold on 1 second. Guys, stop that cutting off shit when people are talking. Sig and Kevin are cooking. Everybody else mute up and let these two cook with each other. We don't need nobody else giving that outside opinion on what Sig and Kevin have going on. Go ahead, Sig. You respond to
Yes, thanks, Mr. Redmond. So yeah, Kevin, to answer your question, again, the context of my statement was that we are sending American troops into a fucking depth with cargo, okay, in the coast of Iran, okay. So we're putting boots on the ground. Yet Israel's such a great ally, and this and that, they're not even willing to put boots on the ground. So again, Lebanon and Vikings response was, well, we're tied up with Lebanon, right? Okay, Israel is a bigger threat to Iran compared to Lebanon based off of the 30 years of Benjamin Netanyahu claiming out of his own mouth, and I put the clip in the chat as well, I can repost it, him saying that Iran was the biggest threat to Israel. So I'm just going off of what Benjamin Netanyahu's been saying for 30 years. Not once has he came out and said that Lebanon was this big, huge freaking threat. So in my common sense, rubbing my two brain cells together, I would think all these years you've been saying how much of a threat Iran is, especially when it comes to having nuclear warheads and being an imminent threat to Israel, you would say, okay, let's put Lebanon on a pause here. And let's go ahead and ramp up and take out this threat we've been saying is the biggest threat to us for the last 30 years. That's just my logic.
So my question simply is though, do you see Iran as a threat at all?
To
anybody? Try anybody. I'm just curious.
Well, okay, if you're gonna be as broad as anybody, then the answer is yes.
Okay,
so it's not making
so
sense.
you don't think that they are a threat to the U.S. in any way, shape, or form? I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I don't think they're an imminent threat regards the action that we're taking now to send troops in.
Okay, so an imminent threat, but I guess there's levels to it then. So you do think that they are a threat? That's my initial question.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, that was it. It's simple. Simple
In order to justify a market can respond
I wasn't talking to you. I was not talking to you.
Talk when these two were talking. What the hell is going on with you guys, man? Damn, shut the fuck up and let these two cook. Now, you know I have no problem putting any one of you people in the shut the fuck up section if you're going to cut these people off like that. This is a good conversation that the room wants to hear. Bottom line, go ahead. Was it Kevin or Sig? I'm talking like.
No, I'm finished. No, I just had that question before the cheerleaders started chiming in.
Okay, so yeah, Kevin. So yeah, I read.
Get your pom-poms down.
Yeah, anybody that screams death to America, that's a threat. Just like if I scream death to Kevin, I would be a threat. Now the question is it an imminent threat? And it's the same logic we use in the United States when we talk about concealed carry. All right, there's a difference between a threat and an imminent threat. So Kevin, you're in Florida somewhere and you call me on the phone and say, I'm gonna kill you, Sig. I can't go out to you and shoot you and use lethal force because the law dictates you have to be an imminent threat. Now, if you're in my face, you have a butcher knife in your hand or a gun in your hand, and you're 2 feet away from me, and then you're screaming, I'm gonna kill you, Sig. At that point, you're an imminent threat, and that makes a difference of whether I can engage with deadly force. And that's the same logic that
Okay, and the reason I asked that is because the rhetoric I'm hearing is that Iran is not a threat at all, and nobody should be bothering them, and we shouldn't, none of this should be happening. And so I was just trying to surmise, are they a threat or not? And you answered that question, so thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, my whole argument has been an imminent threat, and there's no proof whatsoever because everybody that has debated me on the stage tonight, they've been saying they're an imminent threat, and everything that they've been sharing in links is Iran could and can and this and that, and I posted a link showing that actual intelligence reports show there's no confirmation that they're an imminent threat. So I'm still waiting on any evidence anybody has showing where it's been confirmed that they're an imminent.
We'll see, dude. And Mossad both come out and say yes, they have intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach Los Angeles or New York. You're gonna be like, oh, it's fucking WMD shit, it's Iraq. And I'd be like, Sig wants to get on a plane, fly to fucking Tehran, walk down to the bunker and like physically inspect the ICBM and be like, all right, now we can engage.
That's not true. Yeah. So way to be hyperbolic there, Rich. But again,
you said
all I'm asking for is that some type of if Tulsi, if some type of intelligence report, other intelligence. Okay, you can't tell me what's bullshit again.
You did the fucking water over there in Iraq, and that's why you're pissed off, and you don't want to believe anything they say.
Yeah. Okay, whatever, Rich. So again, let me state my claim to respond to him. So again, there is nobody has shared anything that has confirmed. It's all shoulda, woulda, coulda, can and would and could and all that. You gonna let me finish, Rich?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus fucking
Rich, you gotta stop, man.
Okay, yeah.
Sig, would you accept? All right, you said imminent threat. You wanted proof that Iran is dangerous to us. Would you consider the Iranian attack on the U.S. base in Qatar a major attack? 14 missiles were fired. Others impacted, injuring soldiers. Attack on 2026, the tanker owned by U.S. companies. They sent explosive boats. Ship was caught on fire. One crew member was set afire.
On the proxies.
That was actually Iranian Navy. And then they did backed by the Houthis. It's been confirmed, and this is coming from the Mediterranean. A lot of the companies that exist out there, the insurance brokers, they have on record 100+ vessels, including U.S. vessels that were sank and sailors killed. Millions of dollars in settlements. was just in the last 3 years. And then you have various, U.S. and allied targets continuing in Iraq, Syria region. You have those proxy warfares that were actually directly funded, and we tracked the money that came from Obama's plane ride with cash. And then you do have the ongoing attacks currently, and then you have the base where Iran targeted in Saudi Arabia and killed 12. So would that can be considered that they are a threat to U.S. because they're attacking Americans both at sea and in other nations that, quote, Saudi Arabia was not an enemy to Iran? Would you accept? No, this was, all of those attacks were before.
Bro, this is like a pro Hamas argument.
Hey, Shake, what you're talking about imminent threat, about, if you have a butcher knife or stuff like that. Well, why is like Kevin Hart says? Because by stature, if the individual isn't hard body mass, technically he's not an imminent threat. Even if he imposes harm to you, you're able to defeat yourself. So I just want to.
Yeah, the point that I'm trying to make, Steppy, is that, again, Iran is responding to us meddling in their shit. It's not, now they just came out of the blue, and I'd be like, oh yeah, fuck them up, man, fuck them up hardcore, go ham on them motherfuckers. But again, I can't negate the fact that we went over there and started fucking with them. They weren't fucking with us until we went over there and started fucking with them unprovoked. And it was over the fact that, again, if we use the same logic on a micro scale with ourselves, again, Steppy.
Again.
Your own sovereign property, and you were doing your thing to build your property up and become successful, this and that, and I came over there and I put a stop to it so I could benefit, sir, you would have a problem.
Yo, say, do you support Russia or Ukraine? Do you think that America should support Russia or Ukraine?
America should say, America.
Fuck do you love?
Clearly we shouldn't be supporting nobody. Well, we should be supporting the American citizens. America first means like this is crazy.
Stop that shit, man. I'm telling you now. I'm asking you guys one more time. Everybody has a chance to speak in this room. This ain't like them other fight room like that, but when you guys are talking over each other, you loud my motherfucker sound like that. Nobody understands that shit. Glad you were saying something that I think remain calm. Whoever it was, just give each other a respect.
So I asked Sig a question. I would like to hear from Sig or redrum, not from Pepe. I would like to hear from Sig because I asked Sig a question because Sig he made the last statement, and I said, so since we're talking about support and where support should go, do you believe that America? And again. I saw him respond to Redrum's statement saying, "Oh, we should take care of our own citizens." Great, I do believe in that. But ideologically, Sig, do you mind if I ask you, if you had to make a choice into what country you support right at this moment, would
you pick Russia or would you pick Ukraine?
Because I don't give a fuck. Just like we have to fight our look what just happened. Trump called for help from our quote unquote allies, and nobody stepped up to the fucking plate, bro. So I'm tired of supporting allies that don't support us. We need to become sovereign. We need to become isolationists. We need to take care of our own. So the $200 billion that Pete has said, just answer, you know how far $200 billion can go to hell? We got nothing.
You never gave us $200 billion. You gave us old weapons and old equipment that you called $200 billion. You never gave us cash, okay? And we're fucking up one of your main fucking adversaries. And you're fucking welcome, because Cooper is not your fucking friend.
Oh my god.
Who is he? I don't know. I never read her.
You guys are listening. This is fucking weird.
Who is this?
You weren't listening, bro. You were so ready to just jump off and respond. You didn't even listen to nothing about $200 billion over there. What I said is that the $200 billion that Pete had said just requested from Congress and said it's possibly going to slide up to be even more
without actually fighting.
Nobody's stepping up to the plate.
From this national point of view, we find ourselves in the same pole.
Actually, didn't you say that we're going to give you
the form that which is good? I know.
Fucking drone technology, and Trump said, "Oh, we don't want that." And even though they probably still took it, but it looks great to be like, "Yo, we don't need it." But they're still using our routes, right?
Supplying Ukraine with all their funds.
Yeah, we're supplying you right the fuck up.
You sound like an angel with
Your voice, I can't hear words from your voice.
Yeah. Just angry and crazy.
My fucking threat is because we've been supplying them, bro. If we've been supplying Ukraine with anything they didn't done already, bro.
Right?
Russia would have.
Remember when Donald said that Ukraine is gonna on 3 days? It's been 1,500
How much U.S. money is in this?
You're just rushing it.
I'm not even let me go ahead and just walk you through the like you'll know.
But I mean, everything you're saying is hogwash, brother. Again, you understand how many billions of dollars we've dumped in Ukraine? How
You must know better than me. I was really impressed. That's why I actually.
Yeah, well, let him finish though.
I mean, they got
You clearly don't know better than me. You're not even.
Okay, I got a couple of things here. First, Trump never said that Ukraine would fall in 3 days. He said, and I quote verbatim, because I can pull the actual fucking quote, which is really easy. Google's a thing. Is that without U.S. support, Ukraine would have fallen within a matter of days, 3 or 4, and then he changed it to a few weeks at best. That was his direct quote. And yeah, that's true. If you needed, Zelensky went through 90% of those resources faster than anybody ever anticipated, to the point where Biden was even arguing with Zelensky about how he was spending it, and how his generals were basically throwing everything at a wall and not utilizing resources appropriately. And Biden had trouble getting the rest of Europe to chip in at the extent. And to be fair to you, yes, it was older equipment. Yes, it was still on par with what the Russians were throwing at you. And yes, Biden did block aid that wanted to be released. But
As of 2025, you contributed $69 billion
Germany had done 13 billion and we'd done 10 billion. Yeah. So, pro-rata, you know, and
Still isn't.
well, no, it's never going to be as much as you. It's much bigger economy. But look, I don't want to get bogged down. I just wanted to make one point. That if we assume, that there is an imminent threat, looking at it from a different end of the telescope, that then leads to, the nuclear weapons last year. That obviously didn't completely succeed. So here we go again. What I can't quite get my head around, and it's not a criticism, it's just an observation, is that in order to absolutely make sure that is completely destroyed, if it exists, how do you do that without getting boots on the ground? And in the same way, when Trump, I think it's a bit of a stretch to say there's a regime change that's happened. Yes, the leader was killed, and other leaders have been killed, but for 1 minute I don't think that Iran's not prepared for that. So how are you really going to do a regime change? And the people don't look as if they're upright. Without a reason required to do a regime change. Green beans into a melt in your mouth masterpiece. You were talking about, oil companies going in there. If that ain't going to happen under this oil life, so you are going to unlock its essence. Not just with the leader, change the regime. A full night's soak allows the beans to swell, softening their resolve before the fire takes over. That's just once drained, the beans are layered into bamboo steamers. For 2 full hours, one traditional sheechin, the steam permeates every grain. There is no shortcut here. The heat must be steady, turning the firm beans into a delicate, floury mash that carries the scent of the summer harvest.
You need to comply with this. Go ahead. And now, if you are going to do a regime change, there's a couple of things. The word is change. Who in Iran are you going to put it to? Halavi? He's been 30 years in America drinking Starbucks, eating cheeseburgers. He's not going to do shit. He can't unite them. They'll have internal fighting. That fucker would be lucky if he lasts a week before somebody in Iran kills him. That'll be really fucking quick. How are you going to do these and get them to temper down because they mass jihad? How do you actually hold against Turkey's southern aggression, which it's just dying at that point, which we know you're a NATO alliance, but Turkey's like that bastard child that we just really have a hard time with. We never quite know if they're going to be good or bad. And Turkey really does want that territory. Most of you have missed that part about Turkey, just sitting there watching and waiting. And that's the scarier threat is if Turkey decided we're going to leave NATO and become our own and we're going to control this massive region, how do we deal with Turkey then? Should we go in and invade it? Should we attack it? Is it a broader war? So I don't know if Trump needs full regime change or more of I'm just going to change the leader until I get regime compliance or I get Iran's government to capitulate to the United States interest and leave the straits open and allow the ship. Now, we can go through the laundry list, which is really extensive, on attacks on U.S. ships, both civilian, private, commercialized sites, contracting as that exists around the country, and various other ones that Iran has done for 50 years. There is a blood hole. I'm okay with bombing the shit out of them because I think it's about time, and we've had a lot of American blood spilled by Iranian hands. And cities with the impression we fucked around with them because we supported Israel. To be fair, the Iran-Israel conflict has been going on fucking far longer than the U.S. involvement in there. So that one's not necessarily a new thing. It started after World War II, and the U.S. was not really involved in escapade there. So that negates that viewpoint for at least me. But if you're talking regime change, you have to have somebody to put in change. Who is the leader in Iran that can literally take the majority of that country and bring it into prosperity, or at least give it some semblance of government, while dealing with all the shifting groups, tribal dynamics that exist there, as well as provide some semblance as a platform to launch off and provide stability within that nation?
I've no idea.
No one does, because there's no one there that's rising up. You even hear Iranians going, give us Pahlavi. We want the son of the Shah, or the grandson, or whatever he is. We want him to come back. Really? Okay, his father wasn't fucking great, but okay, and he's not been in Iran for 30 fucking years. He grew up Starbucks, McDonald's, watching Netflix, chilling with.
He's not claiming to that he's going to be a leader. He said that he's going to be a transitional thinker. He doesn't want to be of any importance politically. He just wants to be, what about the 30 or 40,000 people who were killed? They were protesting all over Iran. I mean, let's not forget it. The main difference in the analysis that I think people run into sort of a dead end with comparing it to Iraq to Iran or Libya is that it's not the same type of category of the country. It already had a pro-Western infrastructure before Ayatollahs came in and kind of took over and created this theocratic regime. So they do have institutions there that can take over once there's a power vacuum absent of Ayatollahs. Not the same as Iraq. It's not the same as Libya. It's not the same as any of the countries in that area. And this is why I think Israel is very, receptive to having them turn, because they will be one of the main allies for Israel, because they're going to be very similar in terms of their structure, their government structure. But another thing I think I want you to consider that Iran is not the end goal. Iran in itself is part of the larger strategy that has to do with China.
I think he was going to say China. Andre, you went on mute. But Brad, I was going to mention that the Shah was a really lovely guy. You should look at the documentary where he spent $1 trillion in today's money on a birthday party, built an entire city in the desert. I love the Shah. He was amazing.
Must have been a hell of a party.
Oh my God, dude! He flew in elephants and freaking built entire cities, and it was crazy. That's one of the reasons that it started getting people pissed off. That
You sound like you was there.
No, I watched the documentary. You fucking tried.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jesus Christ! It's not even Saturday, kiddo.
Well, all right, bitch. Shut up.
It's fucking 6 sheets to the window.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah,
I'm better sheets to the window than you, bitch.
Brooks. Go watch Foster Brooks, kiddo.
Not too much on Kendo I like a lot.
No, what's up, Brad?
How you doing, bud? I will say this, Andre, I get your point that the long-term strategy is to kind of impact China. I still am not looking at China as a raw threat. I think, honestly, people say, they have fear that they'll invade Taiwan and see that happen. And unless, of course, maybe they could get ballsy. It'd be interesting to see what they do. But I honestly think Japan would take them on. And Australia together have signed an agreement with the Philippines to protect Taiwan. So that's a pact that's just not going to win on China's front.
Just to kind of, it's not the militarily that they are threatening the United States. It's been going on since probably 70s and 80s. It's an attempt to provide an alternative to a free market model with something that they call a hybrid, like socialism, free market system. The Davos is all about that. There have been papers written in I forget the guy's name right now, but he's one of the economists who went through the London School of Economic, the Fabian Society bullshit. And so it's
Milton Friedman?
Yeah, that's the guy. So it's an idea that there's going to be an alternative to the United
The Daily
States.
Wire has sued the federal government again, and
points within the ranks of this sort of hegemony that the United States has created for the world trade. They're a bigger threat in that respect, not just militarily. I think that's kind of, they're not going to try to like fire missiles or anything at the United States, Alex. It's a soft takeover.
Yeah, even there, maybe they could be successful. I think that's a long-term gain. I don't know if China could actually pull it off economically. I mean, internally, their economy is wonky on the best of days. I'll give it a par. And what people often cite is just Beijing. They don't really go. Maybe they'll throw in Hong Kong, but they don't really take a look at the nation at large. They just mainly focus on Beijing. So I'm not even sure that they even have the economic might to do that soft takeover like you're describing. But I mean, yeah, I see the threat there. Maybe they could. Maybe it's a slow crawl. Maybe they are doing it piecemeal. Maybe they'll be successful. I don't know. I mean, they have a close competitor that's also trying to do economic gains, and they're doing it in resource-rich areas, which is a neighbor that really hates them, and they're called India. So, and I think they're going to be a bigger global power player than people realize going forward. I think I kind of watch what they do, and the way they're working in Afghanistan, the way they're working in Africa is kind of, it's unique. They're not doing it with a lot of complaints. They're just building shit and doing absolutely nothing and getting trade for it, and they're making their inroads there. But we'll see how they develop, because India could fuck it up too.
No, I was just saying my business is energy efficiency technologies, and I do get all my technologies from China. One of them is not just the price, it's if changes need to be made. They really are service orientated, so they react.
Service orientated in China?
You take the point to take about slowing names. China or North Korea, which country do you think is more?
Oh, that's a good question, actually, because China are very good at copying. Yeah, so it's more a question of I almost had to take the technology to China and go, make that for me. And I don't really know that much about Israel, but they're not, they are forward thinking, I think, from a technology.
Hi, Johnny.
So it's a difficult question. China, the advantage of China is I can go, that is what I wanted to make, and they make it cheaply, and their factories are amazing. So they're geared up. They've been very clever, but I don't see them really in every department anyway have the same level of innovation as the US does, for sure.
Just finishing up the chopped salad and beer.
When the payment agent came up and said that he Are they trolling or something like that? Let me put you in the shut the fuck up section. There you go.
Number.
I love that.
He used him to probably for about 3 seconds, so I was like, okay. I didn't realize he was, kind of paving at that point. But then when you guys told me about it, I like this kid.
You're fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
Standard had been
See, we was all over here tonight, and I said, I heard you back there fighting and battling and shit like I was like, what are you
I thought it was fair because he made me do that in his room earlier. He was like, you could
Did you yes, boys? Like,
It's real.
I'm trying to work. I'm trying to navigate fucking office meetings and shit like this. And then I'm looking for my fucking car. I'm yelling at people on fucking Clubhouse while looking for my car in the parking garage, which is 9 fucking stories. And I'm like, fuck this asshole. Like the entire time I go on mute, I'm like, I want to fucking smack Sig's beard into the. Dude, it's 9. It's literally a 9-structure parking ramp. And it has. It has, so there's like 6 different ramps within this 9-structure thing, and you just, like, you take the lift up, and then you're, like, walking around, and then you're going up levels and down levels. I'm like, you know what, I'm going to start from the bottom and walk my way entire up, and then go all the way to number 8 where I parked my fucking car. It was, listen, woman, it was there. It kept pointing to the parking garage. Like, I know I'm fucking. I kept hitting the locked door, the horn, and I'm like, what the fuck is the.
panic button? I would love to hit the motherfucking press the panic button. I mean, that would make it my day to hear that shit.
Shit. Fuck. I mean, I can find my way. Trust me, no one thinks I'm gay at work. They're actually kind of scared.
That's the best ruse. You know, seriously, if you when you want to rape somebody, press the panic button. It's usually like, I'm here to help with the actual distress.
Sing is out. All day long at Clubhouse. What another day, another victory. Daddy's home.
She ain't big enough yet, KK, to fit in the little baby clothes y'all sent. Once she does, you'll be the first one to get pictures. So.
I appreciate the dialogue, Sig.
Yeah. The fucking. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going to bed, but I'll send them to you tomorrow. I'm sorry, my bad. Good talking to you. Nice to meet you, Kevin. And thanks for the dialogue.
Bye, Kevin.
Respect.
Yes, sir. Hey guys, I'm actually gonna drop off too, man. Gerard, thanks for letting me up. Glad I got a chance to tap in.
Another day, another
I'll definitely be back.
Always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure.
Oh, Kevin, you caught us on a rare night. We used to be really prominent on here, and we used to hold rooms
Very prominent.
Wednesday and Fridays, and we would hold them, and we would pack out, and it would be great. And then we kind of got busy with life. KK divorced me, and then
I dream.
How about I didn't even know Clubhouse was still a thing until Gerard told me he was on live here, and I don't know how long. So, no, this was cool. This was
should be sleeping these next times. Oh, you bought her. KK rejected you. KK brought
You're over right now. You're over right now.
Right.
I moved him down to the audience, and I said stuff like, "You're gonna have to cook your own damn dinner tonight." And people were like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Yeah, you sleeping in?" And I made it a ruse and said like, "Oh," I was like, "Okay, Brad and I have been lying. We been in a relationship this entire time. And then we're like, okay, April Fools. So you missed it. Oh! You knew.
A woman like KK would never make a sandwich and submit to a man like Brad. I'm just saying.
Are you kidding me? She would have the sandwich waiting for me at home, tell me it's on the table, make sure I took my boots off and washed my hands, got rid of the blood off of my clothes and the woods, and then said, hey, shit, I wouldn't even be allowed in the house wearing the clothes that I have.
That's true.
Plus, I'd have to keep KK with like Louis Vuitton hiking shoes and apple bottom REI clothes, and it just, I don't know if they make
Those
those.
two things don't go together, but
See, yeah, I don't know if they don't go together either. Brad, you and I say can't, but I get you.
Did you say apple bottom? Did I hit that correct?
he said apple bottom
Say that shit again.
You're both fancy.
Right, that might be the most white bullshit I've ever heard right there. Apple bottom.
Dude, I wish you guys would make up your mind. Either I'm black or I'm white. Will you guys pick a fucking race and stick with it? But it is good to have you back, my friend. I've missed you. I have so much. We got to talk later one of these days. I've got so much to catch you up on. So many things have changed. So I'm really excited that you came back on for tonight. I'm really glad that everybody showed up. I mean, KK, where did we end up with? Almost 200 people come cycling through. So, I mean, it was a good room. It shows we still got it a little bit. We still have a little.
We had 97 in here at one time. I don't know the number.
Is Mr. Amari?
No, that's Gerard.
My fucking God.
I don't know. I don't know. My bad. He said he came back on here and I'm trying to think what's too hard.
That's Gerard Jordan. Don't you remember?
Gerard.
I know.
Gerard. He just called you Amari.
Yeah, but I'm not Amari like that. That's not me. That's not me.
Did you say Amari?
I can't tell black. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't tell black people apart very well.
Can you see my face?
No, I can't. But if
Right,
you hear your voice, will sound black. That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Meet our unfiltered friend Pepe.
I got Pepe a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Gerard owned a lot of things. Like, shit, I missed some of those fights. It was good. Gerard was the one that he was like, here, come cry on my shoulder after my ass got tore up on Million Men, whatever that fucking room was. It was like 500 against 1. I went crying to Gerard. God, I got beat up bad.
Well, they kicked out everyone in the room.
You gotta troll them. That's how I became friends with them. It's like I'm gonna get into it.
Oh, Pepe, but you know what the best part was? They all were like, oh, you're just a racist, blah, 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 this. And it was like, all right, fine and good. Then we hold the room. And did you know that while we were sitting up there and we were working our asses off trying to mod this fucking giant room, because I've never seen a room this big. And I didn't realize how much work it was. Like, Patricia and KK were like freaking spirit fingers. We had to bring like people up to kind of monitor the chats and raise people up. And like Matt was doing it, Beaver was doing it, all these people were like fucking working their asses off. Gerard and I are working, and these same people in that room wanting to be up on stages, and we were like, oh fuck no.
Dude, like Tron, that is my first encounter with them. That's how they knew me. Is that so? I had a room like the Downfall and Clubhouse. And I had like chicken wing basketball, watermelon emojis, all of this stuff. And they're like, all of a sudden, like my room, it had, this is back in the day where rooms were bigger. So, I had like over 100 people in my room, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, all these people are pouring in. Now there's like several hundred people, and it's just like Jonathan Bing's just like, what's up with your title? It's like, oh yeah, the downside, and I'm being a provocative troll, and it's just like, oh yeah, the reason that our app, this app is falling down and it's going to shit is these picnickers, and obviously I was like, the niggers part was the emphasis there, and I was like, yeah, I was just making up a bunch of shit, and they were like, oh yeah, really, you think that's funny? And then, but they would end up like weird thing is they all ended up like friending me, and then like on Twitter. Yeah, and so like it's like, oh, here's our like little provocative troll. We're just gonna go ahead and let him talk his shit in our rooms, and like I would do it on Twitter. I thought it was kind of funny. So like, Pepe, what do you got to say? And then I would say my provocative shit, and then people get really angry, and I don't know. It was a fucking game to me, but yeah, I mean, I got dragged on. Like I was like the big white supremacist on this app for like the last few years, or at least like probably the most.
Is that something to be proud of?
Known one. And I don't know. I thought it was funny when people would make rooms about me, and then I would show up and be put on the hot seat. Like it was, to me, it was actually like entertaining. Like I did a lot of this out of entertainment. Not for
Is this
greater
young
good.
midget? Serious? Is that his real voice? Sounds like a
No, we didn't really. I think we started out small, and then it became big, and then it became complex. But it was fun.
Is this young midget boy seriously proud of being number one white supremacist? Is that his real voice? Sounds like a little boy. Is this a real person? Great, we got Apex number one lawyer set up.
The story of Exodus. How was the speech? I missed everything.
Oh, you were passing over.
A lot of people are still against the war on Iran. Still, I think it is just basically not really.
That's right. I'm waiting on that. Boogergate number 2.
Relate to economic inflation globally causing problems, but the speech itself, Trump didn't really touch. I don't know. He kind of just told us stuff we already knew, and he read from a script. He didn't do his typical thing, and he didn't close with YMCA, which is also eye-opening.
Did he talk about the future of the war at all?
No.
No? The fuck? Apparently we didn't hear the same fucking speech, you fucking idiot.
We see you protesting, you just wait and then come out like you didn't say anything like that at all. Was there a law? Just that like you couldn't license?
Maybe you should just fucking watch it, Abby, you stupid fucking bitch. Tell me about it. What did he say? Did he talk about the future of the war?
People who made out of this, we are all well informed in this room. I truly believe that just based on dialogue and the opinions that people have held. We are keeping up pretty much in real time from different sources, and we're forming our own opinions around it. He wasn't talking to us tonight. He was talking to people that just...
He wasn't talking to us. Who was he talking to then? The people who were listening, but he wasn't talking to the people who was listening? Oh, fuck.
Not as well informed as we are. So it was, truth be told, it was a boring speech because it was repetitive.
It was repetitive. It wasn't repetitive at all. Every take on Clubhouse is the wrong take.
The one thing he said is that the next 2 to 3 weeks were going to be intense, and he didn't explain why or how. But he did say that. So I think
You're on Clubhouse is opposite of the truth.
I believe he said it. They're going to hit them the hardest. I believe his term was they're going to hit them the hardest.
But I do think the ceasefire that I guess the president from Iran is asking for, I think he's going to use that as leverage diplomatically. And I think that may kind of prove to be what he wants ultimately. Because no one will convince me that he's a warlord. He's really not.
Have you seen?
And I think that.
Do you know the numbers of how many people who watch the speech or?
I have no idea about that.
I'll look it up.
I mean, I think it was short too. That's the good part about it. He didn't ramble and double talk and go on and get little tanks and whatnot, which is a good thing, I think. But again, for people that maybe not as informed, I think it was more so for them than anybody else tonight.
Which is great if they got an audience.
Agreed.
Not a war hawk. He has killed 100,000 Iranians and he is not a war hawk. He has killed 100,000 Iranians and he is not a war hawk.
So there's a company that does a polling every time there's kind of like a national speech or a national type of.
Not a war hawk! He has killed 100,000 Iranians and he is not a war hawk.
And I'm going to look, and I'll send it to our Telegram chat if I can find it. They did a polling tonight in real time, what people were gravitating towards or what, kind of resonate or whatnot with them. But Meslinsky and Partners does a really good job of that, and it's accurate too. So I'll let you guys know once I get that information.
Where did he televise from?
The White House, you dumb bitch. The fucking football game, maybe the Bruce Springsteen concert.
Was in the Oval Office?
No. It was in, I don't know where it was, but he was behind a podium. He walked through double doors to a podium.
I thought it was at a Bruce Springsteen concert. I thought it was at a Bruce Springsteen concert.
No, I can't find anything.
Well, the irony is no Jews watched it tonight. Everyone was in Seder's. So, what time?
I know you were talking about it.
9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Shit.
Did he only talk about the war?
You were talking about it. Just watch it, you clown. Who the fuck is calling me a clown emoji in the chat? Who the fuck is that?
Just stating that the U.S. was on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly. He said in a few weeks he didn't really, expand above that.
Pepe, you've been so skeptical. How did you feel after you heard him speak? Feel better?
You feel better because you're always agitated.
I would say kind of the same. He did one thing which I thought was rather pathetic. He said oh hey, all of you others who lie in the street, Evermoose, send your military help us. We did the hard part for you. I felt like that was, in a way, it's him showing that he doesn't have everything under control.
You mean with respect?
Well, I thought he had everything. All he had to do is hold up his magic wand, and everything would be under his control.
Allies in the United States who refused to participate in this war, which I mean, if I was a speechwriter, I wouldn't have really put that part in. But
It's because he wrote his own fucking speech.
I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping for the best. Even though I'm very pissed off that he pulled this shit. I hope at the end of the day that he does
you do have people who come into power. That's not the RGC. They're a lot better for the Iranian people. And they're going to stop like trying to develop nukes and to kill us. I mean, at the end of the day, I want the best for everybody, but I don't know that it's going to be pulled off.
What I don't quite understand is the isolationist stance, because all of the, all of the.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
All of the positives that the United States has, like all of the, the consumer, the level of consumer standards is all. This states is on top of its shit worldwide. It's not simply, it's not going to continue the same lifestyle and the same standard. The United States is going to be concerned about itself and internal issues.
I'm confused about the ceasefire component on this. Are you saying that's coming from the president? Do they haven't, not a new
Who is looking at a trans
president?
for an extended period of time until I knew it was a trans?
I believe he's the president. He wrote a letter. So he wrote a letter today, which would echo a lot of. I don't even want to. It was several pages long, but the weird thing is that every time he says that we're negotiating with them and they seem more reasonable, they come out and say like basically no, like fuck no, you're negotiating with you. No, you're not. Yeah, fuck you. And it's just like the really weird thing with Trump is like, and I have to say, he's like one president where I have to like question myself, like which one of these fuckers are basically exaggerating or flat out lying about what the other person thinks, and I don't know.
6% of the brass in the ROTC is killed. So you have one dude who's probably a higher ranking officer in the ROTC that they're having like back channel communications with, and that guy's saying, yeah, I'll be the new leader, I'll do your bidding, and I'll do whatever y'all want. We'll be like best friends as long as you guys set me up and shit. And then you have all the other guys who are like similarly ranked coming out publicly saying, no, we're not fucking talking to Trump. And they may not even know that they're having back channel communications with that guy. So he might be the fucking rat that they don't know about.
But they're the president. It's different.
Well, it might be a military.
We're not talking about the president.
No, it might be a military general or leader that they're negotiating with to be able to. Maybe that's where the disconnect is, possibly. So I mean, that's exactly what happened with the Shah. So I mean,
no, I agree. And I would say, like, if we look at how what ended up happening in Venezuela, if something tells me they would have to have so much intelligence and people working on the inside. It could be the exact same thing with Iran.
I think they got more intelligence in Iran, like 10 times more intelligence on the ground in Iran than they had in Venezuela. I mean, in Iran, because the Israeli intelligence is off the charts in Iran. So
I realize most of the intelligence on the ground in Iran is Israeli. Now look, I will humbly, and I mean very humbly, say that let's just say we've lost 12. I believe it's 12 people. it's sad, but moving past that point, what if he ends up, let's just say, completely changing Iran? The IRGC is no longer in power. They become a much better place. The Middle East is a much more, people start getting along a lot more. At the end of the day, it's a success. I'm not going to, I'll say
He's so humble. He screwed that earlier. Why are we going to war for kites?
Overly paranoid about his op-ed.
He screwed that earlier. Why are we going to war for kites?
But if he can come out of this, basically changing what happens going forward with Iran, so they're no longer a threat. Which I think, in order for them to no longer be a threat, it means he says his goal was not regime change, but if he got rid of the regime, realistically, I think the plural majority of Iran, the only way they would be free. So, in a way, we're freeing the people, but then they're not going to be really hostile towards us. Is that you have to get rid of the fucking leadership. So my point is if we don't get rid of the horrible people in power, it's kind of what did we do? At the end of the day, I think it's kind of futile. We killed senior leadership. Amazing. They have a bunch of layers of power, and they nothing ends up fucking changing with these people.
So Pepe, one thing that this goes back. I actually freaking wrote a piece on this before it even happened. When Mexico, President of Mexico just came out and said there's no way in hell they were going to allow the U.S. to get involved, come into African cartels, all that stuff. And they were like, hell yeah, stand all the left. Yeah, tell Trump off. And I was like, you guys are idiots. She's got to say that, because if she said yes, we're going to allow the U.S. to come in, we're going after the cartels, she would have been dead 10 minutes. She has to be the most against that talk ever. And that's the same thing that's happening here. You're going to have people inside there that fracture, that know we've got one option, either die or work with these people, right? So we fracture. Go.
Not a warhawk. He gets killed hundreds of thousands of years, not a warhawk.
Starts to throw a wrench in their system. We literally found out that Israel they borrowed Iranian money. They were running a business making the damn cell phones in Iran. Stuff like this. This is how deep Israel gets. Israel is so embedded
So my question is to Trump.
that their intelligence has been off the charts. Does that mean they get everything right? No. But they've been pretty damn right. The whole pager thing, brilliant. The whole text message to tell all their leadership to go meet here so we can bomb them. And then people want to say, well, we don't trust their intelligence. Well, globally, most people will tell you they have probably they're one of the best at intelligence. And that says a lot for a country like that.
It's funny
It's true.
it's funny that you said that about Mexico, and I totally support your point about Iran. You are maybe a third or a fourth person who said that, and the other three people were native to Mexico, so people who understood the internal politics and stuff. And immediately they said it right after she came out. So it's very plausible that the same thing is happening with Iran, especially now that there's apparent fractions within that homogeneous system, and the president doesn't necessarily listen to the new Ayatollah. So that's not a possibility.
Efforts on the ground are, significant in terms of what they've had over the years spying there. And also what people don't realize, can you hear me okay? I'm in a weird place. What people don't realize is that in Israel, culturally, there's so many versions. There's just a huge population there. And it wasn't a difficult country to penetrate strategically and to spy on. So this is not just like a few spies. These are like thousands of people embedded within that society enough to build a drone factory. I keep telling people, go watch the TV series Tehran because it's spot on and it predicted a lot of this.
Oh my god.
Are you like obsessed with it?
Yes. I started watching that. Hold on just a second, Ice. Let me just be weird for a second. Yes, and you know the last season, the guy that was like responsible and changed the scheduling of when they were going to take the bomb, and they moved it a day earlier, but it was already set to detonate. Sorry, spoiler alert. The guy was Lajarani. The guy that was just killed.
Yes. It's crazy, isn't it?
I go, oh my god, Lajarani. I was like, oh fuck, that's him. They used his name. Crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. Same thing happened with Homeland the last season with predicting the Taliban would come back in. It's sometimes crazy that a TV series can do that, but they really give you a flavor, just a sense of the Israeli espionage within Iran, and people don't understand that. I'm trying to think, like, if the U.S. sent a bunch of CIA, where would be a natural place that they could blend in and spy easily? Like, think of it, maybe Canada, I don't know, a country we could easily do that. And that was a very, it's culturally became something that they could operate.
The weird thing about, and I think maybe that's part of what helps them aside is that you get people that come from every region in the world, whether it's South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and you have people that speak the native languages that are like they can fit in. Now we do in the U.S. We obviously have immigrants from all of these areas of the world, but when it comes to working for one of our intelligence agencies, you have to generally, at the very least, I believe, you have to be a naturalized citizen. But it's citizenship is a barrier. So it's it's weird. I can picture why. I mean, I would say like maybe Japan, Samoa. There's places where Jews are not going to be able to fit in as a native. But other than that, I mean, I do think they have a
but they don't
large
operate
diaspora where they can fit in most places.
They mostly operate in Europe. There's an understanding they don't operate in the United States. I have no idea if they operate in Canada, but they definitely have an agreement with the United States not to. But there's just a lot of Persians that live there, and a lot of people that speak Farsi. So the intelligence gathering is not difficult. Which makes sense that they were able to infiltrate the way they've infiltrated.
Well, I mean, can I ask you a question? I'm sure you've been to a shopping mall and.
Shopping mall?
So like, okay, so you know what? A lot of the kiosks. I mean, I'm trying to think of this.
Many Israelis.
Yes, they work at the kiosks.
Do you want to? Okay, so now I'll tell you that before they were working at kiosks, in the old days, in the Walkman days, they used to have a lot of the electronic stores in different cities. So often after military service, they'd come to the U.S. for a year and have some relative in some city and work, find a job and work for a family member. So in the old days, it was electronic stores. If you were from New York or from, the East Coast, there were some pretty famous ones. And you'd go into any of the stores in the downtown and you'd find You find Israelis, now you find more
Is that
Indian
legal to work?
people working in them.
Abby, now
Kiosks for
oh, sorry. I was just
Yeah.
gonna say it's the Dead Sea salt.
Oh yeah, well I was about to go there. You got that, Rich.
Yeah, it took you a long
then
time,
it just
Abby.
became the businesses that were in the malls, and that one company, I'm sure it's more than one company that does all the hand cream, the face creams, and they kind of hawk you a little bit when you're in the mall to come and they give you a free sample. I don't know if you had that experience.
I always thought the Mormons were really good at like, you know, like basically that, I don't know what you call it. Is it a cold sale where you're just going to like hawk a product to somebody that is walking by, and I do remember there was no, absolutely not. And then like, but I do remember a few times where they would try to switch languages on me, right? Where they would speak Spanish. It's just like these people are trying super hard to make us fail. And the reason they speak Spanish in Arizona is just, first of all, you have a lot of wealthy Mexicans that end up coming here to shop. There's no real nice places to shop in the state of Sonora. And before any of you guys are going to say it, like, oh, you look like a Mexican. No, it's because, like, literally the rich people in Sonora are white looking. But anyways, no, it would...
Is this young frog sounding voice special needs?
And,
Is this young frog sounding voice special needs?
Where in... I was at malls where probably
Roasting! Do you like frog legs? Steamed or baked?
encountered in my life. It's just like, I've talked to them and stuff.
They definitely work. I mean, they have money. They do a year traveling Thailand and around the world.
Yeah, Thailand.
If they don't,
It's a safe
find
place to
some
go.
that sets them up in a city. And so now it's the kiosks and mall. But I'm telling you, it used to be the electronic stores. But they're workers. It's not a culture that sits around. And it's usually when they just get out of the army. They'll take a year.
Why, like, this is off. I'm just going to say, like, I'm not a good salesman. When somebody tries to, when I see somebody who's trying to, like, influence me for their own gain, that's just, I'm hardwired in a way, like, I just...
Okay, would anyone buy anything from Pepe? KK, would
Probably
you
not,
buy something from Pepe?
Horrible salesman.
No, but that's also part of the culture. You're supposed to, haggle. And if you don't do that, they'll you're dumb or...
Pepe, have you traveled, Pepe, hold on. Have you traveled in the Middle East or even like Turkey? So if you've ever been, Turkey is probably the best example of it. But, I mean, the culture are markets, shouks. The word is shouk. And it's from Turkey to all throughout the Middle East. There are these markets, and that's the lifestyle of the markets. It's the culture there. And haggling is exactly...
Americans...
This is not a Jewish thing. This is
No. That's what I'm saying, though, is that American Jews didn't interact. I would say, like, I don't recall American Jews ever... I never noticed a pattern with them being similar to the Israelis. But I always looked at them at the times. It's like, oh, these people are foreign. These people are not from our country. So they have a different way of interacting. I mean, I can look at it with every other group that's foreign. They have ways that are, at least in some way, different than ours. And so I just chalked it up to them being foreign. I didn't hold it against them. But, I'm somebody who obviously I don't, if I feel like somebody's trying to influence me for their own gain, I'm just not going to really, humor them.
Yeah, it's understandable, but that's what I'm saying. It's like a different approach. Like you and most of the Western world, that's how we see somebody, because we see it as some sort of attempt to cheat you, right, out of the money or whatever. In the Asia Minor and Middle East, it's actual good skill to have. Like the way they approach it is like, well, that person is obviously a go-getter. Like he can provide for his family because nothing will stop him. He'll get the deal that he needs. He's like relentless
So
about
in other words, you'll be compelled to buy from him because of how dedicated he is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
you need a trip, Pepe. You need a road trip. You need a trip to see that culture. Like in any of those countries.
I probably do because this is foreign to me. It almost sounds like a merciful. You're mercifully buying from the
ultimate, the king of all of it is Istanbul. I mean, that's the biggest. There's nothing that can compare.
Yeah, but they're super foreign to us too, Abby. I mean.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying but what Andre's saying, it's cultural. It's just how that region.
I 100% agree. It's cultural. I don't see these were Israelis that were in these kiosks, not
all of them. Not all of them. There's also, I've gone to the kiosks. It's a lot of Middle Eastern. There's also a lot of Indian that work in them. It's a mix, but that's just how business is over there. And Israel's one little sliver of the rest of the Middle East, but it's a cultural style of doing business there.
But I would say this is the weird thing. It's like I was actually watching switch languages, which I always thought was, I think Israel's one of the countries, at least in the Middle East, how many Middle Easterners speak more than one language? Probably very few.
Many.
Really?
Oh my God! In Israel, they speak Arabic.
No. Middle East. In Middle East.
Oh, yeah, Moroccans.
From Israel.
Moroccans speak French and Arabic.
No, I get that.
Spanish and English.
Okay,
language. My point was Chinese or something.
No, my point is what percent outside of Israel? What percentage of the English is probably the most? Most people try to learn and most people try to speak. Aside from that, I would say I can't think of any other country in the Middle East that would have more polygons or bilingual people than perhaps Israel. It's a country where you have a diaspora that was all over the fucking place. Coming to Israel.
Lebanon has a lot of French and Arabic. Because the French
and Arabic, but you guys speak. But in Israel, you guys.
But I'm just saying, you just look at the nations.
Arabic, you speak all kinds of fucking languages.
Look at the nations and who has occupied them or spent time in them. So the French were in Lebanon, and you have influence there.
Middle Easterners, in my opinion.
They are beautiful people there. I don't know the answer to it, but
is this low IQ midget boy?
People speak English, Arabic, and French seems to be the other language that I hear a lot.
But yeah, it's like what is it? Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria. To varying degrees, they have exposure to French. I think Tunisia probably has I would guess it's Tunisia that still has the most. Still uses French the most, at least in Africa.
It wasn't on the north, it was Lebanon and Syria that was occupied by French. You have in the Gulf, most countries that are on the Persian Gulf or Arabic Gulf, whatever you call it. A lot of people there speak both Farsi and Urdu. Here in Saudi Arabia, specifically in Mecca with all the pilgrims, we have lots of polyglots in here. A lot of them just speak Urdu, whatever it is needed.
I found when I was in Saudi, people spoke English very well, and obviously, their native tongue is Arabic, but they not Spanish. They spoke many spoke French also for some reason in Saudi. I don't know why, but it's actually pretty multilingual.
Circle influenced the vocabulary that we use. A lot of words, especially for modern technology, not very modern, but like post-industrial era.
Yeah, but I don't think applying everywhere at every time. Hold on, everyone stop.
That's not the definition of universal.
That's literally what universal is.
Well, there's an aspect of logic like strategy and like mental math. These are in the realms of logic also.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Donald, can I just move some people down to have a one-on-one with Byzantine? Because everyone's talking at the same time. We're not going to get... Yeah, that's fair. There's
only 5 people.
See if you improve. Yeah, but I do want to have a one-on-one with everyone on the stage.
Alligator was having a conversation of affecting or done by all people or things in the world or interested in.
Okay, that right there is a universal claim.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's subjective.
That's okay. You're saying this thing right here is universal.
No, I'm saying the definition of universal makes it subjective.
Okay, that's a universal claim. Then this
No, it's not.
Yes,
because universal is subjective.
Okay, this is the problem. You said that this is a subjective. This thing is subjective.
Yes.
Or a subjective claim.
The definition is of affecting or done by all people or things in the world or in a particular group. Applicable cases of groups. I'm not done yet. Shut up. Categories and groups like that are subjective only.
Yeah,
you keep on you. You told me not to mute you, so the first thing I'm gonna do is fucking mute you over and over and over again. You told me I had to mute you. That was a lie. That was a lie, right? That was a lie, Byzantine.
No, the other definitions of universal. You fucking dumb nigger.
What?
Not you, Donald.
What a horrible thing to say. Why would you
Hello, this is home. I'm going to leave the room if this is what you guys are doing. This is juvenile and immature, and I'm leaving. Okay.
So, I'm sorry for my opposition to you guys on that argument, but my view of the word universal, it does not allow for an understanding of it being what's the word, independent or non-universal. I mean, the word universal it encapsulates what it is.
What don't you understand about the word universal? It means everything.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But universal means universal.
Until it means non-universal.
I'm sorry?
You said non-universal.
I can't hear you.
You said non-universal.
What do you mean I said non-universal?
You said universal is universal until it is non-universal.
Yeah, okay, no, I never said the phrase non-universal. I said that my understanding of the phrase, of the term universal, is that that means it applies to everything. We got into a little bit of an argument during the last time someone came in to speak and was unceremoniously kicked out, which they deserve to be.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that. What is this room about? Is it about God? What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Are you making fun of my accent, Casey? Are you a homosexual? I know you are. Don't make fun of the way I sound.
And you're an Indian.
I am a man, and I happen to be from India. So why are you so gay?
Dude, I don't care. Hang on one second, please. If you want to get back to the bigot, we can.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, just get off work.
Let's see if there's any.
Hello, I am interested in knowing what is this room about? Is it about God?
Shut up.
Why are you telling me to shut up? I am here asking about the room title and you're telling me to shut up? Why?
Yeah.
You're being a bigot.
Young.
He was not being a bigot. He was making fun of me for being from India.
I'm sorry, did you say good?
No, he wasn't making fun of you. He just told you that that's what you were. He wasn't making fun of you.
I couldn't hear
And
you.
I told him that I was a man.
Dude, shut up. Other people are talking. I'm going to move you to the audience.
Well, do whatever you want to do, but I don't know what this room is about. Is it about God or not? Or is it a zero there? Is it even about God or is it about the G0D? What is this room about?
Apparently, we're having a conversation with him right now. Apparently, we're going to have a conversation with the bigot right now.
Okay, my wife is home now, so.
A bigot? I am interested in God. I'm not interested in your fake labels of bigotry, sir. I'm not a bigot. Casey is a racist.
No, other people were talking, and we asked you politely several times to shut the fuck up. And
You don't ask people to politely shut the fuck up. That's not polite to say shut the fuck up. Don't you know how to say please be quiet? That's not polite.
We did that, Dick. We asked you politely to not talk. We did that twice. Now, we can't talk to my friend because you won't shut the fuck up. So we're going to talk to you, bigot. And now you won't talk, bigot.
No, I'm listening to a bigot call me a bigot. You're projecting, Donald. You are the bigot.
Imitate his accent.
Well, thank you, Casey. That was nice of you to apologize to the bigot.
I'm not a bigot. You are a bigot. And Casey is gay and he's racist, just like you, Donald. And I thought this room was about higher level consciousness, things, and intelligence like God. Unlike you screaming at people using profanity, you are just a disgusting human being. Shame on you and shame on Abe for even listening to this as another co-moderator. And Casey is pathetic. Everyone here should leave and go have the best day of their life. This room is pathetic.
Go to a room with padded walls. If you can't handle like people speaking their minds, then just go to a room with padded walls. Like go somewhere else. Like good lord.
To the forest and be alone forever. Welcome, Sanjeev, to the room. Feel free to come on stage. Daniel Nero, thank you for coming on stage.
Get offline and go out into the woods and just experience reality for a second.
Yeah, this is called projection 101. You're talking to yourself. You're talking to yourself. Take your own advice. Take your own advice. Take your own advice, sir. Take your own advice. Take your own advice, sir. Take your own advice, sir. Take your own advice, sir. Take your own advice. Take your own advice. Take your own advice. That is called projection. That is called projection alert. You take your own advice now. I am complete.
I'm not broadcasting, so I don't hear.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a few minutes ago there was no one else on stage talking, so I just let the bigot go. But if other people want to talk, I'll be happy to move the bigot to the audience.
The bigot, sir, is you. I am from India, and you are calling me a bigot because you are a bigot. That is projection. You are pathetic.
Oh, you don't call Casey dirty for being gay. That's being a bigot.
Did not call him. I did not call him dirty. I called him gay because I thought he was happy.
But you said you called him dirty.
Well, I was in a room yesterday, and you said you were bi-curious.
Casey, is that what he
I was in your room listening yesterday. You said you were bisexual and bi-curious, Donald, and Casey was a homosexual. You talked about it yesterday in your room. That's it. For me, this is just day number 2. I am figuring out what's this room about. You said you're bi-curious, and Casey said he was gay.
You sound like a bigot.
Well, put the link in the chat to where it says that I am a bigot. Otherwise, it is just like your opinion, sir. It is just like your opinion, sir, that I'm a bigot. Put the link in the chat. Let me see the evidence. You're ridiculous.
I mean, it's right now. The things that you're saying right now, if you remember back 5 seconds and what you said, that made you sound like a bigot.
You are such a liar. You are such a liar. Donald Trump went on TV today and he made big lies just like you because you're a liar. And Casey is gay. That's a fact. Casey is a homosexual. That is a fact. And you're bi-curious. I heard it yesterday on your show. Here, what is the G0D?
I'm curious. What? I'm bi-curious. See, saying it like that makes you sound like a bigot.
No, I just thought people would be interested. Since you're an atheist, you don't believe in God, but you believe in sucking dick. Maybe people here want to know you're bi-curious. Fuck!
I know the answer. None. Some other hand Rico, welcome to the stage. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, we're just berating a bigot. It's fun.
Wait,
Take note, I am not a bigot and you are projecting. Everyone here should recognize projection. I am not a bigot. It's ridiculous. I am an Indian man and you're only calling me a bigot because I am from India. You are a racist.
No, that's false. That's false. I'm calling you a bigot because of the way that you said homosexual. I love brown people. I like the brown. I've met Sikh. I've met Sikhs and Indians during India. I even met from India who that was horrible. But Regal, that was probably one of the worst things I've heard someone say on John had some skills. John who? A what? I actually Kitover. Oh. Don't because I'm only gonna hit one person. You're just gonna kick people Regal. Because what the fuck? Who do you wanna kick? No.
Let's have a serious conversation about God. Why are you wasting time? Every second, we only have 2.5 billion seconds in our lifetimes, and I don't want to keep paying my lifetime seconds for this bullshit.
You broke up. No one heard you.
I'm saying, what is the G0D? What is the G0D?
Are you fucking John Kitover?
No, my name is Home, and I came here for second day. I live in Hyderabad. I'm from India. I'm a software developer. I work for Google as a contractor. And I am very interested in what you're talking about, because I have noticed in Vedanta philosophy that the zero and the one, the binary, mathematics prove this as a God. So I was wondering if I could convince you that God exists mathematically.
Stupid. You think the existence of God is based in binary?
Hey, don't use that word.
Home, did you get your alligator? Did you get your high school diploma?
No, I came here to talk about mathematics. You are unprofessional. Is everyone here unprofessional? Does anyone here actually have
You know, that's the frustrating thing. It's like I'm a former military wife, so our thing was no news is good news, right? Like, just let the boys get their shit done. But I had someone come in the room. I don't want to say the person's name, and they were like, "Oh, well, I ran this through, and it was, imminent threat. Was it imminent threat through Grok and AI and and she's like, oh well, I passed it and I could not find a single none of the AI engines where it was the imminent threat." And then she says all these things, and I was like, and I got off mic. I said, well, Bima, your whole premise is wrong, because there's intelligence that you're not going to find on AI. You literally are not. They purposely don't make sure that stuff does not get out. What are you talking? She's like, oh, she didn't even think about it, but she still took such ownership of it. And I'm like, how do you not even think that? Because that's how my brain thinks. That's my understanding of the military, but a lot of civilians don't have that understanding of the military. And like, I have that patience with it, but she really thought that she was going to be able to validate and prove her point that Trump was wrong and this was not imminent threat, because she ran it through 5 different AI models.
I actually said to her, could you take a thesaurus and look at all the different words for imminent and try to figure out like all the different possibilities of what this could be, because she was so hung up on that word and just didn't understand it. But isn't it, it's almost like an entitlement, because we live in a society where we think we have a right to know everything.
Well, it's access to information constantly.
I got a question for
strategists that they think they know everything about, what Trump is doing, and they know him so well. And it's like, you have no idea how much the United States military understands foreign affairs, foreign warfare. And these people are saying that, and again, these are Democrats saying this more so than anything. These lefticals, these different types of idiots that have been elected by other idiots, that's the best way to put it like this. And they want us to trust them. They don't even know what a woman is. And they want us to trust them with the military prowess of the United States Armed Forces. And that, again, they should be in charge. This is just, and the bad part about it too, is that most people don't realize they want Trump, and this is the issue I have with a lot of MAGA agents, okay? They want Trump to solve every fucking problem.
Shut your mouth, you bitch.
Doesn't solve their problem, basically, with their urgency. And I'm just like, that comes, I guess it comes with the territory, but I've never seen so many people want one man to solve all the problems right now.
Well, they don't have a solution either. That's the issue.
I've never seen that before. It's like, damn, the man is not even 2 years in. He's not even 2 years in.
Sandal.
And they're saying he's like people forget so much he's done to really try to right the wrongs of the previous generation.
But
I'm
guess,
sorry, administration.
Mr. NKK, I'm from India, and I think that there goes the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, he's killed 100,000 Iranians in warfare. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, you saying we killed 100,000 Iranians? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am from India, part of the Maharishi International Peace Movement. I don't know who you're talking about, Leo. The point is, Donald Trump has killed one.
I know who John Kitover is. I want John Kitover.
I want to hear what you're saying.
Please stop interrupting me. Please stop interrupting me and be professional. Please stop interrupting me and I will speak.
He's pretending, mister.
Please stop interrupting me and be professional.
He's not really Indian.
I want to say that I believe in peace. Please stop interrupting me.
His other profile is cappuccino, a light-skinned black woman.
Cappuccino?
Yes, pretty much.
No, I am part of the peace movement.
The interesting part is that you'll probably agree with a lot of what he says. But
Abby, what I was going to ask is this like a modern phenomenon with Israeli men being like super metro?
okay, that
Or is it like influenced by like French culture is my question.
I don't know. I really don't know. I just really, truthfully, I like the soldiers and I like them in uniform, and I especially like the pilots. So,
But I was listening to like Static and Ben L, and I was like, oh, these guys are gay or something. And I looked them up, and I was like, oh, they have wives. I'm like, and kids and shit. And I'm like, they're like wearing pink outfits and shit. And I was like,
that's not typical, but it's a pretty macho society, pretty much. So wait, just going back to this, what you were saying. To take it back to Trump, it's incredible to me that exactly that situation that you illustrated. How do you win? Do people think that we won wars by sharing it with the? Did we do newsreels to the U.S. public back in the 40s during World War II and tell them all of our moves that we were doing in Europe and every decision by a general? I mean, where did this come from?
You know, gang warfare is even smarter than that. They don't say, hey guys, we're going to come to your neighborhood and shoot you up next week. I mean, this is fucking dummy. The part that bothered me, the part that bothered me earlier was when it was, and there's zero disrespect, and I wish you were in here so you hear this, but hey, listen, there is no verifiable report, so I'm not going to believe it. Okay, but we had verifiable reports of intelligence before, and then later on it was it wasn't accurate. So you should have believed it, and then so those presidents should have believed it. But we did not have verifiable fact. So currently, using that to prove it, imminent threat, because nobody knew they had a missile that could go 2,500 miles. This is why they were warning us. We got stuff. We're going to surprise you. Yeah, they did 2,500 miles, but no, they can't have an ICBM. Did you think they had one that went 2,500 miles? But they're telling you they have one that can go 10,000 kilometers. And you now don't want to believe it again. And this is where I just laugh at the whole imminent threat thing. If you wait for an imminent threat, you're a dead man. I know a guy who grew up in East St. Louis. When you heard a door slam, your head was on a swivel because every noise was an imminent threat. You didn't use the word imminent threat. He takes a gun ready to shoot.
But it's not even just the
KK, you mind if I ask Mr. a question? Hey, Mr. Real quick, could you bring home up? He is trolling, but
Lord.
Hold on. He's a graduate of West Point, and then after that, then he did work at the Central Intelligence Agency in Langley, Virginia. I can show you those pictures as well. He does have brain damage, so if you could get him to like be serious and stuff, he's actually a very intelligent guy.
I'll say this before Home gets started. When you guys are talking about imminent threats, also missile capability is the only definition that would warrant imminent threat. Because if you just Google it, Iranian intelligence agent was convicted for terrorism and murder for hire to kill Trump.
Yeah, that's been my drawer. I wish you had been in the rooms with us, because I've been saying that all along.
I understand how that's not an imminent threat.
Of course, it's imminent threats. They tried to kill John Bolton. They tried to kill Mike Pompeo. They have to walk around with security details. They tried to take the Saudi ambassador out in a restaurant in Georgetown. I mean, there have been attacks or foiled attacks on U.S. soil, and also attacks against U.S. assets. Like, this is not some country that's, came out of nowhere. We've been dealing with it for 47 years, and their proxies have killed American citizens, American soldiers, and American citizens. So it's been an ongoing imminent threat. It just matures to a different level, and when it matures to
It's not imminent though. Well, you're not even. First of all, you're not even acting. Then you actually are reacting. If they actually strike us first, you're reacting to whatever they're doing.
There will never be imminent. There will never be imminent.
Exactly.
Well, it's the problem is everyone has an idea of what imminent means to them, right? It's not an imminent threat to our borders. That's what some people I heard in the room tonight. Oh, well, we'll say, there was an imminent threat, like they tried to kill our president, Bolden, that's not to our country, that's to one individual. Do you see what I'm saying? So the whole imminent part is the difficult, because everyone has a personal meaning to that word. That's why it's hard to juggle with that. One more thing before Leo and Home have some fun here is what our military and our three-letter agencies don't tell us is a lot. And I will tell you a true fact. One of my late husband's very good friends, they were in many battles together in Iraq. When he left the unit, we stayed with the unit. He left, we thought he got a desk job somewhere in DC. We kept in touch, but it's hard to keep track of everyone in the military. But then I was like, he's doing some operations. He got picked. They picked one Marine officer to join different three-letter agency for operations or whatever. He got picked to be one. He ended up he was doing they called it a combined exercise, a combined interagency exercise. He got killed in Baghdad, and it wasn't allowed to be revealed that he was actually working with the CIA. It was sealed. Like, the wife did not even know. The wife did not even know, was not allowed to know until 10 years after the fact. Actually, ma'am, your husband was working with us with the CIA. That is the reason why. He has a star on their wall. Like, they're not going to tell us everything, and everything's not going to come out until later on down the road. I mean, a lot of people
don't fuck off the train.
Go ahead, Leo. Have your fun.
What are you talking about? Go ahead, John.
Well, I operate from the perspective that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe.
Who's the handsome guy in my PTR?
That's Major General Grills, of course, a Vietnam general. So, and John Kitover, Major. I will know. I was a major in that picture. I got promoted to regimental staff as a major from a private. So you can go from the bottom of the barrel to the top of the regiment if you know how to communicate. I got the job as the public affairs officer at the college because the other guy had to go to flight school, and they put a notice in an email. I said, hey, I'll be the public affairs officer. But I made a joke about the women at the college. I said, if we tried to auction you off in a date auction, we wouldn't raise enough to buy a Snickers bar. So the point is, There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. But what I'm trying to think is the Palestinian leadership and the Iranian leadership and the Hezbollah leadership, and also Bashar Assad, those are 4 major regime changes. What were they not thinking? What were they not seeing? What the fuck were they predicting? Because obviously they didn't predict their demise. So how the fuck did they not reverse engineer their defeats? That's what to me is like the interesting aspect of warfare is why didn't they see it coming? And in my opinion, it's because Trump is the master of mercurial hypnosis. We are so conditioned to Donald Trump with his red tie, his golden hair, his mannerisms, what he says. We are all mesmerized by this great magnetizer. So all I'm trying to say is, communication moves mountains. And if you've never seen a mountain move, well, apparently you're just not listening to our great president. And it's destiny. This man, as somebody said earlier, for 30, 40 years, he's been talking about Iran. This is nothing new for him. He's been thinking about all these world affair issues and he's been living through them and he's rectifying a lot of wrongs and rights. But now that he's taken out Iran and cleaned up after Barack Hussein Obama, the trans lover, maybe it's time we arrest Barack Hussein Obama. Maybe it's time we arrest his wife or husband, Michelle Obama, CIA agents who on their own Wikipedia page, their first job out of college was working for Business Intelligence Information, a CIA economic think tank. These people were born and bred in the same way that Trump was born and bred for destiny. I go back to my original point, and I'll finish. There is not a speck of dust out of place in the entire universe. Hello?
I want to say something I heard on the news today that I thought was really interesting. One of the pundits. It's very frustrating to the left and to mainstream media because this administration, not the prior one, doesn't have leaks. They're not leaking this stuff. And they're so used to picking up leaks out of the military or out of the administration, and he's kept a pretty tight lip on everything. And it's a frustration for mainstream media. They're not getting the info they're trying to sleaze out that they usually. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Do you agree with that?
John, when you worked at the CIA, was there any leaks?
What was your question, Abby?
No, I mean, the question. My question is what they were saying today on the news. Do you agree with that? That this operation and recently there's just not leaks. They're not and it's frustrating for mainstream media because they're not able to.
Yeah, Laura Loomer and Ben Shapiro have the best placement and the best seats now on the press pool at the Pentagon. I just looked at Laura Loomer because if you want access to what the Pentagon is doing, you have to go with their approval. Even in the pool anymore. But the truth is, I heard that we lost a lot more soldiers in this war so far than we're admitting. I don't know if that's true. I hope to God it's not true. But Trump, in his speech, he recognized that he met the families, and the families said, don't stop. And they urged him, keep pushing, don't let my children's lives be lost in vain. Keep pushing, exceed, and push, and exceed even more. So, Trump's speech tonight was historic. Thank God it wasn't at 2:30 in the morning. This was, I'm surprised every Jew on Passover didn't have this playing. I mean, I think you probably listened to it. I can't believe you wouldn't listen to it. And I think any Jew in America who didn't listen to it should get their priorities straight and should have listened to it.
I had 30 people, there were 30 people. No, none of us saw it. That's why I came in the room. I mean, you don't do that at a theater, so no one knew. We didn't know what he said. And the timing of the speech was such that across the country, most people were in theaters. So we were talking about freedom and resilience against, oppression and coming out of slavery into freedom tonight. And there was some biblical connections to everything going on.
So, John, what do you foresee happening over the next couple months?
I don't know. I hope it's like decisive. But just like the Ukraine war, I don't believe that anything is short term, because now you're talking about urban warfare, and if they have enough rifles, just like in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, you can't stop a good thing. If they take Kharg Island, if they Trump made a lot of projections tonight about what could happen, and he told them straight up, like, we'll send your entire 900, or how many people are there? 990 million, 100 million. Anyways, he told them that he would send them all into the pitch black night, and you will die rapidly without electricity. I'm pretty sure you won't die rapidly, but your life will be so impacted, you won't even be able to come onto Clubhouse and complain to Sarah. So if that happens, that's when worlds collide. And when you don't have access to the internet and you can't actually use your electrolysis machines to remove all the hair from your back, or you can't go to the plastic surgeon to have your rhinoplasty, you're going to see a lot of Persians finally rise up in the way that he urged them to at 2:30 in the morning. He said, take control of your government. It's yours. No one will interfere, just like Bane and Batman. So that's what I foresee in the coming future.
I genuinely believe that Trump throws a lot of things out there just to send the left on a wild goose chase. Like when, we're going to send 10,000 troops over. I genuinely believe, they're going to bring it to the Middle East. That doesn't mean he's putting it on the ground, but he knows immediately. That man knows exactly what they're going to do, what they're going to say. And now he gets them all on that witch hunt. But while we're doing something completely different, Kansas City Shuffle expert is what he's, the guy just does it routinely to them, and they continually fall for it. I think it's going to be really interesting. Let's just say he's right. He's out of there in 2 weeks, 2 days. I don't care if it's 3 weeks, if it's a month. If he's out of there, and Iran is at all a better place, they're going to have a whole lot of crow to eat, and that's going to be beautiful to see.
Yeah, do you who was it that I said near the beginning of the room? They're like, it's going to take 150,000 boots on the ground at least. Do you remember who was saying that at the beginning of the room?
I remember trying to think of
it. Wasn't Steve. It was it wasn't Sig. I think it was what was the guy's name?
Was it Ben?
No, it's that fake Republican from Texas, Marshall Rankin.
Oh yeah, it was Marshall.
It was Marshall?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no. He was saying that they sent 150 over. That was, remember, because that's when I first popped in. He was saying they sent them over for something else, and then they sent some somewhere else. So I don't think he was trying to say they sent 150 in for something specific. But
no, it's going to take over 150,000. That's what he said. So I'm like, how do you come up with that number when you don't even know what the mission is or this? Do you see? And they're like, oh, well, we were comparing it to, remember? He's like, well, we were comparing it to this war and this war. And I'm like, you don't even know the mission of this war. You don't even know the objectives of this war, right? So if you don't know the mission or the objectives, then how are you going to know the manpower it's going to take? Like, it's the guessing over exaggeration drives me crazy on here.
It's real simple. If you have if you are the Iranian leader and I'm Trump, and I say I'm sending X number of thousands of troops over, you're gonna start to prepare, aren't you? Like, just in case, because they're promising a massacre So then you're going to have to start moving troops. Once you start moving troops, what do we start to get? We start to get intelligence of where you're moving troops to, where you're moving troops from. Things start moving. What do we start doing then? We start bombing you again. This is like he's playing chess while everybody else is still trying to figure, just stacking checkers, for fun.
Yeah, but they don't want to believe that. I like it.
Another thing too, though. I'm sorry, go ahead, KK.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, he kind of telegraphed everything. It took almost a month for the ships to get to the Middle East to get everything in order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they were talking about this thing for a month at least. The USS Ford is deployed to the Middle East, basically, and it's like people act like they couldn't tell what was going to happen if Iran did not come to the table diplomatically and solve it. He gave them all the time in the world, if you would ask me.
I got a question. A lot of people here think they know a lot, but like, is anybody aware of how many battlefronts United States Special Forces soldiers are operating in right now? Anybody?
Gosh, a lot.
A lot, yeah. I think I heard the term hemispheric warfare about a couple of weeks ago. Like it's a new thing, our newest capability that we have. We can fight wars in every hemisphere away from our homeland.
I mean, they got comms, every AFRICOM, Eurocom, there's a comm everywhere, but I think it's sustainable. Other people don't believe it's sustainable. But when you challenge how much we spend annually at 1.2, 1.3 and growing on defense, that's a lot of money annually. And if you break it down per day, per hour, per minute, it's just flabbergasting how much we neglect ourselves, but we are willing to give to defense contractors and publicly traded corporations for our security. Now, as we demonstrated in Venezuela, a small, efficient special forces commando unit using the top technology that we have is extremely efficient. That was not a prolonged war. It was a couple of hours. So what I'm saying is, with that type of attitude, that's what our military indeed should be, which is small, lethal, and extremely expensive, but nowhere near the size of the jobs program that we have that we call what it is now. And, Trump has a big opportunity here to completely terraform the United States, and not just terraform Iran, but terraform the United States. And I think we have to start discussing, what does that look like? What does a terraformed United States look like? Because if we're willing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions probably by the time this war is over, what did we do here in the United States in terms of the nation? Is it like, what's Trump's legacy going to be domestically?
So, you guys, I have a bit of a conspiratorial perspective about Venezuela. Long story short, I actually think that he defected. I don't think that was the capturing the news and everybody else thinks it is. I think he actually defected because it was too smooth and under 11 minutes. And for all intents and purposes, if you're a guy that hates the U.S. and is going out, a soldier, you're going to go out and hail with bullets, are you not? You won't allow yourself to get captured. If you're such this stand-up, leader who will not succumb to the American empire. It looks a lot like he defected, and that it was basically.
I would push back on that. I would say that, like that saying 2-phase, 3-phase, 4-phase, 5-phase. It's so hard to know, because if he betrayed his own cadre or his own cartel that he was a part of technically, because Trump said today that things are going great with the Venezuelan leaders and we're all making money. He said that tonight. So that means the regime there, which is the military, are more professional, and Maduro and his socialista bullshit to a lot of these military generals was probably obnoxious, hyper political, and a waste of everybody's fucking time. But the thing is, Maduro himself was in a very dynamic political situation. But you could be right. He could have he might have gotten a special message saying, hey, we're going to give you a sweetheart deal, but you got to be patient. And him and his wife are living in New York, and they're going to basically live like how Bashar Assad lives in Moscow.
You're saying he knows everything about all the different. He will be a great resource for information to understand the networks, you know, these different foreign nations. I think it was a perfect defection, which is good that they have people thinking that, you know, we snatched it up. But if I'm in Maduro's seat and I know I will never go down, I'm going out in a hail of bullets. You have to kill me. You won't capture me. You have to kill me.
You know, we spent.
What would the benefit be for him to do it that way?
Like to the whole point, they were tired of him. You know, I think they were tired of his bullshit. You know, communist socialist ways, and he saw a way out. And again, you know, he understands a lot of what China, Russia, and Iran wants to do because he was part of that network and the inner sanctum of it. And if we flip him, you know what kind of exit we would have for the next 20 or 30 years?
He wasn't up against one wall. He was up against 2 walls, 3 walls, 4 walls, 5 walls. Maduro, he's lucky he's alive.
He said every US was going to come in. So yeah, he can say, listen guys, I'll come. We'll make it look like you come and get me. I can see this.
And I did purpose it by saying it's a big conspiratorial, but if you just imagine it, again, in under 11 minutes, you go into, I guess, the most fortified compound in Venezuela, and you grab it without him, you know, kind of like going out in a hail of bullets.
Yeah, but the whole thing will come down to the trial and what his charges are, because when the government presents evidence, which they will, it'll be damning. There will be prosecutorial, you know, aggression. But if he does have some type of sweetheart deal, and it was CIA or something like that, I don't know if you saw this, but the CIA vaults, it came out that the whole Russiagate thing, you know, was actually concealed in a CIA vault or a CIA cave. In the same way that the IRS has caves and the federal government has caves full of documents, the CIA has their own warehousing system. And Brennan and Obama and even Tulsi Gabbard's damning report on Obama seemed to do nothing in terms of Obama's aura, his credibility, his position. And so, you know, anyways, it is what it is. I mean, if Iran capitulates and these non-extremists or less extremists, because he says they're going to hit him for the next couple weeks, that's bluster. That means the Iranians are thinking, oh my God, like, this is the apocalypse. But if he says we're going to hit him hard for 3 weeks, that's like saying, all right, let's hit him for 48 hours and then we'll see what they say at the negotiation table in fucking Brussels. So it's all speculation. This is all, again, hypnosis, in my opinion. And it's political and it's projection. And we hope that Trump, the miracle worker, is able to create an equilibrium. And there's not an escalation, because there's a lot of other players here that have no problem hyper-escalating the situation to our detriment. America has constant problems with the Russians in Afghanistan, Vietnam, etc. Payback's a bitch, and they are always looking for an opportunity to pop and scratch our face. You know, they want irritation for America because we do the same thing to them. So it is a reciprocal friction, and only Trump can essentially de-escalate, which is a good thing because I think Trump is, somebody said he's not a war hawk. And in the chat I put, how is he not a war hawk? He just killed 100,000 people. Like, I mean, to think about that for a second, nobody here will mention it or discuss it, but our brilliant soldiers killed 100,000 people over the past 30 days or so, you know, sinking ships with torpedoes for the first time since World War II. This is a major escalation historically. So, and generally, if there is an escalation, it expands. It doesn't, you know, refract or come back in. It expands. So, you know, in my opinion, I've always speculated that the baby boomers will boom us, meaning that they want to go out with a big dopamine party. And that big dopamine party could mean one of those fucking engineers who's been working on nuclear weapons for fucking 40 years says, time to use one. And next thing we know, there's a bigger fireworks party than we anticipated.
All right. Good to see you, my friend from Chicago. A few hours away. And it's the right-minded. Woo-hoo. It's Joe P. How are you?
What's going on?
Not much. I'm here to enjoy the after party.
Yeah, I'm about to shut down in a minute. It's 1:30 my time, and I gotta go to bed in just a minute here.
That's fine. I figured. Hi, KK.
Hi. Yeah, I was going to. Brad messaged me. I don't think he's going to come back. So, but I'm so happy you came on for one night only. You know, that was good. You got to put 3 people down in the shut the fuck up section, which was lovely.
I was waiting on the sound effect. The oh no. I was waiting on that part right there. So I had to come back and do it again something.
I would love that. We would love that anytime. You know that.
You know, some people were talking about Tulsi Gabbard earlier and how she basically hasn't detracted from the president. Like, it seems like she understands the hierarchy, but in my opinion, she's just political. She's going to run for president, and that's the reason why she wouldn't dare badmouth our president. Absolutely. But there's something about her you guys don't know about. She is part of a cult, and she is in a cult. And as soon as Biden became the president, the first thing she said was, we all have to get around Biden and support this election results. That was her first response. She was 100% in on Biden. I'll never forget it. But the point about the cult is, it's the cult of Maharishi or the cult of Osho. It's one of those types of cults. Her and her husband, God bless them, they're beautiful people. But you have to be aware of what you could call the Transcendental Meditation cult, the TM cult. These are people who are radical, essentially sovereign citizens who are subversives. But I will say maybe in a good way, not necessarily in a bad way, maybe in a good way. But because Tulsi did out all the trans cultists at the NSA, she outed like over 100 of them. They had this like mind control thing where they were going on these power walk. You can Google this, look it up. Anyways, I'm just saying she's a beautiful woman. I like her. To me, she's transparent, as transparent can be. She's been on that Joe Rogan podcast. She's, you know, a colonel now, or probably a lieutenant colonel in the army. So she has a destiny. And there's a reason why she's not talking shit about the president, because then she would be a hypocrite if she runs for president.
Yeah, that might be. I didn't even think about it like that. So my late husband's one of his young Marines. It's been such a long time that he got out of the Marine Corps, then he crossed over to the Army Reserves, and she was his commanding officer, which was pretty cool. Like, it was pretty cool. He went to one of her official things, but he was on her like main team when she was his commanding officer, and he said she's so good to go, so squared away, so good to go. And I was like, oh wow, I didn't know all that about her, but I agree with you. She's very transparent. Yes, she did run as a dim once. Go ahead, sorry.
No, as I say, she ran as a Dem. She was doing really great in the debate, but the problem is they all were talking about the free stuff that they were going to give out, the healthcare and everything else. And she stopped on the stage and literally said, "How do you guys plan to pay for this?" And then she started grilling them. And of course, they kept trying to cut her off. And then the next thing you know, the debate was over. The next day, they were asking her to step down. And I was like, this is funny because we should be, like, I have to laugh when people mock the Republicans for having a debate, having to vote 13 times per speaker. Well, that's called what adults do. We want to make sure that everything is right before you just vote on it. We don't care if it's right or wrong. We're all going to unite. We're going to just get behind one thing. So everybody's a monolith. Everybody's got to do one thing. We follow the leader. No dissension. He said to hell with that. John Fetterman saying to hell with that. You know, there was another one that came out afterwards and said, hey, you know, there might not have been an imminent threat here, but there was a Democrat that said there was an imminent threat to Israel. That doesn't mean I support us going in, but there was a threat. There's people that dissent. Go ahead.
I'll be honest, I can't figure out who Trump's trying to lob, whether it's Rubio or Tulsi. It's one of the two.
I can see Tulsi as a VP candidate. I don't think she'd be ready for president. And Rubio's getting a lot of love right now. It's because the way, first of all, the way he always remains respectful, calm, you know, very well spoken, very intelligent. I think he's going to end up being the front runner myself. Tulsi might run, but I think she'd make a great, you know, VP. There's some good names that are, you know, I still like David Ramaswamy too. You know, but where he turned is when he got into the combative stuff. But everybody on the stage was attacking him because they feared the young guy, the young billionaire who's, you know, built his war chest up himself, you know, and they didn't like it. So
Senator J.D. Vance isn't in there somehow.
Well, I got a theory about that too, Joby. So to Ice's point about Marco, you know, Marco, I think definitely is more of the statesman in the administration right now. The way he's handled himself, and you know, he has the pedigree now, being a senator for a number of different terms, and also being pretty much the best Secretary of State we've seen in a long, long time. And I mean long in terms of maybe 3 or 4 decades. But I do think, and I don't be surprised by this, I think JD should take over Turning Point and really kind of rebuild the conservative landscape nationally for the next maybe 4 to 8 years. If Rubio can win with a high quality VP and, you know, get Turning Point back to where Charlie was taking it, because I can't see Turning Point lasting much longer. And this is not a shot at Erica, but she's no Charlie and she's a grieving widow still. But I think, you know, conservatives will be it will be more advantageous for the conservative landscape for JD to take over Turning Point and really kind of take it to the next level. As only he would be able to.
How do you take it? How do you take it to the next level?
Vance may go VP with Rubio. That's what I hear.
Wow, that would be a legacy. And then he could POTUS.
I heard Rubio and JD Vance will run together.
That would be a big winning ticket.
I don't think JD would take a back seat to Rubio.
He might. You got to look at he's looking at it as a career. There's no term limits. And Peter Thiel is in the White House when JD is in the White House. You know, this whole thing is everybody's got their billionaire backers. And that's really who you're talking about. That's the truth. I'm not saying that it's, you know, malicious or subversive, but when you read about JD Vance, honestly, a lot of this shit is performative. The only thing I remember, you know, after all these years of JD Vance is him yelling at Voldemort in the White House. And I still applaud that, right? But that's the only thing I remember about the guy.
So who do you think, honestly, like, I think Rubio's a great candidate. I think Tulsi could be. I think, you know, JD Vance might be pretty damn good. You know, I mean, when I look, there's some decent people. They're not, in my opinion, I don't think they're far-right crazy people, right? I mean, Tulsi ran as a Democrat, so she's clearly not a far-right person. But who on the left
do you think is actually a reasonable candidate that could really be somebody that who's their best candidate, I guess? Because right now, I don't think Gavin Newsom is I don't know that California would even go for him. California got a little closer.
I think Raheem, Obama's old
Westmoreland.
chief of staff, he was the mayor of Chicago for a while.
Yeah, Chicago hates him. He can't hometown about Chicago.
Yeah,
Westmoreland always Chicago. And he would be kind of brought in as the Obama 2.0, the clean black guy, all that bullshit like that. But he has a military background. I think Westmoreland could be because he's kind of lurking. As far as like in the news media. They love him in Maryland. I do think he will pull some of the Rhino vote. So to me, that's who, if it's not Newsom, I think Westmoreland will be the person, because then they'll try to go in and reshore up their quote-unquote black vote. And also, he may have a Hispanic VP running mate to try to shore up more Hispanic votes, which is what they've been missing because of Trump, because Trump got more, a larger portion of the Hispanic vote. And in terms of the black vote, I think if he gets even, 13%, it's going to be a blowout for Republicans. If they get 13%, he got like 24%. So I think that's where you may see kind of like a dark horse candidate come to the front really quick, because Gavin's going to run out of gas and got too much baggage in California. Just too much.
Yeah, but he still has his hair, If he was going thin up top, I would say he doesn't have a chance, but his hair is strong. If the hair is strong on top, the man's got willpower. And AOC, if she's the candidate, I would honestly, I would be more hypnotized by AOC than Gavin Newsom's hair. But to me, I like a big booty Latina.
Remember when that one guy was talking to her about being a big booty Latina? She got off. He was walking up the Capitol steps or whatever. I was dying. But Trump would have to have it. He starts on stuff with Gavin, because I don't know if you've seen it, where they make him look like it was a Beavis and Butthead, whichever one is the dark haired one. And it does look like him. I was dying, but
do you know what they be doing? Do you know what? They're actually fucking brilliant for this, but they made what's his face, Vance, the fraud czar, right? So Vance is going to run, right? Duh. And then what's going to happen is Vance is going to use this whole time to kind of like collect all the nuggets, showing Newsom in such a bad light that he's going to be crushed when it comes to debates. There's going to be so much bad press on him, and all Vance has to turn around and say and do is like, well, I did this. If you want to eliminate this, then I'm your president. Not Newsom. He allowed all this. Like, I think it was a genius idea to make him that knowing, and Kamala's from California too, so I think it was a good idea.
Well, look at all the politicians that are, just raking it in. You get it on everybody, on both sides, really. But he would have an ace of the whole from a hell of a position to go ahead and, investigate all of this.
I think you have to look at the pre-existing gravity of, the roster of people who have attempted or people who are tangentially, on that path. And it's obvious, well, first of all, Rahm Emanuel, former Chicago governor, has been creating content nonstop. He's crying on camera, doing these roundtables. That's funded by Citadel, Ken Griffin in Miami now, who moved out of Chicago. So they're already cultivating and preparing candidates for these next, upcoming campaigns. And it's all content. And so, anyways, people say that there's no political solution to the debt crisis, but I would challenge that is the only solution, because it will take political leaders to essentially discharge the debt via law. And so until you elect candidates who are actually willing to use the law to discharge the onerous debt on many mega cities like New York or Chicago or any city that has a ton of debt, or the federal government itself, they will have to use the laws to discharge the debt to the detriment of the banks. But to me, that's the only way to essentially save America from hyperinflation or odorous taxation and odorous hyperinflation. So we have to have smart politicians who are lawyers who work in debt bankruptcy law to essentially help mold America, because we won't have a constitutional convention. No state is going to have a constitutional convention because of politics and the lawyers and the judges who prevent it. So we, the people, as voters, have to be smart and know that we need real patriots who are going to help alleviate the debt crisis.
Okay, on that note, I think we need a draw. Are you ready to shut the room down?
I am.
Okay. All right. Well, friends. Thanks for joining in and participating. Great feedback. And I'm going to close the room then. Good night. You're welcome. The dogs are terrible. Go Buckeyes.
Go Buckeyes.
KK.
The Bucks are terrible.
Go Buckeyes! Uncommitted to a particular view.
Okay. Well, how could I be more committed to a certain view when I told you that I don't have a view?
Prejudice against Christians because you think you're hallucinating isn't the answer of how you arrive at I don't know. You arrive at I don't know by looking at the evidence and saying, oh, well, I don't know because of this evidence, right? But you're not telling me what that evidence is.
What? No, see, I don't need evidence. I don't need evidence to prove a negative.
I forfeit. You're done. You're cut like fucking corn now.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. If you want to tell people that there is a God,
I don't need evidence for God.
If you want to tell people,
I don't need evidence for God. Just like you don't need evidence for God. Okay.
So you can talk over me all you want. If you want to tell people that there is a God, then you need some kind of evidence to back that up. If I want to tell people that there is no God, I don't need evidence for that. All I need is the lack of evidence, right? And there is plenty of lack of evidence. There's plenty.
That's like an argument from nothing, right? So it's once again.
No, it's not. It's not. You are defending an assertion. You are defending an assertion, and you think that me saying no, means an argument from, that's fucking bullshit. You are positing an assertion. I don't have to posit evidence to defend against your positive assertion. I don't have to do that. Okay?
Does that make sense? Running around with his head cut off.
I'm sorry? You believe that God exists. You think that other people should believe that God exists. You are positing an assertion. I don't accept your assertion. I don't have to provide grounds for why that assertion is not correct. I just have to provide grounds for why people have believed in what they believed in ever before you brought your assertion in the first place. It's just so fucking stupid. You and people like yourself, people of your ilk, you are the worst kind of people. You're the worst kind of fucking people.
Because Andrew awake.
Do you think that all people who infer that God exists are the worst people, or just certain people who infer that?
The ones who force their belief on others.
I see. Without proper evidence, right? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no proper evidence. Anyone that forces their belief on others at all.
Okay. What in your mind? What would be evidence for God, if any, if there isn't?
So what happened to Andrew?
Kachi left and gave Andrew mods. I don't know if Andrew's awake.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I'm here. Oh, Andrew, how about we have some fair mods added in case you disappear?
Yeah, well, sure. Euro, I mean, you sound like a fair candidate, Bob.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And all I just think it just seems like the scope of the conversation earlier was based on like homosexuality. I was actually enjoying like the conversation and the dialogue Andrew was having, and it seemed like a certain person was offended by that. And they, I think they don't believe in the Bible, and it's reasonable to think that, because it doesn't allow for particular lifestyles. And I think that, if this doesn't allow for somebody's lifestyle, they'll say, well, I don't have a reason to believe that because this is the way I am. And then the other issue is like upon like figuring out here, like, well, how do you know the Bible? How do you exegete or like understand the knowledge within it? What kind of hermeneutics you're going to use? So, the dude's not even like willing to sit here and listen to me on the basis of like, well, when you get into like the fringes and mixed like cottons or linen and all this other nonsense, it's like, well, I'm a person from another nation. I'm a Gentile. These laws aren't specifically for me. So it's like, it's not the understanding issue. It's not the evolutionary issue because like I'm not hallucinating. I think evolution has good evidence backed by it, and I do believe it. And that's a mechanism I think that God uses to bring forth life in the universe. But just to kind of get back to the original baseline of the conversation, it was pertaining to homosexuality. And I'm sorry if it offends you, and I'm apologizing to you in all kindness here, right? Could be a little humble just to engage in it. But I think the reason why you don't believe in God is because it doesn't allow for like a homosexual lifestyle. Now, if that pisses you off or like it makes you mad, like I'm not attacking you as a person by saying that. I'm just kind of trying to motivate the conversation and see where it leads, because it seems like that is more the case why you probably reject Christianity, because I know that you're gay. And there's nothing wrong with being gay, but let's be clear here, it's the action that's condemned, not the person. So like we can motivate the conversation like differently and have the discussion, or like you can just sit here and be mad and hide behind ambiguity. And that's great. You can be ambiguous about your beliefs, about the evidence that you use to arrive at your conclusions and all that. But don't sit there and say, well, my argument is I don't need evidence for my argument, therefore my argument true, because you're not going to like that when Christians do that. So don't special plead.
Andrew's actually part of the position.
Well, that's a part of the reason I asked what I asked. Like, what would be your evidence for God, if any? Oh, dang.
Christian, my Unitarian brother, woo woo.
What is up, Andrew? How you doing, man? That's great.
Christian, you did a good job on the fine tuning the other day, buddy.
Oh yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's well done. Hey, Sean, are you a Muslim, my friend?
Yeah, Andrew, don't act like you don't know me, man. We're friends.
I know you, and that's why I say alaikum salam and salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Casey?
Well, no, I did not kick Casey. He probably, maybe he got drunk and passed out. I don't know.
He left in mid-sentence. It's kind of weird.
He wasn't talking. He left after Rigo gave his submission. And then,
It's understood. I thought he was talking.
oh, where'd Sean go? Wow, darn it.
I wanted to say, because Casey was challenging whether there were verses in the New Testament, and I think there are verses in the New Testament. There's Matthew 19:46. It's pretty clear. I mean, Jesus is talking about humans, male and female, that a man should leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall
mentioning.
But he definitely talked about male and female. He talked about being going to his wife. It's in Mark as well, Mark 10:6-9. Therefore, God is joined together. Let no one separate.
Yeah, that's like about divorce. But yeah, they
no, but the point is, he's talking about a man and his wife in that sentence.
Well, yeah, it should be, because the two become one flesh. But, somebody might say, well, why can't a gay person become one flesh with another, gay person? Like,
I'm just saying what Jesus said. Jesus talked about a man joining his wife.
He said that it wasn't like this from the beginning, that a man should join. That was in the context of divorce. And they might try to argue, as they do, that he's just saying, hey, look, when God joins two people together, you don't separate it, because in the beginning he joined two people and they became one flesh, and you don't separate it. But he's not making a prescription that male and female are the only two. I think that it is, but they try to argue that it's not. But here's what I was just going to say real quick. Christian, you haven't met Brother Euro here. Euro is a very strange individual because he won't tell you what his commitments are. So you can't really tell if he's a Christian or well, he's not a Christian. He's definitely not a Christian. But you can't tell if he believes in God or not. So he doesn't really tell you. But here's the thing. He doesn't think that the fine-tuning argument is a very good argument. And I'm thinking maybe we could get him to at least affirm that God exists, or that the fine-tuning argument is a good argument and it should make somebody at least think that God exists. But at least raise their credence in God existing. I would love to hear Euro's comment on your presentation on the fine-tuning, because I think you understand it very well.
Yeah, well, before I do that, I have to ask him this question. Euro, well, first of all, Euro, are you there? Because I haven't heard you speak yet.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, spectacular. Well, first, why don't you think it's a solid argument, or at least something that is, a good supplement for God?
Well, primarily because we don't know the probability distribution, and if you don't know the probability distribution, there's no way to say that this is likely or unlikely, or how unlikely it is.
And by probability distribution, are you mentioning the probability of the life permitting constants?
Yeah, the constants in terms of what values they are, what values they could be, etc. Like nobody knows those ranges or how they're interrelated. So it's not based on anything.
Okay. I'm going to say this generally, and there is actually a couple of numbers that we do have, which I'll present to you in a second. The goal of the fine-tuning argument is not to prove that God exists. I don't know why people think that is. It's not the goal of the fine-tuning argument. The goal of the fine-tuning argument is to say that what we have is made by a creator or by an interventionist, right? It's not to say that it's God, but it's to say that there's a possibility of God. That's the point of it. So first, the first number I have is I think it's the generalized number that physicists have came up with for the cosmological constant of coming by chance, and it's
demented.
1 in 10
Very
to
first.
the 10th power to the 50th power. So way too many zeros behind that one. I don't even know how to say that in words, but it's a very, very minuscule amount. So that's the number that we have for the cosmological constant. And then I'm hopefully going to go into my notes right now and find the other ones. But what would be your response to that one? That one is like a generalization, a generalized estimate by a group of physicists. I'll try to pull up the names of them right now.
What is your thought on that number in terms of the chance of it by chance? Just generally speaking. If you have any, of course.
Are you there, Euro?
Yeah, man.
It's a plethora of things.
I already got in my cabinet, and it's just all in one.
It ain't Miss Dash.
Because I break all the seasons out here. Crashmaster, Rosemary.
100 times.
Yeah,
People literally see us or sympathizers for the U.S. government.
Yeah, but pockets, I hate to say it, but you're being used by these people.
I mean,
When you think that, yes, because you're
I don't
nice.
care. No, I don't care.
You're
I don't care.
Magneto? Is that what we do? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I will try to get y'all shit together and, let's play some stuff this weekend. Let's do that. Yeah, I'll just go to the store, get you the seeds, Lowe's has 2 for, damn, I forgot how much. But I think you get like 5 bags for $10, so whatever that is, right? Somebody do the math for me because I ain't thinking, even though I know my math, and I already got it in my head. Thank you. Okay, $2 a bag. But y'all can go get y'all soil and let's plant some stuff. And you can make your own seasonings for real. Like, we gotta count on this, baby. Go do your own shit.
And isn't like onion powder and stuff, like if you just dehydrate raw onion and you like put it in your blender, that's onion powder right there. Same for garlic powder.
Correct. Yes,
It's pretty simple.
and it's fresher. It's more real. And it's yours.
And it's not
to the morons that's gonna fall for the shit. Well, he is an IRGC supporter because if you clearly saw, while America is bombing the country, that people are coming out and cheering and saying fucking thank you to America. Have you ever seen anything like this in fucking history? Are you guys all fucking retarded?
He's 100% right. He's 100% right.
Who disagreeing with you?
He is right. No, he's saying you're platform. You're allowing the platform of fucking IRGC.
Literally, get rid of him. Remove him from the room. He's only
What the hell?
talking.
He's doing? It's crazy. Letting him talk. Don't let the crazy guy talk.
Remove him from the room if you don't want him here.
Well, that's why I've hired IRGC supporter.
People are so worried. Remove him.
He can listen to other educated people.
You'll be Russian.
He has every right to listen.
He has a right to listen to terrorists?
Please, all right, but when he has law,
There's a lot of confused on what the world
There's a lot of self-hating Americans in this room right now.
But then, and I said the same shit, and you guys just came at me for no reason. We can't do that. I just said people see our government as terrorists, and you're like, no, it's not the same. This is IRGC. Then remove him. You should have been
The best thing to do is to drop them down.
Iranians never had slavery for 200 years. Remove him.
Force them to listen to like,
Okay, get someone else.
He doesn't understand what we're saying anyway.
You're right, Chuck.
Okay, this is unnecessary. Like, can someone new speak? This is going nowhere.
Yeah, go ahead. That's 500.
Okay, so, basically, I just like 30 seconds uninterrupted. I promise I will take a second. So, essentially, okay, yes, whether it was 5,000 or 500 or 45,000 people that were killed in Iran, that's really their business, okay? That's not our business. Our business as Americans is to look out for America's interests, which include Israel's interests, right? Which means protecting Israel, protecting Israeli lives, and standing with Israel, right? And that's really, as Americans, that should be our focus. But when you're saying like, oh, they killed so many of their own people, these are just lame excuses, okay? This war is about a lot of things. It's about resources. It's about money. It's about geopolitical supremacy.
It has nothing to do with those protesters. That's their business. Whatever Iran is, but we don't know the culture. We don't know the culture of time.
Let him speak, please.
Let that guy talk who has his name is Russian rocket business.
Guys, he asked not to be interrupted. Can you just let us 500? He's not done.
Nabi, please touch the mic to drop out after that.
Nobody has gone to Iran and personally counted the bodies and verified how many people have been killed, right? So this is all speculation, and it's really diverting from the true point here, which is the U.S. should be standing with Israel against Iran. Israel has a serious legitimate security concern about Iran, and as Americans, I think we should be loyal to our country and our country's foreign policy. The core pillar of our foreign policy is keeping Israel safe, right? And
Incorrect. I'm sorry.
He's LARPing, guys. Last time I saw that slide monitor, he was going on a rant about how the fucking IDF is a bunch of scumbags.
No, he's LARPing. He's LARPing.
He was pro-Gaza last
I will actually be
S-500 is LARPing. He's a fucking Palestinian supporting fucking faggot. He supports the Gazans.
Don't get
me wrong, I support innocent Palestinians as well.
Hold on, pockets.
Hamas.
Listen. So the reason why the 30,000 or how many dead protesters are relevant to this is it showed an indication that the timing was right for the U.S. to act, because there could have been enough outrage on the ground to actually spur regime change. So that's why there's a relevancy to the amount of protesters that were killed. And second, the stronger that we make our Arab coalitions, the weaker our dependency is on Israel in the region. This has absolutely nothing to do with Israel. This is all about U.S. interests. It just happens to align with what Israel is doing in the region as well. But this is all about U.S.'s interests. And the stronger we can make our allies with the Arab countries, the Gulf states, the UAE. What's that?
Sure, you're spot on, because it's the UAE, it's Saudi. Look at how it's 14 countries or 12 countries that they shot at. How many, Jor?
It's like 13.
People don't care about Lebanon or Jordan.
Where the countries though is where they have the bases, the U.S. bases.
It don't matter. It don't matter. The civilians were getting killed. It don't
I
matter.
don't know,
It's Azerbaijan. We don't have anything there.
Yeah, so we don't have anything there. Hey, they shot at the hotels. I just stayed in a hotel 2 weeks before they shot at it in Dubai. Okay, that's not a military base. It's a 6-star hotel. It's ridiculous. These are civilian locations they're shooting at. This is civilian terminals and airports. This has nothing to do with military bases.
Hold on 1 second. Moderators, did one of you kick or block Michael?
Wow. Yeah, I have Michael blocked.
Hold on. Of course you. Moderators?
Not me.
Let's get that.
Hold on. Can we just get this?
Did somebody kick or block Michael? I just want to know. Rich hasn't blocked. Michael was here talking. Okay, my phone is empty. I'm not a bitch. You guys are so disrespectful. You see that I'm trying to moderate a room.
We don't know who you're talking about.
Well, obviously, you are not a part of this conversation.
Say his full name.
Rich, shut the fuck up.
There's like 100 Michaels.
This is between the mods, you guys. Shut up. Go ahead, Eva.
This is my house. I'll talk about
Michael B. He was the guy. Go to report a recent jacket.
Oh, gay guy.
He had the open jacket. Yes, his username is One Young God. If you go to report a recent speaker, he is one of the recent speakers. You can find out who it is. It is One Young God.
I had claimed that Shlomi was his background.
Yeah, that guy.
I don't think he claimed it. He asked for evidence, and then he claimed it. Well, it doesn't matter. Did you kick him out?
No.
Did you kick him or block him?
No.
Okay, so who kicked him or blocked him?
Well, Eva, if he was kicked, doesn't matter if he's blocked, because once he got 90 ways to enter into the room. So if he's
all I'm asking is who kicked or blocked him?
I know what to tell you. But did
It was a fascist. Yeah, we're all gonna do like BB
Because
Kapara.
he wasn't kicked because this is what he said. He said that he went out to restart the app, but then when he came back, he can't get in the room. So
Well,
I
tell
don't
him
think
that. Okay, tell him. I can help you out.
he blocked him.
I can help you how to get. Okay, I can help you how to get elected if he's not kicked out.
to top.
Okay.
Put his profile. But I don't have a
For this profile, sit and.
So is any mod going to take responsibility or accountability for saying that
Oh my
I
God!
don't
Click
have a
copy.
mod? Shut up, Rich.
Wow! Fuck. Bima. Bruce is copy and shit and send it to him. In the room.
I'm gonna make light down. Don't let Rich back up. I'm sick of this.
Thank you guys.
He was trying to explain how to get the guy back in. That's what he was trying to do.
And we can ask him after we figure this out, because if somebody just has a block, they just have to unblock him. Who blocked him or kicked him out? That's what I want to know.
Well, have him try out Mr. Beaver. Have him try.
Pocket, why is everybody talking? Why is anybody from the mods
I
talking?
think mine's
That's not.
Keep going, Bima.
Does anybody know which mod blocked or kicked him?
You might.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I
Go in the room.
who is going to admit one of you blocked or kicked him? So can someone just say who blocked or kicked him?
Just a minute. We're not gonna do anything to you. Just a minute. Go for it.
I don't have this guy
Do
blocked
not.
or kicked.
Do not.
I just didn't like what he said. I don't have him blocked or kicked.
Do not.
Beat a finger on the top to see who he is.
And just tell him to come in now, because Rich is gonna do, and Rich may have blocked it.
If Rich is not a moderator, doesn't matter.
No, yes, if you're on the stage, you can, yes, if they can't get in, trust me.
People invite me
No,
back.
they can't see it.
How long ago?
No, we have to go moderator and have him look in order for him to not be able to come on a stage. Bima, can you send him the link? Send him the link for the room.
Oh, there he is. He's here. Look at God. Look at the one God.
Oh, look, nobody kicked him.
All right, excellent, thank you.
Okay, so
Jarpod essentially just changed the regime for.
Thank you. So
You're gonna keep your non-comment states off, right?
And just to be clear, so when it did have him blocked, they didn't admit it because I did give him the link, and he kept saying that the link from this room, he was not able to get in, it was not available. Okay, so if somebody did have him blocked and unblocked him, that's fine, I don't care, he's back in the room.
Literally.
Okay, so Jarpod
Michael's talking.
Jarpod made the exact same point as me. He just articulated the point much better. But yes, America's interests in the Middle East are Israel's interests. They completely overlap. Right?
That's 500. That's 500. Hold on. Of course they overlap. Because when the Israeli flag gets burned in the fucking government of Iran, in their parliament, you know what flag is getting burned? Right next to it? That's 500.
America! Oh my God!
Rafi, and guess which one they always yell death to first?
Oh yeah, America. That's 500. Let's play a game. Who's big Satan? Who's small Satan? Let's go. Let's play a game. Let's see how smart you are. Come on, you know what?
I think America's big Satan.
The fuck, it's stopping. This is
wrong, my bad.
I like it when he does his own pockets. I like it when he looks over. Come on.
Fuck, my bad, y'all.
It's okay. It's okay.
Anyway,
Continue doing your nonsense. No, there's a lot of guys. Again, we have an educated moron on the stage here. If you guys like what he's saying,
We will build a dome.
he's gonna guide you to the conspiracies and
We will build a dome.
guys, follow him. Great fucking guy. 500. This is a person to listen and admire.
He's a
Columbus was looking for the extra wall.
He's a Hamas supporter.
Please don't have anyone rag on Columbus. I got
He was a Jew. He was a Jew.
And I think you protect that statue in South Philly. He wasn't looking for the It's really important that no one takes that statue in South Philly. Like, people are making
Did you make it be mute?
Your pockets, your second class were kind of.
Hold on. Pockets, I hope you win a Grammy, but please, if you go up on that stage, please do not say Free Palestine. Please.
I never said Free Palestine. What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel like you're going
She would say go birds, though. Yeah, I see birds say go birds. I say Free Palestine.
Okay, so
fine.
the fact of the matter is that the only common interest that the Gulf countries and the U.S. share is maintaining the petrodollar, right? That's the only overlapping interest that the Gulf countries.
They're trying to create an economic zone for tourism.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not the petrodollar.
No, but that's matters to the U.S.
But they would, yeah, you're right. No, it actually does because it'll stabilize the region. But yeah, they don't really care what currency they exchange.
The U.S. doesn't need this. As long as Israel is
no,
safe,
we don't need it at all.
we don't need the region to be stable. We don't care if the region is stable.
No, we need the region to be stable.
At 500, are you Indian?
No, he's an Arab Muslim pretending to be a Jew, pretending to support Israel.
I'm not
He's a broke alley fucking guy. He's rooms with him and with a mirror. That's 500. Then rooms with you with fucking a mirror, talking about fuck the Jews.
I have a question for Jar. Jar, do you think that we're close? Do you think that now it might be closer for KSA, for Saudi, to look at the Accords differently as a result of this? And some of the alliances. Yeah. Do you feel? I feel like the alliances have started to come together as a result of this from the Gulf region.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely a different.
I'm joking.
It feels that way, right, Jar? I mean, it feels like that they're working together, and these alliances.
Yeah. See, the problem is Iran thought that they could create an economic harm that would against the U.S. And then it backfired on them insanely. So their entire strategy was they couldn't escalate with the U.S. So they tried to create economic harm that would cause the other Arab states to kind of rally against the U.S. to try to end it early, and it didn't work. It backfired. So that right there is just enough to solidify. And the other, the Crown Prince wants us to Saudi Arabia wants us to invade Iran for them. I mean, we're not going to do it, but he wants us to. He's pressuring the president to do it.
Yeah, that's for the most part. I agree with that.
Jar, I was in Saudi 2 weeks before everything just happened. And I was in Saudi and Bahrain and the Emirates, but I actually was at an event at the U.S. Embassy that kind of in 2 weeks they waited before everything started exploding at the embassy. But we listened to foreign minister of KSA at the time. And it was really interesting because it kind of leads into what you were saying. He said that they see the Muslim Brotherhood and they see Iran as an enemy. It was very clear to say he sees them as an enemy, but they were not calling for regime change. They were saying, I think they had fears that what would change might be worse for them in a strange way, as bad as the regime is. And he said it about 4 times in his speech, that he sees them as an enemy, but they're not advocating the change. I would think now the KSA has taken a different position on this. And it's much because now that they've been hit, they've been attacked.
Yeah,
I feel like they've taken a more aggressive position.
Well, they're going to take a more aggressive role in the street. So, at the end of the day, Iran's not going to have any control, either perceived or actual control over the Strait of Hormuz. That's all going to be UAE, Qatar, and Saudi. It's going to be those three countries. But the funny thing about this is it's the old Shia-Sunni rivalry. Believe it or not, it's still there. It's the Shia sect that they're worried about in Iran. It's not the Persian people. The majority of people in the country are not Shia.
Where are you getting this information from that the Gulf states are going to control the Strait of Hormuz? How are you going to do Iran?
It's not going to be
Iran. And most likely it'll be the Gulf state.
No, but how do you come to that conclusion? Are they going to magically just change the geography and the topography? Are they going to alter it?
Remember last time I was in
Have you been there? Have you been over there? S500? Have you been there? S500. Have you been to the UAE or to Saudi?
I was literally there.
So how far is the UAE from Iran?
It's literally on the opposing sides of the strait.
How far is it?
Probably, I don't know exactly, but I would think maybe
Take a guess.
30 miles.
31 miles at its widest point.
Yeah.
So what do you have to change in the topography?
So here's the other
You
thing.
have to be 20 miles, not 30 miles, and you at what point?
So there's a common sense, right? Are you gonna grab?
Hold on, let me finish.
Are you gonna grab like Iran side of the
Hold
strait?
on. No, they don't have to grab Iran side of the strait. So the problem is when the British left the region in 1978 or 79, whenever that was, the islands in the region became contested. Iran moved in to occupy them pretty quickly, just because they were the only one with like an actual military kind of any sizable force. And then they consolidated that power during the first Iran-Iraq War. So way back, not the Gulf War, but the Iran-Iraq War. And ever since then, they militarized them. Iraq bombed the shit out of Karg Island for like weeks, and then they militarized that as well. So like Karg Island is really kind of a separate animal. But the islands in the Strait, they've been contested by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Iran. Iran just occupied them for the last 40 years. So each of those countries lay claim to those, and those are what is giving them control of the strait. That's where they launch their USVs from. That's where they launch their mining ships to be able to mine the strait. It all comes from. It doesn't come from the Iran Gulf side. That's a giant cliff. They don't have any bases there. They don't have much there. It's all on the cliff side. Everything else, their Coast Guard bases are down on the islands in the strait itself. Those islands are not going to remain in Iran control after this conflict.
Jar, I have to correct you on one thing. The Brits, they never left. When you said that they left.
Well, they turned the region, yeah, right. They didn't leave, but they did, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So look, I 100% support Israel, but I'm not convinced that what you're saying is true.
Fucking Hollywood faggot.
Yeah, I mean, like, the trolling isn't working. Like, it's just, we're trying to have a conversation about something. Trolling is just really disingenuous. And very transparent. So, yeah, like, it's... Yeah, so anyway, Jar, going back to this, because just understanding how the control would happen as you just...
Don't listen to this. You're a lying sack of shit. You were in the chat telling me to go up on fucking stage and debate fucking here.
Now we get into Jar. Can you go on what you're saying?
If you have a pink ticket, you're not allowed to talk until you cash that in.
Okay, Jar, could you cash in your pink ticket? Jar, go to the top where it says political playhouse and just join.
Yeah, join the house just like you did.
Little blonde Lebanese terrorist.
But going back to what you were saying, Jar, because it's really interesting, how hard do you think that it will be with respect to the other islands that are there? I mean, what's on those islands?
Well, Karg Island, it's not really in the strait. It's farther north.
It's farther north, right?
Yeah, that's going to remain in Iran's control. It pretty much has to. I really wish. I don't think we're going to use the Marines to go in and take the islands. We might, but don't get me wrong. Don't play chicken with Trump, because he's the kind of president that pulls the steering wheel off and throws it out the window and kind of shows you that he's not playing chicken. But so he could take any of those islands. The Marines could take those islands pretty easily. Now, holding them longer periods, like the length of time that we can hold them is probably only 30 days before we come up against our own laws in the U.S. Plus, the MEUs are only designed to operate for 30 days without resupply or sustainment. So, but part of that plan would be transitioning control over to the UAE or Saudi. Iran would get Karg Island back no matter what, but that would go back toward the people and whatever regime change happens in the country. But the islands itself, the 6 or 7 that are actually in the strait, the Marines could go and occupy this pretty quickly. The problem is they come under direct fire from Iran. Like they're much closer within range of their drones and missile attacks, but it's not something that we can't overcome. And I think that the biggest concern is like where the U.S. stops. We pull out, and then there's going to become we call it like a lawnmower effect. We have to go in and occasionally do maintenance. I think the other countries in the region are going to take that up, and that's what Trump is trying to build with both the NATO alliances and UAE and the other countries, the Arab alliance in that region. Is that they're the ones that are going to take over that maintenance program to prevent the Iranians from having a foothold in that region again.
Really interesting. Thank you.
So keep in mind though, like they don't have access to money.
With everything in the chat.
I'm not. I've been listening to him.
Yeah, they don't have so the UAE was the one that was allowing them to have access to SWIFT and making like currency transactions, and they shut that off. So at some point, like they were supposed to get paid on like March 31st or 21st. Their military never got paid. So like wars tend to end when people get hungry, alone, and without pay, right? Like that's when wars end, and that the soldiers and everyone in the regular military aren't being paid, and not being able to make transactions. All the transactions that Iran's been able to collect through the duties that they've been trying to charge to those islands, like you literally watch the cargo ships. They go up into the littoral region, like those little islands that are up in the northern side of the strait that are pretty close to Iran, pay the tolls and leave. There's only been like 3 or 4 confirmed tolls that are paid it, but they've been transacting in the yuan. Well, they're not going to be paying the Iranian military in Chinese currency, so like they're going to really struggle to start paying their people, and at some point it's just going to end.
Yeah, look, I just beg to differ. Vietnam, remember? How did that work out?
And this is very different than Vietnam.
Why?
It's completely different than Vietnam.
It's more like World War II.
Vietnam was being funded by the Chinese Communist Party, the Russians, and everyone else outside. It's like flooding resources in. Iran doesn't have any resources coming in. They have arms coming in that are being smuggled across the land, like through Turkmenistan and other through the Chinese land routes. But that's all that's coming in is just minuscule arms. We know that.
Russia and
we can start attacking those. Yeah, they're sending in drones.
Yeah, minuscule arms, like you said, like bombing Cambodia during the Vietnam War and all that, right?
Yeah, it's nothing like the Vietnam War.
It's completely
nothing like Afghanistan 1.0, nothing like Iraq.
Yeah, we learned a lot from the GWT.
What have you learned?
Global War on Terror. We don't fight wars the same. So like we've shown through Venezuela that we don't need to. We can go directly to the capital and take out the leadership. We did that in Iran. We did that in Venezuela. We don't fight the wars. We learned a lot from them.
Every action in the world, you can set a missile off.
Well, it's not even a missile. Yeah. I mean, we just come in the middle of the night and grab you if we wanted.
Yeah, well, that's not. What does that mean?
We also
There are tomahawks. There are tomahawks that can be used in
islands. We also
It's not a Call of Duty. Let's have a real conversation, can we?
We just literally demonstrated it. We kidnapped the world leader and we decapitated the Iranian leadership in the first 24 hours of this conflict.
And we kidnapped him in the Nike Tech.
No. Jarbot, in for a few seconds, 113 simultaneous strikes. Fucking amazing.
Anyways, Cuba's next.
Oh yeah, Cuba's next.
$100 million.
Their power's been turned off for like a month, so it's been pretty bad.
The real problem, and then I'll go back to listening, but the real problem we have with Persia is they're more than willing to allow the U.S. to do the heavy lifting, and I don't know if the Persian people have like the chutzpah, I don't know what the right word is, but like the will that they have to actually go. Like when we did our Revolutionary War in the U.S., I mean it was years and thousands and thousands of lives lost, right? Like they lost their 30,000 protesters, and I don't know if like the Persian people are really up for that, but they seem to be with some of the emergence of some of the stuff we've seen on the ground. The unique difference about this war is like basically. This is the first time this has ever been seen, and we've ever been able to utilize this. Iranian Persian people are able to call in like personalized drone strikes against Basij, which is like their militia. It's and then the Artesh is their regular army. The Siege and the IRGC are the other 3 branches. They're basically like 3 branches. They're able to call in real-time airstrikes on their own using Israeli and U.S. Communication apps to drop bombs on these hard points and checkpoints and take them out. So like all the people that were used in killing the people that were killing protesters, last summer, they just instead of a checkpoint, they write it in, drop a bomb on it, and they're gone.
George, don't you think that also Mossad, basically Israel will start getting weaponry to the resistance there? They're already getting some of it, but I think that'll ramp up. Yeah.
You're not going to be able to get that done, though. Joe, just real quick. I don't think I think you're going to remove the radical Islam from Iran.
They already have. So this is something that I talked about. I'm coming from Spaces, so I don't do Clubhouse very often. Steven knows from Spaces. But when Trump says that we've seen a change in the regime, we really have. And what's
what happened was when they nominated whatever the guy's name is, the Ayatollah's son, it showed a marked change from Mustafa, yeah. It showed a marked change in the direction that the country was going to go. Because he was kind of, I don't want to say the moderate, but he's definitely not the clergy. And what you're seeing now is a consolidation of the security state, for good or for worse, right? And I predicted that this was going to happen like 3 weeks ago. So the security apparatus, the IRGC, is taking more and more direct control, and the clergy is becoming an old school remnant of what it was. It's just a facade. It's not going to be like what it was under the Ayatollah. So that we've already seen that dynamic shift start to occur. And now that they've been basically negotiating with the Speaker of the Parliament, I can't remember his name. He's more of a what they call a moderate hardliner. I don't know, it's kind of like an oxymoron, but he's more of a political entity. He's run for president several times and just hasn't gotten the support to do it. But I think we've definitely. So what I'm trying to say is that Islamic clergy, the radical Islam, they've been put on the back burner. The security apparatus has taken a step up to consolidate more of their power and control over the country, and that's a good thing and a bad thing because it isolates the clergy, but it puts potential for the IRGC to have a more direct role over suppression of the population, stuff like that. But we'll see how it works out. I mean, it's
not going to work out. It's not going to work out the way you think it is going to work out. What's going to happen is, after this, Taiwan is probably next, and Ukraine's going to get its ass kicked.
Oh my God!
You fucked up bigly. You don't believe your own propaganda.
This was a huge like they did in Hong Kong, and it's not going to fucking happen.
Yeah, so there's lots of problems in China. I spent some time in China over the last couple of years ago, and China's a very different animal now. It's just I don't want to switch topics, but I guess we can. So when he fired all but one of the military commanders and consolidated direct control of the military. And what he did was he put out propaganda to the remaining generals and said, you need to issue a statement of a proclamation of affirming his actions, and no one responded to it. So none of the generals really, he tried to coalesce power. None of the generals seemed to walk out. They didn't really walk. I mean, they'd be headed.
Well,
they got careful, right? Because he can, yeah. So he, and then, with all the technology failures that they have with the technology they exported to Iran was the near peer adversary to the U.S. And we just basically walked in, and they were relying on a lot of Russian and China.
Near peer? Can I interject? There's been 40 years of sanctions on Iran. They don't even have an air. They have nothing.
Right. They're weaker than
they're the generation fighters. No.
Dude, they don't have nothing, bro. They don't have. America hasn't fought a peer rival. America hasn't fought a peer rival since World War II.
There is no peer rival to America. There's none. We're ahead.
There is none. We haven't fought one since World War II.
Iran is using legacy systems, legacy equipment. They don't have fifth generation fighters. That's total propaganda.
They have no air force. They have no satellites. They have nothing. If they had anything,
well, they have nothing.
They'd get their ass kicked so badly. Come on.
We totally eradicated.
They never got it.
Even China doesn't have nothing much on the United States. You guys are just fooled by their rapid development, but that doesn't mean anything. They can't put it all together. They don't have much of a navy. They couldn't do things. If they ran out of Air Force fighter jets, they wouldn't have nothing to get across the ocean. But they got like one aircraft carrier, and that's not going to do anything to get them across the Taiwan and do damage.
Yeah, well, they have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons. They can level.
Yeah,
but the U.S.
Don't say that. They can absolutely not level it. Let me tell you something. The way the U.S.
can level the U.S.
Well, they can't. They cannot. No, it's not
right now. For 30 minutes, you can turn the U.S.
No, you can't.
You can turn the lights off in America.
Let me tackle your fancy real quick, since you want to say shut the lights off, right? Since we're the first ones that actually put the nuclear bomb into use, right? I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna remind you this. Our videos that we show about the power of our nukes are still like 50 years old, brother. Like, you have no idea how much advancement the United States has made with nuclear technology, and even as far as deterring nuclear technology. Russia tried to get something off the ground during the war in Ukraine. It was actually, they didn't know there was nuclear kryptonite, and guess what we did? We shut it down from space, dude. Shit exploded right out of the freaking, when it launched out of the ground, it blew up right on the launch pad. So, you have no idea. We'd stop it before it even goes, dude. We're on different level of technology.
Well, that's really good to know. Seems good to hear that.
Jar, I got a question.
Hold on just a
second. I was going to ask Jar a question.
So the one thing that you're just saying that we blew up Russia. Wait.
Did I just hear that he's saying we blew up Russian nuclear weapons?
You just declared.
Did I just hear that? Did we just both hear that?
Wow.
I think we both heard the same thing.
I think from a legal standpoint, that would be a declaration of war.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, they couldn't.
And you want to explain that one? And you said we blew up nuclear. Like, you don't think that would be noticed in the law?
For you. I forget what the name of the missile is. I think it was like a Satan 2 or something like that. It was coming out of the ground.
You're gonna chat. You can't forget nothing.
Right. So,
you're ready to eat it.
Yes, I'm ready to eat it. I think you would be get charged for releasing that information. That would be classified. Bro, listen, you gotta be able to see the big picture here. Russia doesn't think just knocking on the
Yo,
door.
can we keep these LARPing faggots who are working together to derail the conversation and have their own little side faggot conversation because they're working together?
How come they haven't opened up the different train of RBUs?
Michael, why are you asking people to come in? And they're in here pretending like they're arguing with each other. And in actuality, they're buddies.
Shut the fuck up.
No.
I was thinking I don't feel it, and
Use your LGBTQ voice to shut up.
And they're both in here pretending like they're arguing.
You sound like you sit on dicks for a living. Shut the fuck up.
For the next 3 hours so nobody else can have a conversation.
Yeah, well, guess what?
An actual productive conversation.
Okay, sir.
I did that.
Michael B., you're a faggot.
I did. Yes.
Did you do it? No, that's fine.
Hold on. So one thing that everybody seems to forget about is we were talking about nuclear weapons. We've got them all over the world. We've got our Ohio-class subs. They can carry 27. Now legally, they're only supposed to carry 22. If all hell breaks loose, do you think we're only loading 22? But they put 22. Hold on. They put 22 of them on there. Inside of each one of those Trident missiles are 8 nuclear warheads. Each one of those is 40 times stronger than the one dropped in Hiroshima. So that'll tell you just one Ohio-class sub what it can do. I mean, the level of power that the U.S. has, and that's just what we know. Let's be real. Do you think we really know the best and the most powerful we have? Absolutely not. Then everybody wants to go, why didn't you open up the Strait of Hormuz? Well, I don't know if you guys have understood a little bit about the way it works, but they have things called mines, right? And they're not just mines that float in the water. They have mines that sit on the bottom. And
Yeah, they have a mine.
Yeah, and so they have ones that they put in a long time.
They haven't mined it yet. No, they haven't mined it yet.
They've had some. We had one.
And we're making money on the oil, so it's cool. The reason it benefits us, even if it stays closed, is because we are the largest exporter for oil, right? So we make money as long as it's. Oh, so you're the Iranian guy that Leo's talking about. Leo's over there trying to suck me.
All right, so Jar, I have a question, Jar. Have you heard about the Chandu J20? How when they siphoned off and stole all the information from our servers, they didn't understand that. They didn't know that we had the molecular bonding process was off grid. And then they went and fucking built their Chandu J20 jets, and when they hit Mach 3, they started peeling apart.
Well, I don't know about the Mach 3 peeling apart thing, but
yeah, they did.
Shit missile. Yeah, man. Whoever's trying to say that, China, even Russia, I'm sorry, you guys give too much credit to Russia. They're not standing on nothing when it comes to our military. That's it. Oh, no.
This dude, he got out of jail and he was showing me all his guns. He had some crazy ass guns. He said the HCF hit him and shit like that. But he was telling me how easy it is to hack China. He said his friends used to always hack China and shit like that for fun, which was crazy. He's talking about the dark web. We was China.
Producer, we have an event here every year in my city where we have conventions all the time, and there's a hackers convention. And you'd be amazed at the stuff they can hack.
We're in China.
Abby, there's a gentleman, and Yarbot, Dan, and Sheila know him as dun dun dun.
The bomb?
The carnivore.
I mean, Guccifer did get caught, though.
Fuck you.
The other question is what cyber warfare has been happening also at the same time between the countries?
I can't talk about it. It's happening right now. You know, to be honest with you, things have not been going according to plan.
Well, North Korea has been acting up a little bit. We had the hack against Stryker. They attributed that to Iran, but I mean, it was a Iranian-backed, proxy, whatever, supposedly claimed credit for it. But yeah, I mean, don't underestimate the cyber side of things. I mean, the people in Iran are smart. So like the cyber is a real threat.
But shut Amazon down for a couple days.
Yeah.
No, that's the, to me, actually, it's a major threat, and it's a real fear. I mean, I particularly had experience of someone, a corporate person, that made a comment about Iran several years ago, and within a day, they hacked into the company's system and just caused havoc. I mean, it's a big company, and it literally was like 24 hours after the comment was made about bombing them. So yeah, they're swifter than people, and that's years ago. Who knows what the capabilities are? And it's very concerning.
Yeah, I went on Amazon and I was trying to look at something and it was down and I called my dad. I was like, "Oh, Iran's fucking with us," and then I looked online and it said that they were hacking us.
It was done jack shit. Like, they haven't done jack shit, to be honest with you. Think about it. It's been going on for 5 weeks. Nothing's happened. You thought they'd take down the banking system. Nothing happened. Power grid. Nothing. So they
hacked in the Cash Patel's email. They got
Jordan, did you hear about the radio transmission from Western Europe in Farsi?
What's that?
Did you hear about the radio transmission at the same time as Iraq?
Conflict?
Yeah, right out of Western. It was somewhere in like Italy or Germany or something like that, and the guy was transmitting. Yeah.
I don't know if they ever figured out what it was. It was encoded.
It was a coded message, but he was just saying alert, 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 and then he sent out the code. And then he tried to
Explain this, Rich. Start from the beginning, because I don't know.
So there was a guy in Central or Western Europe that was transmitting in Farsi, and he was saying alert, 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 and then he was transmitting codes, and then they tried to like figure out where he was and stuff, and then he did I can't remember what they called it, a frog something, but it's like in essence like it keeps it where you can't like hear it, but he kept transmitting and stuff, so they couldn't listen to what he was transmitting. But you'd have to like decipher key to like know what he's saying.
Yeah, it was broadcast on the old like Radio Free Europe.
Yeah, like Hom.
Whatever. Yeah, and so like it's just free broadcast. So anyways, but people thought it was like a hidden signal.
Yeah, he was skipping on Hom radio.
Trying to mobilize. People thought it was trying to mobilize like sleeper cells, but whatever. Yeah.
There ain't no sleeper cell. Ain't nobody gonna go do no shit for Iran anywhere, bro. You see what the fuck happens.
There are sleeper cells.
Well, it's not that. I know, Abby. I know they literally are, but I'm saying that, like, realistically, I don't think we should worry about them.
So before, wait, let me just say something. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration. Hold on.
If you worry about something long enough, it's gonna come through this one.
Well, I know. Before Trump was in office, during the Biden administration, when Director Wray was running the FBI, can I finish on this? Before Trump was in office, when Director Wray was running the FBI, he testified in front of Congress about the heightened concern of the sleeper cells and the cells, and also testified about how many came in through the borders during the Biden administration that were on the watch list and were of great concern, and that they didn't even have the full numbers of how many. They knew at that time it was several hundred that were directly on the watch list, but they felt there could be thousands that have come in that they couldn't have tracked down. So that was before Trump was in office. That's before a lot of the chaos was happening in the Middle East, and now it's just amplified exponentially. So yes, I mean, you can listen to the intelligence reports, but I'm taking the political element out of this and saying that before even Trump, this was a major issue.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's two types. So there's the cells, which are like funded by foreign nationals, whatever. Those are actually relatively easy for the NSA, FBI, CIA to track down. They probably have tabs on a lot of those that have already tried to infiltrate the U.S. It's the lone wolves that have zero visibility they have to really worry about. The ones that, like the one that shot up Austin, they'll just randomly walk into a place and cause havoc or chaos. Those are the ones you really have to worry about because there's no way to track them until they become active.
I 100% agree. I mean, I'm involved in some security, and most of our issues are lone wolves, and our threats to life that we track. And generally, the threats are coming. First of all, if someone's going to blow something up, they usually don't send you an email in advance telling you they're going to do it. And we get a lot of emails, but generally, when they're investigated, it's a
lone wolf.
There's no evidence, right? People in my spam folder trying to extort me for money, talking about porno and a bunch of other weird shit that I'll never forget.
Yeah, nobody cares about your manifestation.
It's never gonna scare me. I'm not gonna be scared.
It's fucking weirdo, bro.
Anyway,
You just wish it into fucking, it'll happen.
we had in 6 days 8,000 incident reports. I mean, it's insane, but a lot of them track back to someone sitting in their parents' basement kind of situation. You're correct. Majority of them are lone wolf.
Yeah, it's the Tyler Robinsons of the world,
yes.
Right? The guys that are radicalized. Either they've come in and they've walked across the southern border, radicalized and come in that way, or they're radicalized here. Either way, if those are the ones you really have to worry about. And it's just sad, but that's the threat that we're dealing with.
Hey, Jar, I got a question for you. Personal question, you don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable.
Sure.
Are you Jewish?
No.
Or did you grow up in New York or somewhere up north?
No, I was raised Catholic, dude.
Well, you said Chutzpah.
Yeah.
You really have a lot of knowledge on this. Thank you, Stephen, for
Yeah, it's
bringing
almost
that.
like he's an intel guy.
He's a very intelligent individual. To be candid, not to insult the hosts because they're lovely and several of them are OGs. Wow, I love you guys. But the X spaces, of course I do. The X spaces have infinitely better conversations than Clubhouse. Infinitely.
You have to let you on stage, Steven.
Or if you got your popcorn, that's not.
Yeah, they're assholes. You come into that space and you immediately get kicked in 2 seconds. And you're like, what did I do?
I'm not saying the app is better. To be honest with you, the Clubhouse app
people in the app in the room.
The Clubhouse app is
Spaces on apps are all echo chambers.
Yeah.
No.
Terrible echo chambers.
The only problem is there's a spy in the listeners.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20. Tonight, I'm ordering.
You actually have. I can tell you this. I can tell you that law enforcement is monitoring most social media now, and don't be shocked by that. I mean, that's not something hidden. They talk about it. They're absolutely monitoring spaces and algorithms, and there is AI that can track and it picks up words and it picks up algorithms, and there's no question, and chat rooms are on the radar.
Yeah,
that's not.
You're listening. Thanks. If you wanted to know,
That's not just foreign chat rooms, it's also domestic as well, right?
Absolutely.
So ironically, it started with the Pentagon trying to monitor the.
I was gonna say, we have a former Central
Kitchen coffee with Chicago Real. Hard work.
Home is his account right now. Come off mic, John.
Shout out to that, bro.
Yeah, Langley, baby. I like Fort Meade better, John.
John Kiriakou.
Oh, the guy next to Jar.
Yeah, this is John Kiriakou. I'm the former CIA agent you know so much about. This is John Kiriakou. I wrote the CIA manual on how to catch Hillary Clinton, but they never caught her. The biggest bandit of America, Hillary Clinton.
He does have brain damage, though.
I am the R word. I was told that I couldn't say the R word, so now I have to say the R word. By the way, Pockets, I think your AI music career is really going to take off. I'm super excited.
John, I have a question. Who's this handsome young man in my PTR?
Wait, let me look. Oh my God, look at that handsome officer. That U.S. Army officer with that U.S. Marine Corps General Grinolds. General Grinolds.
John, I want to get you the CIA photo.
Hey, John, can you run my ISRC, please? And see if you can find anything.
I think that this app confirms that ADHD is a real thing.
Oh yeah, 100% ADHD and all kinds of shit. It's all real.
Hey, I got one of those.
Said it wasn't real.
You just gotta stop eating French fries.
Santa Claus is also real.
You know what's also true? The Satan 2 did pop up for like 4 or 5 of them.
Dude, shut up. Dude, shut up for a second. Hey, Carlos, your music is actually pretty good sounding, but I feel like your personality.
You can do it anytime you want to leave. It's just going to be more on the conversations from now on.
It's actually because of her personality that I'll listen to her
It's
music.
going to be Michael B.
No, Abby, you'll listen to her music because you're a lesbian and you think Pockets is a sexy lesbo and you're dating a lesbian congresswoman. Hello?
You guys can keep Pockets.
She hates black guys.
Music songs. Yeah, you can keep Pockets. We don't need the brothers.
She likes Sicilians. Pockets is super racist. She sticks only to her race.
Thank God.
We're sticking with our kind, bro.
It's really Pocket's personality. It's her persona. It's her communication style that men find so attractive. Personally, I'm extremely turned on by Pocket's personality, by her music, by her personality, by how engaging she is, how beautiful she is.
Love it, bro.
She's also a campaign contributor when I ran for Congress. Thank you, Pockets.
Set up sorry.
What's the concept?
Bro, I had no idea what he was doing, bro.
Bro got an X videos account.
Come on, John Dodd.
Yeah, that's a former veteran officer, Army. Like, what the fuck?
It's just a little bit.
Bad. It's getting
I think we should all whisper.
it's getting late, Serendipity.
Did anyone listen to the Supreme Court today? Anyone listen to the oral argument?
Yeah, I did.
And
No more birthrights.
People have better things to worry about. I just heard this.
No more birthrights. We're gonna win, y'all.
Everybody's getting deported.
I don't think so. Listening to the questioning,
I believe we did
based on listening to Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, I don't think they win it. And I think Roberts will reverse.
Joe was like, fuck this, I'm out here.
I didn't look at the bond market on it. I wonder what its numbers
Listen,
are.
if you're not talking about dick, people just start leaving. It's a good thing.
Yep. Everybody goes back. Native Americans stay here. The end.
That's a fact. Shout out to germ theory.
Natives.
It's on the
Good boy, no, I shouldn't have
Abby, I'm curious, or Abby.
You see what I'm saying? I'm saying the fucking complete.
Oh, man. Quiet, guys.
That was English.
What do you think the real reason is that that Trump is making these decisions?
So Melania Trump can become president.
So why is he pushing the birthright issue?
So then Melania Trump can become president.
Oh, it's because of the 1.5 million Chinese that flew to Saipan and had their fucking babies, and then flew right back to Beijing and Shanghai and all these different cities and shit. Just went back and are raising their little Chinese communists fucking babies, and then they're all gonna flip our elections in the next fucking 10 years.
Yeah, you know, Melania Trump can be president.
There's 1.5 million fucking Chinese went to Saipan.
You guys are rolling up some of that feminism in your blunts and smoking that shit too hard for real with that bullshit.
And then maybe they'll join the math club and do great for us.
Okay, I just wanted to speak with Abby because, like, you guys are just a distraction. And I know I can.
I already answered the question. The 1.5 million Chinese going to Saipan and birthing their baby.
Okay, so go ahead, Abby.
I don't know, it's interesting. I didn't hear all of it. I listened to some of the questioning, but my take, and I don't think they prevail on this. I don't see justices based on the kinds of just the back and forth and the citation of the cases were not that strong. They were trying, the Solicitor General was trying to rely on the legislative intent,
back at the time, it was the Michigan legislator that wrote part of the 14th Amendment. I can blank it, something Howard, just relying on what I think was, he's a very bright lawyer, but I just don't think he had enough substance there. And then when they asked him about Native Americans, he didn't seem prepared on that.
Yeah, they definitely liked her.
Interesting. And I didn't think she was that good personally. Like, I actually think she was late on the citations. But why he's doing it is an interesting question. I mean, this has been something he's championed, and he doesn't like to lose. The fact that he went today was, I don't know. I didn't think that was a great move. I'm curious if you.
Well, I think Melania sent him there because she wants to be president. They wrote a book for citizenship.
We're trying to actually talk about this.
I told you they're just here to derail the conversation.
What did you think about him going there today?
ANS 500. Oh, I didn't like it. It was very, very inappropriate.
And what were you feeling?
No, I thought you were asking.
Oh well, I'll be honest. I did not hear it.
What?
I did not hear it.
It was the liberal justices you would expect. I mean, Ketanji Brown, just some of the questionings were ridiculous, just really out there, made no sense. But she hasn't, to me, in quite some time in her, when I've listened to her oral arguments. But based on the Roberts, definitely Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, and also Comey Barrett. I think she also. I don't think she's necessarily going to side with it. That's just my take. Just listening to.
Abby, you were surprised as a woman who didn't know what a woman is.
You listen to Trump speak, right? Like his oral arguments you hear.
I didn't hear Trump tonight because I was at the Passover Seder.
Reading these transcripts tonight, I might as well be dyslexic. I might as well be reading gibberish. A lot of the big word salad.
From him tonight, you're saying?
Yes. Just for fun, being like, we were like, let's go read this transcript. So I did, got it, and couldn't even get past the third sentence without just being like, fuck it. This paragraph is shit.
Did you make it to the we're winning big?
Yeah, we're winning big. I read his beyond. We are spectacularly going around the moon.
So what? Iran's winning?
Nope.
No.
We made it around the moon.
He literally said we're beating Iran.
It's not like a lot of political bias.
No, they're just complaining because he's on a great order, like fucking Obama, who blows smoke up your ass and starts wars in Syria.
I didn't like that. They're both retarded.
And continue to rock Afghanistan.
Expect that the commander-in-chief speaks a little different than our 3-year-old kids.
I think they both suck.
Sexual proclivities and like.
Yeah, I think that you're full of shit because I could definitely give Trump his flowers. Yeah, so you're racist. We all know that you're racist. And I don't fucking care. Well, I don't care. Yes, I do.
That's because all he thinks about black dude.
He's already DM'd me like 3 times. Stop it.
We really had. I don't know his searches.
Wait. We're gonna really say that. I say one thing, right? If you're talking about, let me finish. If you're talking about strategic,
Yo, Sean, shut the fuck up.
They're just all here to derail, guys.
Yeah.
They're like a little collective sagging group.
all right. If you're talking about strategically, right? Iran is winning. If you're talking about tactically,
Strategically, I ain't winning nothing but the bike.
So now we have another LARPer in here.
They were winning that when he did that.
I can break it down now.
You lost all your generals, 60 generals.
Yeah, I can break it down.
Don't break it down. Don't even break it down. Do not break it down. Don't break that down. No, don't even waste your time.
Vinny, can we kick all these fake LARPers and like have a...
Leo, shut the fuck up.
Invite real people up.
Kick you.
I'm like, you can't kick me. I'm 100 pounds. I'm 100 pounds.
Iran, wait, did you just say, could you tell us why they're winning? What are they winning?
When I say 100,000, I literally mean 100,000.
Shut up, Rich.
Yeah, again, I'm goddamn radar. I'm not talking about tracker or what, right? If you look past if you look past a lot of the explosions and all the other stuff, what you kind of notice is that the fact that they have the straight on lockdown allows them to actually have.
They don't have the straight on lockdown, bro. It's just that there's multiple nations that have interest in the strait, which is why dude, we haven't bombed the strait because countries have interest in it. Are you kidding me? That's why. Look, they're has nothing to do with plan B anyway. They're going to create a
So it's locked down because everyone else wants it, right? So we're not bombing it.
No one's.
We're not bombing it because then we're gonna have to rebuild it all for no reason. Like, there's no need to do that. We could just get the Iranians, change everything. Like,
I'm trolling for fun.
make a contract.
They're all working together like a bunch of little faggot RGC agents.
Oh my god, Leo wants everybody to be a yes man.
Don't you have to be the fucking room where you all are screaming and shoot each other?
Leo's a communist.
On like South Side of fucking Chicago, on O Block.
Dude, you're such a troll.
Get this
dude off the internet, bro.
That's what they say. They're all illegal get ropes.
Take it from Pocket. She got that old block gaga going.
No. She
And you got that gaga through Dallas.
She likes Italians. All of her Sicilians.
White race,
All you guys talk about is dick and faggots. All you guys talk about is
that's your boy Leo right there. So
you guys haven't paused one thing in this room, not one fucking word you can pause.
We're gonna pause you right now. Hold on.
Michael, how often do you refer to your male friends as my mans?
Never.
Look at the hesitation.
What the fuck? You're retarded, bro. What are you like? You want us to talk about this? Respect. You sound like white trash.
Gayest fucking thing for black men.
White trash.
Like it's like
what's
fucking
white trash?
gay and they should
What is that?
like
white trash refers to like
Abby,
the opposite
it's
everyone.
version of
Literally, where I'm from, Kensington.
Yeah, from Kensington, Pocket still calls. It's actually nice now. You see that how much nicer it is?
Abby, it was not.
I know then, but now, like, wait, have you seen how it's kind of cleaned up?
I mean, I hope so, but I was walking over dead bodies going.
Were you talking K&A? Are you a K&A?
I was talking by Lehigh, like.
Okay, by Lehigh.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah.
Abby, did you know that Beamer's from Philadelphia also?
You from Philly also?
Beamer.
No way, Beamer.
Beamer, are you serious?
No, she's not.
Look at us, are we lined up? Bro, we lined up.
She's from the hood.
What happened? Democrats did this. The boss Tony did this. Brandon did this. Ron did this.
Hey, you're from Philly, like
You don't understand. Pockets like we would know like immediately. It's just we just know instantly.
I'm in Allentown.
Beamer says she's
Are you Allentown?
Allentown.
What's the big department store there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a grocery store.
I don't know. I go to the deli around the corner and they go in there.
Who has a parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
The parade, everything. Oh, we got the Saquon Barkley joint where Saquon Barkley, they give him his praise when he went to Penn State. I go to those.
No, but what's the department store that has the big parade every Thanksgiving from Allentown?
That's beyond me. I don't know.
But you said you're from there.
I mean, I
It's
know.
not that big either. It's really everywhere.
You don't go outside much?
It's scary outside. I'm in Allentown.
It's not that scary.
Allentown compared to Philly.
Yeah, it's honestly a walk in the park.
No, not over here. Mm-mm. You got a crackhead.
That was the scariest shit I've ever been to.
Oh, no, it's bullshit. Crackhead. They got trench coats. Some shitty coats.
I don't know, man. The East Coast got some fucked up cities. Y'all cities are just as fucked up as our cities in LA.
It's true.
I got some fucked up cities, man. LA is terrible, but your shit is terrible and small.
What would they do deal with man? They can't go to
Everybody's
South
moving out of LA to go to somewhere else. That's how bad it is.
LA is terrible. But the East Coast and the West Coast don't go move down south. We go fuck their shit up.
Please don't.
We will.
Can you not?
Because even if you don't vote blue, we fuck it up because of housing crisis. I'm not voting blue in Texas. When I moved from LA to Houston, I am not.
How about everybody stop moving and just clean up your fucking city?
The problem is when you got motherfuckers that gerrymandering rig the fucking election.
Oh damn!
Oh my
You
god!
were fired, Michael. I'm sorry. I didn't.
When you got
I did the X. My
landslide. It's all good. Do some, you know.
Wait,
what the fuck can you do?
You said you grew up in Allentown. Is that what you're saying? I'm just struggling with this. You tell me.
Is on your head.
Yeah, the guy Fangs who has New Jersey in his name.
So
I'm from New Jersey. I'm just in Allentown.
Oh, you're in Allentown because you would know what Hess's is. That's why I asked you. It's like pretty famous.
On your head, one.
Like it just counts. And you're South Jersey or North Jersey?
Central.
Well, it's a big question because it's whether you're an Eagles or a Giants fan. Like what? How central?
I'm a Giants. Oh no, I'm a Giants fan. Just because I'm a PA, don't mean I ain't a Giants fan.
Yeah, see, that's your kind of that would be Central to North Jersey,
not
South Jersey.
Yeah, Central is like what?
Trenton and up, or Trenton and up.
Yeah.
Kind of.
All these rinky-dink ass cities.
Yeah, well, there is some rinky-dink. There's probably one of the scariest cities in the country is in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Camden. That's pretty bad.
Patterson got taken over by the Arabs.
When you got all these quotes.
I heard they got good calzones in South Jersey.
Calzones.
Wait, what makes South Jersey so bad though, Curtin?
You know what one of my favorite scenes in Sopranos is when that old grandmother is like talking to Tony Soprano and she's like, "Can you tell those nigger whores to turn their fucking music down?" Fucking nigger whores to turn their fucking music down.
You don't hear much of South Jersey on the news and stuff, so is it like
No, it's like a mixed area. You know, Atlantic City is South Jersey. Like, there's all kinds of parts of South Jersey, but there happens to be a city that's disgusting there.
In Jersey, if someone gets shot, you're not going to hear about it on the news. You're going to have to probably follow like an Instagram page to hear about it.
Okay, so like does that city have like a lot of shootings to the point that they don't?
Camden has a lot of shootings. Camden is now like they've tried to clean it up a little bit, but I wouldn't suggest hanging out in Camden.
You got Camden, you got Trenton, then you got Newark, then you got Jersey City, which is the Heights. Then you got Elizabeth, that is scary over there too. Then you got Irvington. Irvington is full.
Yeah. But didn't they clean up Jersey City a little bit? I thought they did.
Is it as bad as like Milwaukee or like Philly?
No, not even close.
Milwaukee.
Have you ever been to Newport or Bridgeport?
Connecticut, yeah.
Yeah. They used to have bulletproof fucking glass dominoes.
Do you know what's missing in this room? Beaver. Who clipped Beaver? There is a reward out for whoever let me know.
How much is the reward?
Beaver.
I don't trust my sources.
No, I might have to self-collect.
I think he got an account yesterday. He came back in.
Yeah, he's got like 90 friends.
No, it was just a temp account. You can't use it. And his original account got suspended. And I want to know.
Yeah. Some people on this app, Bima, maybe you know somebody, Bima. Maybe you're reporting, Bima. Bima, who have you reported in the past 7 days, Bima? Who have you gotten clipped from this account, Bima? You and She-Wolf. Who in the last 7 days did you get clipped, Bima? Rat?
No, I don't report anybody. I'll be honest. I reported one person one time, and that even felt uncomfortable, and it was because they were doxing me, running around with a photo that I shared. So that's the only time, and they put it as their PTR. That's the only time I've ever reported anybody. No, there is no amount of anything that anybody has ever said to me
screenshotted her photo and put it in the fucking little circle, and then she didn't realize you could click on the full photo, and it showed her entire face. She was
No,
trying to
not that one, Rich. And you're the only one who would fucking have it and share it if you didn't know you're disgusting. You're disgusting.
I have everybody's photo.
This dude sounds like he should be in the registry.
People, there's only a few people. I'm just saying, there's only
You don't have the voice of a fucking pedophile.
There's only a few people
No,
on this
not
app
that
that has the ability to clip people. I want to see people.
I will literally pay you to keep him out of the room for 2 weeks, bro.
You can't keep me in the room.
I can pay.
I swear to God, you can feel like
Leo, I'm paying you for the photo.
All right, well, Bima, if you didn't report, well, then that leaves only one other person. And I think everybody knows who we're talking about, but I won't even mention that person's name because it's too dangerous to even think it or say it.
This is how you treat me, John.
I still want to know who clipped Beaver's account. I want to know who reported.
You gotta say how much you're offering, bro.
I don't trust you, Rich.
I'll tell you who clipped him.
You don't know. Can you give me evidence?
Country.
If you could give me evidence, I want evidence.
Well, I mean, the only way you're really clipping anybody is if you use like a couple hundred accounts and then you just like report, like mass report somebody.
So someone paid you to mass report them?
No, I'm asking how much you're offering.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to say that you did it.
Pepe got clipped 6 times. Just remember that.
So who asked you to
And
do
it
it?
stirred up. Hold on, Bima. Pepe got clipped 6 times, and it stirred up such a fucking huge controversy that him and JB battled for like 3 months until JB got kicked out of healthy debates.
And you were the one who was clipping him.
I even told him I clipped him.
Leo, you finally got what you're asking for.
Beautiful chocolate man is trying to talk. Yeah, Donovan. Donovan, talk.
So after you do, I'm on your point, man. After you, I'm on your point. Okay?
Your voice don't match your picture.
He said he
I thought that was Galaxy at first.
I was mid-drink and I just choked. Why?
I thought he was gonna have a deep voice. He has a freaking Somali voice. I thought he was gonna have like a black dude voice.
I'm correct.
Hey, Rich, by the way, JB, there is a Backpage Victims Compensation Fund that any victims from sex trafficking and Backpage, they have just a very short amount of time, a little window where the federal government will reimburse you. So if you know JB's victims, be sure to get word to them so they can get that part of federal compensation fund. That it's called the Backpage FBI Compensation Fund. You can all look it up.
JB came in hanging out in the fucking chat. He was telling BB in the chat, he's like, BB, check your back channel. BB, check your back channel. If BB just fucking kept ignoring him, he wouldn't make him a mod because he wanted to kick me so bad. Lost 50,000 people.
What? Oh, you mean the healthy debates room?
Yeah, he got kicked out. That's amazing. Roger.
Guys, don't you think Trump is fucked up with his law?
What'd you say? I heard you say up in here.
I just said, I know IRGC is your mother. I just said, don't you think
Do you support RGC or you?
Yo, Leo, let him talk. You fucking.
I'm asking if he supports Pallavi or the RGC.
He supports Iran. Just let's hear.
I'm asking him a clarifying question. Are you a Pallavi supporter?
Come on then, IR. Yeah.
Rose, you an RGC supporter?
Of course I'm not.
You sound like a panderer.
IR. I want IR talk for 15 seconds, please.
He's working on his white SIM card.
So I don't know if anybody listened to Trump's speech tonight because I know so many people are just busy with Passover, Rabboni Shalom. But he said that we have refrained from striking all your electrical facilities and all your oil infrastructure. And we will literally put you into the Stone Age, black you out, and you will all die. If you believe Trump's communication, I'm just wondering, at what point do you think that these Islamic men who are running the military, because there's women in the IRGC, right? It's all just men, or do they have female officers flying their now defunct Air Force? Do they have female captains driving around their now defunct Navy? If they would have integrated women into their military, perhaps they wouldn't have had this regional conflict to begin with.
The Iranian women are more brave than the Iranian men.
Gay. You guys sound like a bunch of gays. You know what these are? The radical Islamists do to their women? They don't even let them be educated past like 3rd grade, dude. Like, this is.
Isn't that when they marry them in the 3rd grade? Isn't that when they start getting married in the 3rd grade?
He's sleeping
That
for the next fucking driving shift.
John Kitover really did bother me. The quote was, "We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong." When I heard that, I cringed. It's horrible.
Honestly, again, does that sound like somebody who's winning and stuff? That sounds like a tantrum.
That sounds like a threat.
We're gonna hit their oil. We're gonna hit their like civilian infrastructure and all that. That just sounds like you're losing it, and it's not working out.
No, that's a whole threat. That's a whole threat.
It's not working out.
Yo, can we just deport Emperor already? Deport him now. Deport him. I have some.
I mean, someone's winning in this war of Trevor.
Yeah, that means.
They're panicking and
I share Mike is messed up. Really, almost everybody Ayatollah is dead.
Yeah, Mike, please don't set off another fire alarm. I already have migraine. Listen, our kill ratio is incredible. We've lost, unfortunately, a dozen men, but we've killed over 100,000 hardened IRGC militants. Those are pretty good numbers in war, outcomes, no?
That's insane.
No, he's losing though. He's losing, guys.
Like 10,000 to 1.
Killers don't really mean much in stuff. If it did, then like America.
They don't mean much in stuff.
If they did, America would have won Vietnam. Again, those are tactical wins.
Bro, you know what? A lot of people miss this point about American military strategy, and one of the main strengths that we have is if we kill a whole bunch of you, you're gonna do what you do, but half speed. You're gonna second guess every time you try to fuck with us. So when people want to do all this shit, like I've been wanting to nuke something, they've been wanting to nuke Israel and do all this shit. They always wanted to, but guess what? They just can't. They hesitate sending missiles. They warned us like 3 months in advance they're about to send a missile over the border. And
Michael, you're overlooking the fact that Iran didn't see the bipartisan support from the Democrat Party. And it's really the Democrat Party, in my opinion, which is waging this war that has killed 100,000 people in Iran. And we've lost a dozen and have hundreds of injuries. Let's be honest here. The Democrat Party is a bloodthirsty regime change party with legacy politicians like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files. He's absolutely a pedophile. And we know Barack Hussein Obama is a CIA agent. We live in Truman world. And unfortunately, the CIA gets almost $100 billion a year of your debt to spend on your security. Who here is sick of clown world security? Hello?
wow.
So, what do you all think about Trump's quote from his speech? He said, "I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain." And he said, said they've been great and will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Are they, is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, are these our allies?
Yes, of course there are. Bahrain, by the way, is how you say it, but they're absolutely our allies. Can I answer Bima, please?
It's not Bahrain?
Bahrain. We're bases. I just said Bahrain. We have bases there. We have bases in these countries, and they are allies of ours.
Yeah, we're also allies with China at one point in time too.
But we're allies with Saudi. We're allies with the UAE. We're allies with Bahrain, if you want, however you want to say it.
Baha would indicate that there's.
I was just there. They say it that way. I'm not Arabic, but
It's Bahrain. It's pronounced
Bahrain. Say
Bahrain. Yeah, like Bahrain. Bahrain.
No, Bahrain.
You know, gag reflex this
I give up.
I'm looking at it, and
by the way, it's a beautiful country, and it's really an interesting place. Very multicultural there. So, what was the other one? You had Saudi, Bahrain, UAE.
Kuwait.
Israel.
Yes, yeah, in Israel. We have allies with all of them. We have bases in Kuwait. Obviously, we protected Kuwait in the past. We've Qatar. So what? And Israel, we don't have a base, but it's an ally. So
Israel is our base in the Middle East.
But we don't have a military base there.
Israel is our military.
They are our base.
I was about to say we attack through them.
Yeah, that's what
Well, but we're doing. We're partners with them in this war, but in terms of military bases, the other countries that you mentioned, we have actual military bases. Is that it on the countries you said?
Israel is our inland Diego Garcia.
Yeah, I love how Abby wants to
Did he say any other country? Or was that it?
No, that was all of them.
Yeah, those are allies.
So can we talk about how we use Israel to try to control the Middle East?
No, we actually, I'm kind of over talking about Israel. It's Passover tonight. I'd like to talk about Pharaoh, and I'd like to ask you, do you find it interesting that he asked Jews to do the construction when we usually, sort of...
Let's talk about Barack Hussein Obama emptying the banks in Virginia of tens of billions of dollars.
Anyway, it's Passover. I'd like to not spend the night trashing Jews.
Abby, what do you think about Trump in his speech saying that Barack Hussein Obama raided the banks in Virginia, emptied them of every dollar they had? That means to me that maybe these banks don't have as much cash on hand as you might think they do.
Let's see, what was the quote? This was his quote about Obama. And then, very importantly, I'm sorry. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash. Green.
Oh, but he did. He put it on airplanes. I mean, we do know that.
Banks from Virginia, D.C., Maryland.
He did.
All the cash they had flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear
What's
bomb.
inaccurate about that meeting?
Listen, yes, I think it's hilarious. It's like greens and ham. I mean, the green. I'm so
You realize there's like a method behind all this, right?
so funny.
What do you over and over and over again?
I don't know if I read a book in the fifth grade or they laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal, a massive nuclear. Who did that? Whoever did that's gone. Who fucking did that?
Leo.
No, I didn't do it.
That's disgusting.
That's clear my senses.
Okay, well, all right, well, okay, well then.
I'm putting tobacco in my lip right now.
Oh my God, you're just, oh my God.
Is that Tucker Carlson tobacco?
Because I read the other, like, colossal arsenal. Okay, so you just unmuted yourself, so you fucking liar. His I hate you. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. They would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion. The opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. That was the
What is not true about the money part? Let's talk about that. What part of
You have the amount wrong. First off, it was many more billions than that.
Get down with you, so let's talk about it. What part on the clearing out cash and putting on an airplane?
The way that Trump phrased it is what I'm laughing at. The way that he said it, that he emptied out the banks, that he totally cleaned them out.
Yeah, I was just laughing at the Obama gave 1.7 billion in cash. Green cash. That's just
Emptied out the banks in Virginia, West Virginia.
So he's ingraining things into people's minds. The same way that whenever I say Hillary Clinton or I say Hillary, we all think crooked Hillary. The same reason we think low energy Jeb. Like we all know, like Bible high, then he lies. Like he just repeats these things over and over and over again until they're ingrained in your fucking mind.
Neuro-linguistic programming, is that right?
Yeah. Maybe, but you know what? The one thing about the green thing, I kind of have to agree on this. Because he actually flew cash on planes. So if someone says he delivered all this money to Iran, most people don't think that you do it that way anymore. They think that you electronically send money. So when he said green cash, I think it is. It's driving that point home that he actually took physical dollar bills or probably $100 bills.
You know what the general populace?
So that's how I read it. That's how
you know what the general populace will be talking about tomorrow? Green cash.
As opposed to an electronic way of transferring money.
Yeah, they could have cash money. They aren't waiting until tomorrow. They're already talking about it on social apps, debate platforms. They're already talking about the green cash.
Ice, bro, you gotta fix your mic, man, because when you were just talking, I thought you were Ludwig. I'm not even joking. I was like, when the fuck did Ludwig get on stage? When I look at all shit's Ice. This mic's all muffled.
Ludwig would not be getting on stage because he wouldn't even be getting in the room.
He was very like dry and monotone when he was talking to. He's like, "Well, you know, like
that ATZ guy was something too."
I would definitely take Ludwig over Rich.
Yeah.
Never in 500,000 years.
Yeah, I'm on Serendipity's picture.
Oh, that's an easy swap for me.
Look, can I say something? I have two buddies right now that just arrived in the Middle East. They told me that they were.
I'm so glad you didn't say my man's.
I think an interesting question is, what other tricks does Donald Trump have up his sleeve? Because in my opinion, this was kind of like...
John Kitover has brain damage.
Leo, you're about to join him.
I really had brain damage. But yeah, both of my friends are in the Middle East now. And I don't really know too much about what's going on. I mean, I know a lot as far as what I see on the news, because I wake up and immediately I got either MSNBC or Fox. So I kind of like chip in to see what's going on only because I'm worried about my friends. But that's why I'm mainly like on Trump's side. That's why I'm going hard on it, because it's like, if we can stop this, if we can stop these extreme from, weaponizing their religion almost to, fuck with their own civilians. And almost use it as almost a reason to bomb other places because, mind you, their religion isn't a peaceful religion. It's a justice religion. So obviously they're going to try to take over most parts of the world. They're even trying to do that with America now. That's how they fight back. So I feel like there needs to be a change not only over there but over here too.
I have a question for you, thanks. You just said you watch MSNBC and Fox. It's really interesting to hear someone. So, how do you react? Like you're hearing two opposite viewpoints. I mean, do you feel that you ever get straight news from either? Just curious, or do you feel conflicted listening to both?
Not really, because they'll either talk about something that they both either know is factual, or they'll just speak about something that Trump said, and then they'll talk about what he said, and then it'll be two different things. They'll be like, oh, well, we're fighting for Israel. And then the other side will be like, well, we're fighting because they have, nuclear facilities. And we told them not to have it. So it's like, it's hard to know who's really on the side of who, because both sides have their ideologies or whatever facts they're getting.
Do you prefer one over the other, or do you feel pretty even on both networks?
It's hard to pick one because I don't want to just listen to Fox, even though Fox mainly just stays on the side of truth or tries to. I like to listen to them a little bit more only because they don't sugarcoat shit.
I think they do a really good job when they got Harold Ford out there. It's good to listen to him. He's a very, very down.
Yeah, that guy's kind of.
Yeah, that dude's like
That's great.
Yeah, and I actually think he'd be the best candidate they'd have. What about Jesse Weber?
I listen to Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber. I think I'm saying his name right.
Jesse Waters.
Jesse Waters.
Yeah, Jesse says things just to trigger people. It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I hear it.
That reminds me of that gay frog midget boy here named Pepe, who earlier today said, why are we fighting a war for the K words? That classy intellectual Dr. Beebe.
Wait, John, do you not feel comfortable saying it because it's on your dad's side?
Wow. I didn't even know there was a K word. Like, you motherfuckers just don't
Go fly kite.
Oh, you're despicable. But, it doesn't matter. It's just, I understand what you're saying. It's just,
You ever see that movie, The Kite Runners? You ever see that Afghani film, The Kite Runners?
Yeah.
It's a book. It was a book. The film came after the book.
It was
a really good book, I thought.
What's that South Park hero, Human Kite?
Use the hard K.
I want to say Pepe said a lie on this app today. He said he was 5'11". There is no fucking way Pepe is 5'11".
John, I think box your face in.
Is he a potential, partner? Like, what do you care about how tall he is?
No, I'm just saying, if he thinks we're going to war for the K words, and people here tolerate him and think he's just like a funny guy and a creative, content creator. Well, I don't know. I mean, does anyone here think we're fighting for the K words?
Absolutely not. Let's just get back to reality, professional conversation style. No need for the K thing.
Oh, you mean professional in the way that Matt Cool runs his rooms with Dr. Pepe 24/7 for 2 days a week? Because they're some of my best content, FYI.
I feel like we're using Israel to control the Middle East, if anything. That's it.
And there's a lot more to that than the opposite way. I love when they think, okay, so first Trump is uncontrollable, he does what he wants, but then he's like, oh, he's a puppet. He's a puppet for Putin. He's a puppet for everybody. And it's just like, it's almost comical to listen to them run their circles. The fact is you're right. I believe we found an ally that we could pump some money to build up, and then we use them as a struggle. Let's just say this: the F-15 first kill with an F-15 was Israeli. First kill in dogfight with an F-35 was an Israeli pilot.
they are damn good. They know what they're doing, and they're a hell of an hour and a half. We get intel out of them like no other. I mean, you're damn straight that that's what we're doing.
So wait, what you're saying is the Democrats and the CIA ran a psyop against the American public to make them think that Donald Trump was a KGB asset trying to subvert our democracy?
I think the Russians tried that one.
And then they prosecuted not one person for making the FBI spend how many thousands of hours and how many millions of dollars.
Yeah, but Robert Mueller died, and Donald Trump is happy about it. So we got a little social justice.
You gotta forget Donald Trump is a businessman first, so it's like, he's not, just stop.
Yeah, he's a businessman.
John, we have to be happy about Mueller because we didn't get Hillary.
I mean, obviously, he had Alzheimer's at the depositions, but, to say he's happy that Vietnam soldier, that hero of democracy, who lied to all of us in conjunction with Barack Hussein Obama, Clapper, Brennan, and other traitors who created fake content to make us think that our glorious orange president was a traitor.
Well, that's really what I really like is that all of a sudden they're going through 3.5 million files that have been released already, but how many millions more probably are there? And they're going through there to get rid of Trump's name, but they forgot that the FBI that leaked things, that took documents, that all these different things, they had it for 4 years, and you don't think like they would have copies or backups or anything else. It's like, this is where the lunacy comes in, is that they literally believe that Trump is there trying to hide something, when you have to ask yourself, they spent $1 billion in a campaign. They spent tens of millions in multiple different cases against him. They tried everything in their power, fabricating a whole Russia collusion thing, the Steele dossier. They did all of these things to bury Trump. But you had him 30, as Ben would say, millions of times raping women and these little girls. No, there's not one charge, and you cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been leaked. You cannot tell me that it wouldn't have been used against him and that there wouldn't have been a charge. They charged him for everything. They changed the law, the way they went after him for those 34 counts. They used it for in other cases. They did the same thing. It's one charge. They get a slap on the wrist, and they go home. They would have let that shit out as freaking day one.
Thanks. So if you don't like Islam, did you ever consider moving to a Muslim country, living there?
No, I got no business being over there.
Isn't that crazy? Imagine you don't like Muslims and you can't stand them, and you move to a Muslim country. That'd be wild. Like, how crazy?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't like them. Some of them are pretty cool. I mean, the ones over here, they're pretty alright.
I'm just saying, like, imagine you can't stand them. Like, you think they're all
That's like white ideology, bro. Like, you gotta stop that. Well, you can't help yourself.
No. I was talking about somebody specific.
Yeah, but that's still white ideology. I hate, I cannot this, that, and the fucking third, blah, 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 blah.
No, it's Tuna who's on stage who hates Muslims, yet moved to the Emirates. Crazy.
So wait, is Tulsi Gabbard gonna resign? And is she gonna call Donald Trump a war pig like she called Hillary Clinton a war pig? And is John Brennan with his little tuxedo and his supposed Iran conspiracy to regime change, is he now totally reprieved? There's no trial for him because he was vindicated because we actually did regime change Iran?
He asked if Tulsi Gabbard is gonna have a picnic with fucking somebody from Iran, I forget.
John, can you run us past us again? It's getting late, John. Sun's going down. Sunset.
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
Oh yeah.
All I can say is I'm excited about the opportunities in Iran and Esfahan and other major Iranian cities to provide electrolysis for electric hair removal service. If you're interested in investing in the greatest and newest startup in Iran to help remove billions of hair follicles from men and women who are in an earlier state of evolutionary development. We are happy to facilitate your investment. We anticipate a Grant Cardone 10X on electric hair removal in Iran. DM me for more details.
The Iranian women really need it. But think about it, they used to have really good mining straws. Not anymore.
They also used to be. They were also Zoroastrian before they became like Muslim, radicalized.
Yeah, before the pedophiles shut up.
Almost, I think it was like 30 years or something for blasphemy.
Are you aware that the Ayatollah himself utilized our hair follicle removal electric services? We removed over 1 billion hair follicles from the Ayatollah's back just in a 6-month period. Does anybody else think that the Ayatollah looked a little Jewish? To me, he looked Jewish. Like, he looked like an Ashkenazi Jew.
He does. He looks like one of the Hebrews that just be in the I don't know. He looks like one of those old guys with the hats, just the Jewish guys with the big old hats. I forgot.
He looked like my Uncle Morty or my cousin Danny Dubenstein.
Just some random old dude at a bar mitzvah.
It's the bar mitzvah.
Maybe they switched him out in France. He was like some Ashkenazi guy from France. He was a double they sent in there, and the whole thing was just one big theatrical production to just basically, create more debt.
Guys, you know that the thing you're welcome to serendipity.
The thing that they put on their head is almost 12 meters. 6 to 12 meters.
What are they hiding in there?
So the speaking guy,
dirty thoughts.
2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to come back and I'm going to talk to you. I'm defending 100% IRGC, so you can read in the top fights about it.
I'm not against you. I don't care.
Let's go. Let's talk about the IRGC. Let's go. Let's hear it right from the horse's mouth.
I know what they keep in those hats. They have a cheat sheet because every government administrator in Iran has to take a government-issued test on how to actually refine that sweet crude that they produce out of the ground into, saleable oil, gasoline, airplane fuel. They essentially are chemists. And they're Zoroastrians, but now their mafia and their gang has been decimated by the orange gang known as Magus Trumpists. And I would just want to say, many of you here are unaware of Islamic history, but Donald Trump himself has personally, completely, and utterly turned Islam into a trans religion. He has changed it and transformed it, and Donald Trump is absolutely, by far, the greatest and the last prophet of Islam. He outdid Muhammad. It's a fact. And every Islam now can say peace and blessings be upon Donald Trumpists. Thank you very much.
That's crazy talk. Imagine that.
And you heard that he was going to rename it the Strait of Trump, and then they were also going to rename it Trumpistan, right?
Trumpistan. So where's the IRGC guy? What are you going to say? He said 35 minutes. We're going to wait for him to come prove his point. I'm curious to see what he's going to say. Do they have little freaking Diddy bodies around here?
What is he doing?
What's important to remember, this is the last thing I'll say, is that when we are all gone and the next generation has disappeared and the generation after that has disappeared, and then a new generation of Americans, 4 generations away, they will look back at 2026 as the highest energy moment with such nostalgia, and they'll say, how was America so bold, so audacious, so intelligent? And how did they know how to deliver the knockout blow before they even knew it was coming? How did America envision such a strategic success? How did they know? Where did this divine wisdom come from that Donald Trump seems to draw from? These miracles Trump keeps pulling out of the ether. Who is and who was this great orange man?
Hey,
Hold your horses. Sorry, man. Yeah, exactly. Hold your horses, man.
What do you want to speak? You should be crazy to support IRGC. I was joking.
Not even. You didn't win the war yet. That's all I gotta ask. Have you won the war yet?
I was joking. I'm not supporting IRGC, but I just wanted to say that this war is going to the wrong direction. In my opinion, it's not serving people's benefits. I mean, local people. Because
I think it's gonna.
Because of and he said he cannot open the Strait of Hormuz. It's why people.
Exactly right.
No, let me explain why. Okay, because it is wide only for 30 or 40 kilometers, so it's not really wide. I mean, it's not a very big area. Okay, so you can control it easily. And in the south of Iran, I'm Iranian. In the south of Iran, actually, I haven't been there, but I know the geography of the area of the country. In the south of Iran, there are very hard rock mountains, so you can easily hide under these mountains. I mean, you can settle your ballistic or missile systems to have a control over the Strait of Hormuz. But the thing is, if Trump, I think, is following another plan with this war. I mean, it has nothing to do with Iran. It has nothing to do with Israel. It's a plan against NATO, because we all know Trump hates NATO only because of the expenditures. That I also find it very unfair. Well, why USA should pay for the security of Europeans when they have lots of money and they can do it. They don't do it, so USA should pay it. But also the war. Look, the goal of, I can say, 80 or 70% of Iranian people is to have a regime change. Okay, so everybody wants. But the thing is, how we have to implement this plan. I think right now the war is getting distracted into another direction that is the wrong direction, which is attacking civilians' infrastructures. And if they want to do it, if they want to attack people's, let's say, assets, because they are for the people. It has nothing to do with IRGC or the regime. It's for the people, for the local people. If Americans or if Israelis want to attack...
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's attacking civilian infrastructure?
Trump today gave the warning.
I mean, Iran's been attacking civilian... So we know Iran's been attacking civilian areas in all the countries that it's attacking. So when has the U.S. You made a statement, so I need you to clarify your statement. Where has the U.S. intentionally targeted civilian sites?
For the first day of war, they targeted.
Targeted?
I don't want to know the U.S.
No, it wasn't the U.S. It wasn't Israel. It was the U.S. Hold on. Even if it was, they asked a specific question. Answer my question. Mute up. Whoever this dude is, stop talking sick. When have they targeted, I use the word targeted, a civilian site? Targeted.
English.
Do you want me to say the word target in Swahili? What language do you need the word target in? It's also a store that has really cheap stuff and good deals sometimes.
I've got gold, I've got silver, and
do you know that Target? Do you know that Target? Well, that word you know, right?
Young lady. Sorry.
So answer my question as you're talking, IRGC. When did the U.S. target? Target means an intentional action, correct?
So I have a question.
Does target mean an intentional action? Answer me. Does target mean the concept of target?
I'm really happy for him. He's doing well. He's been a lot of support from a lot of followers. Targeted.
now. You just said the U.S. I'm going to stop you. I can totally stop you. You just said the U.S. targeted a school. If in fact a U.S. missile inadvertently and not by intention hit a school, it was not targeting a school. And for you to share that propaganda in a room with I don't know how many people are in the audience is a problem. It's a concerning problem.
Well, there's a semantical issue here. Hold on, just guys, because I see both. There's a semantic break that we could
the word intentionally target.
Right. Well, it was intentionally. We intentionally targeted that target.
You are
the
correct.
problem is, hold on. The problem is that. Hold on, exactly. That it was an intentional target of a specific building that was believed to be an IRGC building. So IR is correct. We did intentionally target that building, but the idea is that obviously it was misidentified as a valid target.
Where did it say we actually targeted that specific building?
Well,
can you put that in the chat?
Hold on. Well, I'll explain.
No, I understand what happened.
Investigations say that it was a Tomahawk cruise missile, right? A U.S. specifically a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile.
Right. Did hear that.
We know that the United States does not target civilian, right? So we can only assume that if it is, it's in favor of the United States to say that if it was indeed a U.S. Tomahawk cruise missile, and that building was targeted, it was due to misinformation.
Yes.
We don't target civilian buildings.
Thank you. So let's clarify that we don't target civilian buildings, which is what this guy said.
What's the history of the state?
In Iranian rooms, we don't celebrate this. We give time.
I just put the link in the comments for you guys to check it out. I just put the link in the comments.
Free speech, IRGC. Welcome to how it works in the U.S.
First of all, IRGC is your mother. I'm not IRGC. Second of all, I'm sure you have no idea what IRGC means because it has no Iranian name inside.
I never said it did. It's Islamic.
So my
I
name
thought
is
the
Iran.
IRGC was Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's not it.
No, it's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps.
So it has nothing to do with Iran. Don't call me with that fucking name because I get upset.
So it just proves that it says jihad. It's a jihad military. It's not jihad. It's protecting your own homeland.
No. She said it's Islamic, not Iranian. Iran is the land. Islam is not the land.
Islam is Islamic. It is stand for it is.
So do we have an understanding that the United States does not target civilians? Can we have that understanding and then you can go on?
I apologize, young lady. You're right, but you're wrong.
I'm right, but I'm wrong. We don't intentionally.
Listen, hear me out. Who's the only fucking the place in the world that dropped a fucking atomic bomb on somebody?
Listen, you don't know nothing.
We ended a war. Do we have to get into talking about why Truman made the decision?
What war? What war did you end?
World War II. Thank you very much.
And you only came in 2 to 3 years after that. If you know your history, talk.
I know my history. And we ended World War II. I need more Truman. These kinds of people. That's what we were talking about. So now, continue what you were saying.
Please close your microphone for 5 minutes. Let me finish, and then you can say whatever you want. You are free to say everything, but just give the time to finish, to get the points, and then okay. So,
When did the U.S.
where were I? I was just saying. Okay. I was talking about.
Dude, you blame where you arrested bombing.
I was not putting it on the USA. I was talking about it's not a Georgia. It's a video game, okay? So people die. More people die. It's not a Georgia. Don't listen to media, okay? Whatever you see in media are, I can say 100% wrong. Fox News is on the side of Republicans. They try to support Republicans. For example, New York Times is on the side of Democrats. They are trying to defend Democrats and saying Trump is just doing shit. Just giving his Trump because today I take my mother, which I'm not in Iran, they are in Iran, in the west of Iran. Actually, they were in Tehran. But they just create negativity also because it's not dangerous what she said. More 2 times a day we hear just vibration just comes through the windows, so they just left the city for 1 or 2 months and let's see what happens. But the thing is, this war cannot this way. It cannot move more. Why? Because if Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, the European economy will be totally fucked up. I'm sure about that because I'm living in Europe and I see that Europeans are just harming from this war. But also it's good for Trump or for Americans. Why? Because we don't want any boots on the ground. So you don't want it to, I'm sure. I mean, it's not the will of Americans. But the thing is, USA, or let's say the West, I'm not talking only about the USA, the West has a big army of people like me.
It's only the US, sorry, I apologize. It's not Canada, it's not Mexico.
Okay, so that's the US. Okay, because it's a central power. Okay, it's a central power. You're right, because it's a central power. It's the first power in the West, so you're right. But USA has a very big army. You can say bigger than the American army, which is inside Tehran, which is inside Iran. And that is the local people. That is the people who can bring this regime down. Okay? But I'm not also saying stop war. I'm not saying this is you have to target the military bases. You have to make it allow, you have to bring all the power facilities down. But there is a very important part here that you hear me. The spirit of the German is upon me. I used to work your wife sitting right. No, I have no wife. Wasn't that? Because that should be Iranian country. Americans have no idea what white secret is. Okay, yeah, that's right. We know that some people inside Iran have white SIM card. Actually, it's not a fair name because in the USA, white and black is about people, so we don't want to use that name. Let's say governmental SIM cards. There are some agents from the government.
Guys, stop detracting from the conversation.
I want to finish it.
You're like 10 minutes over your 5. Somebody tell me what SIM card is in the chat. I'm done.
Okay, and then I was saying that, okay, if I think now it is time to bring people, to some people on the streets. I mean, if the war wants to go, to move on like this, there will be damages from all these people with airstrikes, or let's say with how can I say, with just a special forces, something like this. But it's not easy. It's not easy. That is the plan. You know what I mean? That's the plan. That is what everybody is saying. But how you wanna do it? How you wanna do it? The thing is, if you also want to bring special forces in the streets, okay, which I on the paper think is the best idea, but the thing is, you will get you will harm also people, civilians.
So see, okay, every day we are getting a call from USA, from Israel, from American forces. I'm one of the constitutional rules also knows that Iranians have this assembly characteristic of the conspiracy, but if they see they are getting the confidence from people or from a foreigner country, they will stay against it.
Dude, everybody has that. Everybody has that. And the thing is, the U.S. is doing a pretty good job with their laser-guided precision munitions by hitting targets. You know, we hit specific targets. We're just blowing up everything indiscriminately. We took out all the nukes, took out all the ballistic missile silo entrances that were on the roof.
I apologize, sir. No more than a year ago, we obliterated all their nuclear weapons. So why is it going over there later?
Because there's more. They keep making it.
That's a new one.
That's a new one.
I think it means obliterated.
Obliterated. You know what obliterated means?
Look what you did to the word. Know what the word was. You said obliterated.
Obliterated.
It's true.
You said it's a new title for a room.
Yeah, obliterate Iran.
He did say obliterated, but when you look back at the news, they say that that was before the post-war assessment of, you know, what damage had been done or whatever. So he spoke before there was, you know, verification of that. But
okay, so they won their past. What did he say? They're done. Their military's done. How can I say? Surface. Their navy's done. Their surface.
Okay, I have a genuine question. Do you have a friend named Crystal?
No, brother. Listen. I'm Canadian, brother. I'm from
You on that Crystal?
and I got nothing.
Do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Pardon me?
Do you boo the Star Spangled Banner at hockey games?
Not at all, because I respect you guys. You guys
Canada is just the United States.
Hear me out. Most of the American hockey players are Canadian. So why would it be you? Listen, I never had a problem with you guys. I still don't. The only problem I have, that's no give it to you. You can get it on your own. That's no give it to you. I'm not open the fire on the spray. Stop that. These guys stay on hard down. Give it to you. Damn right, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
Why you can't pronounce words?
How's the Leafs doing this year?
They're fucking shit.
Yeah, they're good.
I will teach you the Pledge of Allegiance. It's not that hard.
You'll pick it up pretty quick.
Nah, you'll learn it. Unfortunately, never, ever
I actually wanted to say, Michael, I agree with you. We don't indiscriminately go in and just carpet bomb. We go in and we're very precise in our bombing, and this.
Yeah, you're very precise. That's why Iran's still fucking striking Israel, and they're still striking your American bases.
So I'm curious about IR. I'm so sorry, IR. You said you spoke to your mom. I have a couple questions.
I'm going to say this here wrong.
Beyond. I hope it's not too invasive. You don't have to answer, but my curiosities are: one, did your mother mention anything about the what people are referring to as the Crimson War or the Crimson Winter, right? How President Trump said tonight 45,000 people were murdered. Has she talked to you at all about that?
Well, many people right now are not following the news they cannot, let's say, follow the news as they used to because of the internet. As you know, now the internet is called national internet in Iran. They have internet, they have access to the internet. If you hear people say they have no internet, it's totally wrong. That's why I'm telling you. They are trying to exaggerate but
So
I'm just going to give you a question. So they follow the news, okay? They follow the news. Maybe they heard actually what Trump said. Actually, I haven't heard the
lecture or let's say the conference or beautiful words of charm, but I will today. But the thing is, I didn't actually, my mother didn't tell me anything about that. But the thing is, people are just doing their lives. Believe me, people are doing their life because you cannot start your life. You need money. You need to eat. You need to move forward. So you cannot stay home like one is like 1 month. You stay home and say, okay, what Trump wants to do? Okay, what Netanyahu wants to do? No, they don't give a shit. They just do this.
Iran. I have a question about Iran. What percentage of the Iranian people would you say are against the IRGC?
IRGC?
What percentage of Iranian people do not like IRGC?
Less than 5%.
That do like?
Yes. Less than 5%.
So 95% do not like.
No, he misinterpreted the question. He meant
Okay, which percentage of people don't like, they hate IRGC?
I think we have gray here. Listen, we have right, left, and gray. Gray means people who are in the middle.
You know, I get that you're wrong, but I'm specifically asking for clarification for I'm not trying to tell you that. I'm actually trying to use it against Bima. Because Bima claimed that she didn't believe that 8%, that 5% could look at it. So
First of all, Richard, being dishonest, okay, and listen, hold on, I question. Hold on. Yes, how does anybody know? You don't know. Hold on, wait a second. There have been, exactly, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. But guess what? As we're finding out, is that he hasn't even been able to give us a good answer. It doesn't even look like his mother, right, and it doesn't even look like his mom has even paid any much attention to it, if maybe she doesn't have the information or whatever. So if someone who's living in the country, okay, no, well, I mean, he just said it himself. IR, does she admit, would she say that the 45,000 estimated number is correct? I mean, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's interesting.
Listen, let me tell you one thing. Now they are in the west of Iran, okay? Like I said, I'm from Tehran, which is the capital. Now they are in the west of Iran. Iran is a very big white country. People in the west or people in the east, especially in the east, people have no idea about this war. There has been no attack on their cities. It's a very big country.
Oh my God, you're giving me a wrong answer. Just
yeah, man.
Answer my shot. My shot is in the east.
No, yeah, it was just a little exaggerated. But what I want the situation. I'm comparing the situation. The situation. Imagine it's totally different from Tehran.
He's trying to give it. You're trying to tell me he's wrong? What the fuck? He's trying to give his opinion.
Guys, everybody's off topic right now. Hold on, Lauren's sick. Chill for a minute. Let's just get this answer up. So, I read, are there more people that are pro-IRGC or are there more people that are pro-liberation?
I'm so sorry to answer your question this way. You're my friend, I love you, but that's a very stupid question. So everybody knows the situation.
Rose, you still supporting
Poor, can you shut the fuck up, please, so we can get like a straight answer out of this guy?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I just need to mention 2 or 3 things. So, first of all,
He didn't answer, young lady. Wait up. Let him finish his shit.
Sick, why don't you let the Iranian lady talk?
No, because you asked him.
He's from the country.
Yeah, actually, give her the chance. Because he failed to answer. Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, Iran can't answer anything.
Yeah, because you guys don't want to listen to his opinion.
okay, so IR has mentioned about lefty and like gray people. I think at this point we shouldn't talk about lefty or gray people. We should talk about those people who are against the government, and that's between 80 and 85% of the people.
Rose, how do you know that? Can you explain it to people?
There has been a questionnaire. There has been a questionnaire from the parliament.
Bima doesn't believe the numbers are that high.
It's okay. She doesn't need to believe me. It's absolutely fine. Second of all, You have mentioned that Iranians are available to internet. They still have blackout. There are so many people, they can access the internet, but they have to pay so much money. And most of my family, I think, are there.
Don't interrupt me, dude. Just listen.
Okay, sorry.
I still have no access to my family. If they want to have access to the internet, they need to spend lots of money for anti-filter to be able to just connect to the connection. So this is the second thing.
Is this facts?
Just listen. Did they have North Korean internet?
It's a fact. I'm Iranian.
It's a fact. Listen, if it's a fact, let me look it up.
His name to IRGC.
Let me look it up, and I'll hear your facts. You understand? Everyone has their own personal opinion, but if it's facts, it's facts.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I like your careful.
Right now.
And I don't think that we should ever condemn anybody for asking for facts. Okay, so and don't mistake that for cruelty, because I think or offense. That's just us trying to verify. Okay, so it doesn't and to try to think or try to assume what other people are thinking. You know who you are. It's just. Right, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So right, exactly. And so my motivation to asking was because I think that, I mean, at least if we were to steel man the IRGC, right, their numbers were like in the 3,000s.
I understand, but
I don't believe. Right.
Hold on.
Like I wasn't talking to you though. What I'm saying is, I was talking to IR. So we admit, or like if the IRGC has admitted 3,000, right? That's them. And I would think that someone who lives in the region would at least be talking about 3,000 deaths, if that's the amount. Okay, I don't believe that it's 3,000. I think it's higher than that. But I am very curious to know why. Like you said, you know, the size of the region. I don't know how big Iran is, but I know that it's not bigger than the United States. I don't think it's half as big as the United States. I don't know the connectivity of Iran, but I'm pretty sure that people in, you know, the East Coast know what's going on in the West Coast if one person dies. Okay. So let alone 3,000. I feel like that should have been a point of discussion. I don't know.
35,000.
Well, 45,000. It depends on who you ask. 45,000 according to Trump, 3,000 IRGC, whoever else. Sometimes it's 100,000. I don't know. But the point is that a few thousand, 1,000 deaths, I think, would be the point of a conversation at some point, and that's really concerning. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like, if that isn't somebody's conversation, like, why wouldn't that be a part of the? Like, do you know? I mean, like, why? Why did this happen? Why? What was the cause of this? Is, you know, like there's so many questions.
Let me give you a very short brief about the Iranian demands or Iranian society. We have a very big diversity. We have people who are in LGBT communities. We have people who are extremist Muslims. We have people who are liberal Muslims, like the majority of people.
Can I stop you for a second? Do you have an LGBT, this community, do you have like gay bars there in Iran?
No, of course no.
Okay, so you're talking about in the diaspora. So you're talking about in the I wanted to just confirm what you're saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're talking about in the diaspora of Iran, the Iranians living outside of Iran. I asked him the question. So you're not talking about within the country. Within the country, you don't have a gay community and gay bars.
I fully will Adidas to have it my avatar. Light living life for all.
Which Muslim country they have a gay bar?
Adidas.
Maybe they know better.
So when you say
I don't want to get too far. I'd like to hear his explanation.
No, but I'm sorry, Bima, for asking him that, but that just stopped me when because
I
I've
am
never heard anyone say that before.
I'm
So that's why I asked.
Rose, you hear me, Rose?
I do, yes.
Okay, let me just give you a voice message I got right now from Tehran.
Yeah.
No, brother. Listen, I just asked you a question. Is there any gay club in Iran?
باورت میشه یک ساعت و نیم برق نبود تو تهران. I don't agree with that. That's false. مرکز تهران.
Shit. Alright.
بعد دوباره یه ساعت پیش برق اومد. از فکر کنم 9:10 رفت تا 11.
I don't know what the fuck I just listened to. It sounded like another call for sleeper cells to wake up.
Exactly. It sounded odd.
Rose, speaking English here.
Rose, what was it?
Sorry.
Yeah, it was about electricity in Iran that has been just shut
Just
down.
for one targeted.
For an
That has
hour,
been
yeah.
targeted.
He just got a message, that's why he just tried to speak fastly, sorry.
Dude,
Well, we don't have any gay bar in Iran, but obviously they are gathering around in like in their homes, you know, they party together. But obviously there are so many underground, yeah. But obviously there are so many
Actually, sometimes it's not really underground. There is a park in the heart of Tehran that is called Park Shah and
Yeah, all of them are just such
So is it more underground or more
it's underground. I mean, I can say maybe it's kind of protected. This
they got the underground railroad for Muslim gay people. They say kind of
What the hell?
it's not like Berlin or it's not like London or Manchester. They start kissing each other or just, you know, on the street. It's not our culture. It has nothing to do with the government. It's not in our culture. I don't want to say it's disgusting. I don't want to say it's nice. I don't judge it, okay? Because I'm not the person who can judge it.
Don't judge us.
We are. I respect people. I love everybody.
Respect when people are talking and don't throw the conversation like this. Okay?
Hi, Rose, you're gay.
Yes, Rose is gay.
Okay, you can go back to what you were saying. I need to have a moment. So continue what you're saying. I'm sorry that I stopped you on that, but I never heard that before. So that was the first time. But go ahead.
No, there is no gay bar. That's a very funny question. I mean, we are talking about the war. You're asking about gay
clubs. No, you were talking about the diverse community within the country, and you said something that none of us have ever heard before. So that's why I had to stop you and ask you.
Rose knows that. Rose knows that. Or the Iranians here, they can confirm what I say, or they can actually correct it better.
It's okay, I'm not trying to be confronting you.
Diversity in Iran that is.
I mean, what we're missing is diverse. It means different.
Oh my God, Austin.
Austin.
Which includes.
Let's send you back to Mexico.
No, it's okay. Keep going. All right. Sorry.
It's really disrespectful. Just give me some fucking time. Let me finish, and then I will go for your questions if you have any questions, or if you want me to shut the fuck up, so I will close my microphone, please. But just clarify what we have to do. And it's about the people. It's about the friend who was asking if people like. This percentage of people are supporting, or this percentage of people are, let's say, hating the IRGC. We cannot say that, okay? But there was last year there was a questionnaire or something like a forum from people on the streets from the parliament. It was done by the parliament, and also the answer got published, I think, this year or maybe. It was just some weeks after the process, and it says 80% of people are
200 billion pension debt.
dissatisfied with the regime. It means it doesn't want to really change, because you cannot say it's dangerous. You cannot say it. 80% are directly saying we are dissatisfied with the system. So I can for sure tell you all these people wanted to say we want regime change, okay? But they are, they were afraid or they were scared of the consequences. So that's why they said we are dissatisfied. But right now the thing is the economy is collapsing. Actually it collapsed, just already collapsed. and the industry. I'm an industry man. Actually, I work in Iran. I work in some European countries also. The industry is not working or is not actually going well as it should. So after also this war that USA and Israel that targeted some industrial, actually, let's say, areas, there would be more unemployment rates, which makes people more dissatisfied. And that's why I'm telling you, this is the biggest army that USA has, which is the people. And these people are on the side of, I don't want to say on the side of USA, but they are not really, they don't really agree with the government. They want to change it. So, but if you want to continue targeting civilians, infrastructures, exactly like the voice message that I just shared it with you just some minutes ago, people automatically, after some days, after some time, they get fed up with the system, with the attack, with the war, because they see everything. I mean, they put the blame on the war. They say it's only because of the war. It's only because of the war, and you will get 100% vice versa consequences, or let's say the outcome that you are looking for. So it's a very controversial topic. It's a very sensitive, let's say, action that's both both sides of the war are doing. I really have no idea what will happen, because it's, as I said, it's going to the wrong direction every day. Trump is just threatening people's, people's country. It's not talking about the governments. It's talking about he said, we will come to Iran and we have to destroy, not Trump, there was a Republican senator. He said that we have to come to Iran, we have to destroy everything, like the people from Mongolia. Yeah, changing. I think it was Changiz. He said that we will destroy everything. So, these words are shit. These words are, they are not the words that people are expected to hear. But I'm like you guys. Everybody, what I know for now, everybody is confused. And we really have no idea what will happen. Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you so much.
I feel smarter. Thank you for letting us
know. Oh my god. That was literally the pace of reaction time, that.
Well, you got a lot of things in common with people here in Clubhouse, the confusion. But if you listen to Donald Trump tonight, he laid it all out for you, very plain and simple. He will send the whole country into a time machine, aka into the Middle Ages, where they're already at. He already believes that these people are living in the 16th century. So the point is, surrender now and just join us. Assimilation will be preservation. Assimilation will be joy. Your experience, your joy, your destiny. Can we all not just collectively get through to all the people in Iran and say, listen, lay down your weapons, stop shooting rockets, open up more shawarma restaurants, open up more hair removal clinics, open up a new airline, join the rest of the world and stop resisting. Joy, fun, the time is now. Hello? Learn to say hello. Come on, IRGC. Come on, Iranians, Persians, just say hello. Hello?
I vote that guy to be deported.
All right, can we hear from someone's attacking? I'm gonna take 2 minutes of this.
And I'm ready to go.
Responding to the guy who just talked about the Iranian economy collapsing. And I think these people, they dreaming like the president of the United States. Iranian economy is not collapsing. Everything is normal. Petrol station open, not busy. Same price as it was before the war. Nothing happened. The people live like a normal life. But I'm going to talk. I'm not talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
People. One second.
No, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
One second. Well, I know that my fellow friends, you have to be careful of these people. They come and talk about bad about their own country. They betray their own country. You have to be careful. They betray their own country. Think about what's they're going to do to your country. You have to stay away from these people because they're selling their own motherland. What they're going to do to your land.
We already got the Democrats. Are you talking about the Democrats right now?
Let's hear his take on, please.
You got the Democrats.
They call Iranian. They are not Iranian. They just we have a common language. The people the Iranian spoken people, they come and they try to betray Iran. What I'm saying is, you have to be careful of these people. You have to be careful.
Just wait. Hold on. Because please hold on. Go ahead, finish. Then I have a question for you.
Because the people they trade their own country, their own land. What they're going to do to you guys? All I'm saying is this.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so you said the economy is not collapsing, right, Reza?
At the moment, no. At the moment, everything is normal.
What's the minimum wage by the law in Iran? How much is it?
You know, the minimum wage, you have to calculate the minimum spending of the country.
Buddy, I need a number because I know it. Okay? What's the minimum wage in Iran?
6. Whatever. What you saying?
Okay, so
what you saying?
Hold on, guys.
$50. You say $40.
It's over $100, man. Reza, be quiet. The minimum wage in Iran is 12 million taman. In dollars, about $80 a day, right? A month. I'm sorry, $80 a month. 12 million taman. So, which is almost about 400,000 taman, which is about $3 a day. Less than $3, $2.50. So, it depends on the month, dude. Not all.
It's also the cost of goods and services. For example, if you need laser hair removal service, that could be 10 cents to get 1,000 hairs taken off of an Iranian's back.
So basically, you get paid 400,000 taman, which is less than $3 a day. What can you buy with your daily income in Iran as a minimum wage person? 3 bags of hot Cheetos. How much is a bag of hot Cheetos, buddy?
Okay. Can I respond to this guy? Can I respond to it?
How much is a hot Cheeto? My response is a number. How much?
$5. $5.
No, it's not $5.
$10.
It's not $10. It's about $1. So how much
okay, dollar. Guys, this dollar
how
is
much
cheap.
less than you can make? $3. What
50 cents.
What can you buy?
50 cents.
3 bags of hot Cheetos. What's in your fork?
Nothing. Let me tell you. Let me respond.
You don't have to talk. You're finished.
You know whatever he says.
Who's next, guys? Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. You have no answer.
I'm the next.
He's lying. He's lying, guys. He's lying.
So I'm lying about how much of it.
I just called you. He's very good.
Yes,
you are.
I could get the time to
I
talk.
just wanted to respond because he insulted
Yes,
me.
you are
He said
right.
I'm not Iranian.
Hold
How
on.
hot are those Cheetos?
If you are Iranian, come
Is
to
it
the
the
channel, man.
spicy Cheetos or let's see if we can just come to UK and we can talk face to face. How's that?
Iranian
I want my family and to my friends, and I want to see if you see us, how you can talk about this.
This isn't a dating app, Rose. Wrong.
So Reza. So you went
Oh,
on,
that-
right? So you said
She's talking about her rich.
So you
This
said
is
I'm
not a
lying.
dating app.
I think
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are 100% lying. The reason is.
So you tell us
I'm
how
not
much
talking.
You tell us what's the truth.
I'm.
You tell me how much
whatever it is the minimum wage is. Listen.
What do you mean whatever it is? You can't say whatever it is.
I'm not responding to you guys. I'm not. By the way, I'm not responding to you guys. Whatever the minimum wage is, the dollar.
It's in the chat. Put it in the chat so you guys can look at it.
$1 a day. $1. You're happy with the $1 a day?
No, you said I'm lying. So
Whatever.
I'm lying.
What?
Well, hold on, you have to adjust that. It doesn't matter the amount. What can you
How much did you get common and stick to
The ocean milk is usually a good.
Hold on. When you claim the economy is good, the economy is fucking amazing. We're fucking buying iMac with one of our work. You piece of shit fucking liar. Motherfucker, you're a fucking loser who you work for 1 day for 8-9 hours. You cannot even buy a meal with the money. A pizza is 2 days of your work. 2 days. If you want to buy a pizza, you
know
work
what?
2 days.
Who said that? Nobody needs.
Your guy's not living here.
You just open your
I'm
mouth.
living in Tehran.
Hey, Sina lives in Tehran. He's gonna talk.
Yeah, I'm present in Tehran.
You
want to show me?
And then you get money, then you can buy some pizza for yourself.
No topics. No topics.
Thank you, Ocean.
Sina Airport.
Your guys not living in Iran. All of them is loser. Come to Tehran and then talk. I'm Persian. You're all of them loser.
Okay.
He had everything.
Can you tell me a teacher how much he got paid by months?
What? Teacher, how much?
Yeah.
$100.
They only give
Okay.
teachers like
Right now is not our problem. Right now is not our problem. We had problem by economy. Anybody in Iran know that. But right now is not problem for us.
What's your problem?
Iranian out of them, Iran, not Iranian really. They are loser. They follow in the Pahlavi. They are all of them loser. You cannot even come to. You cannot come out. You cannot come to your side.
Okay, Sina.
You
Okay,
are
I have one
all of
question.
them
You're
loser.
right. You're right.
You are not my voice.
Okay,
You are my voice. Come to Tehran. I'm in Tehran. You cannot come to Istanbul. You cannot come to Dubai. You are not here.
Hold on, bro. Sina, guess what?
If you are Dubai, show your flag out the street. You cannot, man.
Sina, guess what? I had a steak for lunch, and I had lamb chops for dinner. What did you have for lunch and dinner? Eggs?
Of course we have. We have more than the American.
You had eggs?
We have more than the American.
Eggs for
Man,
breakfast?
we have collaboration for economy. Of course we have.
سینا میگه که
right now is not problem.
سینا جان یه لحظه گوش کن میخوام ترجمه کنم برات. میگه که من برای شام استیک داشتم. تو چی خوردی برای شام؟ تو خمار خوردی؟
کیر خر خورد.
Egg and rice, but it doesn't matter for us. Right now is not our problem.
Now what's your problem?
These guys from NA should be bringing for us meal? No. They cannot come to Istanbul.
Sina, I have one question, one specific question for you. What did you do that you get the white SIM card so you can connect it to the?
I don't have white SIM card. I have VPN. I bought VPN.
I can see from your connection it's a VPN or it's a white SIM card. You have a white SIM card. It's all.
I don't have it. Nobody doesn't have. It's just club. Nobody. Maybe some people for government have it.
I have a lot of people.
I have maybe people for government have, but normal people doesn't.
Okay, Sina, what's your Twitter? Can you share?
I don't have Twitter. I don't have
your X account.
He's got one friend. You can figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean,
they have white SIM cards.
So here's the thing.
I don't have white SIM card.
All the shit to live, I have to jump in the middle. So when I I hear when the guy say economy is all good and this and that.
Economy is not good. Where is that economy good right now?
I'm not talking about you.
Where?
I'm not talking about you.
Come to my city. Come to Tehran. I show you which city you can come right now.
But what are you gonna show me?
Which city?
There's
And then I
something
told you, if you are Iranian or not.
If you
Your guy is not Iranian. If you are Iranian, coming inside Iran and politics, you are all loser.
you know,
You are all loser.
if you understand what part of Iran I'm from, you'll be fucking pissing your pants.
Okay, you are in Ubi. Without your Pahlavi flag out of you are in Iran. Which city you are?
Well, you're not gonna know the city that I'm in right now.
If you want to support Iranian, you have to be in Iran. You cannot outside Iran.
Fight the regime. Wait. I'll be in Iran to do what? Fight America or fight the regime?
Both. There are problems both. American and Iran regime. Bullshit. There are problems by America. Of course, anybody living in Middle East has a problem.
Which nation?
Do you chant death to America? Do you chant that?
Anybody living in
Sina,
Middle
do you
East
chant
has
that
problem
in
by
the streets?
Let me ask you this
You
question.
think he does?
So let's say we see everyone as an enemy, right? Everyone is an enemy.
Because your guys, I know your guys is tough guys. You are evil. Of course you are evil.
You hold on and listen. Let's say fuck US and fuck Iran regime, right? Okay, we got that straight. So which country we're gonna have a relationship with them in order to like be friends and do trades and do this and that? Which country?
Any country. I don't have problem. Our people doesn't have problem by US don't have problem by American. We are problem by American as a politic. You cannot say I'm just American. Anybody think like American problem? Imperialist. We have problem by imperialist.
American government. Fine. I said, which country would you like to be an ally with, to be friends with? Which country?
Any country around us, we don't have problem with country.
Which one?
Any guys living in the world. I think that's what you asked me exactly.
One country that you will choose as an Iranian to be an ally with.
میگه دوست داری با کدوم کشور دیل بکنید معامله کنید با کدوم کشور میخواید معامله
کنید
بعد چه کشوری دوست داری؟
بابا سینای کست نقص میگم با چه اگر از آمریکا متنفری با چه کشوری دوست داری رابطه نزدیک داشته باشی به عنوان ایرانی؟
You tell him, Ocean.
Europa.
کست نقص یوروپ پهنای خود آمریکا چین آمریکا چیکار میخوای بکنی؟
خب چه ربطی داره؟ What the matter?
Okay,
You see what happened to they didn't give the access airport access to America aircraft. France, Spain,
all European countries sucking it. Yeah, you will see.
Are you done now, Sina?
Yeah, he's done. Next, go ahead, next.
I just want to say something before we start with anything else. Have you noticed that he was telling that if you are against us, come to Dubai, come to Turkey, which means that you're doing something there, right?
You cannot. I mean, you cannot support it.
No.
In Istanbul, you cannot because you are escape. You are not in. You are escape. If you are in safe place, you say, "Yeah, I love the Pahlavi." Oh, come to. We have 1 million Iranian people who we have 1 million Iranian in Istanbul, in Turkey, but they cannot support it.
And you're executing them in
We have 1 million Iranian in Turkey, but never you see Pahlavi flag in Turkey. Why? Because you are not in safe place. You say you just use it as inside the Iran. If you bribe, come inside Iran and then show your flag. If you bribe. Okay.
For using Iran 2 months ago, the people they of the flag.
These people was bribed, but you're not. You cannot use it. These people for your ideology. Okay. If you are like that, come inside the Iran and then open your mouth.
The internet is blacked out at the moment. So that's why it's raining outside are the ones with Iranians. Then shut up.
To the market
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry guys to interject. Hello to everybody on the stage. Why don't we resolve this problem really easy? Why don't we let Iranian people to have access to the internet so CNOT doesn't talk on behalf of 19 million Iranians? How about doing that? How about letting Iranians talk for themselves?
90 million Iranian, not like you are out of
You don't need your opinion on that because they
out
have mouths and they have
Iranian doesn't think like each other.
Why don't we let them talk for themselves instead of you?
How can you find Iranian things like you are out of the Iran?
Why don't you let the Iranian people have that decision on their own behalf? Well, I'm Iranian as well. That's the problem. Is that I'm an Iranian and cannot my family members. I haven't spoken to my family for 5 weeks.
Okay,
Why are you cutting in 21st century the access of 19 million Iranian people to internet where they can't even talk to each other or talk to anybody overseas and they can't even express their opinions? Why is your regime doing that?
That is our problem. That is our problem.
Well, that's your problem. That's been your problem for 47 years.
Okay,
Shut
you
up.
can. You want to let us come inside.
From the rest of the
You want to let us come inside Iran and then.
Well, I was in Iran in January. I was in Iran in January. I was in Iran in January.
What is the solution? What is the solution? What is the solution? No. Solution is internet is right now bombing Iran. Solution is bombing Iran.
What's internet got to do with bombing Iran? You know, Iranian people don't get notification for places that Israel or the US want to bomb. Did you know that? Why don't you build bunkers? Why don't you build bunkers and shelters for Iranian people where there's not a single shelter in Iran, and you have cities and cities under mountains to launch rockets at the US? Why do you have that? Why do Iranian people, not a single shelter was built in the last half a century by you guys who said death to America non-stop, day in, day out. You spend our money, our people's money, on Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestine, all that crap that you guys are paying for. And you didn't build a single shelter for Iranian people. And when the war started, the war that you guys called for it, the war that you guys called for it for 47 years, when that war started, you guys couldn't access to internet.
One at a time.
Can I ask one question from Ismail? Can I ask one question?
I want to close it.
Shoot it, mate. Go for it.
No. Can I ask you one question?
Wait, hold on. Did Rose finish? Rose, are you finished?
What is Pulitzer's bar? Sina, where is it?
In Kitover.
What is Iran?
There is Pulitzer's bar, something like this. Pulitzer's bar. Where is it, Sina? Because in your profile you have a picture next to a bar, so it's not clear, but it seems like Pulitzer or something like this. Since you're in Iran, Is there some bar like this in Iran so you can take a picture like this next to it?
It says police. That's a fake profile picture, mate.
Oh, you think it's AI?
Yeah, I think he's AI.
Well, you got everybody.
I tell you this, guys, just as anybody who's not an Iranian, just bear with me for a second. Just think of it. 90 million Iranians don't have access to internet, and now, out of the blue, you got people that come out on Clubhouse and Twitter with like free access to internet, let's say from within Iran, and they're all parroting the government propaganda. Okay, I'm not talking about the US. I'm not talking about the war. Just think of this. See how ridiculous it is that people in Iran can't follow my channel. You can't move you down. Don't interrupt. Go ahead, Ismail. Keep talking.
No, Ismail, you're not actually making a lot of sense right now because in the past
Yes, I am making a lot of sense. Guess what? The same government is spending all that money on missiles and rockets and proxy forces across the Middle East for 47 years.
VPNs are working in the past 2 days. So some people have VPNs, right? And they're not related to government. They're buying VPNs, so they're working for the past couple of days. So yeah, I'm just letting you know if you don't know. So if you wanna.
Well, how about the last 4.5 weeks?
Well,
how about the last 4.5 weeks, the last 2 days? Did you know that for more than 60% of the days of this year, people in Iran had no access to internet?
Brother, I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. I haven't talked to my family in like fucking 7
Yeah, same. I haven't spoken to my parents for 5 weeks now, and then out of the blue, you got people who will come out here and talk about how wonderful is Iran.
In the past couple of days, VPNs are working, so not free.
So Ismail, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Ismail?
Go for it.
Why are you not in Iran?
Well, I was actually in Iran in January. I live in Australia. I went there for January break, for the New Year break, and guess what? I got shot at in Tehran.
Are you married? Do you have children?
Thousands of people. Oh my God. How'd that happen? What happened? Well, there was a call out by the king. So the king, the opposition figurehead, he asked people to come out on the 8th and 9th of January at 8 o'clock at night. So we went out, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people, unimaginable number of people in streets protesting, and you get to a point where you'll get shot at by machine guns, dude. Like no warning shots, nothing. They started mowing people down. Okay, now you listen to me, and you'll be like, "Oh, this guy is propagandist, whatever." I'm an Iranian. I'm an Iranian. I can speak Farsi. I was there in January. The sort of brutality. If you're a woman, just think of this. Those women get dragged down if you don't wear proper hijab. Don't look at those videos that they post on YouTube or whatever, because those videos are shot in certain areas, in particular sections of Tehran. Iran has 31 provinces. It's got more than 600 towns and cities. If you don't cover your hair as a woman, if you don't go out properly, considered modest by the government, they drag you and they put you into detention. You know, this is not some sort of a nice regime that's parroting, hey, let's support Palestinians and all that. That's all fake. Like the reality of Iran. Yeah, go.
Guys, have you noticed this Sina? Again, I'm telling you guys so to be aware of these things, that how they are like he told me that if you are against us, come to Dubai or come to Turkey, which means that they have this thing that they kidnap people from Turkey and Dubai, they took them to Iran and execute them. Have you noticed that? So which means that the level of brutality they got in the region, how they abuse the people in the region.
Yeah, one of their tactics, to be honest, I don't want to be pessimistic, but one of their tactics is to snatch people up by rolling them up. They roll people up and they say, okay, if you want to come to Turkey and we've got this group and we've got this movement, you can contribute to like all these forces that are working against the regime. You show up in Turkey, you go out to the street, you know, they don't do it themselves. They pay gangs and certain groups to snatch you off the street. And guess what? Turkey's got border with Iran, they get them across the border and then they put them on trial. They actually they have executed some of those before, you know. They put them on trial, they show their confessions on TV channels, they do all sorts of crazy crap that you guys can't even imagine. This is one of the issues. It's so terrible that we who live in the West, we're so comfortable, we're so accustomed to our way of life, we can't even fathom the tactics and the sort of ways that they go around to suppress opposition.
So I also just wanted to add about the economy and the state of the Canadian economy. So inflation, we're talking is at like 40 something percent, like CPI inflation 56%. The reals, just for a perspective, in 2024, there was, I want to say, about 47,000 real to $1. Today, it's 1.65 million reals per dollar. Massive inflation. 70% food inflation. I mean, yeah, if you wouldn't consider this an economy collapsing or in very dire straits, I mean, I don't know, this isn't.
Just letting you know, Bima, this is not a lot of this is because of the war. It was like this before the war. You know, it was not like.
So I noticed. So that's interesting that you say that, and I'll tell you, it's two parts.
Added a little bit to it, not too.
Okay, I would say that's a fair statement. I would say if we were to look, if we were to be objective,
Ocean, it becomes better even. When the war started, it was 170, I think 178 something, the dollar.
No, I'm not talking about the dollar itself. I'm talking about, inflation.
Yeah, I'm just adding that when the war started, the real become even more powerful.
Ocean, can I interject for a second? I apologize. Guys, it's the same story over again. The government spends more than what it makes. So the money that they got in the coffers is so much less than the money that they spend. And guess what? They spend it on they support 40,000 Hezbollah families and pay them in US dollars, $1,000 a month. And guess what's the average income of an Iranian? $100. So an average Iranian, and they spend all that money on these rockets. They fired so many rockets. The US and Israel have targeted so far over 20,000 military sites in Iran. The country is filled with military sites under the mountains, on the streets, next to schools, everywhere. They spend all their money on that, and it's not for all for ideological purposes. A whole lot of it is for the purpose of making money. So you create a scheme, and every part of that scheme you make money. You smuggle this part from Russia through Caspian Sea to northern provinces in Iran. They get paid for that. Then someone else pick up the oil to sell it somewhere in Malaysia. They make money out of that. So the ideological side is just a facade of it, and behind that you got pretty much like a mafia cult regime that's making so much money out of one of the richest countries in the world. Iran has the second largest gas reserves in the world, and probably the third or the fourth largest oil reserves in the world.
In general.
And I beg you, because there hasn't been any explorations in Iran for 40 years. That's the thing. All the numbers from Iran are from 40 years ago. And I beg you to, sometime in the future, if you end up traveling to Iran, go and see how poor people live. They're so poor. In some provinces of Iran, they don't have slippers to put on. By slippers, I mean, I'm using the Australian slang, like shoes to put on to go out, Like, people are so poor in a country just like that. And the GDP per capita for Iran at the moment is the same as it was 50 years ago. the GDP per capita for this country. Just guess what? I know as an American, you guys want to know how all of this affects America. Makes sense to me, but really, as an Iranian, I look at this and it aches my heart because Australia hasn't got even remotely as much resources as Iran's got. Australia is close to China. It's got a lot of geopolitical tensions happening here, but still people live a pretty decent life, you know. And then I look at Iran with all of that resources, all of those amazing people. Iran's got such a rich history. I mean, just look at the Bible, all of the stories, everything. You travel there, culturally rich. People are so nice, so hospitable, and they live such a miserable life.
Ismail, very much thinking. Can I ask a question? Can anybody narrate Savak to me? Savak, what's Savak?
Okay, this is my opinion. I studied history, so I can give you a quick rundown. But Savak means Sazman-e Amniyat ve Etelat Keshvar, so it's an acronym. It was an acronym for Iranian Intelligence Service before the revolution. All right? Okay. So I'll give you one snippet of one interview that was conducted before the revolution with the king of Iran, which we call it Shah. Okay, this was before the revolution in 1978. Okay, so CBS interviewee, he sat down with the king of Iran and he said, in the newspapers there are reports that you've got 100,000 detainees in your prisons, okay, in your detention camps. And the Shah responded that our capacity, our entire prison system capacity in Iran is at 4,000. How can a country with 4,000 capacity cells for prisoners has 100,000 detainees? So I'm not saying Savak wasn't operating in Iran before the revolution. They were cruel at some point, but the reality is everything got so magnified in the Western media, just like it's getting swept under the carpet right now. All of these massacres that's happening for I don't know what benefits, but what they did was a misrepresentation of an intelligence agency that, guess what? All those people that were detained by Savak, most of them, okay, all would be an exaggeration, most of them are currently designated as terrorists. Most of those people, so Khamenei, who was the leader, Rafsanjani, who was the president, go through the parliament. Mariam Rajavi, yeah. Some of these terrorists that are currently designated as terrorists by Europe and America, they were detained by the Shah, you know, in Iran before the revolution. And President Carter put so much pressure on the Shah of Iran to release them. And then when he released them just a year before the revolution in 1978, what happened was that these people started creating cells and networks, and they waged guerrilla warfare against the Shah, you know. And then the French sent Khomeini on a private plane back to Iran, you know, with all the revolutionaries. So I'm not saying the whole thing about the revolution was orchestrated, but there was so many interests in the West and the East to make sure the Shah is gone and we've got a new regime in Iran. You know, their assumption was that they could deal with Khomeini, but what Khomeini did was that Khomeini just, you know, he turned the table against him. This is pretty much my understanding of it. But you are right to talk about Savak. But another interesting point is that Iran never had an intelligence agency before Savak was established. But Savak was only established 15 years before the revolution. In Farsi, 1342. Okay, exactly 15 years before the revolution, Iran had its first intelligence agency. So people weren't familiar, or people weren't accustomed to have an intelligence agency in the country. And because of that, there was a lot of rumors that this guy's a spy, this guy is like, he's a snatch, etc. All of those stories were circulating. But in reality, what Savak was doing is that he was only targeting people that were armed opposition. You know, we don't have serious armed opposition currently in Iran. But before the revolution, these people, because you had the Soviet Union, a lot of these people would travel to Soviet Union. They would get trained on how to fight. A lot of them would go to Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi was. A lot of them would go to Palestine, where you had Yasser Arafat, and they would learn guerrilla warfare, and they would come back to Iran to fight against the sitting Shah at the time, you know. This is my understanding of it, but sorry if I misrepresented it, or sorry if I explained it in a, I don't know, skewed way.
Okay, Ismail, so if I listen to you very well, then it means the Savak was so brutal that the citizens revolted against them. That is the conclusion of everything you just said. Because if the citizens actually had to revolt to be able to overtake them, then they were very, very evil. As you rightly said, they were brutal, and you can't say their brutalities can be excused. So how come the citizens woke up and then revolted against the people, plotting the Shia Islam or Shia leadership, who on August 9th, through a referendum, voted to become an Islamic state, and then we say they are occupied in their regime. Meanwhile, those who you are calling for were themselves brutal per your own explanation. So what are we doing now? Are we taking out an evil man to bring in an evil man? And I'm calling for an evil man to replace an evil man.
Okay, so there are two points here. Is that, are we talking about how this is going to affect the future of Iran? Because all of this is from 50 years ago, right? There have been books and books and books, volumes have been written about Iranian revolution. Okay, so there's a lot of information there. You see how Soviet Union played played a significant role in arming and training leftist groups. Leftist groups were the strongest, the most supported, the most organized opposition against the Shah. Islamists had very minimal power, okay? But what happened was that because Iran at the time, 50 years ago, not currently most of Iranians, even me, I was born as a Muslim, I didn't even practice. If you go to Iran, most people don't. But at the time, a lot of Iranians were Muslims. So they created a government system that had a cleric at the top, right? But what happened was that the clerics at the top, they actually subverted the process, okay? The first people that the clerics went after the revolution, guess what? They were the leftists, okay? You can go read about executions. They had like executions, mass executions in cells. The MEK, which is I admit, which is considered and designated as a terrorist organization. They believe 8,000 of their people, of their sympathizers were executed in prisons. Okay, so there is a lot of, for example, the Shah, he had got cancer before the revolution. The crown prince was very young. So the revolution in Iran was one of the most poignant events in the 20th century. You can't just say, okay, there was Savak and there was a revolution. Okay, so there's so many factors that are playing there. Especially, for example, Carter never supported the Shah. Okay, the ambassador to Iran, his name was Sullivan. Sullivan had very poor relationship with the Shah and the court. You know, there was also influences that the Shah was using. Shah was exerting influence globally. He started the idea of OPEC, countries that export oil. The idea stemmed from Shah's attempts. So what he did is that he founded OPEC. And what OPEC did was that
OPEC countries, they set prices for oil, which was not acceptable for a lot of Western countries. So there's a lot of factors there playing. Economy, from inside politics of Iran, you see the leftists playing roles, you see the crown prince being very young, maybe he was like 15 or 16 at the time when the revolution happened. There's so many things happening there. So you can't just like shrink it and say, okay, Sabak was brutal. And in terms of brutality, again, what Sabak was going after were armed opposition, properly armed and trained opposition, that most of them were designated as terrorists following the revolution by the same Western countries right now. And a lot of countries, not even Western ones, even Arab countries consider some of the fourth regional countries consider them terrorists, So there's so many factors there at play. But what I suggest is that was 50 years ago. We're talking about a regime at the moment that's not representing the Iranian people. Simple as that. There hasn't been a free election in that country for 50 years. It's just as simple as that. Why they can't have a referendum? Iranian people to have access to internet. Why they not giving up on their proxies? Like, who's threatening us? We're a country of 90 million. We can protect our country. We don't need proxies in Yemen. Like, what the heck are we doing in Yemen? What's Yemen got to do with Iran? These are the questions that Iranian people ask themselves. The guy gets up in the morning and he doesn't have anything to eat for breakfast, and his money is being funneled to some random group in Yemen so that they can fire rockets at Israel and close down the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea. So those are the serious questions that Iranian people are asking themselves. And I beg you to study about the Gen Z and the new generation in Iran, including myself. I'm only 38, okay? A lot of people in Iran, they watch Western movies, they post videos on YouTube, they post videos on Instagram, they dress up like Western people, they're just so accustomed to the global world, and they just can't get the point that what's this Islamic regime that's ideologically driven from ideas from 1400 years ago, from 1400 years ago, is doing to their lives. Thank you, Ismail.
C.J. Muhammad was a pedophile.
Thank you, Ismail. I think you said something which I'm very happy with. You said that was 50 years ago, so we should focus on the present. But when you were giving your submission, you made something, a very, very important statement. You said, as at the time, there were so much machinations and propaganda with respect to the news, the reality and the facts of the news, or the reality and the facts on the ground at the time. Can't you think the same can be done for today? Because if nothing at all, Scott Bessent himself said that they intentionally tank the economy of Iran to bring hardship upon them so that they can wage a war against them. He said it on his own war. Two, let's move on to the PB files which were just released by Tucker Carlson with the investigations within Israel concerning the crimes and corruption of Benjamin Netanyahu. It was said in there that Netanyahu was sponsoring Hezbollah and was sponsoring Hamas and the others to continue creating the mess and certain terrorist groups in the region. It has been factually made known. Let's go to issues of Marco Rubio and a few. Pompeo, is it Mike Pompeo? When the protest started in Iran, they publicly came out through interviews and through their own Twitter walls saying that they are with the people of Iran and they have armed them. There are Mossad and CIA agents amongst them. These are people who have publicly opened up and said that they are involved in all the violence in Iran during the protests. With all these facts on the ground, do you still stand by the fact that what is being said, what has been said by the regime, during this protest should be taken as factual, knowing that there were external powers involved in it. Just as you said, that during the time of the Shah, the image painted of him had external factors in there. That should be considered before we actually make a conclusion. If we are to go by your logic, as you said, should we also go by the same logic in today to analyze what is being said of whatever is happening now? Okay, so you asked 3 questions. Allow me to go one by one. But what I'm going to do is that I'm not going to give you my opinion or logic. I'm going to give you my lived experience. I'm an Iranian. I lived there till I was 18. I go back every year and I live there because my wife lives in Tajikistan, a country that's very close to Iran. So every time I go see her and her family, I go travel and see my parents as well in Iran. So what I'm giving you is first-hand experience. Okay? So first thing about Israel and about Netanyahu. I want to tell you something about Iran's history. Okay? Iran has been there as a country, as a political entity for 2,500 years. Since the Achaemenid period and the Sassanid period and and after the arrival of Islam, the Safavids, etc. So Iran is not Iraq, for example. No disrespect to the Iraqis, but the borders of Iran were not set in a Sykes-Picot agreement line after the World War I. Okay, Iran is not Jordan. Iran is not Emirates, who was formed how many years ago? 50 years ago, okay? Iran has been there for 2,500 years. And guess what? There are 2 nations in the Middle East that are not Arabs, okay? That are not Arabs, and they speak languages other than Arabic, and they are religiously different. We have a different calendar. We have a different language. We speak Indo-European language. So Persian is from the same family of languages as German, as English, as Swedish, as Nordic, as the same as Indian. Okay, so we don't understand Arabic. So if someone speaks Arabic in the street, I, as an Iranian, don't understand a word coming out of his mouth. Okay, so there are 2 countries in the Middle East that are minorities: Iran and Israel. Okay. In addition to that, so take that as granted. In addition to that, Iranians practice a particular Islam that 90% of Muslims in the world don't practice that. Iran is the only Shia country in the world. There are Shias in Iraq and Azerbaijan and Kuwait and Bahrain, etc. But Iran is the only Shia country, Shia Muslim country in the world. Okay? So even from a religious perspective, Iranians are minorities there. From a linguistic perspective, there are minorities there. From ethnic point of view, there are minorities there. So Iranians and Jews, including Cyrus's, what Cyrus did 2,500 years ago, and he freed the Jewish people from the reigns of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so Iranians and Jews have a lot of close ties and a lot of close interests. I'm not saying we have to support everything that Israel does. I'm just saying that the cause for Palestine is not necessarily something that you see Iranian people in the street, not what's shown on TV, care about. Okay, we don't have Palestinian refugees in Iran. Okay, we have a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, etc. So when you talk to Iranians about Israel, in the hindsight, you might see, okay, this is a problem across the region, every country is not happy about Israel, etc. But that doesn't work with Iranians. Iranians see allies in Israel. Okay? That doesn't mean they agree to everything that Israel does, but they see certain shared interests with Israel. Okay, for example, right now with the regime, we have a dictator in Iran, we have a crazy regime. They see themselves sharing that interests with Israel to get rid of this regime. Okay, that doesn't mean we support everything that Israel does. But Iranians share a lot of more history with Israelis than they do with Saudi Arabians, that they do with Emiratis, that they do with Turkey. You see, the point that I'm trying to say is that Iran is not like any other country in that region. There are certain things about Iran. I'm not talking about Iranian exceptionalism. I'm saying that there are certain things about Iran that doesn't apply. There's certain things in the Middle East that applies to every country but Iran. Okay, so an Iranian new generation, 60% of university graduates in Iran are women. 60%. You have a government that's taking all the rights away from women, and these women see an opening in going to universities and study. So Iran has got more educated women than men. You see, you don't have that anywhere across the Middle East. Iranian women got right during the Shah's time. They had the right to go and vote and participate in elections before Switzerland. Okay, we're talking about a country just like this. So Iran is not like Saudi Arabia where women are not even allowed to drive. You know, Iranian women had right to vote 70 years ago. So this is the problem with Iran, is that people put on their glasses on and they're like, okay, the US has done this to Iraq or Syria, so okay, the same thing's gonna happen in Iran. No, Iran is an intricate thing, like it's an intricate matter. I hope I've helped with that. And bear that in mind, what happens in Israeli political landscape, we don't look at that and we don't judge Israel based on face value. We judge Israel by what sort of interests we share with Israel. What do we like to do in the future? How Israelis can help us. We look at it that way. Most of Iranians do it that way, you know? Of course, you find crazy people in Iran that want to wipe Israel off the face of the planet, you know? But most of Iranians have shared this sort of sense or feeling. What was the other question you asked?
I think you've done a lot of you've touched on most of the questions, and your submission brings more questions, further questions again. So let me ask this very question. The history or the connection of Iran to Israel, which is even during the biblical period or historically, is very valid. But if nothing at all, one thing is certain. Issues of Israel today is not something of the past. It is a current trending issue. So wouldn't that be inappropriate to have a current affair and be quoting a relationship you had with someone historically? Because someone is genociding a whole community, a whole
genocide, buddy.
Please allow me. Let me make that point.
Because you're jumping around.
I'm correcting the word of lie.
How can a people be genocided? It has been declared as a genocide, and that is why Bibi Netanyahu was even found guilty by the ICC.
Okay, so I agree.
I'm only quoting the facts from world acclaimed institutions and how they classify the events in Palestine. So when I say genocide, it's not my opinion. ICC has done that.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm gonna give you an answer. Okay. Let me respond. Let me respond
to the point. No, you said something. You made your point. So let me go to my point. Now, the point you made was very beautiful, very beautifully made. The Iranians have nothing or have no problem with the Israelis because we go way back. That is why we want Israel to help us in the region. Frankly speaking, can you tell me an industry that Israel dominates in the world? Can you tell me any industry that Israel dominates in the world that you think Israel is bringing?
Yes, Israel has the most successful.
When I was speaking, Israel, please. Wait, Mr. Can you open up?
Well, you're asking multiple questions. You know, just ask me one by one, and I answer, and I give you the viewpoint of the Iranian.
No, you're not speaking for the Iranians. You're speaking.
Well, I'm an Iranian, so I speak for myself and the people that I know.
So let me make my point. The more you interject, the more you prolong my submission. Now, listening to you, you see how you actually jump in to defend Israel. It makes your stance very, very questionable. Because if anything at all, we have
a pending issue of people being killed. And then you're quoting history to defend that.
Yeah, because those people are animals.
Okay, so let me respond to your question because you're moving on with your question and you're trying to bring it down. I'm here to make my point, Ismail. Let me, even the point itself, I'm not coming to the questions. Allow me. Well, you're not making your point. You're talking about different things, you know. What I would like to do, let me go on one by one and you'll get the mic to talk about it. I'm building up to my question. So if you allow me, you'll get the question I want you to answer and respond to. Or you're intentionally trying to make me lose my train of thoughts. Now, I'm trying to get one question out of you. Your argument of you being in the Europeans and as such, you having no problem, is just a flimsy excuse. Because if anything at all, one thing that is certain is that any reasonable human being won't see evil and turn their eyes towards evil. Even if you have a history with someone, you don't see evil and turn your eyes from evil.
Yeah, Muslims are evil. Yeah.
The thought that you can be or you have a history with Israel. Unfortunately, you said Indo-European. What you forgot to even say is that the Israelis you are finding over here are Jewish Zionists. They are not ethnic Jews. In fact, the Jews that came to Iran or that came into Persia, ancient Persia, are not the Jews you are seeing in Israel today. I don't think you know that history. The Jews that you are talking about today are not even the Jews that existed during the period we're making reference to during the biblical era. I don't think we are used to that history. Okay, so are the questions over? Allow me. The Jews you are saying today are East European Jews. They are remnants of the Khazari Empire, who were nomadic, Turkic origin, who existed, or the empire existed in the 8th, were established in the 8th and 9th century in Eastern Europe, and collapsed around the 18th century. These guys are remnants of an empire of Eastern Europe and have nothing to do with ethnic Jewish nationality. For information, the Israel you see today exists under a declaration which is the Balfour Declaration of 1916 or 1917. That declaration, through the legislation of Thomas Herzl or the Theodor Herzl, a Polish Jew, actually proposed started a Zionist organization. Through that, they lobbied for a home, for a Jewish state for the Jews. And this Jewish state had to go through the Ugandan scheme. I don't think you know this history. Dude, we studied this for 12 years. We studied this for 12 years when we go to school. If you study this stuff, we study every Iranian kid is bombarded with this stuff since we go to school. What do you think they teach us at school? They teach us the same stuff that you're saying. If you knew the fact you made, let's wrap up and I'll answer you your question. Okay, Ismail, allow me. Okay, you can hate Israel as much as you want. I don't care. I'm gonna answer your questions. No, I don't. I'm gonna answer your questions, dude. Wait, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. You can talk about Jews as much as you want. I don't care. I want to answer your question. You made a factual blunder, and I'm going to bring you back to the fact. Okay, let's talk about London. Is Saudi Arabia? Is Saudi Arabia? Okay, I'm moving on to the fourth question now. Okay. I made a factual blunder, and I'm trying to establish the points before I ask you the question. If you don't want me to speak, then I can mute my microphone. That is all. Well, I don't know how many questions you want to ask, but keep on figuring it out. Ismail, as I rightly said, the Israel that exists today has no connection to the ethnicity that Cyrus or Darius the Great actually assisted. There is no connection between them. Unfortunately, you don't know that history. Those of us who do are trying to bring clarity to that. And as I said, the Israel you see today only exists because of the Sykes-Picot Agreement that came into being in 1917 when the Ottoman Empire collapsed and Britain, France, witnessed by the Soviets and Hungary, sat down to apportion and cut up the Middle East like a cake amongst themselves. That is what you are seeing today.
Dude, we know all of this. You're just wasting your time.
I'm giving you facts. If you are tired of the facts, that's
it's not hurt. They teach us this at school. Don't go bad.
I don't care about your schooling. That even makes your schooling questionable. Because if your school didn't teach you this, no wonder you are disposed.
Let him speak.
Alright, so you're saying propaganda.
That makes your schooling questionable.
I think that was enough of the propaganda.
No, let him answer. Let him answer. So let him answer.
Okay, Matt. Let me answer the question. Palestinians are Arabs, right? And they're Muslims, Sunni Muslims and Arabs. Do you agree with this? I'm sure you agree.
And they are Jewish too amongst the Palestinians, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, let's say they're Jewish, they're Arabs, they're Muslims as well. Okay. Guess who's Arab? Saudi Arabia. Guess who's Arab? Emirates. Guess who's Arab? Jordan. Guess who is Arab? Syria. Guess who is Arab? Egypt. What the fuck this has got to do with Iranian people? Sorry for my language. What's this got to do with Iranians who are Persian and Shia Muslim? Most of them. Okay? Not a lot of them. What this has got, is Iran further away from Palestine or Jordan? Is Iran further away from Palestine or Lebanon? Why is this the Iranian people's problem? Why is what happening in, let's say, why don't we care about what's happening in Sudan? Is there a genocide in Sudan? Is there a genocide of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? Why this has got to do with Iranian people? I'm an Iranian. I've got nothing to share with the Palestinian. I don't even understand the guy's language. It's a genocide. We condemn it. You know, the figurehead of Iranian opposition, the King Reza Pahlavi, he said he is in support of the two-state solution. Iranians who are in opposition, they're in support of two-state solution. We don't support eradication of Israel off the face of the planet. This is the Islamic regime's move. They can pursue it. They can destroy themselves, okay? I don't care about that. That's not my problem. 90 countries in the world have supported two-state solution. Iranian opposition also, we, Iranian people, we support two-state solution. A place for Palestinians, safe to live their lives, and a place for Israelis and the Jews, safe to live their lives, okay? This is our stance. That's your first question. This has got nothing to do with us, okay? As much as it does to do with an American, it's got to do as much as it's got to do with an Argentinian or a Brazilian, it's got to do with an Iranian. Okay, we're not Arabs, we don't speak Arabic, we don't share the same religion as the Palestinians, we're Shia Muslims, they're Sunni Muslims or Wahhabis, a lot of them are Wahhabis like Hamas, okay? So that's your first question. I don't see why an Iranian child is going to go hungry to bed because the money is going to be a rocket to be falling on Israel so that Israel is wiped off the planet. I don't see the reasoning in that, and a lot of Iranians don't. And they chant this in street. They say no to Palestine, okay? They say no to Palestine, no to Lebanon, yes to Iran. Because you give your money away to your neighbor if you got food to give your kids. If you don't have food to give your kids, you don't give that money away to your neighbor, okay? This is the reasoning behind that. Now, your second propaganda point was that what industry is Israel good at it? Guess what? Israel is good at water management. Israel's got the best water management system and industry in the world, in the whole world. And guess what? Iran is suffering from shortage of water. Iran is suffering from drought. Okay? Due to drought. Due to drought caused. Sorry? Put it there. Due to drought. Natural. Okay, you can say, dude, you can hate Israel as much as you like.
Your submission is what I hate, not Israel.
Okay, you can hate Israel. Israel is not good at one thing. Okay,
you are the one I hate.
Okay, I didn't interrupt you. I'll bring you to the personal question. Okay, I'm not making this personal. Okay, I'm talking about the point that you have.
Jumping in the middle of his speech, if you're not listening, at least respect us, you know?
You said,
you didn't tell me.
You said,
at least respect us, let him speak.
You said your second point was that Israel is not good at anything. I don't agree with you. There are a lot of things that Israel is good at. There are a lot of things that Turkey is good at. There are a lot of things that Saudi Arabia is good at. any other country. Iranian people want to have relationship with every country in the world based on mutual interest. We don't want to wipe countries off the planet. Just like you Americans don't. Just like any other country doesn't want that. 10 million Israelis. What do you want to do with 10 million Israelis? A lot of them second, third generation who were born there. You want to what? Destroy, wipe them off the planet? The same story with Palestinians. We don't want to destroy the Palestinians either. Why is it so difficult to understand? We just want to live a normal life as people in Iran. People in Iran want to get up, go to school, raise their kids, get married there, buy a house, and bloody die. They don't want bombs falling at their head because the regime wants to test supersonic missiles. We don't want that. We want to be a normal country. People that go in the street and die. They get shot at, including myself, my brother. And guess what? My brother's a doctor. He's a surgeon, and he still goes to the street protesting because he can't see a future for his kids because the regime wants to pay proxies in Bahrain and Yemen and I don't know, Lebanon and Palestine, and before that it was doing it with in Libya and in all these crazy places that I haven't even traveled to, that I can't even point on the map. Why does my money got to go to these countries that I can't even talk to them? Okay, this is the simple thing. And the second thing, you said Israel is a fake country, etc., etc. All right?
I never said Israel is a
All right.
fake country. I said
You said it was created at sites before.
That you know. Can I make the? I want to clarify.
No, wait. I want to ask you this question. Which
or just
at what? Okay. In what agreement was Pakistan made?
As I said, the statement I made was.
What year was Pakistan was made? Listen to me. Pakistan was made in 1948. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,500 years, all of this country around us that we look at, was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Qatar was established 30 years after Israel. Guess what? Bahrain used to be part of Iran, their own. For us Iranians who've been there for 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years, all of these countries are young. We're not going to hate one just because they're a young country. Okay? We're not going to hate Syria because it's a new country. We're not going to hate Pakistan because it was made in 1948. We're not going to hate, Bahrain because it was made in 1972. Okay? That was the answer to your third question. Now, you can talk about the Khazar people and the Pakistan and the Europeans and where the Jews come from. Why do I care? Guess what? Where do you think the Pakistani people come from? Where do you think? You can't. History. Listen to me. Don't teach me history. I'm a history teacher. Lahore's population. Because you're getting good answers. I'm giving you good answers. Lahore's population.
Your facts are very
before partition. Listen. Don't interrupt me.
Your facts.
Don't interrupt me. I'm answering your question. Before partition of India, Lahore's population were 90% Hindu. Guess how many Hindus are in Lahore now? 2%. Okay? Now, do I care about that? No. As much as I don't care about how many Jews were in Tel Aviv or how many Arabs were in Tel Aviv. About Palestine and about Yemen and about all these places, people in Iran are dying in the streets. They're doing bin diving. People don't have anything to eat because they want to shoot rockets in Israel, because Arabs want to have their capital city in Jerusalem. Why do you give a hex about where is the capital city of Palestine, Israel, when my people don't have food to eat? These are the answers you get if you go to Iran. These are the true answers you get when you go to Iran, because we don't ascribe to this globalism, all these leftist notions about freedom and liberty and happiness. Yeah, guess what? Who's paying the receipts? Who's paying the invoices for those rockets that are being sent to Israel? Iranian people. You know how many people the regime has shot rockets at? 14 countries. They've shot more rockets
They've shot more rockets to Emirates, to UAE, to Dubai than Israel. They've shot 800 rockets to Israel and 2,000 to Emirates. Okay?
Were you expecting them to sell flowers when they were shot at?
Okay.
Yeah, I expect them to sell flowers. I expect there will be no war in Iran. I expect there will be.
Okay, hold on. As much as I appreciate the dialogue between the two of you, there is 100 people in this room, and I wanted to give an update. It shows that as of this morning, Iran has fired 4 missile salvos at Israel, including reports of cluster warheads. So that's just the update. Do you guys?
Which is a war crime.
What?
Shooting cluster warheads at civilian areas is a war crime.
It isn't a war crime. Israel did the same thing in Palestine.
Yeah, guess what? A pregnant woman dies in Israel.
Yes. Did you condemn it?
Yeah, they defend themselves. Who's defending? Hold on. First of all,
I am defending
Iran. You said Iran has fired. There is no relationship between Iran and the regime. Just the same as there was no relationship between the French people and the Vichy government that was appointed by Hitler. We see these people as occupiers, people that are stealing our money, that are waging war against other countries, that have been chanting death to America and death to Israel for 50 years. Since I was born, we were at school, they line us up and they say, you have to chant death to America. I hadn't even known where America was, okay? You can pursue your propaganda, you can shove Iranian people under the bus because you want to destroy Israel or whatever, but these people in Iran do not represent the Iranian people. They massacred 40,000 Iranians in blood 2 months ago. And you could prove it. I was there. I was shot at. How dare you call that a lie? You have videos after videos of thousands of videos of people getting shot.
You took the statements. You don't look like
who really knows what you're saying. This is like Holocaust denial. It's unacceptable. You call it. I've lived the experience. I'm an Iranian and I'm lying to you.
You're giving a Hasbara. You're giving a Hasbara.
And the 2 men that are speaking, where are you guys from? Like, what part of the Middle East? My family was originally from Lebanon, so I'm asking.
Does that mean everything you say should be taken hook, line, and sinker because we are from the Middle East? I just want to know what you want to prove with that question.
Oh, I was just curious. I was just saying because my family is from Lebanon, Beirut, and they migrated to America back in 1938, and I tried to look up what was going on during that time because my grandmother never spoke about it, to learn like what made the move for them, and I couldn't find anything, or maybe I missed something. I was just trying to get a better understanding. And I have another question. When people are pointing the fingers between Israel, USA, and Iran, how come nobody's pointing fingers at the Brits? Like, the Brits have the most blood on their hands, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
BRICS is just an economic alliance. So how did they get out of the heads?
They're the ones that they revamped the map in the regions, in the borders. Okay.
It's a lie. And do you know anything about the Sykes-Picot agreement? Have you ever heard anything about that?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. The
Sykes-Picot agreement. Do you know anything about that?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think you do. If you did, you know where the violence in the Middle East is coming from. I don't think you do.
Okay.
One thing, I guess it's because like America is being blamed because it like inherited the UK or the British Empire, so that's why it's getting blamed for all the things. And I think Israel is just an extension of that.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's an extension of that.
Yeah. So it's kind of. Yeah, it's a bit sad because the Iranian guy, he like went out because I think he made some points that are like understandable. Although he like went
with his, like, I don't know, proud and nationalistic fever there. Then it went like deep into Nazi territory, like saying like, yeah, because Indo-European language, it's the same. That's a Nazi argument actually, like the same thing with anti-Semitism. It's like Nazis tried to like conflate race and language. So they would say, okay, there are the Indo-European languages and there are like Semitic languages, and that's why they called like anti-Judaism what was like before anti-Semitism the normal way to say that. They get into anti-Semitism, and that's why like anti-Semitism is being like right now the dominating way of saying this. But I like to the Iranian people actually because I understand them. I come from Syria, and I had a similar experience actually. And now that the regime fell, I feel like we got swindled by the West really hard. Like we have an Al Qaeda terrorist right now, like leading the country, and all that he does is actually like murdering Alawites and Druze, and like putting hijab on women. Now he prevented like things from going on there, and Syria is now really divided. So you have some places that are outside the jurisdiction of the country where these terrorists can do whatever they want. They kidnap women, for example, in Kurdish regions and in Alawite regions. They can do whatever they want there. They can just shoot anyone they want. And I think this is the way the West envisions Iran. And I don't know, I thought about it for a long time. Why do these regimes so repressive, and why do they have to go out and do a lot of politics outside of their country? And I think because they're forced to, they can't choose to just like sit by and watch as their country being like overruled world, and how they being sanctioned, and the threat of sanction alone is very bad. Why
they are sanctioned?
What?
Why the regime is sanctioned?
Why the regime is sanctioned? Because they're pursuing their own independence. So they're trying to be independent.
Oh, really? You think that's why?
The thing is,
it had nothing with the American embassy which they took hostage. They took over American embassy.
Well, if you think about it that way, okay. Are you okay? Are you okay with that, Rahman? Because that's your argument, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. You say because
you think Libya should be sanctioned like right now?
I'm not Libyan, and I don't know anything about Libya. I'm talking about my country.
Attacked the American embassy. Why do they put sanctions on Iran and not Libya?
I don't know. Maybe they changed the way they were doing. They changed their perspective. Like I don't know. Maybe because
there are slave markets right now. That's your Western ally that you want him to. There are slave markets right now in Libya.
Okay.
There are no sanctions on Libya. Why? Because they don't pose a threat to the American hegemony.
Okay. Do they say this to America or this to Israel?
What?
Or this to UK? Libya? Do they say the such things?
Okay. You think countries should be sanctioned because they say something?
Well, they are not just saying; they are doing it. They are making a missile and writing on it like this to Israel, this to America.
The missiles were only deployed once they were attacked. Like, come on, like, let's be honest about this, okay? I know you hate the regime. I hate them too. You know, your regime killed so many Syrians. You know.
Well, you understand why we hate them, then, at least.
What?
You understand?
Of course, I understand.
The only people who can understand this is Syrian because they did this kind of massive killing in Syria also.
Yeah. I understand this, you know. It sucks, you know. But there is one thing that I think about when I think about Iran. I watch also what Turkey is planning to do. They're planning to take your Azari region.
Emirates, they're thinking about taking your Arab region. You wouldn't have any place to get water from. If the West wins this war, that's how it would look like for Iran. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, that's the regime propaganda, Lucy.
No, that's not the regime propaganda. That's the problem. There are Turkish
that's the regime propaganda.
We talking about that.
Well, that's the regime propaganda.
No, I know some people.
You know who's
about that?
okay.
The people.
Listen, you know who mostly wanted to get separated from Iran? I mean, which region? Like they are trying for that, they are trying so hard.
The Kurdish region, you mean?
The Kurdish region. And you know how many percent of the Kurdish they want that?
They don't. No, Kurdish. That's the thing about Iran. Kurdish people feel similar to Iranians. You have both of you have Nehru's. Both of you have very cultural. What name of it? Big cultural ties, which different than Arab region and Turkish region. Kurdish people feel similar to you guys, and they feel proud.
You got so many
Kurdish Kurds that I met that are from Iran, they told me they feel as proud Persians, and it's different for Iraq. But the Azari region, they want to get out.
Azari region, they don't want to get out.
They want.
I am Azari. My dad is from Azerbaijan.
No. Like, if you say such thing to Azaris, your life will be in danger, No, really, I'm telling you the truth. Like, Azaris, they are so proud Iranian, okay? And, like, the least people who want to...
I just want to respond to some of the things that you mentioned. First of all,
so let me, I want to finish some topic.
Lucy said that his experience, so what is all this talking about?
No, wait. Ismail told you a lot of things, but I think you forget to mention something. You know why Iranians don't like Palestinians? Because before 1979 revolution, okay, Shah was giving money to Palestinians to feed, to eat, And what they were doing, they were giving, with that money, they were giving weapons to the Iranian Islamic fighters, or they were training them for the guerrilla war or whatever it is, and they were sending the cars full of weapons to the Iran. So the Mujahideen, or like this Islamic people, fight against Shah. This is one of the reasons the people don't like Palestinians.
It's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. There's a lot of reasons. You can go search it now. It's not a lie. You can go and search it now.
It's not a lie. It's a lie. No, I said his history. No, I said his conclusion is a lie. He said that is why Iranians hate Palestine.
No, we don't hate Palestine.
No, I just say, hey, wait. Don't put the word in my mouth.
We don't hate
Use the word, don't lie. You wait. No. I say the word, don't lie. Why Iranians don't like Palestinians?
Lucy, am I like?
We like Palestinian people.
Sorry, but
Let me just one second.
If I say this, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say.
But we don't like our money go there. It's right. We don't like Hamas. Hamas we don't like.
I know. And being that, I mean, you're not either one, how can you speak for those people? It's just very rude. Okay. There was somebody that I heard that they wanted to speak, and it was a new voice. And it was.
Can we hear more, actually? Because he said he's from Azerbaijan.
I'm not from Azerbaijan. I'm telling you that my parents are Azeri from Iran. So the claim you made that is not totally right. I just want to tell you that you don't compare your country with my country. First of all, we have a king. Probably when we have a king, if he comes back, then we can have a unity under his name. So that what happened during the Second World War. region back to Iran. So what are you claiming is going to happen again and again? As long as we have king, we could do the same thing to that region. But why didn't you do that? Because you didn't have king. Probably Iraqi, why they didn't do that because they killed their king in his home. So and the second thing that you mentioned, because Ismail left, that he mentioned about the root of the language is the root of the language is a fact. Our language is the root is European Indian. So this is fact. It doesn't mean anything. It means that he claimed that to just show the other people that we are speaking another type of language, not Arabic. And the thing is that, first of all, I just want to say that I am the person who is moving from Tehran and coming back. I'm surgeon. I'm working in Dubai and Tehran. Sometimes I'm moving to Tehran. Sometimes I'm in Dubai. Now I'm in Dubai and I can't go back there. And I'm just risking my life to tell you guys that the people of Iran thinking that they want to have their freedom, no matter what is happening in Israel. People in Iran, they don't care about Palestine and Israel. If they have some issue between them, they have to solve it on their own. We don't have money to pay to the proxies to attack Israel because of nothing. And then the thing that Hussi mentioned about the Hussi and the other mentioned Rahman, he is lying, but he is not lying actually. Shamran is one of the biggest guy in Iran who is just made the revolution, and after the revolution he joined the Revolutionary Guard in the very first place. He was trained in Palestine at that time. So why you are defending something that you don't know, and you are accusing us and we are lying of the history?
I do not excuse you.
No, I'm not talking Hussi. This time, this one is not for you. This one is for that person. I don't know what is his name. He is saying that you're lying. No, Shamran, I'm giving you name. Go search for his name. Shamran, he just trained in Palestine and he came back to Iran. He fought the Shah. And when he overthrown the Shah, they took over. They built up IRGC to help back against the Palestine. That's what happened in the history. And don't bring me the history because the country in the region, most of them built up after 110 years ago. So if the oldest country in the region is 110 years ago. Like, I'm not talking about Turkey itself. But so just to mention that so many things he accused us and like we are doing like this, we are doing that, doing like that. But I am telling you the answer. I am moving back and forth in Iran. I know my country better. I know the situation there better than all of the other people who spoke here. Because I am getting money. Now I have a clinic in Tehran. I cannot use it anymore because I'm talking here. And you accusing me to not. I don't know what you're thinking. You don't think about Palestine. You don't think about Israel. You just want us as an Iranian to be free. Our country is not going to be like the other country in the region because we have seen. I promise you, you give me the chance to bring the king back to the position. I will promise you, you will see what is Iran was before and what it will become.
And just one add to add some one sentence to his what Mr. Poor said. Cameron, he became the Minister of Defense in Iran after the revolution.
Yeah, it's well known actually that many groups should trade in Palestine, but like not only the IRGC, but also the PKK and other, also I think some of the South African national movements, anti-apartheid movements. So I understand your grievance, but I think also we're like different from political opinion. I think kings are bad. I'm anti-monarchist. I think I'm also German citizen, so I know when monarchists talk, actually, like the Nazis came out of monarchists in Germany because monarchy is not compatible with industrial societies. So that's why
I think, to be honest, once, like, I'm sorry to tell you, I'm Druze, okay? I'm from Sueda. This is like the southern part of Syria that got attacked right now. No one in Sueda would have said they wanted to separate from Syria. Now everyone is saying what they want to separate from Syria. These things could happen on a whim. Someone comes in, kills a lot of people, and everyone want to separate. And everyone want protection, especially if it's like on a genocidal level. So I think while your argument right now, and I believe that the people of Iran in general are very proud of their Iranian heritage and want to state that country. I think this could change entirely. I think right now, if Azerbaijan offers a lot of Azaris aid, you could become a citizen of Azerbaijan, and you'll get like most of the money. The people who are poor are going to take that offer. Are not going to stay in Iran, sadly.
Because you don't know the region, the place that they are talking about Azeri. Listen, the place that they are calling for Azeri, and they want to take it to Azerbaijan. Most of the Kurdish leader born there. You understand? Which means it should be like 100 years. Don't want that because you see, most of the Kurdish.
But Azerbaijan is strong, dude. Like, yes, I'm telling you right now.
Listen, I'm giving you the answer. You are talking about a part of my country, which in some part of it, most of the Kurdish leader born there. Also, you attach that part to the Azerbaijan. This is not possible. There will be a massive bloodshed there. There will be
Excuse me, can I just have a second? Because I'm waiting. To talk about everybody. Just a second. Yeah, sorry. Were you finished? Or okay. I just want to tell about some of you. Talked about monarchy back to Iran. It's only maybe 15 or 20% they want monarchy. The rest don't want monarchy. We know that we are proud of our history, which was monarchy. We are proud of it, but it will remain as our history. We don't want back because it wasn't democracy then at that time. We know it's possible to have a constitutional law in power, and this will help not only for Iran, the rest of the world will have joy of this democracy in Iran and as well Middle East will have better future if a constitutional law come in power. Not any prince, not any dictator, because he just established a new dictator out of Iran. We Iranian don't want him. We feel a very fresh a dictator system outside Iran. He established actually. Right now, we feel it. We Iranian don't want him. We feel a dictator and kind of so fresh. I'm talking about Iranian. Some of you talked about monarchy back. We don't want monarchy back.
Can I respond because he's pointing at me? Can I respond?
We want only constitutional law, democracy. People like that for democracy. We don't want any person. We don't want any person, prince, dictator back. Okay, we don't need it.
We have referendum. No, sorry. When we have referendum, then you can vote for it. But at the moment, we just want our
yeah, because someone told every Iranian, not every Iranian want him back. Only now it's 20%. Only 20%. Not every Iranian. He established a dictatorship outside Iran. We feel it. We feel it.
I'm going to respond to you because you accused me of something. I said,
No, most don't want. Most want democracy. They have democracy, freedom, human life, freedom. Vote for it.
killed people, he is also helped.
You are the propaganda.
Yeah, you should know people if you don't know.
Now we see what you're talking about. You are the propaganda at the moment. Okay?
No, I don't like the most. I don't like you. You just the first thing you say you want mullah. I don't want mullah. Everybody who against regime and dictator, they accuse you are mullah side. No, I'm not mullah side. I'm not mullah side. I'm not dictator side. Any dictator, any person, we don't want. Most Iranians have women. No, I'm not finished. Be quiet. This Iranian.
Rose, you can finish.
You.
No, I want to finish.
Okay, sorry. Donna, you can finish. You have 20 seconds, and then we'll go to Rose, and then we'll go to.
Can you give me my also?
We don't want any more dictators.
It's my turn. We heard you. Okay. So, you said most of Iranians, they don't want Pahlavi. First of all, you said he. Well, you should have mentioned his name at first place. Well, he has been asking people to go for protesting because people in Iran, the day before the actual protest, they have called his name. And because they have called his name, he has started to telling them, okay, now is the time for you to go out and protest. Don't answer me. Don't interrupt me. Now, who do you think you are to tell us that most of Iranians don't want and who do you think you are? And who do you think you are that
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
No, who do you think you are to tell us after 45,000 people has been killed that most of people they don't want Pahlavi? They have called his name. And obviously, after the referendum, you can obviously vote for anything you like, but at this moment
Because he hijacked movement. He have a hijacked movement. Easily hijacked movement because people, Iranians suffering, and he used his voice, international.
So he had so many speeches. Okay, so he had so many speeches in Europe and America. Okay, that he has never ever mentioned, or he hasn't done any action to say that that I would like confirm that he is a dictator. He has never done anything.
We feel it. We as a those Iranian against him, we feel dictator because we can't say. I don't dare.
No, one at a time. So
Yes, it is true.
Rose point Elena, and then if not, I'll let you have a quick response, and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna finish here. You're not the person that talked behind all the Iranians. All I'm saying is, who do you think you are? You come on this stage and say Reza Pahlavi is a dictator, okay?
Because I feel it.
The only thing we as an Iranian want is IRGC to finish them. We don't want them anymore. And America and Israel are helping us. Well, we're hoping that they're helping us, okay, to get out of this situation. Well, after they're gone, then there is a referendum. You can vote for it, and you can say whatever you want, okay? And that's it. Finish up. Thank you.
I do have respect. Excuse me, let me answer. I do have respect to those people who want monarchy. I do have respect. Some people want, but I don't like the way he did. I actually was one of Iranian who believed him. I was thinking he can help us over this transition. But I see he can't. He can't do that. It's not only. It doesn't help if you're only the son of the Shah and you have good. Yeah, you have to have some ability.
ability. He doesn't have leadership ability. He just everything he tried, he couldn't. With all respect I have with all those people he wanted, they have to see transition time is the most important time to come to democracy. If we wish democracy for Iran, which is good for a whole world, not only for Iran, we have to be very careful. Not any person have right to claim they have want to have kingdom or anything because all power. Let me finish.
Okay,
All power.
but 30
All
more
power
seconds,
comes from one
Nana, or
person.
I'm gonna lose my patience. Good morning, Nana. 30 more seconds. Alex, 30 more seconds, Nana. And then straight to
Yeah, yes, that's all. That's all. I think I told what I.
Please, can we respect ourselves and allow other people to actually air their views?
All right, go ahead, Alex. The mic is yours.
You know, I trying to jump on her. Says such a thing, and as the Iranian, I think so many people here that they're talking about the situation, they're not a good representative of the Iranian nation. And you know, I think you guys have to calm down and just, you know, the people that they are against Pahlavi, the people that they are arming Pahlavi, you know, you guys should know that, you know, he's only going to be there for now for the transformation phase. And we think that most of the people, even in America, that they're Iranian, they're going to protest, and you know, they're just there for the unity, and they chant King Reza Pahlavi. Most of the people that I see, they are not within the movement, but they're just there for the unity. So, you know, please, if you're talking in general public, be a good representative of your people, the Iranian people. The reality is these days, people, they talk so much shit about Iran, and you guys doing this and saying this stuff, it's adding to the fact that, you know, we don't have unity. And at the end of the day, you know, there's going to be the referendum, and in that referendum, everyone can have their opinion. And no one can force anyone to have the opinion that they don't have. That's why we're actually trying to get rid of this opposition.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So good morning, everybody.
Just 1 second.
Nona, actually, I heard Ann, and she said you've gotten ample mic time. And when I got in the room, it seemed like there was only 2 voices. So let's
I just came to read this room. I just came.
Okay.
I didn't use my turn.
And also, you're interrupting me, which is a problem. And if you need a little vacation, vacation in the goo, I can make that happen. Let me reset the room. Serendipity created this room last night, listening to Trump's speech, an update on the Israel-U.S. Iran war and conflict. And we listened to him speak. There is a poll in the Jumbotron as well as our instructions. And let me go over them super, super quick. And then maybe we can pass the mic and have some new voices. And looks like you pulled an all-nighter. Thanks so much to the mods who are dedicated to building the new political playhouse. The rules are room creators curate content. Mods may interrupt you. You may not. Keep comments short and sweet. That seems like it might be a problem for some of us. Moderate yourself or we will. So, good morning. I would like to hear from some new voices, even though I just got here. Alex, why don't you make your comment, and then we'll see maybe 3 more speakers, Nona, and then you can make another brief comment, if that's okay. Go ahead, Alex.
To be honest, I think the situation that we are having now, you know, I live in America, so, you know, I've been really Americanized by the years that I have lived here. But the thing is, I think, you know, most of the people say America is trying to help Israel, America is trying to liberate Iran. The truth is, America is just doing this for the reason and its own benefit, which, you know, I'm totally up for it because I'm American myself too right now. But most of the people should understand the situation that they have in Iran and the situation or the conflict that we have right now between Iran and America. It's more of a bigger problem that could have, you know, makes so much money for Iranians and, of course, for the whole countries of, then the foreign nations. Right now, America is trying to actually, have a make a balance in the whole region. So, country or government of Iran doesn't have the power to actually rule and, in Farsi we say Boldari, like, be a long pen of the Middle East and be like, okay, I own this place, so you guys can't do anything about it. And this is much more bigger problem than Iran and Israel or Iran and America. But America is only doing this for the sake of America. And, people should definitely understand in the bigger picture, if America, Israel, and Iran, they are allies, they could actually have much more benefit for each other rather than, making each other to have, long-term pain or long-term loss. And the reality is, if you want to see the numbers of how much America spends yearly on worldwide, like army deployment or war zone deployments, it's more than, I think, 1.5 trillion or 2 trillion. But only Middle East is more than 2 to 300 billion. And if America has kind of, centralized power in Iran or around there, it would be much easier for America to spend less money and have less troops in Middle East. So, as an Iranian American, I would say, somehow when the war started and everything got to this place, I was like, people in Iran, they might suffer, but in Farsi we say, in wars they don't hand out candies. So wars, they're usually going to have casualties. So people should look at it in a way that, what is the bigger goal? What is the bigger picture? And of course, as Iranian, I'm upset and sad for my people. But what can I do? The only thing that I can do is that, I'm on this side of the nation. I cannot make decisions for them. But what I can tell or what I can see is, hopefully one day Iranian people will be free from this oppressive regime. And at the end of the day, free Palestine.
Hello. Goodbye. Go ahead. 30 more seconds, Alex.
Yeah, so no one would love their country to get bombed from another country, but apparently this was the only thing that, would actually work against Iranian government. And trust me, I hope this goes in a way that not many people suffer a lot and there are not many casualties from either side. And hopefully one day Iran gets liberated and, Reza Pahlavi comes for the transformation phase and we have actually a government that's chosen by the people.
Alex, what kind of government do you see will be successful? What kind of government do you hope to see in Iran? And do the Iranian people have the ability to maintain it?
Honestly, Iranian people, they are really cultured. So I would say it's really up to the moment that what's going to be chosen. But I believe since Iranian people are so cultured, the only thing that is going to work is kind of a democracy. So I wouldn't see that, like a kingdom or something like that would work. Not only I would say it's because, Iranian people, especially the younger age, they think that, not in a way that Reza Pahlavi is not a good person, he's just not educated to actually govern the country in a way that they want the country to be governed. So they want kind of a democracy. And since they have never ever experienced that in the past 47 years, of course, kind of a democracy that would actually help them to have a future, help them to be free, and help them to be recognized as a human.
All right. Thank you, Alex. So,
Can
I just there's no cue. I kind of like popcorn. I do think.
Okay.
Nona, 2 more people, and then maybe you could take the mic briefly. Go ahead, Miss.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. particular about listening to people, and that interest I always prioritize in every conversation. I always say this, even in our own respective smaller families, sometimes making decision, we all have people with diverse opinions. So it's always problematic for me, and I know every reasonable person will understand this, when you have to make a statement and then say all of us, 90 million people, accept that statement to be true. Practically, naturally, it doesn't make sense because you can't have a whole country agreeing on one thing. It really happens. Even your own small family of 7, decision making sometimes is impossible. People have diverse opinions. So how come a whole country has one opinion? It doesn't make sense practically. There will definitely be people against and for. So I prefer that when we are having conversations, those for and against should all be allowed to air their voice so that those of us listening can judge and judge better. Now, with respect to Pahlavi, it's quite interesting that Alex said that there might be the system needed by the Iranians might be democracy. But then, for the meantime, Pahlavi, after the war ends, Pahlavi should come in and hold the place until referendum is held. Forgetting that Pahlavi himself is a monarchist. So what is Pahlavi going to hold until referendum is held? For what reason is he going to hold? Because he himself is a monarchist. He should hold. But allow me to end, please. I didn't interrupt when you were speaking. But then we should allow him to hold the place. So that until we can hold referendum and then move to democracy, then why should he even need to hold the place? He should stay somewhere. After everything, let the people themselves lead themselves with the institutions available. Or whatever way they can do it, so that they can choose whether Pahlavi should come in or not. Why should we bring him in and then have a referendum to either go monarchy or democracy, if that is what you are advocating for? To me, that was just a subtle appeal for support for Pahlavi and trying to actually conceal it in the non-differentiated position, which I know it is. That's what he did as a strategist like myself. Now, let's go to the next point. I like what Monad said. Monad made a lot of good and beautiful points with respect to Pahlavi. I'm asking a question. Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, I want to have, ever since the 167 school kids on the first day were born, I want an Iranian to show me where Pahlavi condemned that assault. I want to show. It has been proven, let's not forget, it has currently been proven that the Tomahawk missile came from the US and Israel, their collision. I want to have someone here as an Iranian or as a pro-Pahlavi give me proof where Pahlavi condemned or has condemned that strike on the school kids. Not one. He hasn't condemned it in any way. If even you have a pulse to liberate your people, at least such an act against them, no matter what your position is, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of reasonable morality, you would have condemned. He's yet to condemn. If anyone over here thinks they have any evidence to that effect that he has condemned, let them show it to me. None. Till today. And then this
I see a mod opening his mic, miss, so 30 more seconds, and then
okay,
go straight to Ocean. Thank you.
And then we have someone over here. I don't see Pahlavi being a person with a good leadership skill. Even me outside analyzing him, he seems to be a stooge who can't think for himself. Because even YouTubers, Russian YouTubers were able to scam him or deceive him into having a video call with them, posing as German agents. And he wasn't able to even know that this guy is a not Jew. From the German governorate or from the German government, this person with that less of situational awareness wants to lead the whole country of 90 million plus. But he doesn't qualify to be a leader. You can choose someone else, not a dirty man like him. Sorry to say.
All right. Thank you so much. And good morning, Ocean. Mike Short.
Morning, I just find it very fucking interesting
morning. I had asked the stage, what kind of government do you think the Iranian people will go for if they can maintain it? Would you like to answer?
Yeah, I cannot give you a solid answer, but they could go back to constitutional monarchy, which it was like every other nation that they have constitutional monarchy, like UK, like Spain, like all these countries, they have the same thing. Japan, or so there's a lot more countries, or they go with the republic. We didn't have absolute monarchy, at least in the past couple hundreds of years like that. But yeah, I mean, they could go for constitutional monarchy, which there's going to be a prime minister and parliament basically. So I can't really tell.
Do you have any concerns that they won't be able to maintain it?
No, I really don't. I honestly do not have any concern. Once they're free from this tyrannic regime, and I'm not a supporter of Reza Pahlavi. If he's good for the job, he's good for the job. He has a very good plan. I went through his plan, to be there for the transition, and I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. And if it doesn't work, guess what? They're gonna go with if people don't like it, they're gonna go with other options out there. But he's the only opposition, basically. He's the only option, as of right now, at least, for the people of Iran. There is no one else, anything close to him. There's nobody. He's the only one. He's the rightful one. And yeah, that's it.
All right, so I guess there's some concerns because he was so close to the constitutional monarchy that they had in the past that they fear that he'll assume power.
Monica, do you want to know what some of these non-Iranians' problem is with Reza Pahlavi?
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
And then we'll hear from Nona because she's been very patient.
If you pay attention, a lot of them are. If you pay attention, a lot of them are not even American. A lot of them are either Muslim or from other countries, and the reason they don't like him, which is none of their business. I mean, they could go what the fuck ever they want to do with their own life. Is because they hate Israel. So these people that they talk shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. Israel, before revolution, had a good relationship with Iran. Reza Pahlavi also have a good relationship with Iran. So the only reason you hear like someone like this guy, what his name is, Isra, someone like this guy or other Muslims, they come talk shit about Reza Pahlavi is because they hate Israel. They don't want a country, non-Muslim country, which Iranians, vast majority of them reject Islam, also a non-Arab country, a nation of 90 million, fifth country when it comes to natural resources, access to Caspian Sea, controlling the Strait of Hormuz. They don't want that nation to be an ally to Israel. They see it as a fucking danger to them. That's the only reason you hear these people talk shit about him. They have no idea who he is. They have no idea who his father was. Every Arab nation was afraid of his father because Iran was the strongest country in that region during that time. Every single one of them have the fear of a strong Iran. So they now, at that point, when the strong Iran comes back and is an ally to Israel, they fucking fear that shit with their entire being. That's why you hear them fucking, instead of going feeding their kids, they come here and club us, talk shit about us.
Okay. Good morning, Niklak. I can see you. I did promise Nona the mic. Nona, I really need you to be brief and succinct. I saw 3 other people go off mute, Ilya, Alex, and Niklak. I'd like to direct people to the poll. If we get 200 votes in this poll in the next
rule because we was united when women life freedom movement was going on. We all was united Iranian, no conflict. But after he come, every Iranian now is we face a huge dictatorship. He doesn't represent freedom. He doesn't represent democracy because he is represent monarchy. He can't be our representative. We want Republican. We want constitutional law come in power, not any person, any dictator that we face his dictatorship. And everybody who say we don't want him, we get a label as we are united with regime. It's not right. We don't want regime. We don't want any person. We don't want king. And he, if you read the Monich book, it's about translation. It's about him. He says we are gonna have control over those persons around him. They want to have control over translation, and we don't have chance to come up. It's gonna be exactly same Khomeini did last 47 years ago. He had translation over control over, and he gonna do the same. If he represent democracy, why we don't feel democracy now, which we are outside Iran? We don't feel, and everybody is ready. So the only thing we want constitutional law, exactly like America. Constitutional law comes in power, and I don't think Trump will. Otherwise, the American law, it doesn't allow any person, another country come to take over power, and any kingdom, it doesn't support any kingdom, any absolute power. And it's just a lie, big lie. They want to bring democracy and constitutional like England.
Bro, I know you're trying to get in, and I also know that Nona knows that she needs to wrap it up. But I did mention Ilya and Alex and Nidla, who've been very patient.
Yeah, okay. I have been patient too. So that constitutional, not any person is overall system, but it's constitutional. He gonna bring his only, and he split Iranian in lots of conflict. It's not here only. He just can't lead. It's not about being son of the Shah. It doesn't help. You have to have knowledge. You have to have knowledge about politics. You have to. He doesn't have. He just.
All right. Thank you, Nona. Ilya, go ahead.
It's not right. You just.
Talking about, sorry, Ilya, go ahead. Thank you so much. Opportunity. I was waiting for a long time because there was a guy here from Iran, and he was speaking about the history of Iran and Israel, and then from
Can I ask you a question?
Well done, Alex. Then Poor has been desperately trying to get in. Oh, actually, Alex Neloff in the chat, and then Poor, P-O-R, if he's still here. If not, thank you, Alex. The mic is yours.
Yeah, Monica, I'm just gonna ask this guy a quick question. So you're saying Israel, with population of almost 10 million, wants a greater Israel, get Syria, get Jordan, get Iraq, and go a couple thousand miles inside of Iran and get the city of Hamadan? Like, is this seriously, like, this is the way you think?
That is the fact.
For 9-10 million people?
That is the fact. No, that's how he thinks.
Okay. Take David Ocean.
Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so what the thing is, what you guys don't know about it is that this idea is from the Old Testament, from Torah, and it's not even feasible to do this in hundreds of years. And the benefit of this happening is nothing for Israel, because as Ocean said, like, you have 10 million population, but you don't have enough people to populate this big area. It's not going to be beneficial for you. So why Israel would do that? Instead, the only best thing that could happen is that Iran holds up as a country, and Israel just be an ally. So you guys have to, think it through. It's not even, possible for Israel to multiply by hundreds of millions to just populate the whole Middle East. And at least if you go and, add up the population from Iraq, I don't know, Syria, Iran, it's going to end up somewhere around like 130, 140. And Israel itself, as Ocean said, it only has 10 million. So how on earth Israel is going to bring 140 million people to Middle East just from, regenerating and, first to other nations. So that's not even possible. When what is this guy's name? Israel says that, I totally get it, because it shows you how uneducated they are. But about let me ask you this question. I'm not pro-Pahlavi, and if I have ever been there to the protest, it was only because of the unity. It was between people. But my question from you is that when you say, he's going to hold up to the power for 3 years, have you even read his plan and what he has in mind through the booklet he has published online?
Thank you, Alex.
It's just a question. You got to answer it.
Yeah. So to answer to the first question, I still think that the long-term plan of Israel is greater Israel and many Jewish people sent beni buyda. Kara avaz beni buyda. That's not even from Talmud. You know, that's where you're wrong. When you're actually trying to educate yourself, you gotta read first what that book is for. And Talmud is just, you know, what is it? Can you read Hebrew? So, because I can. So, okay. Mashallah Khaida. Because I'm Jewish, and you gotta answer me right away. Mashallah Khaida. You are Jewish, Israeli. Okay, so see. Right, then see. No, I'm not Israeli. I'm Iranian. I can speak. No. You are Jewish Israeli. No, I'm Persian Jewish. No, you are Jewish Israeli.
How about we don't tell people who they are and what they believe? That's actually one of my pet peeves. After Alex takes 10 seconds, Alex, to wrap it up, the mic is yours, sir, and then we're heading over to POR. Thank
So,
you.
just, you know, I want to show you guys that people, they make claims of who they are and they're not. And I just asked a simple question from Elia in Hebrew. And if you read Hebrew, you would have easily answered it. And you know, as a Persian Jewish, you know, I was born in Iran. And I left Iran long time ago. But that doesn't mean that I don't have any heart or emotion. I'm talking, Elia. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Your positioning tells everything.
No.
You don't need to be a specific player to know who you are. Syria has made certain good points. I'm still.
Okay, thing is, it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian,
You know,
I
you
don't have that. But
and even try and tell him like who he is, what he is. I brought up what part of the Middle East are you from, and you said, why are you asking that? You refused to even answer, even after I explained why I asked you that question. So like, where are you from, sir?
And will that validate the history and the facts unless it's given?
Hello?
yeah, but it doesn't mean that if I'm Persian Jewish, I don't have a heartfelt emotion for Iran and Iranian people. So that's where you're wrong, and you cannot have any goddamn opinion about Iranian people. I'm not talking about anything. If there is a conversation between me and Ilya, you just gotta let me and Ilya finish it. You're not even Iranian to intervene.
All right. So I did promise Neelock the mic, and I do try to keep my promises, ladies and gentlemen. If we can get through this informal cue quickly, we can go back to popcorn. Go ahead, Neelock. Well, I'll work on that.
So I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I'm not going to keep it on the promise here. I think democracy there is the key to our discussion. And you have to ask yourself a few questions. I think the first one you have to ask yourself is, number one, if Israel wasn't a Jewish state, it was a Muslim country, would we find ourselves in this situation? I would say categorically the answer is no. Okay. So what Ocean said earlier, with respect to the point of Israel, to be the only Jewish state this planet has to offer, as well as democracy in the Middle East, then effectively we find ourselves in this problem. The second question I think you ask yourself is, if Iran was a democracy, not a theocratic theocracy, would we find ourselves in this position today?
patient that might get yours.
Keep dreaming. Let that. Keep dreaming.
Let's see if you can hear better in the goo.
Yes, just thank you, Monica. Just want to say some stuff like because they mentioned something about my country regarding Reza Pahlavi or whoever wants to take over the country. From which Alex said, no, none of them have read this booklet very well, and every aspect of the thing going to happen in those years, like if he takes over the power, mentioned in detail. And also you can send him an email and you add something, and if it's logical, they would add it inside that booklet. The reason that most I can say from the accent that Ilya has and Nona has, which party they are coming from and who are their supporting. But I'm not going to enter to that because it's nonsense. Just the thing is that I'm telling you the country which is under tyranny for 47 years or 50 years, and there is no party. Like let's say in US we have Democrats, we have these other parties, like Republican. In Europe we have like Greens and Christian and lefties. In Iran, there is no party. How do you want to build the constitution without having a transitional period? And for that transitional period, if you want someone to can count on it, like the way that Kentla said, that you have to have someone for transition. You can count on him. You can see that there will be no mass murdering, there will be no execution, there will be no suffering of other people. So you have to have someone reliable. The thing that Mr. Trump is already looking into, he is actually looking into someone he can negotiate with it, but which is not possible. That's the issue that Trump is already confronting now, because he cannot find someone to really negotiate with it, and he wants to have a peace without bombing other places. He is warning Iranian, he is warning IRGC that okay, we have the air, we have everything, we can bomb and come in, but just be wise and stay in the table and come negotiate. Or if you want, and that's why I just want to divide it to this. Mr. Trump couldn't find someone accountable to have a conversation with. We want Pahlavi because he is the only one who can sit on a table and guarantee that there will be no mass murder, there will be no execution. So that is the thing. That why don't you guys read that booklet? Read it and come here and just be against it. I'm not willing.
I promise you, they never read anything about it.
We have read.
Out of respect for it, looks like you even haven't read the booklet yourself. Okay? I'm not trying to be against you. I'm just trying to say, if you read that booklet truly, you talking about the mass murdering and all the things you said, it's
project. I just want to talk about this piece of propaganda that's been going around over the last couple of years, 3 years almost, in relation to the idea that Israel is an expansionist country. So here's the thing, yeah. Imagine you're a tiny country with a pretty robust population, but small, and yet all you want to do is effectively protect your own people. So here's the thing. Every single buffer zone that has been created on the borders of Israel, not one Israeli is living in that buffer zone. Those buffer zones have been created for one thing only, and that's protection. The reason why they've been created for protection is effectively that there needs to be a buffer so that missiles aren't lobbed into Israel from in every corner of every border fence that there is around Israel. So the idea of an expansionist program is completely out of the question. It is specifically there for protection.
Our ministers are saying that they're going to move there.
The ministers aren't saying anything about moving.
Come on, come on.
No, that's in your brain. You see TikTok videos. You watch
I
social
sure
media.
am talking about going into
No, you didn't. You're a liar because he didn't say that at all. There's been nothing said about moving into those areas. There are
didn't say that.
there are talks effectively about building villages and building communities within the parameters, within Israel's borders, and within Israel's owned land. There's nothing about building buildings and communities within buffer zones because buffer zones are there for protection. And the reason why buffer zones are there is because if anybody moved into a buffer zone, they'd be the first target for any enemy on the front line. So I think we have to be very careful with what we say when we're talking about the idea of an expansion.
Can I add something to what you just said? Yeah, there was some Israelis moving to the buffer zone in Syria. So, the thing is, people that they are all in for IRGC and the Iranian government, they have to understand the fact that if you see in some I'm not for the IRGC. No, I'm not talking to you, I'm just talking to the general public. Okay. So, people that they are in support of IRGC and they're supporting Palestine, and they're against Israel, they have to understand the fact that if IRGC wasn't there to help Hamas and other terrorist groups in the Middle East, as a Jewish person, I can assure you that Israel wouldn't have that much of maneuver over the places that had to actually enter and get. Do you agree with me? Neil Lex? Sorry.
Alex, listen, I know you're a Persian Jew, my friend, but this is one Jewish word you need to learn how to say properly. Kneidlach.
So, Israel wouldn't have, do you agree on what I'm saying? Like, Israel wouldn't have that much of one of our other places that, actually got acquired by Israel when in the time of the war. If IRGC wasn't there to actually do the war at some specific regions, Israel wouldn't have that maneuver to go and actually get into those places.
Well, you're wrong. Because Muslims and Arabs are lunatic and barbaric anyway.
No, if the help wasn't there,
even if IRGC wasn't there, still, these Muslims still could have fucking gone to kill Jews. Because guess what? 1921 IRGC was not there. 1920 fucking 3 IRGC was not there. 1920 fucking 7 there was no IRGC.
I agree. Forget IRGC for a second. If you look at the Lebanese border at the moment, you'll see that there are Hezbollah towns, effectively, that have been destroyed and blown up to smithereens. Villages.
Yeah.
And the reason being, and the Christian villages have been left intact.
No, they're not. Two Christian villages were bombed.
No, they were because they were taken over by Hezbollah and they were used as military camps. They
killed 2
priests. What the hell, dude? You're not informed at all.
No, I am informed. I am informed. And if you go and have a look at and the reasons as to why they were attacked because they were being used as a weapons hub for Hezbollah. That's the only reason why they get attacked. There are plenty of Christian.
Every time you kill a Christian, it's weapons, huh?
There are plenty.
And if you kill a Muslim, it's okay.
No, it's not about killing Muslims. Absolutely not. It's about killing Islamic terrorists who decide that they want to take it in their own hands to point their missiles at Israel and fire at Israel. Nothing more than that. And if they stop doing that, if they didn't do that, and they put down their weapons,
they didn't do that for the last 2 years, and you were bombed
as simple as that.
Who did this?
No, that's nonsense, because I can tell you something now. If Israel wanted to, they could have carpet bombed half of Lebanon if they wanted to.
They're doing that right now. What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck, dude? They're actually hitting those Hezbollah.
But they're bombing it right now. Like Israel is.
Yeah.
Hezbollah
is firing missiles daily.
No, that's not to Israel.
We've had the biggest barrage of missiles come over from Lebanon that we've seen in the last few days. So don't give me that bullshit. The reason why they're being hit hard is because these idiots are pulling out their RPGs and trying to fire rockets into Israel.
Can you just one question? Do you agree that they're carpet bombing Lebanon or not? That's my question.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
You're not.
Okay.
No, they're not. Okay.
So you just get your point. Hold on. Stop the bullshit. So you telling me for the past fucking 2 years after October 7th, Israel is carpet bombing fucking Gaza and only 70,000 people died in that small tiny ass area?
I think it's 70,000 people, to be honest. I think it's 1.5.
Oh, it's probably 70, 100 million people, right? Stop the bullshit with hold on, let me ask you this. Why do you think Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, none of these countries give a fuck about those people over there? Because even those Muslims know these Muslims are fucking barbaric and fucking stupid. And they're a bunch of terrorists. That's why they don't give a fuck about them. They don't want them in their countries. Your Muslim brothers don't want you in their countries. Do you understand that?
I wasn't going to actually do it.
Sorry. Can I just say something? I have been waiting long. Sorry.
I don't care you're being long. I don't care you're being very long. So imagine how fucked up you have to be for your own people. They are Arab, you are Arab. They are Muslim, you are Muslim. You don't want nothing with you. Why? Because you guys are fucking.
Can I be honest with you, Ocean? Can we just be clear on the language that we use? I think we have to be very clear and distinguish. No, I'm talking about Islamic terrorism. I'm talking about terrorism from the heart, which effectively comes from this demonic ideology and this regime which is unfortunately attacking the West. We have to be careful with that. I don't think we can paint a brush over every single Muslim. I think it's unfair to do that. Let's just be careful with the language. That's all I'm saying.
Well, once again, I just said it has nothing to do with this regime. Before this regime came up, 1979. Before 1979, how many Jews were killed by Arabs and Muslims? In 1921, 1923, 7, 1933, I believe, 1947. There was no fucking Islamic Republic of Iran, bro.
Let me answer you then. I know that. And you don't let me.
Islam in general is it's not even a religion, it's a cult. Muslims are more pagans than pagans. Like, Muslims do the same thing the fucking pagans did before Islam. They do the tawaf 7 times around Kaaba. They kiss the black stone. Pagans did all of this. It's a fucking cult. They want to kill everybody who's not Muslim.
But like every religion,
It's just one man show here.
Sorry, yeah, no, talk. Sorry.
So let us go up then. You don't have respect for others then.
Just go ahead, no, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
How unrespectful Nona is.
Yeah, she was, I don't know. Okay, so, you know, I'm just going to ask you a question. So, do you believe that Israel and Palestine, they were so close to a two-state solution around 2005?
Well, yeah,
I don't think so.
you know, part of that was IRGC, yeah.
And the thing is, IRGC has been funding Hamas since
100%, yeah.
and, you know, if IRGC wasn't intervening just to push out the ideology of Shia and, you know, Iran, Islamic ideology throughout the Middle East, you know, Palestine would have, you know, a separate state from Israel. At least Israel would have less burden, you know, and less worry.
IRGC, look, IRGC, they're Muslims too. They influence them, right? I'm not ignoring that shit all day long. Yes, of course. But Muslims in general are the way they are, bro. They don't need no fucking influence.
Listen, have you ever been to a Muslim country?
Oh, fuck yeah, I come from a fucking Muslim country. I've been
Where?
I've been in UAE, I've been in Iraq, I've been in Turkey. So what's
Okay, which one was the worst?
Every single one. You know why? Because they're Muslim.
Every single one of them is bad.
I didn't remove nobody, by the way. Thank you. So how many Muslim terrorist groups do they have? Which other group of people go to other countries and start raping people and start just killing people randomly for no fucking reason? Muslims. Oh, duh. Oh my God. This is all very funny, right? You don't see other people do these things, but Muslims. Because in Islam, it's perfectly okay to fucking rape a child. Because child marriages exist in Islam. Because that's what you follow. Your prophet was a pedophile, so in your book, in your ideology, if you're a Muslim, it's okay to do so. And you want
I think a Muslim actually agree with that, but hey, that's your opinion.
But look, that's not my opinion. It's in your ideology.
It's not in mine. I'm not Muslim. I just told you.
I'm not talking about you.
But you're saying you the whole time.
It's the entire Islam. The entire Islam is all about.
Dude, I am. Okay, can I talk a bit? Can I talk a bit about my background? So
Yes,
you're
not Muslim. I apologize if I call you Muslim.
No. I'm okay with being called Muslim. You know, I'm Druze, okay? I'm from Syria, like originally. Yeah? And you can bet your ass I hate terrorism, you know? And for all that's worth, you know, some of my family members would not have survived the massacre without Israel, you know? But to be fair as well, you know, if you want the region to flourish and to like prosper, I think you need to be fair to Muslims. You know, that they're not all terrorists. That they are. That I would think also their ideology. That most Muslims are ideological. To be honest, I think most Muslims just pray and do their stuff, and then that's it. You know, I don't think.
Yeah, but they also close their eyes.
say hello.
They closed their eyes on
United States allows that as well.
See which hypocrisy.
No, he doesn't.
See which hypocrisy. Brother, more than 60 states
No, he doesn't.
allow child marriage. What are you talking about? Look that up, man.
It's not even more than 60 states. What is he talking about? These guys, these states,
More than 60. I said 60. 60.
Okay, I don't know why you're talking, but in what nations you cannot practice? In what? I'm gonna go down. In what nations, Hasi? In what nations you cannot freely practice your religion?
I think many nations I can. I'm not religious at all, you know.
That's the Muslim nations.
Like, okay, but let's admit something, you know. Right while we're at it, Malaysia is
Which Muslim nation is the most amazing right now?
most amazing right now.
They're doing amazing in every possible way.
I think Malaysia are doing very well. Singapore as well. Sorry. You agree with me?
I think I shouldn't have that conversation with you. 19 they want to. Is there anything else?
I think. I was gonna say something, but then I just looked, you know, and probably seeing what you saw.
There is something that I want to mention, Ocean. So, you know, as you said, there are only about 10 million Jews in Middle East.
I don't believe 19 plus is right now. It's the time he wasn't finished.
Well, no, it's all right. You know, anybody that's willing to participate. I just look at. I don't look at certain countries though as like the staple Muslim situation and stuff like that. I mean, we can look at majority Muslim countries like Indonesia who don't have like the same conflicted, you know, regime, you know, ideologies as like the other ones and stuff like that. So I don't know where we like kind of stake it and stuff at.
But like, do you think Morocco, for example? Do you like Morocco?
No.
Or Tunisia? So you hate just Arab countries?
I don't hate them. I just don't like them.
Okay, so you don't like you like Indonesia?
Yeah.
Okay. So you like Asian countries, East Asian countries. You don't like Arab countries.
Honestly, the problem is Arab Muslim nations in general, Islam is just freedom and humanity. Is against everything.
But you're trying to racialize the group, you know?
It's just they're just against them, bro. Like, how can you ignore it? Like, I'm not talking this out of my ass. It's in their law. It's in their religion. Every way you want to look at it.
So that.
Wait, let's see. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you deny like the Arab like hierarchy that goes on?
The Arab what hierarchy?
The Arab hierarchy, like you know, Arabs are on top. You know, what is this their situation? Is their way? They're better than all the Muslims because you know they're the ones that started Islam. You know that whole thing.
I think many people think that. Yeah, I don't like it.
People think it. Do they think it as a collective?
Do they think it as a collective? I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I also don't think that every white person is a white supremacist. I think many are. You know, I don't think they think it as collective. I think many enjoy it while it happens. You know, but I don't think everyone does that. I also don't think that every Israeli
every Muslim is a bad person. I think anyone, any religion or nationality or race are bad persons.
So what makes something bad, dude?
What? I think on an individual level, you can like point to someone and tell him he's a bad person. You know, I think terrorism is bad. We can agree on that. I think occupation is bad. I think taking other people's land is bad. You know, yeah. Like I'm a German citizen. You know, I'm also very privileged. So I'm not sure. Like if I can like look down at these Arab countries because many of them are poor. You know, I'm not just gonna like say like you're bad while they're like on their knees.
Wait, you think a lot of Arab countries are poor?
Yeah.
Like which ones? Give me three.
Like Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, Egypt, Sudan, Libya, Tunis, Algeria and Morocco. I think all of them are poor except for the Gulf countries.
That's crazy. They're resource rich though, right?
Yeah, but not resource rich as well.
I don't think Syria is resource rich.
They got some shit over there. But, you know, in Aleppo, they got like some limits or some shit. I don't know. Look, I ain't.
They were in war. They were in war like for 12 or 14 years. Like I'm Syrian originally, so I know this stuff. You know, Syria is like needs also like another 50 years to resolve their problem with each other. You know, so yeah.
Point out something, mostly, you know, like, okay, I want to ask you a question, because, you know, I'm trying to, you know, be fair in this conversation, and this doesn't mean...
No, don't be fair.
Of course, because we are just giving out our opinion.
I'm black, I don't, you know.
It doesn't matter, dude, you're human.
Yes, it does.
Okay, like this,
You're trying to trick me now, like this. See, this is the bait and switch, and I know this guy. But go ahead.
Let's say, like, you know, we have like about 300 million Muslim people. And of course, we see more of that, you know, radical ideology that I would say most of them or some of them they have. But the reason is because they're, of course, you know, more than Jews or any other minorities that they're.
There is over 1 billion Chinese. Do they go to other countries and rape kids and fucking kill people?
I was just talking about Muslims in Middle East. Okay? And I'm saying, of course, we see it more, and I'm not trying to, you know, take their side. I'm saying, you know, of course, every religion, every race, every place, there are good and bad people. But of course, because there are too many Muslim people in Middle East, we hear about it more. I'm not saying that it justifies what's happening and what they do, but it makes people to mostly associate Muslims with, you know, terrorism, which in some degree I agree, because, you know, my country is totally in a different direction. You know, they're mostly born Muslim, and
what's your country?
don't call them.
What's your country?
You know, I'm American now, but I was born in Iran. So in Iran, they are born Muslim, but more than 50% of them, they don't call themselves Muslim. So the way that, you know, Islam works, they are actually forced to be Muslim. They have to have hijab, but they are cultured and they're kind of, you know, in
Persian.
Yeah, they are, you know, Persian, exactly. So
And you speak Farsi, right?
Yes, Farsi. Yeah, right. You know,
and the women, they dress like ninjas.
Dude, speak, guys.
Asking my parents, like, before we all lived in Iran, I was asking my parents, like, what are they and what's the purpose? And they were just saying that they're trying to be modest. But honestly, you know, Iranian people, most of them, they are against the Islamist ideology, but they have to comply with it. But the other Muslim countries, it doesn't work like that because they are not really cultured. They don't really think modern about it. And I would say,
said, I think also in Europe, like there are more radical Muslims than there are radical Muslims in the.
No, I totally agree because I lived in England for 2 years around 2011, and when I was there, London was really okay city, but I went back there like 3 years ago, and I was feared because I was seeing so many Muslims taking their private stuff in their home, bringing it to the middle of the city and doing prayers and just I was telling my brother, like, see, if they kept their private thing, like, religious stuff and everything in their home, it would be fine. But then you bring it to the streets and you actually break people's peace. Of course, this doesn't work like that. And actually, I'm on the same page with Josie about that. Like, there are more radical Muslims in European countries, but they don't do more like radical stuff in those countries because those countries have rules. But in Middle Eastern countries, there are not like any rules to actually control them, and there are people that they are having the leadership in how they can orchestrate those radical activities and everything that we hear, like terrorist attacks, bombing, suicide bombing, and everything like that.
But like look at an example, Syria. Before this Al Qaeda guy came, it used to be like a fucked up country. Not gonna lie, but they were kept in check. I remember going to Syria and like just drinking alcohol in front of a mosque. No one would bother. You can't do that in Europe. If you do that in Europe, many people will like start talking to you and start like harassing you. Why are you drinking in front of the mosque? We used to do a lot of stuff. Like in Syria, the army, while under Assad, bad guy. But for those cases, you kind of live. You can live your life.
Yeah, but also, I have to actually say that I'm also on the same page with Ocean about Muslims not wanting any of them to leave the Middle East. Because if you just go and look at it, it's like Saudi Arabia in 1965, around the Ali Cohen time, they were actually orchestrating attacks from Osama bin Laden's father to Israel, right, Ocean? But they stopped supporting the ideology of terrorism against Israel, or actually supporting Palestinians over the years because they saw that ideology doesn't have any benefit for them. But over the years, the people of the region, they're still adopting to the ideology of supporting some kind of radical activity or some kind of terrorism against even the Muslim minorities, not even Jews. Do you agree on that?
I think, yeah, I agree on the minorities in the region, like about that. But I disagree on the thing about Israel. I think Israel, they will always have to fight with other countries because they took land from others, and there's a culture, that's my opinion about this, I think regardless of what the ideology is, if you have an ideology and you want to bring it to the Middle East, it better handle the Palestinian question. Maybe not in Iran, I think Iranians are much farther away, or the Maghreb countries, but the countries that are like in the region around Israel, if you want the population on your side, you better take the question of Palestinians seriously. Whether it is like a two-state solution, like some people would like you do it, or
can you hear me, please? Are you a Muslim?
Me?
But you are from Syria, right?
Yeah.
I am a Muslim, and no one not me allowed to speak. No, like you just speaking Muslim issues. You are a Muslim. I think that. I am a Muslim. But people me too, I'm Muslim. Yeah, people are afraid to speak with me because they are here. Okay, just give this guy a chance. Okay, just spewing hate, and they just want to take this dude who is dirty, who is dirty, dude.
Okay, guys, maybe you should listen to this.
Go ahead. Continue. Yeah, let me continue my finger. Then you can drop me or kick me. I don't give a shit, man. You are here sitting spewing hatred, yeah? And this guy is saying to you, I'm a Dirzi, and what you are talking about is totally bullshit. But you are just trying to take him with your side and just spewing hate, about child marriage, so on and so forth. When I mentioned the 16 states, you are so quiet. You are here talking about who raped.
Because you're lying.
Yeah, you're a lying diaper head, okay? You need to stop.
Yeah, but you know what? Hold on.
Israel, what they are doing.
Marriages doesn't exist in America.
How many rapists there are in Israel? Everyone is going there.
Hold on, Alec.
They're not prosecuting them.
Be quiet. So we passed your first line. Now we're going for the second line. Because you said there's 16 states in America that have child marriages like fucking Saudi Arabia or any other Muslim nation, which they let a 9-year-old and 10-year-old.
There are 16 states. From 2020 to
Name one.
Listen.
Name one.
Let me speak.
Name one. Name one state first.
Let me speak.
Name one state.
Let me speak, man. Since 2000.
I'm letting you speak. Name one state.
Okay. Name one state. Texas.
Get the fuck out of here.
That was the funniest question.
Honestly, I don't let people fucking express bullshit.
If he was going to say Utah,
Here's the thing. I'm stating facts when I talk about Islam. It's in their book. I don't pull it out of my ass. It's in their culture. It's in their law. When you come out here and you say there's 16 states in America allow child marriages, you pulling shit out of your ass.
dude, I think you still should let him.
No,
He was proposing. Like you can correct him on one thing.
I don't think you can tell me what to do, what not to do, and make sure that I was not that someone spread fucking lies. Because I'm not spreading lies. I'm stating the obvious and facts.
You said once all Muslims.
There is a huge difference.
You said all Muslims or something like that.
I never said all Muslims. Vast majority of Muslims.
Okay, can you give me proof?
You go ahead.
You know, I'm a Somali guy, so, I'll be honest. So, be impartial from. Try to be impartial and listen to everybody. You shouldn't just listen to one side and then the other side can do anything. Cannot speak, Think about this guy, and I will tell him. I will tell him to speak in a good way. And so, Pumpkin, bro, come up and please speak in a kind way, and so that we can have a nice conversation. We don't want arguments here. We want to.
Okay, babe. Ocean has a point here. It's a federal law, and federal law applies to all these states. Okay, and you cannot actually put it in a way that 16 states they have laws for this because it's a federal law. Do you know how many people get prosecuted just for watching child stuff? And you guys are saying that child stuff or child marriage is actually legal.
Listen. Alex, the last thing I can listen from Western politicians. We know what happened recently. We know the Epstein files, guys. Don't come here and try to we are the best and we are the most moral people in the world.
You know who you said?
I think Epstein. I mean, the last thing I can listen from a lecture is the Western politicians because we have seen what happened in the Epstein files.
That's fine, but why isn't that in your? Yeah, no, I know. Let me go ahead.
Why is it that when we have to hear about all the fucking rapes that are happening in places like Sweden, we can look at who's doing the grooming gangs and most of the fucking raping in the UK. it is literally what.
But in Sweden, it's mostly actually.
No, it's mostly fucking Muslims.
No, it's not mostly.
Yes, it is. In the UK, it's fucking Pakistani. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there was like this grooming scandal, but most of the rapes happens inside the family.
Oh, you mean Arabs fucking their daughters?
Epstein was a criminal, right? So there is a reason. Hold on. There is a reason this system corrected itself. This system in America, in the West, in America, was designed to be able to correct itself. Unlike Islam, was designed to just kill and murder and abuse and fucking rape. That's why you still see in 2026 in Muslim countries, they marry a 9-year-old. They marry a fucking 10-year-old. Epstein was not a prophet like Muhammad, who was a rapist, or any other person who was involved in that shit going to get prosecuted. But your Muhammad and your Muslim fellow Muslims are not getting prosecuted in their nations, buddy. So first think before you talk. If you think before you talk, then you can have a solid argument. But if you want to just come and take it before you talk and get everything I'm saying is fact, brother.
No, it's not.
And like the whole thing about this, my guy. If you can prove one of the things that I said was a lie, or it was bullshit, I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, what did you just said?
Muhammad would be giving Epstein a high five after he came on Aisha's dress. I mean, this is bullshit.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Muhammad and Aisha. I'm talking about.
Then first you wanna pay attention. You're gonna pay attention to what you have to say, analyze it, then open your mic and go ahead and start talking. Now, go ahead and continue.
Okay. I listen to me. First of all, Ocean, I don't want to speak in this way. Because, you have those guys in your life, like, very respectful guys, right? I can't talk to them in a not a good way, right? I think I'm in a good room. I think I'm in a room that people who are intellectuals. So we want to have good discussion. We don't want to hear to insult each other or insult our needs. We don't want that. Let's agree on that first. Secondly, about these things about marrying a child, I think this issue, like, there is a lot of information.
Talking about marrying children. I thought it was talking about.
Can I speak? I was listening all the time, so let me speak. So this thing, by the way, there's a lot of people, guys, goes back then, like 1400 years ago. It wasn't like, and it's not like, the things is not like recorded like nowadays. Back then, you just recorded through papers or stuff like that. A very, old-fashioned way. You know that? So what happened is that there's a lot of things that happened through these generations. That there are some people who rewrite the narratives in the Islamic, especially the life of Prophet. So this issue itself, there's a lot of people who say, no, he married Aisha at age of 18. There's guys who said 9. And there's a lot of people back then who actually tried to rewrite the hadith, which is called what happened during the life of a prophet. So there's a lot of people who rewrite it back then. So we cannot like.
As a Muslim, bro, you shouldn't have to explain your religion. Lorenzo, please stop. As a Muslim, which one do you believe? Bukhari or Sahih? Which one?
Yeah, there's Bukhari, there's a lot of there's Muslim.
No, answer my question.
Because it is not there, we are not a Muslim.
You're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, Muslim.
Believe in Bukhari and Sahih Muslim? Which one? Both?
In the right ones, bro. Even in the Bukhari itself, there's a lot of hadith that's not like
Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which are the top Sunni or Shia, bro? Top notch. Well, hold on. Which are the top notch when it comes to Islam world, right? They both stated Aisha was 6 when he was married, when she was married, and at 9 years old, Muhammad slept with her. So I don't know what do you want to get from like some of, so you want to use some of it for your
Wait, but
okay.
Let me say that their prophet is a pedophile. Nowadays, we have Muslim countries. We rarely see, almost, I didn't see it. I'm Somali, okay? I've never seen like a guy who made another who made like 9 years or 10 years. So these things like we move on. You understand me? So we move on. So nowadays, even in Saudi now, they stipulated constitution, they write in a law that a lady should be over 18 when she gets married, you know? So now we move on. So why are you guys trying to take us back to things that we already move on? Like we're not seeing now in a Muslim country stuff like that. And when it comes to, we don't want to talk about the 1% or 0.1%, okay? So this is the other one thing. The other thing is that Ocean, I'm really like surprised. Like you're trying to lecture us and you have you put your profile. Your profile is Donald Trump, who is actually every single day talk shit about black people, talk shit about Somali people.
We never talk shit about black people. We never talk shit about black people.
Why? Isn't that racist? Isn't that racist?
We talk about group of Somalians who are fucking thieves and fucking criminals. Yes, so what?
No,
so what? So what?
No, bro. Every single okay. How many thieves? How many white thieves in America? That's
Somalians are Somalians are way worse than white people. They're way worse than most people. I mean, shut up.
So can we just set the record straight?
Bro, you cannot generalize. You cannot generalize. You cannot generalize. That's something happening to employer.
You don't give a fuck about whites. You don't give a fuck about themselves. That's it. Trump only gives a fuck about himself in his objective. That's it. You don't give a fuck about blacks. You don't give a fuck about Asians. You don't give a fuck about fucking Irish. You don't give a fuck about none of us. He cares about his agenda and his agenda alone. That's it. So the fact that y'all are having this conversation about Trump getting the profit of Muhammad being a pedophile is fucking crazy. Because there's no substance to this conversation that you guys have.
What's it?
No, we're talking about, you know what we're talking about? We're talking about Islam is the entire problem. That's what we're talking about. So you're saying get the religion, and then they're like, how is Islam a problem? I'm like, every terrorist is a Muslim. Every terrorist is a Muslim. That's a crazy statement, bro. Bro, that's a crazy statement. How is it a crazy statement? That's not true. Hold on.
KKK were Muslims.
How many terrorist groups are out there right now? But that doesn't mean that every single Muslim is a
KKK was Muslim.
I never said every single Muslim.
Yes, you said that. Every terrorist is a Muslim.
Muslim is a terrorist, bro. I never said every single Muslim is a terrorist. I said
every terrorist is a Muslim.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Every terrorist is a bro.
No, that's not true.
Go ahead right now, look.
What, dude? The most terrorists in Germany are Nazis. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, what do you mean Nazis kill people right now? Nazis
kill
a group of people.
Yeah.
The Nazis haven't been existed since the 1940s.
Dude, neo-Nazis in Germany are very active. They cause 27 deaths in Germany every year.
Oh, 27 deaths.
Yeah, how many do Muslims cause in Germany? What do you think? 3, 2? Most effective. No, not Muslim. But that's okay. I don't care if you think I'm Muslim.
There are extremist Muslims. How many Muslim terrorist groups out there? Answer the question.
Nazis, and he talked about neo-Nazis.
Can I add one thing about this?
Motherfucking mind. You cannot rationally have a conversation. You know why?
Who created
Have a rational conversation with a Muslim. You're prejudiced. You just don't like Muslims.
Let me just go ahead with this terrorist stuff, okay? We all know if you read the history,
You shouldn't even have this conversation because he just showed that he doesn't like Muslims, period. Like, he fucking hates you. He is born Muslim. Right. But the fact is that what he just said out of his mouth. Okay, but to deny the terrorism is largely Muslim fucking terrorism, bro. Dude, Europe, it's like, I don't know about Europe. I can say only about Germany. Germany, the right-wing terrorism is the most prevalent one. They don't put up road barricades, okay, to stop neo-Nazis from doing right over people. They don't have to, like, this is bullshit. Come on, like, I got something to actually, but I think, Osha, if you're from the Arab region or from the Iran region, come over to Germany. Let's have a walk in one of the villages, the Nazi villages here, and let's see how many hours you can survive.
Buddy, your argument is the most stupid argument that you could just bring up. Like, you couldn't just bring up anything more stupid than this. The fact that you defend Muslim terrorists is just out of this world. Like, how could you even, like, I miss AJ sometimes. I wish AJ was here right now. What the hell? How terrible and horrible you are.
Okay, let me add this one about the terrorist stuff, okay? So you guys, you all know, if you read the history, what happened to Soviet Union. During their last period of time, what happened is that there was two powers who were struggling to dominate the war, which is American and which is the other part is the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union, what happened is that during the 80s or 70s, they invaded a country called Afghanistan. So at that time, the Arab countries, there were no terrorists or nothing. African countries, we couldn't suffer from any terrorist incident. What happened is that the CIA in your country came to Arab Gulf nations, and the monarchies there, they gather, they have their meeting, and Egypt plus I think multiple countries, which were predominantly Arab countries, plus Pakistan, they had a meeting with the CIA, and then they told them they recruit an average people, just like me and anybody else there who's a Muslim, and making propaganda about the Soviet Union to let's fight the Soviet Union, and because they are invading Afghanistan, which is a Muslim country. So during that time, every mosque you can see the monarchies there, because the monarchy there, especially in Gulf countries, it's owned, the media, everything is owned by the monarchy. So everything they tell them they do. So they mobilize, they make campaigns about fighting the Soviet, which is atheist, trying to invade a Muslim country, and then they get all the support. If you agree just to go there, they buy the ticket, they give you everything. I know a lot of people who have been there actually to fight, just to help their brothers, Afghanistan people, to fight back the Soviet Union. So who created these people? So during that time, they fought your own shit. They're not brainwashed. They're following their religion. Kill. Chapter verse 5 of Quran. Surah Tawbah. Kill every non-believer. Everywhere, in every corner you can find. They're not brainwashed people. They're following their book. In Bible, I could find some verses that are following their book. Do you understand that? Even in Bible, we could find some scripts now because the scripture even in Bible. Do you see any terrorist group under Bible name, under Christianity? Do you see like fucking ISIS, Al Qaeda, Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, under them? I think you didn't see the history. You read about what happened to them. The religion they were fighting sect by sect. Did you read this? Do you see any terrorist group under name of Christianity go and explode themselves in the middle of the fucking, I don't know, 100 people? I ask you a question, so that we can understand each other. Do you believe in America play a role in creating these people? Do you believe or not? One simple question. Historically, do you believe the CIA has played a role to create these people who are the terrorists, who have been to terrorists? Do you believe they have been, they play a role, the CIA, do you believe that or not? So just, I want to have, I want to see you how to intentionally create a terrorist group. You see, you're trying to be so specific, huh? No. Is that your question? My question is that, my question is terrorist group to murder child? No, my question is that, no, listen, my question is that, listen, my question is that, does America play any role in creating Al-Qaeda? That's my question. One simple question. If you have 3 child, and I pay you money and I tell you to kill your kids, you kill your kids? No, I have given you, you see, when you are in a young age, listen, we don't want to personalize this thing, okay? If you don't want to personalize kill my kid, should I kill my kid? You see the kids, but listen, bro, you cannot tell me, you cannot brainwash young people, right? You blame the entire ideology of Islam. No, on other nations, paying some brainwashed people to do their. You cannot tell me, you cannot brainwash young people, right? You cannot tell me, if you're every Muslim nation, then you cannot change your religion if you convert from Islam to Christianity. You can listen to the thing and then make people believe that it's right to be a violent, right? Yes or no? No, you're wrong. No, what I'm saying is that you can find anything in Bible or any religion. You can find some verses that you can misinterpret and then you preach young people who's very teenager people. You preach them and then you convince them to do something which is not right. Yes or no? That happens every single day. You can convince them or not. So my point is, no, my point is that America and you know the Gulf kings, they are puppets to US. Everybody knows that, guys. Okay. So I ask you a question. Do you know any Jewish group under name of Judaism,
to be Muslims. There's not because there's any intervention.
Palestine was never a country, after Ottoman Empire, right? After Ottoman Empire, when British Empire won the war, right? In 1947, the United Nations voted to split it into two parts, Jewish part and Arab part. What did Arabs do? 7 Arab nations to start fucking attacking Israel.
Well, after massacres a lot of civilians.
So we don't go back to
Listen, okay, answer this one. I don't know, like this discussion is about Iran. I don't know why we're bringing Israel and all Muslim shit inside. Okay, you cannot find, you cannot get one politician who wrote Palestine, Netanyahu, example, any of them who born in Palestine. None of them, most of them, they born in Eastern Europe. They come there, they took their land, every single day they do settlements, they took people's land, and then
that land belonged to them.
Okay.
In your holy book, what does it say? Bani Israel. Does it say Bani Israel?
Dude,
Does it say Bani Israel?
no one cares about the holy books. They are not. None of these politicians, none of them born in Palestine. None of them.
When it's all right, nobody cares about it.
I don't care about them. Like, religious books are not history books. No one cares. They're not. Can I invent a religion where I can get the US? Yeah, what I'm saying is that. What? Can I invent a religion where I get the US? It's a rich country. I would like to have it. I think it was promised to me. Imagine if there's some phrases in Holy Book that says black people. No.
I say he can try if he want to and see how it works out for him. I want to ask the brother.
Do you accept me as a king?
I mean, you can try to. If I accept you, that doesn't mean everybody else would.
I like you for that.
Nah, because this kind of leads into my question. So you said you're Somali. What are your thoughts on what's going on up here in Minnesota?
You're talking about what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me just say. You see, every people or every race, you could find bad people and good people, right? So these bad people went there, and very minority people who did the bad thing with money. Yes, I'm 100%. I'm an honest guy, but you cannot come here and tell me you all guys are bad people. What about the nurses? What about the ladies who wake up every single day that they work at supermarkets, they work at petrol stations just to feed their children? What about those innocent people who are working hard, who are studying at the universities? You cannot talk shit about all these people. How many white people stole money in the American history? How many scandals? A lot. But nobody mentioned where the originally come from. Can someone tell me what is the Minnesota thing? Nobody claimed, for example, somebody from Irish originally and stole money from America. The government, nobody claimed their country.
That kind of works against your point, though, because when I look at, what's going on here in America, you have different nations that are running their operations with the one thing that unifies them is their religion, which is Islam. So,
So let me ask you this: do you think any Somali is like a religious guy? No, you can find some guy. Do you believe that all Somalis are so religious people? Like, do you believe all Somalis they pray 5 times a day? No, you can find some of them.
I don't know much about Somalis.
You believe that Somalis they all pray, they all they all go to mosque, they all listen from sheikh, you believe that that's the problem. These young people who just
We don't, bro. We don't.
You didn't hear the question? He said that Somalis.
Hold on. You're upset because Trump said, what about your country? Trump said about, so you can't go back not lying. He was just stating the obvious. It's a fucked up poor country. He didn't say every Somalian. He didn't say every Somalian is a piece of shit bastard motherfucker. He said the country is a fucked up country. And he's not lying. He's speaking facts. Good morning, Leslie. Good morning, yeah. Go ahead, come. That's where you're mistaken. I'm not saying every Somalian is a fucked up person. I'm not saying every Muslim is a fucked up person. There are Muslims, they're not even Muslims on the paper, they're Muslims. My point is that every community have bad people and good people. So there were some people who were trying to generalize it. Who were trying, I'm not saying you now don't get out of the mark, don't open the mic. I'm saying some people, they were trying to generalize, like they were saying all Somalis is blah, 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 blah. Why in America you can find Somalis who are studying lawyer for 8 years, who are nurses helping people, sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like I don't understand what happened in Minnesota.
You know, some people they stole money from the government, and now they were some people who are trying to say all Somalis are bad people.
They just, I get stealing from the American government is okay. They don't know how to handle their finances, you know. So if you take their money, just good for you.
And by the way, it's okay for you. Let me give you this. No, listen. I'm African. Okay? You guys, I don't know if you have been to a country called the Congo. You guys are surprised. Let me just clarify this one. If you go to Congo, you could find all the European nations and all the citizens, not all the citizens, a lot of citizens in Congo, what they are doing there. You can find Americans, you can find Canadians, you can find Australians, Norwegians, what they are doing in Congo.
Which Congo are you from?
Have you ever asked yourself this question? They're stealing the money, they're stealing their resources, they're stealing their minerals, they're stealing their rare minerals.
They're not stealing.
No, listen, all these corporates, American corporates, Western corporates, blah, 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 they come there, they send their agents there, and then they're stealing minerals from Congo.
Are there any German companies that are doing that?
You could find, I mean the citizens, you could find any citizens, from the West, you could find them in there, in Congo. Romanians, you could find Finnish people, you could find Norwegians, you could find them there. I'm not sure about Germans, but I know they
there are no Germans, then fuck them, but if there are Germans, it's complicated, okay?
I mean, you cannot observe a citizen all the time, right? You don't know about your citizens if you are in a government. So what I'm saying is that they come there to Congo, they create problems instead of making that country come together, helping them to have a peace. No, they are creating problems so that these companies and corporations, Western corporations, come to there and steal these poor people and resources. You couldn't believe it if you just. I hope you guys just go there and open a documentary about Congo. This country.
Sorry, I'm not going to Congo. Not anytime soon.
But it's a storage country when it comes to resources, you know. So that's why they are there. You can find a small storage PNH. You know, huh?
Is it the Republic of Congo or the Congo Republic?
Yeah, Republic of Congo. Okay. That's a big one. Just watch a documentary about that country. So these guys, they are bringing weapons, they are bringing arms, they're bringing, they call it the divisiveness between people to fight each other. You see? And then the corporations, they send their agents to that country, they steal the resources, they steal the stones, they steal minerals from that country. Guys, you could find a stone in Congo. That stone, like, it's no, listen, and you can find one stone that's an electronic stone, which you can charge your phone on. That you could find, I think that you could have never heard about it.
Michael, there's no legit
If you're not able to trade with it, it is being taken, not stolen. It wasn't owned in the first place. If it's underutilized, and countries come in and rightfully swap arms and munitions and ammunition in exchange for free reign to exploit resources.
You think it's good?
That's a good question.
I get really bored of this notion that colonization is just always creating victims. No. A lot of these countries, they are happy to receive weapons in exchange for open seas and all the resources. The whole Belt and Road Initiative, I don't hear you turning around and saying there are lots of Chinese going through Kenya and building roads out to the diamond mines. No, it's just this tired, played out, anti-colonial narrative, and it's boring. The truth is,
I know there's Chinese people here.
so there's a truth is, if the leaders of these shithole countries actually organized and worked out how to exploit their own resources, then they wouldn't invite people from overseas to do it for them and to enrich themselves at the cost of the state.
Because of their people as well. Basically, I am saying that their governments are buying weapons and ammunition from Western governments so that in exchange of having resources. That's your point?
No, my point is that you're incorrect when you say that they're being stolen.
Well, why not? What do you call it? When you bring your, let me say, a small country,
I can explain it even better. Okay, what Ghana is trying to do right now in the United States to get reparations for the Europeans stealing Africans is like, nah, you participated, you sold people, and now you're trying to come back 500 years later and say you stole people. No, you sold it. So does Ghana have a legal standing, or at least a moral standing, to come back and say that America stole people when they worked out a deal? The deal was, we're gonna buy these people.
So you're like pro-slavery?
I'm being historically accurate in alignment with its scenario.
So you want, you think it's okay to...
Was that a pretty good example? I see. Was that a good example?
I think Duda's analogy was better, to be honest, because your analogy is like about like buying and selling people, and Duda's analogy is more like...
What do you think the government is doing? The government is willing to sell out the dirt that's underneath the people to get guns and rule over the people. What's the difference?
No, I think it's different when you as a country buy people and like put them into slavery and into shackles.
If there's a buyer, there's a seller.
Yeah, and we should be the buyer, I think.
No, it's not about what you should. It's about historically what happened.
Yeah.
Somebody sold something, and then trying to come back years later, not realizing that, or now realizing that maybe we didn't do a bad thing, but you're trying to hold the other party accountable. That's stupid.
So it was
trying to... Let me understand you. So you're saying that example, this Western, they come to Africa, they stole their data. So now you're saying there's no problem to go their country and steal from them. Is that your point?
No, what the brother Tuna is saying, and Tuna, you can probably articulate yourself. You did
rather than arguing into hypotheticals. So Joseph Kabila, right? He was in power from early 2000s to just before COVID. See, I'm hearing crickets.
Can you answer the question?
Which question? Yeah.
Can I answer the question?
What was your question?
Was Joseph Kabila, the leader of DRC, 2000s until just before COVID. Yeah. And so was he enriching himself with companies like the 20 million cash payment from Gert?
You know, let me be honest. All these secret leaders in that country, I don't consider them even a leader. I don't consider them even a manager, a part of leader. But they are fucking corrupt guys.
There was a deal. There is a deal.
Yeah. So I'm going to just describe for those people that don't know. The UN under Kofi Annan actually investigated the $20 million in suitcase cash that was taken out that was used to buy weapons and fund the war effort in exchange for mining concessions. Right? The UN had to investigate the DRC and that deal, but they were investigating trying to prosecute Dan Gertler. Okay? So my point is that these concessions that are made in exchange for personally enriching the leadership, that's not stealing. That's poor management. So
What's wrong? Poor management.
No, you not poor management, just management.
Yeah.
We're just correct.
Yeah. But this is the thing, when you say that copper and cobalt and coltan and gold and stones are stolen, they're not. You're just not involved in those deals because there is no structure of government that actually relates to representing the people. So what needs to happen is more organisation, rather than just sitting down and saying, "Oh, the West stole from us." They didn't.
No, I'm not blaming. Maybe you misunderstood me. I'm not saying that all my problems is from the West, but I'm saying they could have been played a better role than this. You get the point? So I'm saying they could have
So you're saying
the government
You're saying that in the exploitation of mining rights, it was on the West to account for the corruption inside the people that they were dealing with, and that it fell to the West to have better principles than the country that they were dealing with for the benefit of the country they were dealing with.
No. My point is that my point is that what you are doing in your home, you should be doing out of your home. What's it? Yeah, you can't have any politician in your country who steal from the people and build houses and luxuries villas around the world and enjoy his life. No, he would be prosecuted, right? So what I'm saying is that instead of them, of the West, enabling the institutions, the institutional bodies, what they did is that they did no accountability, they did no responsibility, there was no moral responsibility in that. You get the point?
You understand?
What I'm saying is that
moral responsibility when somebody turns around and says, "You can have these resources if you just benefit me personally, fuck the country, fuck the people who live there, fuck the people who are being enslaved and thrown into cobalt mines." They don't care for their countrymen, and you're saying that other countries need to care more for the leaders of the countries that are being exploited. I think that's what it is. Your position.
Okay, listen. Okay. No. Let me give this point.
All right, let's make the goalpost.
No. One question. Why did you guys? No. Listen. When you went to Iraq country, and when you invited that country, you were saying we're gonna implement the rule of law, we're gonna implement the democracy, we're gonna implement all these things, blah, right? And on the other hand, you come to Africa and no, you are not doing what you are saying, right? You just come there, you exploit, you deal with some politicians who are so greedy, and then you say, no, it's on them. I know you have some part of responsibility, even you guys, you have some part of responsibility, but you are saying, no, you have no responsibility. And then why you are guys invading other countries around the world and saying we're going to implement the rule of law, we're going to implement the human rights, we're going to implement the anti-corruption bodies? What are you saying that?
So, Conf, I
guess the question is, maybe we can go this route. You admitted that your people have some responsibility. I guess the question is, what part of the responsibility are you putting on the people who are doing the deal, who are not representing your people? What responsibility would you put on them?
Because you mean the African leaders, right, who are doing this shit, right?
No. You already accepted responsibility for those people. But like, let's say, for example, the party that's coming in trying to extract the resources from the African soil. You're saying that they're responsible for something. We're just trying to figure out what exactly are they responsible for.
You mean the foreign party, right? That come in our country, right?
Yeah, whatever it is.
All right. Those guys, okay, let me tell you. So those parties, are they government? Are they corporations? So anyway, they must have some responsibilities, right? Like example, you cannot go outside of any corporation and not having rules and regulations and principles, right? Every corporation have responsibility, regulations, rules, right? So these rules, I'm just saying, implement some of them when you go to Africa. Simple.
But the regulations are based on the country.
DRC. Okay. So when Henry Morgan Stanley navigated the Congo for King Leopold II, did he have a responsibility to change the commission that had been given in order to be fair to the locals, or was he working for King Leopold II?
And my point, I think, is clear. These guys, they are not even representing the people. That's my point. They come by either by force or they come by military coup or stuff like that. So they are not representing the people. Or they come by rigged votes, you know. So they are not the real people representatives. That's my point.
Okay. I can see where you're going with this. Basically, any accountability for internal diplomacy and internal management and governance, that has to fall to some external parentage that has better standards of living and better quality of life that then you're expecting us to then adopt your country. But when you have a look at, even Belgian Congo going from, the early 1900s up until independence up in 1960, that was cast off, wasn't it? So you had an opportunity to have a Belgian country come in and provide the infrastructure and the governance that you're talking about, but it was rejected. It was rejected by the people because you wanted black leaders that were going to represent black people. Now you have black leaders that aren't representing black people. What's your solution?
Yeah, I agree. There was some point, like example, in Zimbabwe, these countries. I know there was like Richard. I know there was I know there were guys who were ruling that country in a good way. I know that historically, and they were polite people. I agree. But like my point is that why we don't cooperate, like government by government, so that we can help each other to maintain the rule of law, the anti-corruption bodies, to enable them to.
The question is, in good faith, why don't we cooperate? I think you're missing the point that we are cooperating. There is an exchange taking place between the people who are administrating the country by force, by coup, by oppression, however they're doing it. They are in fact doing deals. The people are just not involved in those deals. And it doesn't fall to the country who is benefiting from doing those deals with despots to correct the despots and make the terms of that deal less profitable for them. It falls to the country that contains the people who are being pushed down into dirt mines to go and pull natural resources out of the floor, to turn around and revolt and to say, actually, no, we want to be represented, we want a piece of this pie too, not for those people to turn around and say, the people who did this deal are the people responsible for our lack of administration.
Tuna, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I think I like your way of talking about it.
easily.
Would you apply your point also to Iran that it is the responsibility of the Iranian people to rise up and remove the regime?
I live in Dubai, so those sorts of political views I don't really hold. I certainly have a voice. It's a basket case situation. At the moment, I'll say that much. I'll say that it's untenable as it is, and I would like everyone to stop getting hurt. When it comes to the point that Conf is making, is dancing around the most expensive word in politics, which is should. Should is always something that is held up as a leftist ideal, that just because this thing is claimed that this would make life better, I now demand that the rest of the world change in order to accommodate my want. It doesn't look at being able to negotiate and make practicable compromises and deals between peoples so that everybody gets a piece of the pie. When you just turn around and declare should as your political stance, you're demanding other people do the work for you, and I'm saying that if you want change, you've got to be it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. To be honest, I think also like I think it's more like a liberal worldview where everyone needs like to be that or that way. You know, sometimes it's just better to live under its funny shit than die. Or yeah,
really neat. Read Arabic, just make a coffee with yogurt.
Okay.
That's a tricky one. Is it the responsibility? Yeah. The cost of that responsibility, has to be discussed. And the board is very slanted toward obvious when, if these types of outbreaks would happen. So sometimes it's good to have friends or compadres in high places about people, because in a sense the Iranians are dealing with a suffering problem. So if they got somebody, to come and deal with the clouds, because they are the sun, meaning, from a hierarchy position. And, there's a huge benefit to having that. Now, when most people look at Trump and his initiative to go over, to Iran, most people speak about it solely from a business perspective. I don't really see Trump like that. Is there a business to be done? Yeah. But when I look at from my own personal business, what kind of got me, all of the experiences in my life that got me to this point, I don't see Trump as the only reason why I'm doing this is to execute and get a job. To me, I think he actually cares about people, and I think he cares about the Iranian people. And I don't think he's the type of person that can sit around and just watch mass execution happen like that. So he will find a way, which is what business people do. They will find a way to include something that satisfies the masses to get done what you really need to get done. That's just, I haven't read any studies, I haven't read any journals or anything to come to this conclusion. This is just me and my observations, me judging people, and everybody can see these people's personality. And people tend to have a soft spot for people. And, they don't really like to see injustices, especially like this. 40,000 people in a few days. That took me back to when I used to play football. You look at the stadium and you see 40, 50,000 people. That's like literally the image that came to my head. And I was like, wait, 40,000 people got shot down in 2 days. That's crazy. So ultimately, I'll say this: is it ultimately
so much artillery, they can just rock that thing.
What would you say, somebody's, a master chess player is playing chess with a novice? Is it ultimately the person's responsibility to win? Well, yeah, you can say that, but shit.
Yeah, he's a monster, nigga. It's like outsmarting. It's like an old man and a young child. It's like a Trump and a kid. It's like mastermind shit. He'd be so much smarter than the Iranians and anyone that tries to play 40 chess.
So also we can't ignore the business decision of war itself, because it'd be naive to do so. If we have a look at the largest arms companies by revenue, Lockheed Martin, 65 billion a year. RTX, also American, 43 billion a year. Northrop, just shy of 40 billion. Then comes in the British with BAE Systems, then General Dynamics, then Boeing. But what we're not looking at is that with 200 billion that just got given to Palmer Luckey to go and manufacture killbots. I can never pronounce the name of it. It looks like the word Anduril. The Anduril, the autonomous company that Palmer Luckey just got given 200 billion by the DoD. That's larger than the top. Let me make sure that I'm right on this. Yeah, no, that's larger than the top 6 arms companies in the world combined. So that shit has to be tested in the field somewhere. Right. They're not going to get to test it. They're not going to have to. They're not going to get to test it in the Ukraine. So, I mean, let's be honest. The orders will start piling in if Palmer Luckey was to go and just deploy autonomous weapons that wipe out an entire country. Every country is going to want them. That's business. The Kennedy assassination came after the Cuban Missile Crisis and the idea that they were going to end the Cold War, but that has a meaningful effect on the real trickle down the economics of America, because when the only thing that actually maintains a state's ability to say that it is an authority is how much it spends on defense.
It's 43% of the global, basically 42 to 43%.
Of the global what? I was trying to say. Global military spending.
Yes. No, not global military. Like if you look at the economy, 42 to 43% business.
Okay, yeah, through both direct and indirect beneficiaries of that spend.
Yeah, but if you look at the companies that you mentioned, it's about 43% of global employees. So
I would say American, not global, because when it comes to Britain, the Europeans, then that seems to be a high. I'll take the only one not having any facts to dispute it.
yeah, I was just talking about the global market. It's about 42 to 43%. And some of these businesses also have consumer goods.
So until we actually recognize and start having that conversation, then these wars will continue. There will always be a war there, because it doesn't matter how much the government takes in revenue, and this goes for every country. It's not just America, though America being biggest dog, America tends to take most of the criticism for the same stuff that every other English-speaking Western country does in exactly the same way, or if not, in cases worse, America gets continuously criticized for its incarceration. I'm sorry, I was speaking, but you're interrupting.
Thanks, man. I just wanted to let you guys know that Israel is absolutely corrupt.
Okay. Go back to you. We gets criticised for its treatment of black and brown people in the justice system, but one only has to look to New Zealand to see that Māori and Pacifica people make up 16% of the entire New Zealand population, yet they represent over 60% of incarcerated. And when it comes to sentencing outcomes, if you're the wrong shade of brown, i.e. anything that's not white, you tend to get twice the sentence that a white person does. But America takes the flak for that trend in justice.
I think it's because like the US justice system is just so severe. You know, they have death penalty, like compared to other Western countries, so which makes things a bit
I think it's also
harsher.
you can see quite clearly the feed from slavery, especially in the South, incarcerated individuals. That line is very weird.
See, I would push back on that because when it comes to detention and human rights, just using the New Zealand America comparison,
There is no
only
comparison. You're talking about a very tiny country.
well, you can interrupt and say that the point that I'm making that you could be bothered to hear is irrelevant. But how do you know that?
Yeah,
Until you put the point.
Only one.
That's irrelevant.
Fuck you, fuck you too.
And that's why cousins shouldn't marry. Yeah.
I think
Jesus, there's too many clowns and not enough circuses, eh? Like, what is it for people just running in and showing their ass?
you're drawing a comparison that doesn't really, like, if you were to draw a comparison between New Zealand and the United States, you're like fundamentally already starting with a poor foundation.
But we're not drawing a comparison. No,
You're
it's called
trying to look at the justice system and drawing a comparison.
Yeah, again, I reiterate my point that if you'd have urged what I had to say, then maybe you'd have understood it. But that's okay. You do you.
Where are you from?
I live in Dubai.
Are you from Dubai?
What do you mean? Am I Emirati? No, I'm white.
Sorry?
I'm white.
Right. So where are you from? Like which country? What country? Are you from the US?
No, I have a British and Portuguese passport. I want to go back to the UK. I've spent most of my life in New Zealand, off and on.
So you prefer, like you think that the US would be much better than New Zealand?
So I looked at the US for my family, and I decided against it. When it comes to where we're going to raise our children, we're going to raise them in Dubai principally as our main home, and travel out to Europe and Africa on weekend trips to try to broaden their mind and their perception of the world.
New Zealanders.
Certain areas around North Middle, North about after the
So we've intercepted a phenomenal amount of ordinances that have been thrown our way. The UAE recognises the expats doing here, but they've also condemned the attacks on the UAE as acts of terrorism. Since the war started, the ministry has tallied 2,038 drones, 19 cruise missiles, and 457 ballistic missiles. Sometimes debris has got through, but what I will say for my country is the large tower block that caught debris in the face from a falling intercepted drone. It hit about 4 apartments, caused fire. But those apartments were fixed within a week. The royal family in Dubai sent their son to apologise for the disruption. Luckily, no one was in at the time. they paid out compensation to the people who owned those apartments for the sentimental belongings that can't be replaced, and they replaced everything in the apartment with life for new.
What is travel like? I have colleagues that were actually stuck in Dubai.
And I mean, again, travel, the airspace is open. It's a reduced service, and a lot of the European carriers are holding back until later to restore a full service. I mean, bearing in mind DXB did one of our airports that did 95 million passengers last year.
Do you think like the views are overblown about Dubai not being safe anymore?
My personal view is, there's unfortunately with expats, and certainly British expats, there's a lot of whinging people that carry British passports, and they'd love to have a home. They feel it makes them important. I would say that the people who ran back to the UK thinking, oh my God, I have to escape this, they have an insufficient ability to calculate and quantify actual risk compared to the doom scrolling that they used to do it. I think it's funny that those people have fled the safest, cleanest country in the world to return to a country that has the highest rate of knife crime.
You're calling it the best country in the world?
Yeah.
I've been there, and the air quality is pretty damn poor compared to the US.
I mean, I go on the fact that it was voted the cleanest city in the world 6 times in a row compared to an anecdotal experience, but I'm sorry that the air quality wasn't too like it.
It's not just not my liking. The fact is they've literally created malls to basically replace the fountain. The air quality is horrible.
The desert's hot. Go figure.
It's not about being hot. I went there in winter a couple of times. You're not going to go hiking there.
So you'd say you're not coming back?
I will go if I need to go, but it's not my destination.
Good. Glad that we got that sorted.
What do you think about Germany? I don't know if the UK did that as well. Germany chartered a flight from Saudi Arabia from the Emirati, like for the expats from Germany.
That's slight correction. They didn't go from they didn't go from Saudi. They actually went across the border out to I think they went into Oman. Yeah. Those ones. No, that's a simple mistake to make. The Riyadh airport wasn't the right way to go while Qatar and Bahrain were being inundated with ordinances from. My thoughts on the British equivalent to the Germans getting that done. The British were charged the equivalent of about $760 US for a repatriation flight that travel out to Oman, only to have the British, particularly British style, not actually manage to come up with a plane to Muscat. They were all stranded in Muscat rather than being stranded in Dubai. Trust the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to replace a repatriation plane with replacement bus service.
Yeah, also it was a discussion actually in German media about that the expats had to pay to come back.
I've had my scrapes with the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office in the past. You have to understand the sorts of people they employ. The people that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office employ are usually people that weren't that bright but are quite that come from quite wealthy families. There's a lot of people that come out of Florence College.
I know. Fuck you. No, thank you. I don't know where you've been.
Someone that said I've been Twitter.
Back to church was for
That did sound like a 12-year-old thing I would move.
good morning. So, this hyper reset to the ask for your insight in Dubai at the main station as well. This is political lighthouse. Always home. We saw a nerd in the civil discourse of diversity of thought on the app. Political lighthouse. We hope to have all kinds of people speaking on here, from the most hated and vile, most perceived vile and hated on the app, to Kitover.
I haven't seen that red kid over in the room yet, but I'm guessing he'll turn up.
Right. Like a moth to a flame. So I'd like to draw people's attention to the specific. Can I please do a quick reset now that it's EFC cycle? Anne has done Herculean work through the night, and she has trained other mods for it.
It's me. My girl was up till 4.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. So you've done Herculean work through the night too. Quite surprising when I, my well-rested self, rejoined the room, the 141 people in here.
Your girl don't feel good this morning.
Well, the room will end when you wish it to end, but there is a new poll. I stopped the old poll that over 2 months ago, documented it in dividing the volatile. You have a simple rule here that we will be enforced. You ask the moderators not to remove anyone, and it's gonna probably handle that, but absolutely you can move them down. And anything else you want to share, Tennessee, while continuing the conversation?
No.
All right. This room started last evening with greatest speech ever heard from Trump. One of the most greatest. And we voted to see how he did. And now the question is, what type of government would you think would be most ideal for Iran? Good, you have some other thoughts you want to do.
No, I was just gasbagging. I bored everyone with the sounds of my voice.
Actually, I disagree. I was glad to hear that you made your down north make the bombing of Dubai. I heard how your government, or your new government, handle the bombing from Iran, but I had asked you for Dubai and the UAE to be surprised that they were on Iran's radar for bombing.
I mean, I can't speak for federal royal families, but if I was just to give my own opinion, it's not a surprising move from Iran, because they always wanted to have some survival mechanism, and their survival mechanism was always just what's the word that best describes it? Asymmetric warfare. Their only hope was to destabilize the region, to attack their neighbors with the missiles and weapons that could reach their neighbors but couldn't reach the Americans, hoping that the neighbors would turn around and say that that was enough, it was cutting into their money now, and that they would expel the American bases. That attempt to create that situation has failed.
That's
question from Tuna. My name is Hossein.
Salam alaikum, Hussein. How are you?
So, good, how are you? I am Iranian. I used to live in Iran almost like for 18 years now. And I go to Iran every year that I can. And my question, I have a couple of questions. So, first of all, I just want to know if Dubai and other Arab countries are surprised about the level of attack that Iran did. Like, do they expect something like that? And my second question, if you can answer, with the level of business that these Arab countries they do with this administration, even billions of dollars, maybe this what's going on right now, like why U.S. To me, I think U.S. supported it enough, but I want to know if they're really happy that U.S. did whatever they can to support them, or at some point they put like they say, okay, this is 70% Iran mistake and 30% U.S. whatever that they attack Iran. Are they happy with it? Like they're just mad at Iran, or some of them are mad at U.S.
I'm saying I'm not qualified to, in good faith, answer the question. I can't speak for other people that would be against my watch. And yeah, it would be unfair and untrue to try to imagine what is in the thoughts of other people's heads that I haven't had. I can't answer that question.
Okay, but
The
about the first question.
what's the general thing?
What about the first question? Did they expect this type of attack? Like they really Iran gonna get crazy like that? That they attack everywhere like that, or they were not expecting? You know that?
I would say that the level of interceptions, and I read out the stats earlier for the UAE. I'm not sure what it's like in other Gulf states, but we've intercepted almost everything. In the early days, there were some ordinances that got through. They hit the embassy. They hit the American naval base. I think there was a fire at AWS. But to have repelled over 2,000 drones, you can't say that's not being prepared. Yeah, so I don't think it was a surprise. No, and I think that Iran was. My thought is that if Iran truly believed that they had that sway and that power, and that their neighbours weren't prepared, especially with the sectarian differences between Shia and Sunni. I mean, this is not a neighbourhood that doesn't know its neighbours.
Yeah. To me, I think Iran burned the bridge, and I think that relationship is not gonna fix never, like never, ever. I mean, Iran did something that they shouldn't do, and they're gonna go down. They're gonna get destroyed. I forget that. And one more question: do you know why Iran attacked UAE more than other Arab countries? I'm just asking again if anyone knows that. Like, why UAE is so targeted compared to Qatar or Bahrain?
If I was to take a guess, it would be the military bases of the Americans, and because their weapons don't reach that far. And so, if you're throwing stones, you're probably going to aim them at something that you're likely to hit. But that's, again, just a guess. Hussein, may I ask you a question, politely?
Sure.
The threat was made last night, and the indication from Trump that he's going to essentially go after the country's energy infrastructure, which that puts an incredible pressure on the people of Iran. Once those desalination plants stop running, that's putting the life of civilians at risk. From your experience with Iranians and being Iranian yourself, do you think that out of these three options, which one is the more likely that the Iranians will concentrate power around the Ayatollah, or B, situation in time.
So, as of today, Iranian people, even people who live inside the country that I'm talking to them, they are for this war. The point is, should we start this war or not? I don't know. To me, I think yes, because we don't have any other option. And they are asking the US and Israel to finish it. So don't make it like a nuke stand. Don't like leave today. But with the attack to the infrastructure, I think that's a certain different level. And a lot of people, even inside and outside, they are against attacking infrastructure. They are questioning, go after the people, go after these bad people, go and kill them. Why you want to destroy the power plant or petrochemical or whatever? What's the benefit of that? At the end of the day, this regime gonna go. It's gonna have a lot of cost, but it's gonna go. And then these people need power. These people need oil or whatever gas. So you can't do that. But I think back to your question, I don't think they're gonna go over the Ayatollah. Those are so bad that Iranian people still they prefer war over these people. I know people inside are dying, but there are some of them. They said, "My son is dying. I'm okay as long as this regime goes." The thing I'm worried about, if you notice, there was so far no refugee, whatever people leaving the country. Like Turkey was expecting the day first of this war, like 10 million Iranians left the country. That never happened. That never happened. And one of the warnings that now we can send we Iranian people to the Turkey and European countries. Guys, if you don't want to get engaged in this war, if this regime stays, which I don't think they're gonna stay, if this regime stays, then your option 3 gonna happen. Millions of Iranians gonna leave the country. And where they gonna go? They're gonna go to Turkey, they're gonna go to UK, they're gonna go to Germany, like what happened in Syria. If they didn't leave the country until today, because they still have a hope that US and Israel are gonna finish these people. But if that thing is not gonna happen, they're never gonna go to the wrong Ayatollah. Never ever. These guys, like I said, they're so bad. They killed 40,000 people in 2 nights. But if they don't finish it and they try to make it loose end, that's gonna be a disaster. And one thing I need to say, not say, even me, I underestimate this regime. They thought they're gonna go and bomb and kill Ayatollah the day first, and they're gonna finish it in 4 days. The same mistake that Putin did against Ukraine. He thought they're gonna go to Kiev in 2 days. They underestimated. They thought they're gonna finish it in 4 days. But I can tell you that it's gonna take 4 months. It's not gonna take 4 years. If they continue bombing and bombing and bombing, this regime gonna go in 4 months. But that's the underestimate they did. Unfortunately, the administration is not transparent about what's going on, and they're always coming and say everything is great and I kill the first round of the leader and I kill the second. No, it's not. I just want to let you know that's not correct. There's still people on top in the first level of leadership that they are alive. They need to kill those people. If they don't kill those people, this regime doesn't go anywhere. But they come to the media and say, "Oh, I killed this man." There's still some bad people in that government that they're alive and they need to be killed. So I hope I answered your question. So it's going to be option 3. If this regime stays, people are going to leave the country. Millions of Iranians are going to leave the country.
Well, I'm praying for your family and your friends who are in country. I really hope that they avoid getting hurt.
Yeah, so far they're okay. Thank God and thanks for the prayer. So far they're okay. As you know, the internet is shut down. Nothing, but they cannot call them, but they can call with the landline. So that's possible. But I don't know. One day they should open the internet and then they will figure out what happened in the last 40 whatever days that we didn't know. We get some movies, but it's not enough. We need to see exactly what's going on inside the country.
With regard to the bombing of
power plant infrastructure, petrochemical, yeah.
to me that without being there, to me that says that there's some type of tendency that regime has on the energy plant power plant. Would you happen to know what that is?
Desalination plants. It's a desert. Without those desalination desalination plants making fresh drinking water, people die of thirst.
Yeah, but I think the thing I'm most worried about is the power plants because if they destroy those, it's gonna be like Iran. The country gonna go down for a while, It's not gonna happen overnight. You cannot fix it overnight. And yet, desalination plant is also important. Like I just checked the city that my city is Mashhad, is in the east side, which didn't get pumped a lot. But I'm hearing that now people have water shortage. Last couple of days it's started, like people that have water issue. But again, I hope they don't go that far because they said not make Iran great again, and now they're talking about the Stone Ages, like totally different scenario. Like they're supposed to make Iran great again. Not
Here with that man just called you sword. Start over again.
My point is they started with the Mega and they made Iran great again, and now they're talking about the Stone Ages. You see, that's different topic.
Israel great again, Leo? Are you trying to start a race war, you moron?
Make Iran great again, not make Israel great again.
His pronunciation was spot on.
Oh, is that rich?
Of course it is.
Really rich.
Good morning, Rich. Did you hear what he said? I was like, damn. I heard the crack on that one.
All sparring, I do hope that Richard's wife's family are safe after the earthquake. No, I'm not forward to this one, quite often, but yeah, that was a big one today.
I didn't hear about earthquake.
Oh yeah, big one. I'll drop a link. 7.4.
That is significant earthquake.
Where was that?
Did you drop a link in the chat? What location was that?
Here we go. Dropping a link now. So yeah, 7.4 off Indonesia's coast. So right in the middle of Indonesia, meaning that all islands would be on high alert. Yeah, it was also really high. It's like 35 kilometers. Which allow me to take one if I may. So hi. Please don't go in favor. And I was going to say, look, I'm selling bath toasters, and if you could just help out the planet, don't for the one I sold you. If you do that, I will pay the electricity company. I'll pay them a tip. Honestly, there's so many people.
That lady wasn't me, but I fucking added her.